Engaged in the operation of an excavator, Tang Songyuan unintentionally unearthed a metallic sphere, endowing him with extraordinary powers of X-ray vision. Thus began his fantastical journey of treasure hunting and exploration. Imperial green jade, extraterrestrial meteorites, legendary antiques, countless rare treasures fell into his possession. Chapter 1. The Discovery of a Treasure. Clang, clang, clang. Tang Songyuan controlled the excavator's bucket, which descended heavily, scooping up a full load of sand and gravel. He smoothly lifted the arm of the machine, slightly retracted the smaller arm, then rotated to the left, effortlessly dumping the contents into the bed of a triaxle truck, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. Tang Songyuan was an excavator operator. This monotonous life had persisted for 5 long years. What had begun as a fervent passion for operating excavators had devolved into merely a means of survival. What boy has not harbored dreams of operating an excavator, even if it was just a toy? In the dreary and oppressive skies of early March, as Tang Songyuan tirelessly operated the excavator, the walkie-talkie nestled in the cup holder crackled to life. "Little Tang, how many times must I remind you to work faster? Fill the truck more completely. Do you hear me?" The voice on the other end belonged to Lu Wei, the supervisor overseeing the excavator operations at the gravel plant. It was said that he was the brother-in-law of one of the plant's co-owners that I understand. "You are just a nag. Do you earn your salary with such endless fuss?" Lu Wei's voice grew increasingly irate. However, Tang Songyuan chose to ignore him, continuing his work with an air of indifference. An orphan, he had lost his adoptive parents 5 years prior, leaving him as the sole provider for his younger sister, who was still in school. He endured the unreasonable harassment from Lu Wei, feeling a deep sense of frustration. As a laborer, Tang Songyuan approached every job with diligence. He consistently pressed the throttle to its maximum, striving to fill each truckload to capacity. Yet, Lu Wei, as the supervisor, remained perpetually dissatisfied. Having just begun work this year, Tang Songyuan had initially found the job to be quite smooth. However, in the past week, he began to sense that Lu Wei was singling him out, frequently concocting various excuses to harass him, accusing him of poor technique or laziness that supposedly impeded the efficiency of the gravel plant. In all honesty, excavating river pebbles along the Yangtze River hardly required significant technical skill. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of metal snapping echoed from the control panel, and Tang Songyuan felt an unusual vibration in the joystick. The excavator's bucket seemed to have struck something hard. Upon raising the bucket, he was astounded to discover that one of the bucket teeth had broken off. Reluctantly, he shifted to another location to continue digging, managing to complete the truckload before sending it off. Tang Songyuan immediately called into the walkie-talkie. "Lu Gong, one of the excavator's bucket teeth broke. I need to replace it." He knew that failing to report this might lead Lu Wei to concoct further accusations against him. "Hurry up. You always have so many problems." Soon, Lu Wei's impatient voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Tang Songyuan could only grimace in resignation. After 5 years of operating an excavator, he had never encountered such a rude and unreasonable supervisor. Was he excavating at Lu Wei's doorstep or disturbing his ancestors' graves to warrant such animosity? Tang Songyuan set the bucket down on level ground and rummaged through the toolbox, swiftly replacing the broken tooth. He was curious about what extraordinary object could have caused such damage. By instinct, he knew that the object he had unearthed earlier was not large. Yet, as he continued to dig, he uncovered a brilliant, metallic sphere that sparkled enticingly. It was roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, its surface exquisitely smooth. That it must have been the excavator's bucket tooth that directly struck this sphere, causing it to break. However, he was perplexed by the material of the sphere. It was astonishingly hard. Moreover, this riverbed had undergone geological transformations over thousands, if not millions, of years. It was unlikely to contain anything modern. How could this sphere possibly exist in such a context? With curiosity piqued, Tang Songyuan hopped down from the excavator and bent down to pick up the sphere. It appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary stainless steel ball. It was hard to fathom how it could have damaged the excavator's bucket tooth. But what transpired next left Tang Songyuan wide-eyed with disbelief. The metallic sphere seemed to come alive, swiftly slipping into the palm of his right hand. More accurately, it melded into his skin in less than a second. What on earth was this? How could it do that? He squeezed his palm, feeling nothing unusual sensation of having absorbed a metallic sphere the size of a ping-pong ball. However, shortly thereafter, something even more astonishing occurred. Tang Songyuan's field of vision transformed. His hand was no longer merely a hand. He could see through his skin, clearly observing the bones, ligaments, and fascia within, along with the flesh, blood, and nerves, all perfectly visible. As he directed his gaze elsewhere, It was as though he had entered a holographic projection space. He could see the internal structures of any object with crystal clarity. The internal components of the excavator, the arrangement of pipes and wires, appeared to him without any obstruction. Moreover, when his gaze focused on a specific area, detailed descriptions materialized beside him. For instance, as he looked at the excavator's fuel electronic pump, which normally required opening a cover for inspection, he could see it clearly without any barriers. Details, such as the manufacturer, specifications, functions, and even where levels were presented, complete with precise data. Had he acquired the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision? Tang Songyuan was simultaneously astonished, exhilarated, and thrilled that, this seemed to be more powerful than mere X-ray vision. Could that metallic sphere be the source of this newfound ability? How did it integrate into his body? Was it continuously activated? Maintaining such a holographic perspective at all times would be impractical. It should be engaged only when needed and deactivated otherwise. As he contemplated this, his vision gradually reverted to normal. Tang Songyuan felt a surge of joy, and upon experimenting, he discovered that he could effortlessly activate the X-ray view with just a thought, requiring no effort at all. He felt compelled to get a 5-star review. Haha. Tang Songyuan couldn't suppress his laughter. As the saying goes, the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished rely on mutation. Here he was, merely operating an excavator, yet he had effortlessly gained extraordinary abilities. Looking down at himself, he realized that the mysterious sphere lay quietly in his chest. Despite possessing this enigmatic metallic object, he felt no difference. It seemed to exist in a realm beyond his physical body. It was as if it had fused with him, yet remained spatially distinct, enveloped in an aura of mystery. With such an extraordinary object, he would believe it could not only break an excavator's bucket tooth, but also shatter the entire machine. That moment, the walkie-talkie in the excavator blared with an irritating interruption. Tang Songyuan, what on earth are you doing? Why is it taking so long to replace a bucket tooth? Get back to work. Forget it. One must simply perform their duties as they come. The task of excavating pebbles requires little in the way of skill. As he operated the excavator, Tang Songyuan activated his newly acquired perspective feature, eager to delve deeper into its capabilities. The realm of holographic vision enveloped him once more, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he could not only see through the objects on the surface, but also perceive the treasures hidden beneath the ground with remarkable clarity. The intricate structure of all the sand and stones beneath the riverbank lay before his eyes without a hint of obstruction. There were no time constraints. He could gaze as long as he wished. The sole limitation was that the underground view extended only to 1/5 the range of that above ground. On the surface, he commanded a vision spanning approximately 50 meters in radius. Yet when looking downward, his sight was confined to about 10 meters. What is that? While reveling in the marvels of his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan unexpectedly spotted a peculiar stone not far behind him. It was a golden-hued stone, roughly the size of a pomelo. The identification results soon followed. Doghead gold ore, weighing 8.5 kilograms, with a gold content of 91.6% and a copper content of 4%. Tang Songyuan's spirit's soared. Could it be true? Gold ore right here. In the Yangtze River's course, there lay gold ore. Chapter 2. Preparedness. The stone lies just over 10 meters behind the excavator, buried deep within a stratum of mud and pebbles, approximately 4 to 5 meters beneath the surface. The conceptual image of the golden hound stone, generated content, is for reference only. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Tang Songyuan observed his surroundings as he followed the excavator's rotation. The excavation zone was situated at the lower left of the sand and gravel plant, having already descended several meters into a deep pit. These individuals were not workers of the plant. They were in pursuit of a peculiar type of stone known as the Yangtze River oddity, rumored to fetch thousands or even tens of thousands, if found. The one who discovers it claims it as their own, with no oversight from the plant, provided they maintain a low profile. Moreover, at the edge of the pit, a figure loomed, surveying the entire work area. Despite the distance of over 100 meters, Tang Songyuan recognized the individual as Liu Wei, the overseer of the machinery. This posed a dilemma for Tang Songyuan, who stifled his restless heart, maintaining an outward composure as he continued his excavation task, all the while devising a plan to unearth the treasure by nightfall. His current work schedule consisted of 2 shifts, operating continuously for 24 hours with alternating rest periods, including an hour's break after lunch and dinner, and a late-night snack, culminating in an arduous 18.5 hours of labor each day. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the time for dinner finally arrived. Tang Songyuan concluded his work, tidied up, and descended from the excavator, making his way towards the dining hall. Dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring 3 dishes, a soup, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetable. Given that certain roles at the sand and gravel plant required considerable physical strength, Tang Songyuan found his bowl and chopsticks, rinsed them briefly, and filled his bowl with rice, joining other workers at a table to eat in solitude. "Come on, Master Tang, have a beer," called out a burly worker, waving a bottle in his hand. The worker did not press further, engaging instead in jovial banter with his colleagues while they drank, ate, and conversed. After dinner, Tang Songyuan settled onto a small stool at the entrance of the dining hall for a brief respite. Barely seated for a few minutes, he noticed Lu Wei approaching with a bag in hand, accompanied by a young man of 18 or 19. "Xiao Tang, have you eaten?" Lu Wei greeted him with an unusually amiable tone. Lu Wei chuckled lightly, casually stating, "By the way, Xiao Tang, could you hand me the excavator key?" A sense of suspicion stirred within Tang Songyuan. Why would he need to give the key to him? Although Lu Wei was the overseer, he was not trained to operate the excavator. "What do you need the key for?" Tang Songyuan asked, maintaining a composed demeanor. Lu Wei's expression soured, his impatience evident. "You should simply hand it over when I ask. Why question me? Am I not entitled to request the excavator key as the administrator responsible for the machinery?" His tone grew increasingly irritable as he spoke. In truth, the key was tucked away in his pocket, and there were 2 such keys in total. The remaining one was with another operator. Lu Wei's expression softened slightly as he raised an eyebrow and addressed Tang Sun, stating, "Very well. I have an announcement for you. From this moment on, you are no longer required to report to work. Your position has been filled, and you may now gather your belongings and proceed to the finance department to settle your wages." What on earth is happening? Am I being dismissed for no apparent reason? Tang Songyuan felt as though he had gained a supernatural ability to see through the situation, questioning whether it was worth continuing in this job. However, there was a significant difference between resigning voluntarily and being terminated, was there not? Did he not have any pride? Moreover, he was still fixated on that gleaming piece of gold, or, "My apologies, Lu Gong, but I was invited here by General Su. Even if I am to resign, it is General Su who must inform me," he replied. "It's merely a job. I'm not clinging to it for dear life. Perhaps you could call General Su? If he gives the word, I'll pack my things and leave at once." General Su was the owner of the sand and gravel factory, wielding absolute authority. It was rare to see him even once a month. Lu Wei felt his pride wounded, and his countenance immediately darkened. He stepped forward, invading Tang Songyuan's personal space, and pointed menacingly at his nose, saying, "Listen closely, do not use General Su to pressure me. It is not I who seek to make things difficult for you. This is Zhang's directive. Given your meager skills and your daily lethargy, your work quality has severely impacted the factory's efficiency. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you can forget about receiving even a penny of your wages." Zhang, as mentioned by Lu Wei, was the factory's second-in-command, responsible for daily operations. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Tang Songyuan's mouth as he pulled out the excavator key from his pocket and stood up, shaking the key between 2 fingers before lightly snorting, "That won't do. The excavator belongs to General Su, and he personally entrusted me with the key. If you wish for me to hand it over, you'll need General Su to call me first. As I said, once General Su speaks, I will promptly hand over the key. If General Su were to indeed make such a demand, Tang Songyuan would have no hesitation in relinquishing the key and heading to finance to collect his wages. There are always opportunities elsewhere. The job of an excavator operator is not difficult to find. Furthermore, with his newfound ability, he was not concerned about his future prospects. However, if Lu Wei attempted to intimidate him under the guise of authority, Tang Songyuan was prepared to stand his ground. This troublesome individual had been a thorn in his side for far too long. "I'm not one to be trifled with," Tang Songyuan, standing at 6 feet tall and possessing a robust physique, towered over the shorter Lu Wei, who could not help but feel a sense of pressure. The cafeteria was gradually emptying as people emerged after their meals, some observing the confrontation with a sense of amusement. Others chimed in, "Come on, Lu Gong. Just give General Su a call. It's just a matter of a few words." "Exactly. The factory belongs to General Su. The excavator is his, and you were hired by him. Surely it's not difficult to let General Su have his say." Lu Wei gazed at the scene before him, a tempest of indignation swelling within. Ever since he ascended to the position of administrator at the sand and gravel factory, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet today, he found himself nearly at a loss for words, confronted by Tang Songyuan and the others, whose remarks dripped with sarcasm, leaving him bereft of any grounds for rebuttal. "You just wait. I will call General Manager Zhang and General Manager Su," Lu Wei exclaimed, his voice laced with fury, as he hastily led the young man away. Tang Songyuan's expression turned icy as he observed the bag Lu Wei carried, his eyes narrowing slightly. Moments earlier, he had employed his X-ray vision skill and discovered that the bag contained 3 bottles, one filled with nitric acid, another with hydrochloric acid, and the last with sodium bisulfite. Meanwhile, Lu Wei escorted the young man into a dormitory, instructing, "You wait here for a moment. I shall make arrangements shortly." Lu Wei nodded, exited the room with the bag in hand, and proceeded into a storeroom within the factory area. After surveying his surroundings, he cautiously retrieved a key and unlocked the door. Upon his return, his hands were utterly empty. "Ah, is everything prepared?" he inquired. "Brother-in-law, everything is ready. We can act at any moment." Chapter 3. A modicum of dispute. The visitor was none other than Zhang Jingye, the second owner of the sand and gravel factory. Lu Wei promptly expressed his compliance and recounted the incident involving Tang Songyuan's defiance. "I brought Xiaoyong here, but that operator, Xiao Tang, refuses to hand over the keys, insisting that General Su must be contacted first. He has nothing to do at home anyway. Although this work is arduous, it pays over 8,000 a month, outperforming most jobs in society. However, you must heed my warning. Do not disrupt the operations of the factory, or I cannot guarantee your position," Lu Wei assured him, thumping his chest with confidence. "Rest assured, brother-in-law, I will handle this without any issues." The entire exchange between Lu Wei and Zhang Jingye, including Lu Wei's earlier visit to the storeroom, had been observed with keen clarity. The living quarters of the sand and gravel factory were modest, conveniently within the 50-meter range of Tang Songyuan's enhanced vision. Although he could not hear their conversation, he could ascertain that it was likely to be unfavorable to him. Once their discussion concluded and they parted ways, Tang Songyuan shifted his focus to the storeroom. The storeroom was meticulously organized, with various mechanical parts and supplies neatly arranged on distinct shelves. The only item that piqued Tang Songyuan's interest was a small gas cylinder located in the southeast corner, accompanied by a spray gun, measuring cup, crucibles, and various vessels. Adjacent to these items stood a locked cabinet. A surge of speculation coursed through Tang Songyuan as he concentrated his sight inward. Lo and behold, within the locked drawer of the cabinet lay 2 gleaming pieces of gold ore, resplendent and bright, one weighing 6.7 kilograms and the other 4.5 kilograms. This was irrefutable evidence. At last, Tang Songyuan comprehended the rationale behind Lu Wei's procurement of hydrochloric and nitric acids. He intended to mix hydrochloric acid with nitric acid to prepare aqua regia, which would subsequently be utilized for the purification of gold. This sand and gravel factory not only produces various aggregates and river sand for construction, but also yields gold-bearing sand, a fact well known within the entire establishment. Excavators excavate the silt, interspersed with sand and gravel from the riverbed, loading it onto trucks to be delivered to a designated large funnel for unloading. A high-volume water gun is then employed to facilitate the separation of the sand and gravel. Heavier pebbles are transported away via a conveyor belt, crushed into aggregates and other construction materials, while the lighter silt, along with water, flows through a downward sloping trough. The trough is lined with a blanket, which captures the gold-bearing sand, heavier than river sand, ultimately collected by a trusted individual of the proprietor. It is said that Tang Songyuan could gather 2 or 3 taels, or even a small half-kilogram of gold-bearing sand in a single day. The upper reaches of the Yangtze River are known as the Jinsha River, and Blue City has long been steeped in legends of gold panning. However, given the current situation, it is highly probable that the 2 pieces of doghead gold were clandestinely discovered by Zhang Jingye and Lu Wei, who intended to keep them for themselves. Otherwise, Lu Wei would not be scheming to concoct aqua regia for gold extraction. Yet, the secret machinations of these 2 were entirely exposed to Tang Songyuan through his piercing vision. Based on the weight and purity of the 2 pieces of doghead gold, it could yield at least 10 kilograms of pure gold, worth an astonishing 4 to 5 million at current market prices. The factory's monthly profit amounts to only 3 to 4 million, and that is during peak periods, not accounting for the collected gold-bearing sand. Master Tang commenced his shift. Shortly, as night fell, the workers, having rested sufficiently, began to return to their stations. Some calling out to Tang Songyuan as they passed by his dormitory. Tang Songyuan responded with a smile, deactivating his piercing vision and retrieving several bags to stow his clothes. He then navigated around the living quarters and arrived at a rain shelter where over a dozen motorcycles were parked. Extracting a key, he mounted one of the worn motorcycles, starting the ignition and accelerating straight towards the vicinity of the excavator. As the night shift commenced and darkness enveloped the sky, Tang Songyuan summoned courage and commenced digging at the location where he had discovered the doghead gold. With his piercing vision activated, he was acutely aware of any movement within 50 meters, while any actions beyond that range appeared inconspicuous, merely resembling the act of excavating silt. Within 10 minutes, having filled 2 trucks for departure, Tang Songyuan successfully unearthed the entire site of the Doghead Gold, creating a substantial pit in the ground. Should anyone approach and illuminate the area with a flashlight, the gleam of gold would be unmistakable. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, executed with remarkable efficiency. Indeed, technology is the foremost productive force. Utilizing an excavator to extract ore was effortless. Elated, Tang Songyuan swiftly retracted the excavator's bucket towards the cabin, opened the cabin door, leaped onto the tracks, and in just a few strides, grasped the gold ore tightly in his embrace. In the distance, the lights of an approaching truck illuminated the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Songyuan continued to operate the excavator, preparing to load the vehicle. A surge of elation, excitement, and wild exhilaration welled up within him. He had picked up money, gathered rice stalks, and even caught fish in the ditches, but this was the first time he had stumbled upon gold ore. The thought of newfound wealth thrilled him to the core. If given the choice, who wouldn't he wish to be affluent? This discovery, akin to those who gather stones, belonged to whoever found it. Nevertheless, Tang Songyuan understood that it was not yet time to feel completely at ease. The gold ore remained vulnerable until he had safely transported it out of the sand factory. As the clock struck midnight, marking the time for a late-night meal, the workers switched off the machines and gradually made their way to the living quarters. Tang Songyuan meticulously wrapped the gold ore in a black plastic bag and then placed it in a cloth sack. He descended from the excavator, finding the area deserted. Swiftly, he unlocked the storage compartment beneath the seat of his motorcycle and stowed the sack containing the gold ore inside. Only then did he exhale in relief, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he rode toward the living quarters. Chapter 4. A Wasteful Indulgence. After washing his hands at the sink, Tang Songyuan leisurely proceeded to the cafeteria for a late-night snack. The meal was rather unremarkable, merely a bowl of ordinary noodles. Yet, like most of the workers, he made no fuss and heartily devoured his portion. While he was eating, Lu Wei unexpectedly emerged from somewhere. For everyone, the prospect of not having to work overtime was a cause for celebration, prompting someone to cheer. I'm full and done for the day. Let us stroll through the entertainment district. Old Huang, after a long day, can you still manage to go out? Another chimed in. Of course. Just because I'm tired doesn't mean I can't enjoy myself. The cafeteria soon buzzed with a jovial atmosphere. In less than 10 minutes, the previously bustling workers had dispersed. However, today was different. He needed to leave promptly with the gold ore he had found, yet he didn't rush out. His focus remained on the warehouse that Lu Wei had planned to use. He had reason to believe that Lu Wei's intention to give the workers a break was merely an excuse to create an opportunity for himself to refine the ore. With all his materials prepared, the sooner he acted, the better. As he lay in bed, scrolling through Douyin, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was past 3 in the morning. Just as he was on the verge of drifting off, the warehouse remained silent. Even Lu Wei, observed through his enhanced vision, seemed unperturbed, idly engrossed in his phone within the office. He fought off drowsiness, closely monitoring the situation. After all, he wouldn't be working the next day, so he had all the patience in the world to wait out. At precisely 3:50, Zhang Jingye, brimming with vitality, sought out Lu Wei. After exchanging a few words, Lu Wei summoned the young man from earlier, and the 3 of them proceeded towards the storeroom. Lu Wei cautiously opened the door to the storeroom, instructing the young man to stand guard outside, allowing only himself and Zhang Jingye to enter. Following Zhang Jingye's directions, Lu Wei retrieved a large, open glass beaker and began pouring hydrochloric acid into it. They were indeed clandestinely concocting aqua regia to refine gold. Observing this development, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of confidence. He promptly sat up in bed, donned his clothing and footwear, and stealthily made his way toward the awning. This time, instead of starting his motorcycle, he pushed it out of the sand factory's entrance while simultaneously monitoring the activity within the storeroom and dialing a number. After approximately half a minute, the call connected and a somewhat impatient voice responded from the other end. What is it? Why are you calling in the middle of the night? In addition to this voice, Tang Songyuan could faintly hear the sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled. Goodness, they were still playing mahjong at this hour. What an insatiable habit. How audacious could one be? Tang Songyuan smirked slightly, covering the receiver as he spoke. Mr. Su. After having a late-night snack, Lu Wei dismissed all the workers for the night. Just now, while I was getting up to use the restroom, I discovered Lu Wei engaged in something rather significant. On the other end was none other than the owner of the sand factory, Mr. Su Guanglin. Tang Songyuan deliberately refrained from mentioning Zhang Jingye, as he was considered a partner of Su Guanglin, while Lu Wei merely occupied the role of a slightly more senior employee. What significant matter? Su Guanglin's tone remained impatient, and he played a tile. 8,000. Tang Songyuan continued, I stumbled upon this by chance, Mr. Su. Please don't label me as a snitch. Just get to the point, calling me in the dead of night and rambling on. Are you looking to provoke me? Su Guanglin's mood teetered on the edge of anger, likely due to considerable losses that evening. Only then did Tang Songyuan reveal. I witnessed Lu Wei retrieving 2 pieces of gold ore from the production line, and today he purchased a significant quantity of chemicals. They are currently refining gold in the storeroom. While he had not personally witnessed Lu Wei's acquisition of the ore, he figured it prudent to assert such a claim. Finding ore in other locations might be acceptable, but on the production line, it was questionable. Moreover, the unspoken rule was that whatever one found belonged to them. However, if Lu Wei were caught refining gold, it would complicate matters. What did you say? Su Guanglin on the other end could no longer remain seated, springing to his feet and nearly overturning the mahjong table. Tang Songyuan confidently reassured him. This is an irrefutable fact. I cannot possibly fabricate something so outrageous. I can still smell the pungent chemicals here. I am not well versed in these matters. Could inhaling these fumes be harmful? In fact, during his secondary school years, he had heard his teacher speak of how gold or could be dissolved by aqua regia, yielding tetrachloroauric acid, which could then undergo an electrolytic reaction to produce highly pure metallic gold. Ultimately, this gold would be melted at high temperatures and cast into the desired form. Listening to the busy tone on the other end of the line, Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a smile as he started his vehicle and rode to a concealed corner, away from the light of a nearby street lamp. After approximately 20 minutes, a car hastily entered the gravel factory's gates, and Su Guanglin, accompanied by 3 or 4 burly men, swiftly exited the vehicle. At that moment, Lu Wei had just prepared the proportions of aqua regia, yet it had not yet achieved optimal dissolving efficacy. Generally, aqua regia reaches its peak oxidizing power half an hour after preparation, which is why it is often made in advance or mixed on the spot. Su Guanglin strode purposefully to the storeroom door, where a young guard, evidently unfamiliar with him, stood uncertainly upon seeing his aggressive demeanor. The guard hesitantly rose and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" However, Su Guanglin showed no inclination to engage in idle chatter. He simply shoved the guard aside and reached for the storeroom door, only to find it locked from the inside. After a few futile attempts to pull it open, Su Guanglin's anger flared. He turned to one of the burly men and commanded, "Air, kick it open." The man assessed the wooden door and, without hesitation, stepped back and delivered a powerful kick to the lock. With a resounding crash, the door burst open, revealing Lu Wei, who was poised to use a pair of pliers to grasp a piece of gold, or seemingly preparing to drop it into the measuring cup containing aqua regia. "Stop!" Su Guanglin bellowed. "For heaven's sake, stop, you foolish, wasteful fool." This commotion startled both Lu Wei and Zhang Jingye inside. Lu Wei nearly lost his grip on the pliers. If he had not held on tightly and let the gold or slip, even a mere splash of the highly corrosive aqua regia on his skin would be exceedingly painful. "Mr. Su, what brings you here?" Zhang Jingye stammered, staring blankly at the furious Su Guanglin at the doorway. Su Guanglin snorted disdainfully and strode inside, immediately assaulted by the acrid fumes of chlorine gas emanating from the aqua regia. Indeed, they were preparing aqua regia. He was also familiar with this process, having purified the gold sand collected by his trusted associates at the gravel factory in a similar manner. Furthermore, from the color of the solution, Su Guanglin knew that they had yet to introduce the gold or into it. "What on earth are you doing in the storeroom at such an ungodly hour, creating such a foul stench?" Su Guanglin glared at Lu Wei and his companion. Annoyed, he waved dismissively at the noxious odor and approached, promptly covering the measuring cup filled with aqua regia with a piece of board. He then seized the gold, or that Lu Wei was holding with the pliers, scrutinizing it closely before inquiring, "Is this the only piece? Where are the others?" Su Guanglin coldly snorted, "Just this one? Do you take me for a fool? Given the amount of aqua regia, I can tell there's more than this. Keep chattering, and I swear I'll have them put your hand in it." As he spoke, several burly men mimicked the act of cracking their knuckles, clearly ready to resort to violence, threatening to plunge Lu Wei's hand into the aqua regia, a substance capable of dissolving even gold. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down Lu Wei's spine, yet he hesitated to act, his gaze shifting towards Zhang Jingye. Zhang Jingye, understanding the gravity of the situation, dare not deceive Su Guanglin. He plastered a smile on his face and personally retrieved the remaining piece of gold ore from the cabinet, presenting it with both hands before Su Guanglin. Brother Su, this is all that remains, which I stumbled upon online a few days ago without the chance to inform you. Since you are here in person today, it is best that you handle it yourself. Su Guanglin lifted both hands, taking the two pieces of ore, his expression one of disdain as he turned to Zhang Jingya. Do you realize this is naturally formed gold, ore? And you dare to suggest melting it down? Zhang Jingya, wearing a pained expression, quickly responded, No, it's all a misunderstanding. Su Guanglin scoffed, raising his hand to slap Lu Wei across the face, declaring, Get lost, you wasteful fool. When Zhang introduced you to me, I had some trust, but your character is utterly deplorable. Effective immediately, you are no longer employed at the sand factory. Leave at once, and do not let me see you again. He emphasized, remember at once. Lu Wei, startled and covering his face, felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. No, Brother Su, please let me explain. But Su Guanglin was in no mood for explanations, barking silence. Tomorrow I will send someone else. Zhang Jingya, I trust you understand my meaning. The implication was clear. Lu Wei was Zhang Jingya's responsibility, and he was to resolve the matter himself. Otherwise, if Su had to intervene personally, the consequences would be far more severe. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan rode joyfully through the desolate streets of the night. Moments ago, he witnessed Su Guanglin's sudden assault, which disrupted Lu Wei's plans and confiscated the gold where Lu Wei had hoarded. Were it not for the meager salary he relied upon, Tang Songyuan would have preferred to remain silent. Now, with Lu Wei caught in a bind and Su Guanglin delivering a fitting retribution, it was possible that Lu Wei might even lose his job, which filled Tang Songyuan with secret delight. The glimmering gold or nestle beneath his seat added to his satisfaction. After riding for over 10 minutes, Tang Songyuan arrived at a narrow alley near the city center of Blue City. He carelessly parked his battered second-hand motorcycle against the wall at the alley's entrance and glanced around cautiously before carefully extracting the neatly wrapped gold ore from beneath his seat. The vibrant yellow hue dazzled his eyes. It was truly gold. His heart raced at the prospect of newfound wealth. He eagerly fetched some water to wash the dirt off the surface of the ore. How exquisite it was! Just as he had envisioned. This piece of gold ore boasted high purity, resembling a resting tiger upon closer inspection, complete with a nose and eyes. After indulging in some appreciation, Tang Songyuan tucked the stone into his bedding, embracing it like a cherished treasure, more delightful than holding a beautiful woman. The following morning, he was stirred awake by the incessant ringing of his phone. Struggling to open his eyes, he glanced at the screen to discover a call from Su Guanglin. Hello. Su Zongtang, Songyuan greeted lethargically. Su Guanglin's voice revealed no trace of emotion. Still asleep? Come to my office at once. After hanging up, Tang Songyuan reluctantly rolled out of bed. His mind, still foggy from insufficient sleep, took a moment to gather the events of the previous day. With a mere thought, he activated his newfound ability of clairvoyance, revealing a clear view within a 50-meter radius. He observed a plump ant next door, tidying up Mr. Wang on the left feeding goldfish, and a recently moved young woman downstairs practicing yoga. The posture and angle evoked in Tang Songyuan an instinctual response, as if he had mastered a divine technique. At that moment, he discovered another feature of his ability, akin to viewing images on a phone, but far more powerful and comprehensive. After studying his newfound superpower for a while, he noticed a sticky sensation on his body, prompting him to deactivate his clairvoyance and shuffle into the bathroom in his slippers. Halfway through washing up, he noticed something peculiar in the half-length mirror. His skin appeared to have lightened considerably. Having worked on construction sites for an extended period and often staying up late, his complexion had been rather dark and his pores noticeably enlarged. Yet now, upon closer inspection, his pores had shrunk significantly and his skin looked remarkably fairer. More accurately, his facial structure seemed slimmer, enhancing his attractiveness. Could the metallic orb possess transformative properties for the human body? Contemplating this, Tang Songyuan scrutinized his reflection. To his astonishment, the slight belly fat accumulated from prolonged sitting had diminished considerably. Moreover, he felt as if he had grown taller, albeit not drastically. After admiring himself for a while, he felt a surge of satisfaction and tidied up. He securely hid the gold ore and locked the door before heading downstairs to ride his motorcycle to the gravel factory. Upon arrival, Tang Songyuan sensed an unusual atmosphere at the factory. Dismissing his concerns, he strode directly into Su Guanglin's office. Upon entering, he found Su Guanglin leisurely seated in an office chair, his feet casually propped on the desk. idly toying with a piece of gold, or while another lay quietly on the table. Xiao Tang is here. That's it. Su Guanglin greeted him with evident delight. Had it not been for Tang Songyuan's timely warning the previous night, he would not have had the opportunity to acquire such splendid pieces of gold, or Tang Songyuan, not one to stand on ceremony, took a seat and inquired, Su Zong, did you summon me for a particular reason? With a hearty laugh, Su Guanglin replied, I called you here to share some good news. He shook the gold nugget in his hand and remarked, last night, your report proved invaluable. Otherwise, Lu Wei would have squandered these treasures. This naturally formed gold nugget, while possessing a commendable gold content, holds a value that surpasses that of gold itself, particularly in terms of collectible worth, which can sometimes multiply by 3 to 5 times, or even tenfold. The audacity of Lu Wei to contemplate dissolving them in aqua regia was utterly appalling. As he spoke, he approached Tang Songyuan, patting him on the shoulder, and said, You're quite astute, my friend. However, you need not worry. I've already shown Lu Wei the door, and he will not trouble you again. Tang Songyuan replied, It was the least I could do. Thus, I shall authorize a note for you to collect 5,000 yuan from the finance department as a reward for your efforts. General Manager Su, your generosity makes me feel quite guilty, although the 5,000 yuan bonus seemed trivial compared to the 2 gold nuggets. Had he not also procured a larger and more valuable piece? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Songyuan finally spoke, Actually, General Su, I had intended to resign today. Su Guanglin's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow. What prompted such a sudden decision? I have just dismissed Lu Wei. In the future, an old associate of mine will manage the excavators. As long as your work is satisfactory, I assure you, your remuneration will not be lacking. Should Lu Wei dare to cause you any trouble, simply inform me, and I shall have Zhang Jingye deal with him personally. That is not the reason. Tang Songyuan hurriedly clarified. There's been an unexpected incident at home that I must attend to personally, hence my apologies, General Su. Given the mention of family matters, Su Guanglin wisely refrained from probing further. Should Tang Songyuan later seek his assistance, would he oblige? Thus, he conceded, Very well, I will notify the finance department. You may collect your wages shortly. Tang Songyuan's heart swelled with joy as he rose, exclaiming, Thank you, General Su. Just as he was about to depart, Su Guanglin called out to him again, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, You seem rather eager. You haven't also stumbled upon any gold nuggets, have you? Chapter 6. What brings you here? A jolt of apprehension surged through Tang Songyuan, yet he quickly regained his composure. Su Guanglin had merely spoken in jest, and upon reflection, he deemed it highly improbable. After all, this was a gold nugget, not a common pebble found by the riverside, easily collectible and of little worth. If it were that simple to find, it would not command such a high price. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively and said, No worries, you carry on. With an unperturbed smile, Tang Songyuan calmly exited Su Guanglin's office and made his way directly to the finance department. The finance office of the gravel plant was situated near the scale at the exit, where weighing, charging, and general financial transactions took place. Tang Songyuan knocked on the door, identified his purpose to the finance clerk, and presented the excavator key. General, Su has already made a call. The accountant took the key and placed it in her drawer, then calculated the outstanding wages for Tang Songyuan, finally stating, You worked 18 days this month, and with the bonus promised by Manager Su, the total is 9,008. If there are no issues, please sign here. 9,008, without any consideration for rounding off. Tang Songyuan silently scoffed, but dutifully signed his name. After collecting his wages, Tang Songyuan mounted his second-hand motorcycle, feeling no attachment to the place as he headed home. However, he had barely left the gravel factory when he was forced to slam on the brakes. Suddenly, 3 men emerged from the roadside greenery, their expressions menacing as they halted Tang Songyuan's motorcycle. The other 2 were unfamiliar, but the leader was Lu Wei. At that moment, Lu Wei wore a sinister expression. Wielding a wooden stick, his gaze fixed fiercely on Tang Songyuan. 3 against 1, Lu Wei exemplified a sense of unrestrained confidence. Tang Songyuan's heart sank. Could it be that his act of informing had been discovered? What happened to the promised confidentiality? Su Guanglin was utterly unreliable. What do you want? Tang Songyuan inquired, scanning the faces of the 4 men with a serious tone. Lu Wei snorted derisively. Stop with the pretentiousness. I'm asking you, were you the one who informed Su Guanglin about last night's events? Last night, Lu Wei had been unceremoniously dismissed in the dead of night, not only losing his wages, but also being thrown out of the gravel factory after receiving a beating from several burly men. Feigning confusion, Tang Songyuan retorted, Wasn't last night a holiday? Besides, what happened has nothing to do with me. Still pretending, Lu Wei glared, brandishing the stick at Tang Songyuan. You were the only one in the factory last night besides me. If it wasn't you reporting me, who else could it be? At that time, everyone else had been on leave, and only Tang Songyuan remained until midnight before he left. Shortly after, Su Guanglin had arrived, making him the prime suspect. Tang Songyuan kicked the stand of his motorcycle to park it securely, swiftly dismounting. Outnumbered and facing an aggressive group, remaining on the bike would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. Strange. I didn't see you after we had our late-night snack last night. How would I know what you did? Why would I report you? Tang Songyuan maintained a wary demeanor, continuing to defend himself. Unless you were up to something unsavory last night, like stealing? He had not witnessed Lu Wei's actions firsthand. His knowledge came from a vantage point that allowed him to see through several rooms. Stealing my foot. Lu Wei, consumed by rage, swung the stick towards Tang Songyuan's head. He had come with the sole purpose of causing trouble for Tang Songyuan, having received information about his presence at the gravel factory from Zhang Jingya. He had brought a few of his associates to confront him. Lu Wei had long harbored resentment towards Tang Songyuan, and now, having lost his job, his finances, and endured a beating, he was ready to settle both old and new scores. Yet Tang Songyuan was swifter in action. Scarcely had he finished speaking when he unhesitatingly delivered a powerful punch to Lu Wei's abdomen. This strike was infused with all of Tang Songyuan's pent-up fury. Thus he spared no effort, initially intending to remind Lu Guanglin of his promise as a means of intimidation. The situation had shifted dramatically with Lu Wei's unwarranted aggression and insolent words. Moreover, Tang Songyuan had long harbored disdain for this individual, and today he audaciously dared to confront him. There are limits to one's patience. Lu Wei emitted a muffled grunt, his body curling like a boiled shrimp as he involuntarily flew backwards, propelled a good 3 to 4 meters away. The stick he had been wielding slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. What an astonishing display of strength. Tang Songyuan was equally astonished by the sudden surge of power within him. Could this be one of the anomalies brought about by the metallic orb? Though his physique bore no apparent changes, the force he had unleashed was overwhelming. How dare that little brat strike first? The other 3, witnessing Lu Wei's humiliating ejection, cursed loudly and charged at Tang Songyuan, fists clenched and brimming with fury. Perfect. Just the opportunity to test my mettle. Rather than retreating, Tang Songyuan advanced, stepping forward and offering up his fists. Bang! Bang! 2 more resounding thuds echoed as Lu Wei's companions suffered the same fate as their leader. Their mouths twisted in agony. They staggered like marionettes with severed strings, crashing to the ground with another resounding thud. Clutching their chests, they cried out in pain, their expressions reflecting their suffering. The last remaining member, rooted in place, was effortlessly kicked aside by Tang Songyuan, landing helplessly by the roadside. How pitifully weak, Tang Songyuan mused, unable to suppress a triumphant sneer. The trio, nursing their wounds, gazed in terror at the formidable Tang Songyuan. How could he be so powerful? Tang Songyuan cast a disdainful glance at the other 3, declaring, I am only targeting Lu Wei. As for you 3, you are irrelevant. You may leave now, lest you find yourselves drenched in blood later. Don't say I didn't warn you. Fear-stricken, the 3 exchanged glances, then, as if granted a pardon, they hesitantly retreated. What do you intend to do? Lu Wei, his eyes wide with terror, leaned on the ground as he scooted backward. What do I intend to do? Tang Songyuan retorted with a menacing grin. You were the one who dared to ambush me in broad daylight, and you dare ask me what I intend to do? I ask you, what do you intend to do? With that, he closed the distance to Lu Wei, raising his foot to stomp on his abdomen. No, little Tang. Please listen, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Wei clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain. At that moment, he realized the gravity of his situation. He had underestimated Tang Songyuan's strength and sought assistance, hoping to exact revenge. Who would have thought Tang Songyuan would be so formidable? Had he trained at the Shaolin Temple? Now, any talk of misunderstanding was too late. With a scoff, Tang Songyuan leaned down, delivering a resounding slap across Lu Wei's face. Slap, slap, slap. Tang Songyuan unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Lu Wei's face, each strike akin to the force of a bowstring being drawn taut. Lu Wei's visage immediately swelled to the proportions of a steamed bun, his features contorted into a grotesque semblance, resembling that of a pig, devoid of any human semblance. Observing the blood trickling from his mouth and nose, Tang Songyuan felt a considerable portion of his pent-up wrath dissipate. Do not let me see your wretched self again. If you do, I shall strike you every single time. Tang Songyuan declared vehemently, standing to the side. Get lost. He spat disdainfully onto the ground before coldly stating. And then he mounted his second-hand motorcycle, starting the engine as he rode homeward. Lu Wei, one hand clutching his face and the other bracing himself against the ground, struggled to rise. As he gazed at Tang Songyuan's departing figure, he spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva in contempt. Are you all right, bro? Lu Wei inquired, pointing at his swollen head, which resembled that of a pig. Do I look like I'm fine? Hurry and take me to the hospital. We never anticipated that the little rascal you spoke of would be so formidable, one of his companions remarked with a grim expression. Had it not been for your association with Xiaoyong regarding job hunting, I would not have involved myself in this mess. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Wei was overcome by fury, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 7. The Law of Heaven and Earth. Upon returning to the alley, Tang Songyuan exchanged greetings with familiar neighbors. An elderly man shook his head with a sigh. The weather has turned cold. Even the fish are reluctant to bite. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly. I believe it is you who are feeling weak and fearful of the cold. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? The old man feigned a strike, but Tang Songyuan nimbly evaded with laughter. Upon arriving home, Tang Songyuan did not feel fatigued. Instead, he decided to search online for information regarding dog head gold and its selling channels. As dog head gold is a naturally occurring large gold, or its actual value surpasses that of an equivalent weight of gold. Those pieces with superior quality, depicting certain flora, fauna, or artifacts, possess collectible value, with some even fetching higher prices at auctions. The piece Tang Songyuan had discovered undoubtedly fell into this category, with a gold content exceeding 90% and resembling a reclining tiger. Such an exquisite specimen of gold would surely command a significant price. Wei Qing, a senior at Blue City No. 2 High School, consistently achieved above-average grades, her teacher often stating that she was on track for a top-tier university. Concerned, Tang Songyuan dialed her number. Hello, brother, what is up? Wei Qing's voice resonated from the other end shortly after. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, Isn't today Friday? I happen to be off work and prepare dinner at home. Has something at school delayed you? Rather than questioning her tardiness, he sought to understand if she was held up by any issues. What prompted you to pursue a part-time job? Tang Songyuan expressed his discontent. Your current priority should be your studies, preparing for next year's college entrance examination. Leave the earning to me. Ever since their adoptive parents passed away, despite lacking blood ties, the siblings had relied on each other, considering one another their only kin. Oh, I understand. Tang Songyuan, no longer insisting, said, Very well, do take care. A voice from the receiver, unmistakably that of Wei Qing, replied, All right, I understand. Just as Tang Songyuan was about to hang up, a sudden, piercing scream echoed through the phone, clearly indicating that Wei Qing had encountered an unexpected mishap, followed by the sound of her phone tumbling to the ground. The noise then grew chaotic, with coarse male voices, high-pitched female shrieks, and a medley of clamor intertwining. Faintly, Tang Songyuan discerned the sound of Wei Qing weeping, which abruptly ceased shortly thereafter. What on earth was happening? A wave of anxiety gripped his heart as he grew concerned for his sister's safety. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched the keys from the table, hastily locked the door, and rushed downstairs, mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards Shuefu Road. The distance to Shuefu Road from their residence was not significant, but Tang Songyuan, filled with urgency, quickened his pace. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the scene. As soon as he parked, he heard his sister Wei Qing exclaiming, Let me say this once more. It was you who wasn't paying attention while walking and bumped into me, damaging my phone in the process. I didn't ask you to compensate for my loss. Yet here you are, turning the tables and claiming I hit you. I was hardly moving while handing out flyers, for goodness sake. Hearing her voice, Tang Songyuan could not help but chuckle silently. Indeed, the two siblings had lost their parents at a tender age. If they were to cry over every little grievance, they would have been mercilessly bullied over the years. Consequently, Wei Qing's demeanor had gradually transformed from gentle to resolute, embodying a spirited Sichuan girl with a penchant for spicy food. What is your phone worth anyway? A crowd of around 10 onlookers had gathered, and the person engaging in a dispute with Wei Qing was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, brandishing several shattered objects resembling bracelets and vociferously declaring, This is authentic Burmese jade. Do you even know what jade is? While Tang Songyuan was not particularly well-versed in jade, he possessed an extraordinary ability to see through objects. Upon scrutiny, the so-called jade bracelets in the woman's hands were revealed to be mere glass fakes, devoid of any genuine jade. You claim it's worth over 100,000? Moreover, we have surveillance footage here. We can easily ascertain who collided with whom by reviewing the recordings, he retorted, gesturing towards the surveillance camera at the entrance of a nearby shop. The middle-aged woman remained unyielding, insisting, "Do we even need to check the footage? There are plenty of witnesses here who saw you bump into me, and look at my hand. I got a nasty cut from the fall. I assure you, I'm not someone to be trifled with." At this moment, a voice from the crowd chimed in. "You seem like a decent girl, yet your heart is utterly unyielding. You crash into someone and refuse to admit fault, and your words are so harsh." Others echoed, "Exactly. This could have been resolved with a simple apology and a bit of compensation. You are truly stubborn." The prevailing sentiment was that the weaker party was in the right, and the louder party was deemed correct. Upon reaching this point, Tang Songyuan furrowed his brows, directing his gaze towards the surveillance camera that was pointed at the scene, installed by a neighboring merchant. The transparent view allowed Tang Songyuan to discern the camera's conduit leading into the shop's interior. Resolute, he promptly purchased a pack of cigarettes and hastened toward the establishment. "Hello, may I inquire if your boss is present?" he asked upon entering. A man in his 30s, situated behind the counter, lifted his head and responded, "That would be me. How can I assist you?" Tang Songyuan extended a cigarette towards him, but the man politely declined. "I apologize for the interruption. The girl outside distributing flyers is my sister, and your surveillance is the only evidence that can exonerate her." Filled with urgency, Tang Songyuan succinctly outlined the situation and his request. To his surprise, the man appeared incensed, exclaiming, "I wondered why those people were loitering at my entrance. Just a moment. I will retrieve the footage for you." As he spoke, he began operating the computer at the counter to access the surveillance footage. In less than 2 minutes, the footage was successfully retrieved, and the man thoughtfully adjusted the screen's angle, inviting Tang Songyuan to view it alongside him. As expected, the footage revealed Wei Qing holding the flyers and engaged in a phone call at that moment. Coincidentally, a woman stumbled by, inadvertently knocking Wei Qing's phone to the ground. When the woman fell, she lamented the shattered bracelet for a brief 3 seconds, but upon noticing the cracked screen of Wei Qing's phone, her expression transformed into one of fierce hostility, exuding a determination to escalate the situation. Subsequently, she sat on the ground, tugging at Wei Qing's pants while vociferously accusing her. The shop owner slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Here, I will make a copy for you. Let us see how she can deny this." "Ah, I cannot express my gratitude enough," Tang Songyuan responded, watching the footage where Wei Qing, initially flustered by the woman's baseless accusations, eventually stood her ground against the surrounding onlookers and verbal assaults. A sense of unease settled in his heart. "Ah, I have another idea," the shop owner interjected as he was making the copy. With a chuckle, he gestured toward the large screen across the street, stating, "Do you see that big screen? I happen to know someone at the advertising company. We had drinks together yesterday. For just 500 yuan, he can loop the video for 10 minutes. Tang Songyuan pondered for 3 seconds, then produced his phone, asserting, "Money is not an issue. I need it broadcasted immediately. If it's 500, then it's 500. I still have some clout." The owner chuckled, pointing to the payment code at the counter. After settling the payment, the owner also sent a copy of the video to Tang Songyuan while calling the advertising company on his phone. Following a brief conversation, the representative readily agreed, requesting the shop owner to send them the footage as well. With a sense of relief, Tang Songyuan exited the shop, noticing that the crowd of onlookers had only grown. The elderly woman became increasingly agitated, squatting on the ground and weeping uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Is there still any law? Is there any justice? In broad daylight, someone has struck a person and damaged property, yet they bully an elderly individual. Oh heavens, is there no moral compass left?" Chapter 8. Purchasing a lottery ticket. Tang Songyuan immediately squeezed into the crowd, and with his current physical strength, he quickly made his way to the forefront. As he took out his phone to record the scene, he proclaimed loudly, "Madam, you are absolutely right. Whoever hits someone should compensate. Is that not the principle?" Seeing Tang Songyuan's towering stature, the elderly woman mistook him for her supporter and wiped her tear-streaked face, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. How can one not take responsibility after causing harm? What purpose does the law serve then?" Tang Songyuan laughed heartily and pointed at the large screen across the street, stating, "Let us all open our eyes and see clearly who truly struck whom. According to what has been said, if this lady was the one who caused the incident, then she should compensate the young girl for her phone. The truth cannot be fabricated, and lies cannot be disguised. Let's all await the outcome." Wei Qing's eyes lit up upon seeing Tang Songyuan's arrival, yet upon hearing his remarks, she cleverly pretended not to recognize him, refraining from greeting him while her gaze remained steadfast on the elderly woman, whose expression was far from pleasant. With Tang Songyuan's guidance, The gathered onlookers turned their attention to the commercial screen across the street. The footage revealed the moments leading up to the incident, showcasing Wei Qing cheerfully holding flyers and making phone calls. Subsequently, the elderly woman entered the frame, followed by her own fall and subsequent attempt to falsely accuse Wei Qing. The crowd witnessed her malicious demeanor, and several passers-by, not wishing to get involved, hurriedly left the scene, while many unsuspecting bystanders were drawn in by the elderly woman's outcry. How ironic! Wei Qing gazed at the screen, her eyes sparkling with admiration, though she was unsure how Tang Songyuan had managed this. Nevertheless, his sudden appearance and the revelation of the surveillance footage brought the truth to light, effectively reversing the situation. Her brother was truly remarkable. Hey, don't rush off, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, watching the video while simultaneously employing his keen observational skills to monitor the movements of the crowd, particularly that of the woman. He immediately spoke out to prevent her from leaving. She cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. At last, clarity emerged regarding the situation, and the onlookers were prepared to redirect their ire. The woman's intentions were truly nefarious, despite being the one who caused harm. She attempted to shift the blame onto the young girl. It is astonishing the variety of characters one encounters these days. Such behavior is undeniably a disgrace to our blue city. With the facts laid bare, it was time for her to promptly compensate the young girl with a new phone. Faced with the crowd's accusatory stance, the woman's face fluctuated between shades of green and white before she suddenly lashed out. Her phone is broken. But my bracelet is damaged too. Let each of us mind our own business and not trouble one another. And you people, what does this have to do with you? Truly, it's like a dog meddling in affairs that do not concern it. Her visage was grotesque, limping as she hurled insults. Awful, laughable, yet somewhat pitiable. The onlookers, where plight appeared favorable, were deemed righteous, when unfavorable, merely meddlesome. Tang Songyuan sneered, remarking, "How can this not concern us? Just moments ago, you were the one shouting from the ground, proclaiming for all to see that a young girl was bullying you. Yet now, it is clear that you are the one slandering first. Your vile countenance is being broadcasted on the large screen for all to witness. Do you think no one knows what you truly think? What do you mean?" The old woman retorted, clutching the shattered fragments of her bracelet, her face a mask of grievance. "All I know is my bracelet is broken, worth over 100,000. Just like that, it's ruined. Indeed, when compared, a bracelet worth over 100,000 far exceeds a mere mobile phone worth a few thousand. The loss of such an expensive bracelet was substantial enough. She need not persist in her unreasonable demands." "Young man, listen to me," an elderly gentleman interjected, attempting to mediate. "The young girl hasn't suffered much loss. Why not let this matter rest?" "Oh, so now the one who suffers the most is in the right?" Tang Songyuan Vito Gonli. "Just moments ago, you spoke of justice and accountability, yet now you dismiss reason?" The elderly man felt somewhat embarrassed and, raising his voice, insisted, "One should forgive when able. Young man, you have no stake in this matter. Why stir up trouble? Indeed, now even reason is disregarded." Tang Songyuan exclaimed, extending his phone towards Wei Qing. "Little sister, since your phone is broken and you cannot report it, use mine to call the police." Upon hearing that the matter could escalate to legal action, the woman's countenance soured, fear flickering in her eyes. She lowered her gaze, glancing around as if seeking a way to escape. However, her earlier ruckus had drawn a crowd, leaving her no opportunity for retreat. Her expression then shifted to one of fierce defiance. "Do not threaten me. I have a heart condition. Do you believe I want to collapse right here?" Tang Songyuan was not swayed by her theatrics, and through his perceptive gaze, he discerned that her heart was no different from that of an ordinary person, save for a minor ailment in her knee. Seeing her obstinacy, he promptly dialed the police. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. "Look, that woman is acting up again." Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing turned to see the old woman, at some point, squatting on the ground, clutching her chest in apparent agony, wailing, "Oh, my heart aches. Oh heavens, there is no justice. Two young people are bullying this elderly woman." As she lamented, she deliberately disheveled her hair, striving for maximum pitifulness. Witnessing her poor performance, Tang Songyuan felt a wave of disdain wash over him, unable to suppress a smirk. Was she attempting to portray herself as a professional scammer? The surrounding spectators began to see through her charade, pointing and whispering among themselves. Indeed, there exists a vast array of individuals, and is there not surveillance in place? One ought to act with greater sincerity. It is a matter that could have been resolved with a simple acknowledgement of fault, yet the situation has escalated unnecessarily. The atmosphere had momentarily reached a stalemate. with the woman continuing her lamentations, while Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing observed with detached interest. The crowd around them began to disperse, only to be replaced by new onlookers drawn to the scene. Approximately 10 minutes later, a police vehicle arrived and 3 officers disembarked. "Who made the call?" asked the lead officer, as the crowd parted to create a path. Tang Songyuan raised his hand and recounted the events succinctly. Throughout this, the woman persisted in her wailing, attempting to interrupt and refute Tang Songyuan's account. However, the accusations from the bystanders and the continuous playback of the incident on a large screen served to substantiate the truth. Upon hearing Tang Songyuan's narration, the lead officer surveyed the surroundings and stated, "Let us proceed in this manner. While this matter may seem minor, the current implications are rather unfortunate. You 3 will accompany me to the station for further inquiry." At this pronouncement, the woman's complexion drained of color, for she had no desire to visit the police station. In a desperate attempt to retract her previous statements, she exclaimed, "Officer, I was mistaken. It was indeed I who damaged the phone. I do not wish to go to the station." She wept and threw herself on the ground in a display of desperation. Witnessing her antics, the spectators shook their heads in disapproval. Had she known this would be the outcome, would she have acted so initially? Indeed, this was an embarrassing predicament for her. Refusing to take responsibility and even attempting to cast blame, she had brought this upon herself. Nevertheless, the matter had escalated beyond her control, and thus she, along with Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing, was taken to the nearby police station. Within the precinct, Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing provided their statements, while the woman was escorted to a separate interrogation room. She continued to weep and defend herself, seeking to evade accountability. However, when presented with the surveillance footage, her ability to fabricate excuses crumbled. "I was wrong. I am willing to compensate for the damages," she finally conceded, bowing her head under the weight of stern admonishments. Subsequently, Tang Songyuan and Wei Qing reconvened with her to discuss compensation matters. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the officers, the woman reimbursed Wei Qing for a new phone at its original price. She also settled the payment for Wei Qing's distribution of flyers and accompanied her to purchase a new device. As they rode home on a motorcycle, with Wei Qing seated behind him, she remarked, "Brother, I am so grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to handle such a situation." Upon reaching home, Wei Qing casually tossed her small handbag onto the shoe cabinet by the door, changed her shoes, and stepped inside. Observing the sumptuous spread that Tang Songyuan had prepared, her appetite was instantly piqued. He promptly reheated the now-cold dishes in the kitchen and cheerfully remarked, "As long as there is food, what more is there to ponder? Wash your hands. I will be finished shortly." Tang Songyuan served her a bowl of rice, advising, "Take your time eating. There is no one competing with you." Wei Qing flashed him a playful grin and cheerfully replied, "Thank you, brother." After finishing their meal, Wei Qing took the initiative to clear the table, while Tang Songyuan perused some information on his phone. Once Wei Qing had tidied everything up, Tang Songyuan set his phone down and remarked, "That piece of doghead gold is unlikely to be well received in a small place like Blue City. Even if it were to sell, it wouldn't fetch a good price. However, the situation is quite different in the Magic City. As the most economically advanced city in the country, a mere piece of gold or wooden tea create much of stir, but it would certainly command a better price." Wei Qing, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you going to do in the Magic City? Aren't you going to continue operating the excavator?" Tang Songyuan smiled faintly and replied, "Well, my previous job there has concluded, and my salary has been settled. The boss even gave me a bonus of 5,000 yuan. "Oh, I see." Wei Qing quickly grasped the crux of the matter. "But you haven't mentioned what you plan to do in the Magic City." Tang Songyuan, still unwilling to divulge his intentions or reveal his secret ability of X-ray vision, simply stated, "My trip to the Magic City is for other matters. But it's best not to pry into the specifics." He then pulled out 2,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Take this 2,000 yuan, go buy some new clothes tomorrow. I will transfer next week's living expenses to you via Alipay." Wei Qing was about to decline, insisting that such a large sum was unnecessary for clothes, especially since she had just bought a new phone. However, he insisted on placing the money in her hands, adding, "You should take on any part-time jobs in the future. I've told you before, as long as I'm here, I can fully support you through college. This is my wish and that of mom and dad." Brother. At the thought of their deceased parents, Wei Qing felt her eyes welling up. She nodded vigorously and said, "I understand, brother. You can rest assured." Tang Songyuan affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "All right, don't overthink it. Go review your studies." The next morning, Tang Songyuan intended to indulge in a bit of a lie-in. Having worked at the sand factory, his routine had been quite erratic, and he sought an opportunity to restore a semblance of normalcy. However, just after 8 o'clock, his sister Wei Qing pushed open his bedroom door. "Brother, are you awake?" Tang Songyuan squinted his eyes, reluctant to fully open them, and glanced at the excited Wei Qing. He lazily turned over and mumbled, "What time is it? Can't a person get some rest? It's past 8. We agreed to go shopping together today," Wei Qing replied, approaching him and shaking his unresponsive arm with a cheerful grin. "Hurry up and get up. I made breakfast, and we still need to go shopping afterward." Tang Songyuan understood that breakfast would consist of whatever leftovers remained from the previous night. He knew all too well that it would merely be a reheating of last night's meal, yet she had the audacity to claim she had prepared breakfast. "No, let me sleep a little longer, just a tiny bit," yet perhaps it had indeed been far too long since they last went shopping. As Wei Qing eagerly anticipated the day's activities, with all her strength, she tugged at Tang Songyuan's arm, determined to pull him out of bed. A year's plan lies in spring, and a day's plan lies in the morning. These are words you often shared with me. Tang Songyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and gazed at his sister with a mix of exasperation and affection. "Truly, I am at a loss for you. Typically, shopping is reserved for the afternoon or evening. Who would think of going out so early in the morning? Perhaps for groceries, it makes sense." "I don't care," Wei Qing exclaimed, her delicate face adorned with a spirited smile, as she playfully whined, "Brother, you know I haven't tea-shopped in ages. The last time was during the New Year." Tang Songyuan pondered this and realized she had a point. He could empathize with Wei Qing's current sentiment and prepared to ruffle her hair, intending to tell her to get up soon. However, Wei Qing suddenly shrieked, "Wow, brother. You that's wrong?" Tang Songyuan asked, bewildered. "Your muscles are so impressive," Wei Qing exclaimed, her expression animated and captivated as she pointed at his chest. "And your skin is so fair. I want to touch it." "You have no idea." A particularly skilled female classmate of mine once openly expressed her preference for muscular boyfriends. "How about I introduce you to her one day?" Tang Songyuan, who seldom wore pajamas, typically slept with his upper body bare. "What nonsense. You're too young to understand," he retorted. "Get out. I need to change and get up." After a leisurely breakfast, Tang Songyuan kept his promise and took Wei Qing shopping, purchasing her some new clothes and shoes. However, less than an hour into their outing, his attention was drawn to a nearby lottery shop. "Goodness, it's practically transparent. It would be remiss not to buy some lottery tickets," he thought, pulling Wei Qing toward the shop, leaving her a bit perplexed. "Brother, are you going to buy lottery tickets?" Tang Songyuan replied nonchalantly, "Just a few for fun." Wei Qing did not protest, but remarked, "Just a little playful distraction is fine. You know those lottery things are a scam." "Oh, you know quite a bit," Tang Songyuan teased with a smile. Wei Qing wrinkled her nose at him and said, "It's true. They say lotteries are based on statistics, not probability. Hoping to win a jackpot is more far-fetched than dreaming. It's like us playing rock, paper, scissors. If you win, I'll give you 10 million. If you lose, you only owe me $2. But the catch is, you have to go first." "Huh." Tang Songyuan found her amusing, but fell silent as he stepped through the lottery shop's entrance. Chapter 9. A modest gain before entering. Tang Songyuan activated his perceptive vision, thoroughly scanning the scratch-off tickets available within the store. He was already well aware of which tickets held the potential for winning. Some tickets offered $10 prizes, but their face value was also $10. Such options were not appealing to him. However, those with a face value of $15 or $20 that could yield 500 or 1,000 were his preferred choices. Scratch cards are redeemed instantly, unlike lottery tickets that require statistical draws, yet they heavily rely on luck. Once inside, he feigned casual observation while actually calculating how to discreetly procure those high-prize tickets without leaving a trace. Wei Qing, however, felt a twinge of concern. She tugged at Tang Songyuan's sleeve and gently advised, "Brother, perhaps it is best not to indulge in this. You work so hard for your earnings. It would be unwise to squander them. It's fine. Consider it merely a pastime." "I know what I'm doing," Tang Songyuan replied, casting a glance at Wei Qing, who trailed behind him. He feigned innocence and asked the shopkeeper, "How much for this?" The shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, donned black-rimmed glasses and sported a head of slightly sparse, wavy hair. "This one is 10, that one 15, and this one 20, she patiently explained, as the morning lottery shop remained sparsely populated. Tang Songyuan nodded, requesting the shopkeeper to present a selection for him. She readily complied, as shopkeepers earn commissions. The more they sell, the more they profit. Additionally, customers who win receive a 2% rebate, so it is generally permissible for customers to choose their tickets. Amidst Wei Qing's curious and perplexed gaze, Tang Songyuan selected a few tickets and then gestured towards the rack behind the shopkeeper, asking, "May I see that particular variety?" He had already discerned that among the stack on the shelf, one ticket held the highest value, capable of winning 8,000 upon scratching. "Oh, this is a new arrival. I haven't had the chance to display it yet." The shopkeeper wasted no time, promptly retrieving the stack of tickets Tang Songyuan had pointed out. Pretending to deliberate, he casually picked out the ticket that contained the grand prize. In total, he selected more than 10 tickets, paying 400 yuan. He then divided the tickets in half, handing one portion to Wei Qing, saying, "These are yours. Let us see who finishes scratching first." Wei Qing pursed her lips and replied, "All right, but just this once. Let it not become a habit." She was concerned that Tang Songyuan might become addicted to scratching, leading to unnecessary expenditure, especially considering how challenging it is to earn money these days. Tang Songyuan smiled in agreement. No problem. He requested 2 scratch tools from the shopkeeper, and the siblings settled at a small table to begin scratching. Tang Songyuan quickly finished, revealing a single winning ticket worth 200 yuan. Wei Qing, however, was slower, needing to scratch and simultaneously calculate her potential winnings based on the ticket's rules. Initially, she scratched 3 tickets without any success, casting a disgruntled glance at Tang Songyuan. Feeling disheartened as she lamented, "See? I told you so. Now I've lost dozens for nothing." With a huff, she tossed the losing tickets into a nearby trash bin, her disdain evident. Tang Songyuan, fiddling with his own tickets, remarked, "Oh, I'm merely broadening your horizons to prevent you from developing social anxiety." While scratching her tickets, Wei Qing scoffed, "I am not socially anxious. Would a socially anxious person distribute flyers?" Just then, her eyes widened in disbelief as she meticulously checked her ticket, her finger tracing the numbers while she murmured, 50, 100, 500, oh my heavens, I've won. With one hand clutching the ticket and the other excitedly gripping Tang Songyuan's sleeve, she exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "Brother, this lottery ticket won. The total prize amounts to 1,050 yuan, exclaimed Wei Qing, her face alight with joy. "Really?" Tang Songyuan feigned surprise as he inquired. Wei Qing, beaming with excitement, placed the winning ticket before him. "See for yourself." Afterward, she eagerly returned to scratching the remaining unsolved tickets, hoping to uncover more winnings. However, after revealing 5 more tickets, none yielded significant rewards, save for one that won 10 yuan. Initially, she had little hope, believing that winning over 1,000 yuan was the pinnacle of her luck, until she scratched off the last ticket. Brother, Wei Qing gasped, her breath quickening as she glimpsed the winning amount, tugging at Tang Songyuan's sleeve in urgency. With a smile, he leaned closer and asked, "What is it?" "This one won 8,000 yuan, Wei Qing whispered, as if fearing someone might overhear. Tang Songyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. Sister, your luck is incredible. It takes me a month of hard work, sleepless nights, to earn 8,000 yuan, and you scratch a ticket and win it just like that? When luck comes, it cannot be stopped." Delighted, Wei Qing laughed and asked, "Brother, how much did you win?" Tang Songyuan sighed, waving the only ticket he had. "This one won 200 yuan. Compared to your winnings, it's like heaven and earth." Wei Qing chuckled heartily, gathered all her winning tickets together, and pulled Tang Songyuan to his feet. "Let us go claim a prize." At the lottery shop, the owner marveled at their fortune but promptly exchanged their winnings. Tang Songyuan smiled as he watched Wei Qing happily receive her prize. However, she immediately handed it over to him, saying, "Brother, this is for you." "What for? This is your prize." He protested, but Wei Qing insisted, stuffing the money into the inner pocket of his coat and dragging him out. "What is yours of mine? I'm still a minor. What would I do with so much cash? Hurry, let us go buy clothes. It's already noon." Tang Songyuan understood her intent. Wei Qing felt he was the head of the household, responsible for managing the family finances. The following day, as they arrived at school, Tang Songyuan rode his bike to drop Wei Qing at the gate before turning around to find a lottery shop. Using the same method, he earned over 4,000 yuan. After visiting 4 or 5 shops, leveraging his extraordinary ability, he amassed a total of over 26,000 yuan. He had initially planned to continue his ventures, but as evening descended and the weekend crowd surged, he decided it prudent to refrain from drawing further attention. At 4 o'clock the next morning, Tang Songyuan rose early. After a brief wash-up, he grabbed his pre-packed luggage and hailed a taxi, heading straight to Yuzhou. Since the high-speed train from Blue City had yet to be operational, he needed a transfer in Yuzhou. The entire journey took 2 hours and 50 minutes, and upon arrival at the train station, he paid 300 yuan for the fare. Entering the ticket hall, He retrieved his ticket using the self-service machine with his ID. However, during the security check, a minor incident occurred. The gold nugget in his bag was detected, but since it did not exceed the prescribed weight, a brief inspection allowed it to be released promptly. At 7:30 in the evening, after an 11.5-hour journey, Tang Songyuan arrived safely at Hongqiao Station in Shanghai. Chapter 10. The Auction Path. That evening, he chose a budget hotel for a simple overnight stay. On Tuesday morning, Tang Songyuan, carrying a backpack weighing around 10 kilograms, began his search for an auction house in Shanghai to consign his gold nugget. Such high-quality gold nuggets are quite rare and lacking a selling channel. He sought a reliable auction house for consignment. His first stop was Tianqing Auction House, which he had discovered during his online research. The information indicated that this auction house handled a variety of auction items and would soon hold an auction. Eager to sell the gold nugget, Tang Songyuan considered Tianqing a commendable option. Following the online address, he found a location and inquired at the front desk. After examining the gold nugget he presented, the receptionist made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in his 50s with graying hair came out to greet him. After some polite conversation, Tang Songyuan learned that the man's surname was Zhang, and he was named Zhang Shihua, a truly rare gold nugget. Zhang Shihua focused intently on the treasure Tang Songyuan had brought, offering an insightful assessment. Natural gold, or is not exceedingly rare. However, specimens like this gold nugget, with high purity and excellent appearance, are indeed uncommon. What is even more remarkable is its resemblance to a crouching tiger, complete with both head and tail, exuding a semblance of the majesty of the king of beasts. Young man, to have found such a piece is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and inquired, "What price do you think such a gold nugget could fetch at your esteemed auction house, Teacher Zhang?" Zhang Shihua chuckled lightly, weighing the gold nugget with one hand, and remarked, "Although our auction house has not handled this category before, our clientele is extensive. With proper promotion, encountering an interested buyer, selling it for 10 million should be quite feasible." 10 million. While Tang Songyuan was aware of the considerable value of the gold nugget, he had never imagined it could reach such a lofty price. Yet, he maintained an impassive demeanor, as if he had anticipated this figure, and smiled faintly, saying, "That would indeed be splendid." The ensuing discussions between the two were quite pleasant, with Zhang Shihua praising the gold nugget Tang Songyuan intended to consign. They then prepared to sign the consignment contract, but upon reviewing the document, Tang Songyuan found the commission rate exceedingly unsatisfactory. "Teacher Zhang, this commission rate is rather high." "Isn't it? Is it high?" Zhang Shihua casually glanced at the contract and replied slowly, "In fact, it is not high at all. Young man, you must understand that to sell this gold nugget at a higher price, it needs to be categorized as an artwork. According to international conventions, the commission for art auctions is at least 10%. The commission stated in the contract is precisely 10%. In other words, if this nugget of gold is auctioned for 10 million, the Tianqing auction house will take 10%, amounting to 1 million, as their commission. This is quite exorbitant." Tang Songyuan muttered to himself, saying, "I apologize, Teacher Zhang, but such a high commission rate requires careful consideration. Just as one compares prices when purchasing goods, the same principle applies when selling. There is no reason to hang oneself on a single tree." Zhang Shihua raised an eyebrow and said, "I understand your sentiments, but to speak candidly, you might want to inquire further. In the entire auction circle of Magic City, Tianqing ranks among the very best in the country. Whether it be our clientele or the quality of our customers, few auction houses can rival us." Regardless of his words, Tang Songyuan had firmly decided not to sell for the time being. "Why don't you go and snatch that 10% commission for yourselves?" Seeing this, Zhang Shihua continued, "You might also consider that while commissions elsewhere might be lower, the selling price may not reach the heights we can achieve at Tianqing. For instance, while commissions elsewhere might only be 7 or 8%, the highest price you could fetch might only be 10 million. Yet here, you have the chance to sell for 12 million or even 15 million. The difference is substantial." "No, I do not understand, nor do I wish to," Tang Songyuan replied, a slight smile forming as he stowed away his gold nugget. "I will contemplate this carefully. For now, I shall take my leave." Zhang Shihua felt a twinge of regret, but did not press for him to stay. After departing from Tianqing Auction House, Tang Songyuan promptly made his way to his next destination, the Shanghai Auction House, which he had previously researched online and intended as a secondary option. Hello. Welcome to Shanghai Auction House." Upon entering, Tang Songyuan was greeted warmly by the receptionist. "May I ask, sir, are you here to consign items or to participate in our auction activities?" Tang Songyuan set down his backpack and replied, "I need to consign an item." With that, he opened his backpack to reveal the glimmering nugget of gold. The receptionist glanced at it, completed a brief registration of the item, along with his name and phone number, and then escorted Tang Songyuan to a meeting room, offering him a glass of water. "Please hold on, Mr. Tang. I will fetch our appraiser." Accompanying her was a tall and exquisitely poised beauty who caught Tang Songyuan's eye, compelling him to steal a second glance. However, he quickly redirected his gaze, fearing that lingering too long might be deemed inappropriate. The receptionist stood gracefully and said, "I apologize, Mr. Tang. Our appraiser for miscellaneous items is currently unavailable. This is our deputy general manager, who is also our finest auctioneer." The personal attention from the deputy general manager left Tang Songyuan somewhat taken aback. He rose to his feet, preparing to greet her courteously. However, the enchanting lady extended her hand first and said, "Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Yu Qingran." Clad in a meticulously tailored professional attire, Yu Qingran exuded a graceful and harmonious silhouette, her features delicately refined as if she had stepped out from a painting. Most commendable was her complexion, fair and flawless, seemingly capable of yielding dew with a mere touch. "Greetings, Manager Yu," Tang Songyuan said as he shook her hand, expressing his surprise at the breadth of her business acumen. Yu Qingran gestured for him to sit and took a seat opposite him, watching as the receptionist departed. With eyes that seemed to converse, she looked at Tang Songyuan and remarked, "The natural doghead gold, or is most precious for the form bestowed upon it by nature." She continued, "Yet, Mr. Tang, this piece of doghead gold, or, while embodying perfection in appearance and symbolism, does possess a few slight shortcomings, in my opinion." "How could I have missed that?" Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow slightly. Yu Qingran's lips curled into a subtle smile as she clarified, "Mr. Tang, you misunderstood. What I mean is that we should invite our skilled sculptor to create a dragon base for this piece using small leaf red sandalwood. Together, it would embody the concept of crouching tiger, hidden dragon, thus enhancing its symbolism. From my personal aesthetic perspective, I believe that jade would be the finest choice. However, it is regrettable that high-quality jade is exceedingly rare and valuable, making it challenging for our auction house to procure such exquisite materials. This is indeed a splendid idea," Tang Songyuan nearly exclaimed in admiration. "Whether it's the dragon coiling around the tiger or the hidden dragon with the tiger, merely adding a base crafted from precious wood or jade would undoubtedly enrich the cultural significance of the piece compared to a solitary doghead gold or, although there may be concerns regarding post-processing, the addition of a base would undoubtedly enhance the allure of the doghead gold or, unfortunately, such a substantial and high-quality jade is also scarce. Moreover, using fine jade to carve a base for a piece of gold or seems almost wasteful. How would the cost be calculated if we were to use small leaf red sandalwood?" While the idea is indeed commendable, Tang Songyuan remained concerned about the financial implications of the additional processing. Yu Qingran flashed a gentle smile, revealing two faint dimples as she explained. "The materials and processing costs are estimated to range from 100,000 to 500,000, depending on the craftsman's insights. However, we will cover the initial expenses and subsequently deduct them along with the commission after the auction success, so Mr. Tang need not worry." Tang Songyuan felt a stir of interest and inquired further, "What is your commission at Shangda?" His previous experience with Tianqing Auction House had left him dissatisfied with their commission structure, and he hoped that Shangda's fees would not be exorbitant. Yu Qingran replied candidly, "At Shangda, we adopt a dual commission model. Generally, we charge a 2% handling fee on the transaction amount for buyers, while sellers incur a commission of only 5%. Chapter 11, Big Deals. A commission of 5% is quite acceptable, and Yu Qingran has also proposed an auction plan that greatly satisfies him. This leaves Tang Songyuan at a loss for reasons to decline. For one cannot expect the auction house to sell items for free. Ultimately, Yu Qingran presented him with a business card, stating, "We will begin promoting Mr. Tang's treasure shortly, and it is scheduled to be featured in our auction on the 30th of this month. My assistant will inform Mr. Tang by phone." The 30th of this month is still a fortnight away. Tang Songyuan carefully stored the contract in Yu Qingran's card, rising to bid farewell, saying, "I appreciate your efforts." Yu Qingran smiled subtly, revealing two faint dimples, and replied, "It is my duty." Upon exiting the Shangda auction house, it was nearly noon. Raising his gaze, he noticed a lottery shop. With over half a month remaining until the auction for the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and considering his limited savings, Tang Songyuan pondered whether he should take advantage of the lottery shop. If he were to act, he resolved not to engage in trivial pursuits as before, but rather to aim for a substantial win, something in the range of tens or even hundreds of thousands. Having made up his mind, Tang Songyuan immediately set his plan into motion. The first step involved taking out his phone, feigning distraction as a casual passerby, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, and inadvertently strolling past the lottery shop. In truth, he activated his enhanced perception, swiftly scanning the interior for a potentially winning ticket. After spending over 10 minutes, he discovered that the largest prize in this shop was a mere 5,000. What a waste of expression. Tang Songyuan internally scoffed, then hopped on a nearby, shared bicycle, racing toward the next location. While pretending to be preoccupied with his phone, he had already located the address of the nearest lottery shop via Baidu Maps. Today, he embodied a persevering spirit, displaying an attitude of relentless determination. He continued his search from shop to shop, and finally, around 4 in the afternoon, after exploring 17 lottery stores, Tang Songyuan found his target for the day. It was a modest establishment, and within the counters lay a scratch-off ticket, which was precisely the grand prize he had been yearning for. The winning amount reached a staggering 1 million. Indeed, diligence does not go unrewarded. Thrilled internally, Tang Songyuan quickly masked his excitement, returned the shared bicycle, and strode confidently inside. "Boss, I'll take 10 of these." Upon entering, he acted like an ordinary lottery player, observing briefly before pointing at one of the varieties. After paying, he received the tickets and began scratching them at the counter. After finishing the 10, only 3 tickets revealed a prize, totaling a mere 40 yuan. This left him somewhat dissatisfied, prompting him to switch to a different variety, saying, "I'll take 10 of these as well. This one has 21 tickets." The boss kindly reminded him as he counted out 10 tickets from the counter. Without hesitation, Tang Songyuan scanned and paid, receiving another 10 tickets. This time, luck was more favorable. He scratched off a total of 200 yuan, just enough to break even. "Not too shabby." Tang Songyuan praised with a chuckle and requested, "Please provide me with 20 more tickets." Unsurprisingly, among those remaining 20 tickets lay the one with a grand prize of 1 million. Tang Songyuan did not claim the winnings, merely paying 200 yuan to secure that coveted ticket. This time, he refrained from scratching it off in front of his boss. Instead, he sauntered over to a small table nearby and leisurely revealed the ticket. Indeed, it was the $1 million jackpot. The foresight of his extraordinary skill had not deceived him. As he unveiled the most precious ticket, Tang Songyuan confirmed the winning amount according to the ticket's instructions, his heart swelling with euphoric delight. "I must keep this safe." Tang Songyuan gently rubbed his cheeks to maintain his composure, then gathered the remaining winning tickets to approach his boss for redemption. His boss, setting down his phone, scanned each ticket with a barcode reader. A total of 60 yuan was won. The boss, somewhat regretful, inquired, "Would you like to continue?" "No more playing. Let us redeem." Tang Songyuan replied with a subtle shake of his head, his dissatisfaction evident. The grand prize of 1 million needed to be claimed at the lottery center, and thus he had no intention of cashing in here. After the redemption, he discreetly pinched the ticket concealed within the lining of his coat and hailed a taxi. "To the lottery center, please." The taxi driver, a man in his 30s, started the meter and asked, "Which lottery center?" Tang Songyuan pondered for approximately 3 seconds before responding. "The nearest one." The driver chuckled knowingly and remarked, "Ah, young man, have you struck it lucky? 1 million may seem substantial to the average person, but in a cosmopolitan city like Shanghai, it might be just a drop in the ocean." Noticing Tang Songyuan's reluctance to elaborate, the driver remained silent and focused on driving. At precisely 5:05 p.m., Tang Songyuan arrived at the entrance of the lottery center. After a brief inquiry, he soon met the director of the Welfare Lottery Center. "Oh, you won 1 million on a scratch-off?" The director confirmed the ticket Tang Songyuan handed him with keen scrutiny before breaking into a smile. "Indeed, you have won 1 million. Your fortune is quite remarkable. May I ask which lottery store you purchased this from?" Tang Songyuan truthfully relayed the information and then inquired, "Can I redeem this today?" "In principle, you can," the director replied, though a trace of hesitation crossed his face. "However, regrettably, the finance department has already closed for the day." Tang Songyuan glanced at the wall clock. It was barely past 5. How can the finance department close so early? He wondered, bemused by the director's apparent certainty without verification. It felt rather trivial. Sensing Tang Songyuan's discontent, the director cheerfully suggested, "How about this? Leave your number, and I'll arrange for someone to assist you with the redemption first thing tomorrow morning. What do you think?" "I still don't quite understand why we must wait until tomorrow." Tang Songyuan expressed his continued dissatisfaction. The director's smile remained intact as he handed the ticket back to Tang Songyuan along with a piece of paper and a pen, slowing his speech as he continued. It appears that the young man still does not fully grasp my intention. Allow me to clarify. It is not my intention to make things difficult for you by withholding your prize today. Our lottery center operates on the principle that anyone presenting this ticket will be rewarded without reservation. However, dear young man, it is truly inconvenient today. My words have been quite clear, and even someone as obtuse as Tang Songyuan must have discerned the underlying message and the intricacies involved. One must understand that the winnings dispensed by the lottery center represent a legitimate and tangible source of income. Such a considerable and lawful income is not readily available, and the director before him holds the key to this particular avenue. Judging by the manner in which he spoke, this is likely not the first instance of such dealings. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, nodded, and jotted down his phone number, saying, "I believe I understand." Chapter 12. A familiar encounter in a foreign land. As night descended, Tang Songyuan leisurely indulged in desserts and coffee at a CAF not far from the lottery center. Merely half an hour prior, he had stepped out of the lottery center when an unfamiliar call arrived on his mobile, expressing a desire to purchase the lottery ticket in his possession. The coffee, though delicately smooth, did not entirely please Tang Songyuan, as he found it slightly bitter. Just as he was nearing satisfaction with his meal, a young woman clad in a gray-blue wool coat approached his table. After assessing him from head to toe, she initiated the conversation. "Hello, are you Mr. Tang?" Quite prompt. "Tang Songyuan Ziplit, no ding." "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" The woman responded. "We spoke on the phone earlier. My surname is Lu Qing Lu." Lu Qing Lu appeared to be around 24 or 25, with striking brows and almond-shaped eyes, her hair styled in a bun, exuding both beauty and competence. Tang Songyuan gestured to the seat opposite him with a slight smile, saying, "Miss Lu, please take a seat." After surveying the setting, which offered a degree of privacy, she gracefully sat down, summoned a waiter to order a cup of Blue Mountain coffee, and then turned to Tang Songyuan, speaking directly. "Mr. Tang, may I confirm the lottery ticket in your possession that has a prize of 1 million? There's no need to hand it to me. You may keep it," she added. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow and retrieved the ticket from his coat pocket. Lu Qing Lu quickly verified its authenticity and remarked, "That is sufficient. According to regulations, should you claim the prize yourself, Mr. Tang, a 20% tax will be deducted, amounting to 200,000. Therefore, I suggest you consider selling this ticket to me at the same value as the prize. This way, you can perfectly avoid the loss incurred by the tax." Her proposition was indeed considerate of my interests. Tang Songyuan mused internally, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he declared, "I stand by my previous statement." "I decline." Lu Qing Lu raised an eyebrow slightly, pressing further. "Why is that? Do you believe the offer is insufficient?" "Not enough. I can certainly add more." Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and remarked, "It is not merely a matter of money. I just checked, and such endeavors carry significant risks. If something goes awry, it could result in 1 to 3 years of trouble. I am offering you my funds, which are entirely legitimate, only to take over a batch of dubious wealth. This venture appears rather unwise. Moreover, the other party is acquainted with the director of the lottery center and employs the same method. What's to say they won't procure the winning ticket? Regardless of her ultimate aim in purchasing this lottery ticket, it bears no relevance to me. Furthermore, it is unnecessary, with my newfound ability to see through things. Opportunities to earn will abound. Here is your coffee. Please enjoy." The server gently placed the steaming cup of coffee before Lu Qing Lu, who delicately stirred it with a petite spoon. Once the server departed, she furrowed her brow slightly and stated, "I can assure you, there will be no issues in this regard." Tang Songyuan chuckled again and replied, "Your assurances hold no value with me. To be candid, while my wealth is not considerable, I still prefer my money to be untainted. Like many from the lower strata of society, we may be poor, but we possess a certain dignity." Lu Qingliu's gaze became momentarily vacant before a smile of apology graced her features. "I apologize, I was a bit hasty. You are absolutely correct, and your approach is indeed the right one. I shall not impose further." With that, Lu Qing Lu rose to leave, casually paying the bill on her way out. The following morning, Tang Songyuan returned to the lottery center to claim his prize. This time, Director Zhang did not give him any trouble and promptly awarded him his winnings after deducting 20% for the personal income tax on unexpected gains. The 1 million he had initially received was reduced to 800,000. However, combined with his previous modest savings and future lottery winnings in Blue City, he was merely a few tens of thousands away from that monumental milestone of 1 million. Moreover, with the prospect of earning 10 millions or even 100 millions, it was his newfound ability to see through things that allowed him to dream so audaciously. Otherwise, he would still be toiling for a living. Upon exiting the lottery center, Tang Songyuan began to leisurely wander through the bustling metropolis. Having made this rare visit, he felt compelled to bring a gift for his sister, Wei Qing. After selecting a suitable present, that evening, he decided to indulge himself by booking a hotel room costing 1,380 per night. He had anticipated a level of service that was attentive and meticulous, akin to a gentle spring breeze, but was met with nothing of the sort. The room, however, was indeed more opulent than he had envisioned. Contemplating the experience of rooms priced at 8,008 or even 88,000 per night left him curious. After a refreshing shower, Tang Songyuan discovered a pink card wedged under his door. The card featured an alluring image of a seductive woman, and as a 23-year-old virgin, the thought of merely dialing a number for a night of passion stirred his blood. After much internal conflict, he resolutely tore the card into pieces and discarded it into the trash bin. What if it were a scam? What if it was a trap? Lacking experience in such matters, Tang Songyuan ultimately chose to forego the temptation, considering the potential negative outcomes. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake. What is it like to have the power of insight during such a time? To witness the intimate performances of neighbors up close and personal? As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds wisdom. He is still an ordinary person, after all, so how could he not be curious? The following morning, while he was scrolling through his phone and waiting in line to purchase a ticket, a large hand suddenly pushed him from behind, nearly causing him to stumble. Liangxiu, what on earth are you doing here? Behind him stood a face adorned with a mischievous grin. This man, Liangxiu, was a high school classmate of Tang Songyuan. During their school days, the two shared a close bond, but after graduating, Tang's family encountered misfortunes, leading him to pursue a career in excavation. In contrast, Liangxiu smoothly transitioned to university, and after several years, it was unexpected to reunite here. Though years had passed, Liangxiu had not changed much. Even the faint trace of that familiar grin remained. With hearty laughter, Liangxiu grabbed his hand and led him outside, casually remarking, "Hey, just trying to make a living." Tang Songyuan had gathered some information about Liangxiu's current situation. He knew that Li was working at a trading company, accompanying his boss on business ventures, and that this trip to the metropolis was work-related. While running business was commonplace, Tang Songyuan was eager to learn more about Liangxiu's specific role. Do you know about stone gambling? It involves cutting stones to see if they contain jade. Liangxiu suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. Tang Songyuan was somewhat familiar with jade gambling. Back in school, he had read numerous novels on the subject, and with the current prevalence of short videos, he had come across many related clips. However, his understanding of the industry was superficial, leaving him with a sense of ambiguity. He expressed his surprise with a chuckle. "You've really made a name for yourself, haven't you? Stone gambling, isn't something just anyone could dabble in." Liangxiu replied with a grin, "Of course. I don't play myself, but my boss has been in the stone business for decades. He is a distant uncle of mine, and after I graduated, my father put in a lot of effort to help me assist him, hoping I could learn something in the process. At least it counts as a skill." Tang Songyuan pondered his own ability to see through objects, realizing it was tailor-made for the realm of stone gambling. While players in this field relied on experience to discern, he could effortlessly penetrate the veils of mystery with his insight. Though he held no particular interest in stone gambling, he felt an irresistible draw towards the prospect of earning money, and he began to look forward to the evening's jade appraisal event. Perhaps, with his extraordinary ability, he could make a significant profit. "Oh, so there's a stone gambling scene in the metropolis?" Tang Songyuan inquired, puzzled. "And your boss conducts business in Ruili, yet comes to the metropolis for stone gambling? It feels akin to transporting coal from Pingding Mountain to sell in Datong." Liangxiu scoffed slightly. "You wouldn't understand. The stone gambling industry involves a network. The Jade Circle is actually quite niche, with very few true insiders. This gathering is more about mutual respect among colleagues in the field. Shanghai is undoubtedly the most prosperous city in the country, and naturally, it hosts a circle dedicated to gambling on gemstones. However, these gatherings are predominantly private affairs, attended by those possessing a keen eye and a modicum of luck, as they engage in high-stakes betting on raw jadeite. Should fortune smile upon one, and they manage to unearth a piece of Imperial green jade, they could find themselves wealthy overnight. The term full gamble material refers to unprocessed jadeite raw stones, where one must assess the internal quality solely based on the outer skin and the play of light. Additionally, there are also clear materials and semi-clear materials. With a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, Tang Songyuan remarked, "Why must one become rich overnight? If it were me, I would be content with 10 nights." Liangxiu paused momentarily, then regarded him with an enlightened expression, playfully punching his firm chest and chuckling. "Rest assured, with your current physique. I would ensure you don't miss such an opportunity. As evening descended, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu finished their dinner, and Li Yangqiu led Tang Songyuan to the gemstone appreciation gathering he had mentioned. The venue resembled an industrial park, devoid of towering skyscrapers, replaced instead by factories and warehouses that dotted the landscape. Upon arrival, Tang Songyuan was introduced to Li Yangqiu's cousin and employer, Song Zhenghua. "Uncle, this is my classmate Tang Songyuan. I happened to run into him today and thought I'd bring him along to broaden his horizons," Li Yangqiu said, addressing a portly middle-aged man. Tang Songyuan greeted him with a polite hello, "Uncle," maintaining a modest demeanor, refraining from glancing around or speaking excessively. Song Zhenghua, not particularly tall, wore a perpetually cheerful smile. Were it not for his hair, he could easily be mistaken for a reincarnation of Mithra Buddha. "Ah, a friend of Xiaoqiu," he exclaimed, scrutinizing Tang Songyuan with a smile as warm and welcoming as Mithra's. "No worries, it is quite beneficial for young people to gain experience. The threshold for such appreciation gatherings is not high, and while they may not yield exceptional finds, feel free to explore at your leisure." Li Yangqiu chuckled and nudged Tang Songyuan, saying, "Thank you, uncle. I'll take him around shortly." Under Song Zhenhua's guidance, the two smoothly entered the venue. Though referred to as a gathering hall, it lacked even a single table. Instead, it was a spacious area where stones were placed 2 to 3 meters apart. The stones varied in size and shape, some weighing dozens or even hundreds of pounds, while smaller ones weighed around 2 to 3 pounds. Notably, in front of each stone stood a sign detailing its origin and weight, along with other fundamental information. By this time, the venue was already populated with numerous attendees, who seemed quite accustomed to the setting. They squatted casually on the ground, scrutinizing the stones that piqued their interest. Almost all were equipped with powerful handheld flashlights, intermittently directing the beams onto the stones or shifting their angles, as if attempting to see through the stone surfaces. Some even utilized their bottled water, sprinkling a small amount onto the stones, their expressions focused and brows furrowed in deep contemplation. In the outermost periphery, one could observe a group of robust men clad in tailored suits, each adorned with identical walkie-talkies, presumably the security personnel appointed by the organizers. "You all may wander freely. You are aware of my rules," Song Zhenghua remarked, his gaze already fixated on the various stones. He slightly nodded, adding, "Go ahead." Li Yangqiu exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Songyuan, and together they meandered through the exhibition. "Do you know where these stones originate?" Li Yangqiu inquired as they strolled. Tang Songyuan, somewhat irked, gestured dismissively toward the placards positioned before the raw stones, stating, "Myanmar, it's all written here, isn't it?" "Of course, I am aware that it is Myanmar," Li Yangqiu retorted, "but I meant the specific site of extraction. Do you comprehend what I mean by site?" Tang Songyuan, caught off guard, displayed a look of realization. Li Yangqiu continued, "In truth, many regions around the world produce jadeite, yet only Myanmar yields gemstones of this caliber. To be precise, only the small town of Pakong is renowned for such exquisite jadeite. The term site refers to the precise location from which jadeite is harvested, as each site produces stones with distinct characteristics. Many seasoned stone gamblers can identify the origin of a raw stone at a mere glance, without the need for further introduction." Feeling slightly exasperated, Tang Songyuan interjected, "I have a friend who has been an electrician for over 20 years. He can ascertain the presence of electricity merely by touch. I still do not grasp the purpose of this appraisal event that only commences at night," he added. "You might not understand," Li Yangqiu chuckled, pulling out a small flashlight to illuminate the surroundings. "The evening's dim lighting allows for a more comprehensive and direct observation of how the raw stones perform under various light conditions. See, others are doing just that." He gestured toward those examining stones with flashlights. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, activating his vision of perception, pondering, is such complexity truly necessary? I could discern their quality even with my eyes closed. Chapter 14. The risks are great. With his enhanced vision, the seemingly mundane stones scattered on the ground transformed dramatically. More precisely, it was the internal structure of the stones that exhibited stark contrast to their exteriors. Some stones appeared dark and unremarkable on the outside, yet their interiors brimmed with a lustrous quality, occupying a significant portion within, leaving only a rocky shell. Others, despite their considerable size, contained a slender color band the width of a thumb that stretched to the core. Still, others showcased a vibrant array of colors, intermingling whites and greens, resembling a meadow under the gentle haze of spring rain. Even Tang Songyuan, lacking in knowledge, recognized the futility of such stones. Meanwhile, Li Yangqiu had already taken up his flashlight feigning interest in a stone that attracted little attention. This particular stone weighed approximately 4 to 5 pounds. Its outer surface a deep blue-black, adorned with a layer of what appeared to be fine wax, a glossy, translucent sheen. Upon the stone, there exists a series of white numerals that intrigued Tang Songyuan, particularly as some areas of the stone bore several concentric circles, likely indicating the predicted or estimated positions for the jade. The adjacent perspective view also provided an appraisal. Raw stone number 857, sourced from Owanjiji, weighing 28 kilograms. It contained unrefined, glutinous ice jade, interspersed with fruit-green flecks of Mowanjiji pine flower material, with images provided solely for reference. Li Yangqiu observed for a moment, beckoning to Tang Songyuan with an air of seriousness as he remarked, "Brother, look at this stone. It is replete with pine flowers, and observe here." He directed a small flashlight at a sesame-sized speck on the stone, exclaiming, "This is what we refer to as the jade's quality." Tang Songyuan had already discerned that this raw stone indeed possessed jade quality. However, upon deeper inspection, the quality was not fully revealed, as the interior was densely populated with numerous sesame-sized green dots. He crouched down, preparing to casually agree, when a burst of laughter erupted nearby. Can that even be considered quality? As the old saying goes, better to gamble on a single line than a wager on a vast expanse. If you cut open something so laden with green flowers, prepare to weep. The speaker was a man in his 60s, who had been examining an adjacent stone and could not resist chiming in after hearing Li Yangqiu's comments. Li Yangqiu looked up, his eyes lighting up in surprise as he exclaimed, "Boss and I, what brings you here?" The tone suggested familiarity. Boss and I chuckled lightly, replying, "If you can come, why can't I? Your uncle brought you in, didn't he? My uncle is over there." Li Yangqiu pointed and then introduced Tang Songyuan. "This is Boss and I Dahong, who, like my uncle, engages in jade trading in Rueli." Tang Songyuan greeted him respectfully, addressing him as Boss and I. "Jade trading?" Boss and I retorted. "I am merely an old man who enjoys stones, quite different from your uncle, who is fixated on profit." Indeed, Li Yangqiu astili affirmat, adding, "This gentleman is my old classmate. I brought him in to broaden his horizons. If what I said was inaccurate, please do not take offense." However, Boss and I shook his head. "I want to take offense. It's nothing to broaden one's horizons, but as an old man, I merely wish to offer a word of caution to prevent you from falling into a pit." Li Yangqiu smiled awkwardly, responding, "Your wisdom is invaluable. Thus, this stone is essentially doomed, and even if I had the desire, I lack the means." Boss and I wore an expression of a teachable youth, thereafter remaining silent as he intently examined the raw stone in his hand. Tang Songyuan focused his gaze on the stone Boss and I held, which presented an overall grayish-yellow hue, its surface smooth yet subtly adorned with black patterned speckles. The stone shell similarly featured several concentric circles and numeric identifiers. Unfortunately, 2 prominent fissures marred its surface. However, within the perspective view, the stone's interior indeed revealed a cluster of lustrous, nearly flawless jade, bisected by a significant crack that aligned with an ancient fissure on the stone's exterior, effectively dividing the inner jade in two. Another crack penetrated merely 1 centimeter before abruptly halting, leaving the integrity of the jade intact. Even when divided into 2 pieces, it still contained enough material to yield 3 or 4 bangles. It was indeed a fine specimen. They also provided an appraisal, Moksha waterstone, number 218, weighing 36 kilograms. It contained 12 kilograms of icy jade and 9 kilograms of glutinous icy jade, with transparent sections adorned with greenish floral patterns. Li Yangqiu observed Old Ni's intense focus and couldn't help but lean in closer. Old Ni cast a glance at him and remarked, "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you." Li Yangqiu shook his head, responding, "That's agreeable, as long as you do not insist on me marrying your granddaughter." A chuckle escaped Tang Songyuan, who nearly burst out laughing, pondering what misfortune had befallen this fellow. Unfazed, Old Ni gestured with his flashlight, directing Li Yangqiu's attention to a specific area. "I don't know how your uncle taught you, but when we examine the quality of water jade, we look for this kind of halo under the light. The clarity of this halo indicates the quality of the stone's interior." He continued, "Remember, a stone with a vibrant, clear glow signifies superior quality, while a dull, murky glow indicates inferior quality." He then angled the flashlight toward another side of the stone, saying, "Do you see how much clearer this area is? This side appears muddled and disordered." Li Yangqiu nodded in acknowledgement and admiration, while Tang Songyuan, utilizing his own, confirmed the observations Old and I had made. finding them to be largely consistent with his own insights. It seemed that the art of stone gambling had indeed produced many skilled practitioners and well-guarded secrets over the centuries. Yet, it was clear that none could rival the prowess of one equipped with. Truly remarkable, Li Yangqiu exclaimed. If we go by what you say, old and I, a quality stone can command a price tenfold. This half of the stone should be valued at least 2 to 300,000 per kilogram, while the other side may only be worth 30 to 50,000. Old and I nodded in agreement. You're only half correct. What about the cracks and inclusions? There are 2 significant cracks on this side. Li Yangqiu laughed. The cracks in water stones generally do not extend deeply. This is common knowledge. I estimate this stone shouldn't exceed 120,000, allowing for a profit margin of 1 to 2 times. Any higher, and the risks escalate. While Li Yangqiu appeared bewildered, Tang Songyuan discerned an underlying implication and teasingly remarked to his friend, "This old man is trying to ensure you make a decent profit, so you can swiftly pursue his unmarried granddaughter." To be honest, Li Yangqiu was quite presentable and exuded a certain shrewdness in his dealings. He chuckled, "Come on, I have a girlfriend. Not to mention, I haven't even met his granddaughter. Even if she were a celestial beauty, I could never betray my current relationship." Tang Songyuan chuckled twice, saying, "Just beware that nothing escapes the law of true attraction." Chapter 15, 7 Parts Luck. After wandering for over an hour, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu had thoroughly examined nearly all the raw stones on display. I have gained a basic understanding of the stone gambling appreciation event. However, no one else has come forward to provide insights. Tang Songyuan, relying on his unique ability to perceive, is well aware of the jade materials on site. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention this way. At this moment, a robust man in his 30s or 40s, his face glowing with health, approached the central podium holding a microphone. He is likely either the host or a representative of the organizers. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Fang Hongi. First and foremost, as the organizer, I extend a warm welcome to all our friends who have traveled from afar. Today, many old acquaintances have come to see me, alongside numerous new faces. Nevertheless, I am delighted to witness our industry continuously infused with fresh blood. After an hour and a half of observation, I trust you have gained a general understanding of the raw stones we have provided. Therefore, we shall now proceed with the auction of these jade raw stones. The purpose of the organizers in hosting such a stone gambling appreciation event is not merely to invite everyone to take a look and leave. Ultimately, they hope to sell these stones. The crowd began to gather closer to the podium, and among them, a portly middle-aged man cleared his throat and, smiling, addressed Fang Hongi. "Hongi, the quality of this batch of stones is truly remarkable. I am astonished that the Fang family has quietly amassed such fine goods this time. It has certainly caught my attention." Mr. Han smiled and nodded, but did not elaborate further. Fang Hongi's gaze swept across the audience once more before he continued. "Before we commence the auction, I would like to assure our esteemed guests of 2 points. First, all these jade raw stones have been meticulously selected from major sites in Myanmar, thus guaranteeing a certain level of quality. Secondly, we have provided ample security for this auction, allowing everyone to showcase their skills freely. Additionally, we have arranged transportation and accommodation for our guests. Should anyone require rest, do not hesitate to ask. Finally, I wish everyone a delightful evening ahead." As Fang Hongi spoke, Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu joined Songjinghua. "Cousin, I also wish to participate in the auction." Following the suggestion from Old Man and I, Li Yangqiu had identified his target and planned to take a chance. Songjinghua raised his eyebrows slightly and, with a casual yet relieved smile, said, "It's fine to play around, but you should manage it yourself." Li Yangqiu nodded, then proceeded with Tang Songyuan to pay a deposit of 50,000 and received a bidding number, a necessary step to participate in the auction. Tang Songyuan followed suit, paying the deposit and acquiring a similar bidding number. Li Yangqiu paused for a moment, turned to him in surprise, and asked, "You wish to join in as well?" Tang Songyuan's gaze conveyed seriousness as he replied, "Yes, my luck has been quite favorable lately, and I intend to test the waters. Rest assured, I know my limits." "This isn't merely a matter of luck," Li Yangqiu urged, slightly anxious. "Newcomers in this realm are bound to be taken advantage of, and I have some understanding of this." "Your situation is." Tang Songyuan's lips curled slightly as he remarked, "Did you not just say that 7 parts rely on skill while 3 parts depend on luck? I have assured you that I will exercise discretion, so rest easy. If you disagree, I shall simply procure another number." Li Yangqiu hastily replied, "Enough, enough. I am truly intimidated by you. How did I never realize you were such a gambler?" With a chuckle, Tang Songyuan countered, "Your assertion is mistaken. One does not gamble for the sake of gambling. Enough chatter. Let us hasten. The auction is about to commence. The venue was bustling with activity as staff members busied themselves. Some were arranging chairs while others utilized trolleys to transport the raw stones previously laid out on the ground to the backstage. After a little over 10 minutes, the area was tidied, chairs were set, and guests began to take their seats. The much-anticipated auction was on the verge of beginning. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu settled next to Tang Songyuan, who had taken note of the fact that old Ni was seated in the front row. The first raw stone was presented. Fang Hongyi offered a brief introduction before signaling for bids. The starting price was set at 200,000, with increments no less than 10,000. Please place your bids. This particular stone originated from the Kaka quarry, weighing over 30 pounds. Its surface dotted with a dense pattern of moss and exhibiting slight signs of sand shedding. Many were interested in this stone, and as Fang Hongyi's words faded, someone quickly bid 210,000, 250,000, 300,000. The latter bid came from Ni Dahong, who, being quite astute, was evidently unfazed by the earlier bidder. The thin skin of the stone revealed a glimmering jade core, although its transparency was rather lacking, according to industry standards. It was deemed insufficient in water quality. The color displayed only a hint of green with scattered flecks, which would certainly not meet his discerning eye. After a round of bidding, the first jade raw stone was swiftly secured by a man in his 40s for 580,000. He had a round face and was rather conspicuous. Upon winning, he stood to acknowledge the crowd with a bow, exclaiming, "Much appreciated." Reactions varied from disdain to indifference. And Fang Hongyi seized the moment to announce, "Congratulations to Mr. Yu Peng for acquiring this Kaka jade material. We have professional cutting machinery prepared, and Mr. You may proceed to cut at his convenience." Yu Peng chuckled as he resumed his seat, saying, "No rush, no rush. I will wait a bit longer." The auction continued, with attendees having clear objectives. After more than an hour of observation, they had developed a distinct understanding of the jade raw stones presented by Fang Hongyi. Bids were promptly made, and once they surpassed their self-imposed limits, they refrained from further participation. In the span of just over half an hour, more than 20 pieces of jade rough were auctioned off in a whirlwind manner. Li Yangqiu successfully acquired his chosen piece, which had a starting price of 80,000, for a total of 110,000. With a hint of triumph, he whispered, "This is all my savings. If they raise the bid again, I shall no longer dare to follow." At that moment, a stir arose from the back of the venue. She moved with grace, her pace neither hurried nor slow, reminiscent of a refined young lady emerging from cinematic portrayal of high society. A man and a woman followed closely behind. The woman, dressed in professional attire and carrying a briefcase, was likely a secretary or assistant. The man, tall and robust in a tailored suit, appeared to be a personal bodyguard. As they walked, the beautiful woman addressed Fang Hongyi on the podium, saying, "I apologize, Mr. Fang. Something urgent came up at the company, and I couldn't leave sooner. I hope my tardiness isn't an inconvenience." It was Qiu Yingxue, a leading figure of the new generation from the Qiu family. A gasp arose from the crowd. It was said that she was currently engaged in live streaming for e-commerce, achieving sales exceeding 100 million in a single evening. Others remarked, "The Qiu family is on a remarkable trajectory, not only dealing in jade, but also rumored to be venturing into high-end sectors like jewelry and antiques." The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward the waves behind, while the former perish on the sandy shore. Amidst the murmurs, Qiu Yingxue had already reached the front, and Fang Hongyi, with a beaming smile, welcomed her. "It is a tremendous honor to have you here, Miss Qiu. Please take a seat." He promptly arranged an additional seat for her in the front row. Qiu Yingxue gracefully sat down, and soon someone from the crowd stood up to hand her a piece of paper. She smiled slightly, exchanged a few hushed words with the person, and discreetly tucked the paper away. Chapter 16. Testing the Waters. Tang Songyuan, Gudio, activated his X-ray vision to peer across several rows and glimpsed the paper Qiu Yingxue had received. It bore numerical codes and details, such as ice jade, yang green, and price ranges. It turned out that the individual was an appraiser working under Qiu Yingxue, who had come in advance to assist her, allowing her to make an informed decision. This also indicated that Qiu Yingxue was indeed quite busy. With his X-ray vision, the garments enveloping her form seemed non-existent, revealing her enchanting silhouette in full view. Qiu Yingxue's reference image was stunningly fair. Oh no, one must not gaze too long, with the intent to merely appreciate. It was prudent to avert his eyes, lest he be overwhelmed. Tang Songyuan silently admonished himself and redirected his attention to the stage, where another raw stone was being presented. This specimen, numbered 404, weighed approximately 20 to 30 jade. The stone exhibited a yellowish-white hue, with its outer skin entirely sanded away, adorned with a myriad of tiny, honeycomb-like pores. The X-ray vision revealed its appraisal. Number 404, weight 164 kilograms, containing a piece of ice to high ice jade, flawless and accompanied by vibrant green specks. Undoubtedly, this was an exceptional piece. The 8 grades of jadeite, ranked from highest to lowest, are glass, ice, glutinous bean, dry white, lotus, and golden thread. While glass jade is undoubtedly the finest quality, ice to high ice is also quite rare, especially without any flaws or cracks. Thus, Tang Songyuan was eager to acquire this piece. This piece needs no further introduction, Fang Hongyi remarked, gently caressing the jadeite specimen numbered 404, smiling broadly as he spoke. The starting bid for this jade material is set at 500,000 RMB, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 50,000. 800,000. As soon as the words left her lips, Qiao Yingshu, seated in the first row, was the first to raise her paddle. The audacity of such bidding left Tang Songyuan gasping in astonishment. Is she truly this formidable? He had initially hoped to seize a fortunate opportunity, yet he found himself lagging behind before the auction had even properly commenced. His entire fortune barely amounted to over 1 million. How could he possibly compete? 850,000. Similarly, an Ai Dahong, also in the front row, let out a disdainful hum and calmly stated his bid. 1 million. Qiao Yingshu boldly doubled the base price, adding a staggering 150,000 in one breath, exuding an impressive aura. However, the seasoned bidders present were not easily intimidated, and those interested in the stone began to raise their own offers. 1,005,000, 1,010,000, 1,020,000. The back-and-forth exchanges rendered Tang Songyuan unable to interject. Moreover, given his financial standing, this exquisite rough material was clearly beyond his reach. 5 minutes later, after numerous rounds of competitive bidding, Qiao Yingshu ultimately secured the rough jade for 2,200,000. Unfazed by her acquisition, she appeared as if the sum of over 2 million was merely a trifling matter, continuing to sit quietly in anticipation of the next jade lot to be presented. Next up was a substantial piece of jade, wheeled out by 2 staff members. This jade hails from the Masa quarry, Fang Hongyi announced with a microphone in hand. Weighing in at 240 jade, it is considered medium-sized among the jadeite produced in Masa. However, the skin is thin, and the weathered layer reveals visible color, making it a rather commendable specimen. Come off it, Boss Fang. Before the auction could commence, dissenting voices emerged. While Masa S-stones may have little to no skin, their quality is often too tender. Moreover, the most challenging aspect of gambling on stones is the risk of cracks, and Masa is notoriously known for its fissures. Do you think we are novice bidders? Despite the backlash, Fang Hongyi laughed heartily and replied, Mr. Jiang is quite right. However, I believe that since we are here for a jade appreciation event, we should showcase a variety of categories. In the realm of jade gambling, there are merits in both large and small pieces. The middle-aged man referred to as Mr. Jiang scoffed and retorted, You still haven't grasped the essence. In jade gambling, size is never the crux, quality is paramount. You mentioned that this piece has visible color on the skin, but I have observed it closely. The color protrudes rather than being embedded, and such color is 90% likely to be superficial. What use is it to bid on it? Fang Hongyi's expression soured slightly. Yet the proceedings must continue. He cleared his throat and chuckled awkwardly. Ultimately, nothing is ever certain. Jade gambling is all about the thrill of that decisive cut. As the old saying goes, the larger the stone, the less one loses. This piece of Masa jade rough, numbered 8023, begins with a starting bid of 30,000, with a minimum increment of 1,000. Perhaps moved by Mr. Zhang's eloquent discourse, or perhaps because the others held little faith in this rough stone, an unusual silence enveloped the venue, with no one daring to place a bid. Tang Songyuan had confidence in this stone. Under his discerning gaze, he perceived that although the jade within was of rather delicate quality, it nevertheless possessed potential. The skin was thin, and despite the presence of numerous fissures, it retained a degree of value. Yet, what truly captivated him was the core section, where a hint of green radiated. This fist-sized area exhibited a color that reached the level of Imperial green. Moreover, the stone's starting price was quite reasonable, making it an ideal opportunity for him. Just as he prepared to raise his paddle, someone beat him to it. 31,000. Tang Songyuan turned to see it was a man seated beside Mr. Jiang. After placing his bid, exchanged a fleeting glance with Jiang. Although he quickly averted his gaze, many in the back noticed the encounter. Song Zhengwa scoffed, remarking, "These individuals hail from Pingzhou, specifically seeking low-quality materials to carve bracelets. With such a sizable piece, producing 200 or 300 bracelets poses no challenge. After a bit of acid washing, the translucence and appearance would be remarkably appealing. What Mr. Jiang just claimed to be undesirable seems to conceal such a strategy. 35,000. This time, the bid came from Qiu Yingxue, surprising everyone with her interest in the rough stone. Mr. Jiang's expression soured, and the man beside him twitched his lips before announcing, 36,000. Qiu Yingxue chose not to respond this time, evidently lacking strong interest in the material. 40,000. Finally breaking his silence, Tang Songyuan raised his paddle and called out his bid. "Have you lost your mind?" Li Yangqiu exclaimed, staring at him in disbelief. "They all say this material is of poor quality and won't yield anything valuable. Why are you so eager to place a bid?" Tang Songyuan smiled gently, glancing at him. "Quality matters little. I believe this stone is undervalued. I intend to bid for the sake of enjoyment and to soak in the atmosphere, not necessarily to acquire it." Nonetheless, he felt that if the stone went for less than 200,000, it would be a worthwhile acquisition. Li Yangqiu grimaced, sighing, "You'd best treat this as a mere game. Even if you secure it, there is little potential. Those from Pingzhou employ specialized craftsmen and machinery for bracelet production. Heed my advice. Take it slow and don't act impulsively." At this point, the bidding reached 45,000, and Tang Songyuan swiftly countered with 46. "Is there anyone else willing to bid for 46? The fact that a previously disregarded stone had bidders lightened the mood for the organizers, and Fang Hongyi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 46 once. Fang Hongyi turned to the man beside Mr. Jiang, asking in an inquiring tone, 46, Lu, will you bid again?" The Lu man, his face ashen, glanced towards Tang Songyuan and shook his head slightly, indicating his withdrawal. 46 twice. 46 3 times sold. As the wooden mallet fell, this block of jadeite weighing over 200 pounds was successfully acquired by Tang Songyuan. Chapter 17. The Impetuous Youth. The auction continued smoothly, having progressed through more than 30 rounds. During this time, Tang Songyuan had identified several promising lots, but they were mostly snatched up by others at higher bids. These stone gamblers, seasoned in the art of wagering on stones, were keenly aware of jadeite with good skin and light performance, naturally adopting a better safe than sorry mentality. Expecting to find a bargain among them seemed a daunting task. Furthermore, the jadeite raw stones permitted entry into this auction had undoubtedly undergone stringent selection, with only experts present, leaving no room for deception. Of course, there were also lots that failed to sell, falling into the category deemed undesirable by all. No matter how fervently Fang Hongyi called for bids, the crowd remained unresponsive, ultimately leading to the lot being withdrawn. Next, another raw stone favored by Tang Songyuan was brought forth. This was a piece of mossy, old pit material that I held in high regard. The host, Fang Hongyi, cheerfully announced, lot number 9257. The raw material weighs a total of 73 pounds. The starting price is 200,000 yuan, and each bid must increase by no less than 5,000. Please place your bids. Upon his words, silence enveloped the room once more. The attendees regarded Fang Hongyi with varied expressions, yet no bids were forthcoming. "Boss and I," Fang Hongyi's gaze turned pleadingly towards an eye Dahong. "You've already acquired 2 raw stones today. This rare mossy old pit material should not be overlooked." And I, Dahong, cast a half smile at the stone and replied, "I apologize, Boss Fang, but I just examined this stone. While it is indeed mossy old pit material, its weathering structure does not meet my expectations. Additionally, the jade skin exhibits a mixture of salt sand and mud sand textures, revealing a lack of density and compactness. A gentle touch causes the sand on the skin to fall away. Even if this material possesses quality, it is likely to be very soft. Moreover, with such thick skin, the texture is barely visible under light, introducing too much uncertainty and risk. I do not wish to see my money wasted so frivolously. Boss and I speaks wisely." Immediately, others echoed his sentiments. "Although this is a gamble, the performance of this material is indeed too poor. Let us move on to the next lot." Attendees nodded in agreement, whether in admiration of Ni Dahong's insight or in a desire to switch to the next item swiftly, lest their time be wasted. Yet, Fang Hongyi clearly wished to make one last effort and inquired again. "Lot number 9257, starting at 200,000. Does anyone wish to place a bid?" 200,000 plus 5,000. Are you burning money? Once more, murmurs arose among the crowd. "Over 200,000. Let him learn a lesson." "Ha! Is gambling with stones really that entertaining? Even Li Yangxiu could not restrain himself from criticizing Tang Songyuan fervently. Brother, are you all right? So many experts believe this material is subpar. Yet you still insist on purchasing it? Why subject yourself to this? As he spoke, he shook his head in lament. That S200,000, by the way. Where did you even get that amount? Before the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, Li Yangxiu was somewhat aware of the circumstances of families, particularly those in poverty. Orphaned and impoverished, he was astonished to see Tang Songyuan casually produce 200,000 for gambling on jade stones. On stage, Fang Hongyi's expression brightened as he cast a confirming glance towards Tang Songyuan, cheerfully declaring, "This gentleman bids 200,000 and 5,000. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" The crowd, unimpressed by the raw stone, remained silent. After 3 calls for bids, Tang Songyuan successfully acquired the jadeite raw stone from Moxisha. As Fang Hongyi's gavel came down, a weight lifted from his heart. Through his discerning vision, the jadeite's exterior indeed appeared lackluster, and as Ni Dahong had mentioned, its internal conditions were fraught with uncertainty. The first concern was the thick skin, with a fog layer exceeding 10 centimeters, but within that fog layer, the jade meat exhibited a rare quality, reaching the ice jade level. Ice jade is considered rare within the industry, and those of superior quality can fetch prices of $1 million per kilogram in the market. However, the downside lay in the numerous fine internal cracks. Crucially, in the central region, approximately the size of a rice bowl, the internal cracks abruptly ceased, giving way to a strikingly vibrant and lustrous green. A rich expanse of emerald green coalesced, resembling the heart of the raw stone, radiant and pure. "Nice!" Tang Songyuan exclaimed, feeling fortunate. This was undoubtedly the greatest harvest of his journey. Without a doubt, this coarse section of ice jade green from Moxisha's old pit would yield substantial rewards. "You really secured it?" Li Yangxiu remarked in astonishment, still baffled as to why Tang Songyuan would purchase a stone that so many experts had dismissed. Tang Songyuan chuckled, replying, "Relax until the stone is cut. Anything is possible, is it not?" "Let us hope so." Li Yangxiu, seeing the situation was set, continued, "I often heard industry insiders boast about the miracles in jade gambling. So then believe in miracles." Tang Songyuan interjected with a laugh. At this point, several attendees had already departed from the auction. Some had acquired their desired raw stones and moved to the workshop area to cut them, while others expressed disinterest in the remaining stones as competition intensified towards the end. Li Yangxiu belonged to the latter group, having already made a significant purchase that evening. He informed Song Zhenghua and turned to Tang Songyuan, "I'm going to the back to cut my material. Would you care to join?" Observing the fierce competition in the auction, Tang Songyuan, considering his financial standing, readily agreed. Acknowledging his current limitations, he thought that with a little more time, he would undoubtedly be the protagonist in future auctions, watching the world unfold with a smile. The two proceeded to the management office beside the podium, settled the remaining fees, and received their respective jadeite raw stones. In the workshop area at the rear, a considerable number of individuals had already commenced their cutting endeavors. Fortunately, Fang Hongyi's workshop was spacious enough, equipped with numerous machines, leaving some idle. The rough stone purchased by Li Yangxiu was modest in size, and upon the advice of his master, he opted for water cutting. Tang Songyuan possessed 2 sizable rough stones, with the one from the Masa market weighing over 200 pounds, necessitating an online cut. Observing several skilled workers operating machinery to place the 2 rough stones into different wire saws, covering them to commence cutting, Tang Songyuan then noticed Li Yangxiu with his hands clasped together, murmuring incantations. "What are you doing here?" Tang Songyuan said exasperatedly. "Making wishes at this moment is utterly pointless. If you're going to gamble, then gamble decisively. Or perhaps you should wish upon me, and I shall fulfill your desire." Chapter 18. From Glutinous Ice to Ice. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the auction concluded successfully. The remaining rough materials found their respective buyers, and the crowd, under Fang Hongyi's guidance, began to head toward the workshop area. "Oh no, it collapsed." "Collapsed? This is called Wuji Di. Haha." The first stone gamblers had already made their cuts, and when the owner of the stone opened the lid of the cut piece, laughter erupted mockingly from the crowd. The rough stone split into 2, both sides appearing pitch black, the grayish-black base devoid of any aesthetic appeal, suitable for propping up a fish tank at best. Standing beside Tang Songyuan with his hands tucked in, Li Yangxiu sighed, "Collapses are the norm. A successful cut is a rare spectacle. Alas, I too was impulsive. Gambling on stones carries risks. One must invest with caution. Until the results are revealed, no one dares to make hasty conclusions. Except for me." The last remark echoed in his mind. At that moment, Li Yanqio's emerald rough material was sliced for the first time, with a mixture of apprehension and excitement. He held the freshly cut rough stone that had just come from the operating table. As the crowd caught wind of the unfolding drama, they gradually gathered around, heightening Li Yanqio's nervousness. Hurry up and unveil it. Why the delay? Someone in the crowd urged. Whether you stick your neck out or pull it back, it's still a cut. Hurry up. Don't waste my time looking at the next piece. Li Yanqio shot a glare at the interrupter, but chose to disregard him, slowly unveiling the lid of the rough stone he held. Beautiful. The rough material was cut along the old cracks of the skin, perfectly dividing it into two. As Li Yanqio pried open a small gap, a keen-eyed member of the crowd spotted a glimmering sheen, translucent and radiant, resembling glowing jelly. Look, it's water. A shout erupted, energizing the surrounding crowd. Ice-type jade, and it has color. Moxisha truly is a place where miracles occur, as collapses were the norm. Witnessing someone extract jade with water content brought joy to the onlookers for Li Yanqio. It's a success. Haha, it's a success. Li Yanqiu exclaimed, holding the two pieces of the cut rough stone, gazing at Tang Songyuan with exhilaration. The old crack on the surface of the jadeite stone traverses the entire raw material, while the smaller fissure merely penetrates to the flesh of the jade and does not extend further, thereby having negligible impact on its value. From the crowd emerged a tall, middle-aged man, who, with a slight smile, addressed Li Yanqio. Young man, do not linger too long. The rough material has already appreciated. Are you interested in selling? I can offer you 150,000 for both pieces. Li Yanqio had acquired this piece for a total of 110,000. Thus, selling it for 150,000 would yield a profit of 40,000. 150,000. You must be jesting. At that moment, Songyuan finally managed to weave through the crowd, taking the open stone from Li Yanqio's hands. After a brief examination, he remarked, the quality of this material here is already at a glutinous ice level, and over here it has reached an icy quality, with a hint of floating flowers visible to the naked eye. At this angle, I can scarcely detect any cracks. Do you truly believe you can acquire it for 150,000? Are you taking advantage of a novice? Li Yanqio, still buoyed by excitement, called out, Uncle. Songyuan chuckled heartily and patted his shoulder with his other hand, saying, do not worry. Even if we were to make a few more cuts and it all fell apart, I will guarantee you at least 150,000. Subsequently, several pieces of rough stone were cut open, each occurrence drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. These individuals were not merely spectators. They were keen to seize any opportunity to gamble once more. When they encountered a piece with better quality after it was opened, they were quick to place bids. All were seasoned experts, deeply familiar with the market trends. However, each attendee also had their own sales channels. It was not until the rough stone designated 8023 was cut open, that being the substantial piece weighing over 200 pounds from the Masakanka site, that the atmosphere intensified, with the thunderous roar of the wire-cutting machine subsiding and the protective lid being lifted to prevent mud from splattering. Many eager souls could not contain their excitement. Step aside. Step aside. A major find has emerged. In truth, over 200 pounds is far from the definition of a substantial find. Some of the largest rough materials from the Pekin site can be as large as a hill, requiring explosives to break apart before flowing into various markets. Will the boss unveil it himself, or shall we assist? Inquired the cutting technician, mindful of the considerable weight of the rough stone, knowing that improper handling could lead to injuries. Tang Songyuan was confident in this piece, or rather, in his unique ability to perceive its qualities, and thus replied with a grin, then I shall leave it to you. As the side cover was lifted, the true nature of the Masakanku rough stone was revealed. By heaven, what incredible luck! Jiang Mingcheng, who initially intended to come and mock, cursed under his breath. He had also harbored interest in this stone, but when he hesitated, Tang Songyuan seized the opportunity and outmaneuvered him. Although the quality was rather tender, it still possessed some moisture. Nearby, someone remarked, it barely reaches the level of being quality. And given its vast expanse, even if one navigates around the fissures, it can yield a considerable amount of fine products. Old Jiang had miscalculated. How could he have not followed up on the price of over 40,000? This fellow has now more than double the value with just one cut. Jiang Ming, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and glared, yet found himself at a loss for words. He mused that it was a pity for such a specimen to fall into the hands of Tang Songyuan, had it been entrusted to him. Its value could have been significantly amplified. Even with its weight exceeding 200 gene, it would still yield around 180 to 90 gene post-peeling, sufficient to craft numerous bangles. He contemplated swallowing his pride to negotiate the sale with Tang Songyuan, but before he could voice his intentions, Li Yangxiu and Song Zhenghua, drawn by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Upon assessing the situation, Li Yangxiu joyfully exclaimed, "Haha, well done, brother. Your luck today rivals mine." "Indeed, what fortuitous circumstances." Tang Songyuan chuckled in agreement, then proceeded to discuss further cutting strategies with the workers. Logically, an additional window should be opened on the back. After some contemplation, Tang Songyuan concurred with this plan. The worker promptly adjusted the rough stone's position, secured it, and activated the machinery. During the wait, Tang Songyuan observed that not all clients who purchased raw stones had them cut here. As the hour approached midnight, most remained, gathered in small groups, engaged in conversation. When a specimen was revealed, they rushed forward eagerly. Tang Songyuan, while monitoring his jade material being cut, listened to the casual banter of those in the industry. Back in 2019, at the public auction in Myanmar's Newfound, I encountered a piece of glass-grade material. Can you guess its starting price? You wouldn't believe it. Only 5,000 euros. I immediately multiplied that by 10, investing 50,000 euros. But when the bidding commenced, the final price soared to a staggering 120,000 euros. The speaker gestured, indicating the size of the stone, which weighed just over 200 grams, yet commanded such a price. The Newfound auction had both open and closed bids, with most stones being of the former type. It's not surprising at all. Another chimed in. That year, I was also at Newfound, where I came across a small glass-grade jade piece weighing around 3 kilograms, already severely cracked. At the time, we all deemed it worthless. With a starting price of merely 20,000 euros, I stubbornly took a chance on its potential, placing a bid of 210,000 euros right there, yet ultimately didn't win. Later, I learned that a buyer from Jiang acquired it for over 6 million yuan. Gambling on stones is merely the source industry for jade. Once transformed into genuine products and introduced to the market, their value is likely to double or even triple. After half an hour, a beaming Li Yangxiu approached Tang Songyuan, asking, "So, how's it going, brother? Have you finished cutting?" "I've wrapped everything up on my end." Tang Songyuan slightly shook his head, amused by Li Yangxiu's exuberance, replying, "Have you struck it rich?" "Huh." Li Yangxiu chuckled. "Both pieces, once peeled, turned out exquisite, and my uncle bought them for 300,000. Generally, ice-grade materials hover around 300,000 per kilogram, while glutinous ice varieties fetch several tens of thousands. Together, 30,000 is indeed reasonable." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before teasingly retorting, "You have undoubtedly benefited from Boss Ni's kindness. This money is essentially a gift from the other party. I advise you to be more aware of social nuances." Li Yangxiu paused momentarily, donning a look of distress. "What are you babbling about without understanding anything? That old man and I has only one granddaughter. Does he expect me to become a son-in-law?" Chapter 19, Designated Cut. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "What if you do become a son-in-law? My brother, in these times, money is hard to earn, and life can be quite challenging. Opportunities like these, which could save you 2 decades of struggle, do not come by every day. Get lost." The two continued their banter as they cut open the back portion of the mass at the jade site. It revealed a vibrant green. Upon opening the machine, the workers, upon uncovering the cut section, noticed a striking green hue at the center and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's green, and a beautiful Zhenyang green." Zhenyang green. The crowd around fell momentarily silent before surging towards the line-cutting machine. Indeed, it was Zhenyang green. A dozen or so individuals gathered around the freshly cut mass of jade, discussing and marveling at its quality. You wouldn't believe it. This material from the mass site can actually yield Zhenyang green, truly a rare sight. Unfortunately, the quality is still somewhat tender. If it were of a more mature type, this slight hint of green could fetch 70 to 80,000 for a bangle. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangxiu also moved closer, observing the cut section of the material, where a marble sized out of green stood out strikingly. "Wow, Zhenyang green." Li Yangxiu pointed at the small green spot on the jade, saying, "If that color penetrates deeper, this piece could easily double in value." Despite its tender quality, viewed from the side, the texture of this material appeared quite fine. Tang Songyuan's lips curled slightly. He was well aware of the internal changes and the color trends within this piece. He smiled and declared, "Then what are we waiting for? Continue cutting." Wait. Just as Tang Songyuan instructed the worker to resume cutting, Jiang Mingsheng, who had been watching from the side, hurriedly interjected, "Young brother, please hold on. Let me say something." Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there something you need, sir?" Jiang Mingcheng forced a smile and replied, "You see, young brother, I have my eye on this piece as well. During the auction, we were bound to compete. Now that this piece has been cut twice, we cannot predict what changes may occur with further cutting. It could be beneficial or detrimental. How about this? I offer you 200,000, and you let me have this piece?" Tang Songyuan chuckled twice and responded, "Selling it to you is certainly an option, but let me make one more cut to determine a fair price first. You think I would part with it for 200,000? Dream on." With that, he disregarded Jiang Mingcheng and instructed the workers to readjust their positions for another cut. This time, they would slice through the left middle section of the raw stone to more clearly observe the color changes. The Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties appeared to have casually drawn a tangent line, skillfully circumventing the core of the color band, thus preserving the integrity of the internal colored areas. "Mr. Tang, your Mosisha 9257 has been successfully cut. The 9257 represents the second rough stone acquired by Tang, Song, and Yuan, untouched by others. As he first scanned it with his penetrating ability, the cut section merely revealed the skin of the raw stone, still a good 6 or 7 centimeters away from the internal jade meat. "Come, let us take a closer look." Tang Song and Yuan feigned nonchalance as he beckoned to Lianxiao. The two led the way, drawing in a small crowd of 4 or 5 curious onlookers. There's no need to look further. This piece is destined to be a failure. Before they even reached the site, someone had already spotted the stone on the machine and promptly doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Upon cutting into the raw stone by 4 to 5 centimeters, glimpses of yellow stone slurry appeared in the fissures of the cut stone. As Tang, Song, and Yuan removed the cover of the rough material, a patch of gray-green, somewhat reminiscent of moss, was revealed on the cut surface. However, its texture remained indistinguishable from skin. "I told you it was bound to fail." A chorus of lamentations echoed from the crowd, with Jiang Mingcheng interjecting amidst the chatter. "These naive youngsters, over 200,000 spent as tuition." It has been said that many rough stones exhibit strong reflective relationships on their surfaces. Those who understand will comprehend, and those who do not will remain perplexed. The current circumstances indeed suggested a failure, and with so many people surrounding, critiquing, and speculating, Tang, Song, and Yuan's expression subtly darkened. The undeniable reality left him little room for rebuttal, yet inwardly, he smirked, anticipating the astonishment that would ensue once the internal icy quality of the raw stone was revealed. Even Lianxiao felt a sense of camaraderie against the critics, his annoyance palpable as he cast wary glances at the onlookers. "Fear not. Did you not just say that failure is the norm?" Tang, Song, and Yuan forced a smile, inquiring whether the master could make another cut. Without hesitation, the worker began his task, prompting Jiang Mingcheng to resume his sarcastic remarks. "I truly cannot fathom these young folk, hoping for a miracle with another cut. What a waste of time." Tang, Song, and Yuan chuckled softly, retorting, "Precisely because we are young, we have ample time to squander, do we not?" The underlying implication was clear. "You, an old man nearing the grave, truly speak too much." Jiang Mingcheng was momentarily taken aback, but as the machine roared to life, the surrounding crowd gradually lost interest, dispersing with few remaining to engage him. Shortly after noon, Tang, Song, and Yuan's mass of rough material was finally cut once more. What a revelation! Following the cutting seam, a vast expanse of green was now visible in the center. With careful handling by the worker, 2 sizable stones emerged before the crowd. Goodness, it has truly transformed. Such a large cluster of vibrant green. It's astounding. Although several sections of the skin remained, the overall shape of the material was becoming clearer. Beneath the skin, the substantial jade meat had reached a quality akin to that of being gray jade. Despite the presence of numerous inherent cracks, the sheer weight compensated for them, and such minor fissures would not hinder the subsequent processing of the pieces. Regardless of whether it involves extracting bangles or acquiring materials, a substantial quantity of finished products can be produced. A bangle can fetch a price upwards of 100,000 without any issue. Particularly captivating is the vibrant green hue of the Zhengyang jade, which stirs the heart with its brilliance. "You've struck it rich this time," exclaimed Lianxiao, excitedly shaking Tang Songyuan's shoulder. "Just this piece of Zhengyang green alone is worth at least 1 million. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tang Songyuan was preparing to inquire if anyone present wished to place a bid when a melodious female voice rang out from the back. "I offer 1,500,000. Will you sell this piece to me as a package?" In Chapter 20, the utility of one's possessions comes to light. Exceptional jadeite naturally attracts discerning buyers, and there is no shortage of individuals willing to pay a premium for it. The journey from raw jade to the final sale of finished products can often involve numerous intermediaries, the specifics of which remain unknown. Qiao Yingsheng was the first to make a bid, thereby initiating a new round of auction competition. Miss Qiao is indeed shrewd. Not even inquiring if the seller is willing, remarked Tang Songyuan from the crowd. Qiao Yingsheng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she turned her questioning gaze toward Tang Songyuan. The latter rubbed his nose, smiling as he replied, "This piece must certainly be sold. I have no channels for the production and sale of finished goods. However, as for to whom it will be sold, that shall be determined by the highest bidder. With so many people present, a live auction is the most profitable approach." Tang Songyuan chuckled and promptly placed his bid. "I believe this material is substantial enough to yield over 100 bangles without any trouble. And considering the significant piece of Zhengyang green, I bid 1,600,000. She pressed her lips together, ready to speak, when another, slightly older voice emerged. 1,700,000. My old man also has faith in this material. The crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, leaning on a cane, accompanied by Fang Hongyi, the auctioneer. Old Master Fang, the crowd exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that a mere piece of jade from the market would attract the attention of the long-absent Fang Qingjue. Hearing the crowd's astonishment, Fang Qingjue waved his hand with a grin, acknowledging them. Actually, this piece was procured from an old friend of mine. There are many stories and connections behind it. This stone has now been cut into auspicious pieces, and I am merely pleased to partake in the joy today. Please do not take offense at my impulsive bidding." Old Master Fang laughed lightly, and Tang Songyuan responded, "However, the seller has stated that the highest bid wins, and there are no objections." Fang Qingjue chuckled. "I naturally have no objections." What followed was quite amusing. The room fell into a brief silence, with no one stepping forth to place a bid. Fang Qingjue glanced toward Tang Songyuan, who, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Currently, Old Master Fang has bid 1,700,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If no one bids, this piece will belong to Old Master Fang." The majority present were professionals in the jade industry, eager not to miss out on such high-quality material. Now, the material has been entirely cut, and, generally speaking, there will not be any more significant variables. Furthermore, given their processing and sales channels, they possess a considerable understanding of how to cut this material. After everyone calculated their potential profits, excluding processing costs, they were all acutely aware of the expected earnings. 1,750,000. The current bidder was Qiao Yingsheng, who turned to Fang Qingjue with a subtle smile and said, "Grandpa Fang, I have high hopes for this material as well." Fang Qingjue narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "Little girl from the Qiao family, how you've grown. How is your father?" After Qiao Yingsheng responded that he was well, Fang Qingjue raised his bid to 1,800,000. "But I'm afraid, Miss Qiao, this material is one I am determined to acquire." After speaking, Fang Qingjue glanced at Fang Hongyi, who appeared embarrassed and lowered his head. Qiao Yingsheng observed the scene, and after a moment of contemplation, she smiled slightly and said, "In that case, I shall withdraw." "Congratulations, Grandpa Fang." Fang Qingjue nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Tang Songyuan. Purchased for 460,000. It was now being sold for 1,800,000, a nearly 40-fold increase in just a few hours. Tang Songyuan was quite pleased. However, he still inquired, "Grandpa Fang's bid of 1,800,000. Does anyone wish to bid higher?" After asking 3 times with no further bids, the material was effectively acquired by Fang Qingjue. He immediately instructed Fang Hongyi to transfer the funds to Tang Songyuan while also directing the workers to load the material onto a flatbed truck. Spending 250,000 on the material, he was now set to receive 1,800,000. To date, Tang Songyuan had already netted over 1,500,000. Not to mention, he still possessed a superior piece of material, yet to be fully cut. Its value was another matter entirely, marking a significant harvest. This time, Tang Songyuan revealed the answer himself. He naturally lifted the cover of the rough material, exposing the icy, lustrous jade within. The second cut, made along the outer edge of the jade, unveiled a stunning mass of jadeite encased beneath a thick rind. "Ice grade. Good heavens! This piece has actually yielded ice grade jadeite," exclaimed Liang Xiao, who stood nearby. "President Song, come and take a look. Is this piece fully colored?" Although surprised and envious, he genuinely hoped for Tang Songyuan's continued success, wishing for him to maximize his gains that evening. "No need to look, it is indeed ice grade," said Tang Songyuan, standing alongside Ni Dahong after a glance. They chuckled. Old and I misjudged this one. It has indeed produced fully colored ice grade. Quite remarkable. Old and I, unfazed by the jest, displayed a glimmer of affection for the material, as if he felt an urge to hold it and appreciate it. He remarked, from my experience, this piece's rind does not hold much risk, but with gambling on stones, nothing is ever certain. Instances of misjudgment do occur, and that is not surprising. Upon hearing the commotion, the esteemed elder Fang Qinghua also made his way over. Qiu Yingxue, accompanied by her secretary, approached the scene, surveying the situation with keen interest. Fang Qinghua turned to Tang Songyuan and inquired amiably, "Young man, it appears fortune smiles upon you this evening. Are you also considering parting with this piece? However, I intend to utilize this precious location to extract the entirety of this material." A fleeting look of regret passed through Fang Qinghua's eyes, yet he continued, "Not to worry. Feel free to cut as you wish." After conferring with her appraiser, Qiu Yingxue stepped closer once more, addressing Tang Songyuan, "Are you truly not inclined to sell? Based on the quality revealed by this window, I can offer you 2 million. Such beauty!" Li Yangxiu exclaimed, glancing at Tang Songyuan with delight. Yet Tang Songyuan resolutely declined. "I apologize, but I genuinely intend to keep this piece for myself." Chapter 21. Supplementary Agreement. This exquisite jadeite, imbued with exceptional icy qualities, was always intended by Tang Songyuan to be retained for personal use. His prized Wohu gold ingot at the Shangda auction house was precisely lacking a natural jade to complement it. Just days prior, Yu Qingran had remarked on the scarcity of jade, particularly of the highest caliber. Remarkably, less than 48 hours had elapsed, and Tang Songyuan had successfully acquired a piece of extraordinary icy jadeite. All he needed to do was slice this material and entrust the remainder to Yu Qingran for processing. Tang Songyuan was confident that his Wohu gold ingot, paired with this exceptional icy jadeite, would yield a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. One should not underestimate the consumption capacity of domestic tycoons, especially in the bustling metropolis. Such uniquely shaped, symbolically rich items are sure to garner immense popularity. Qiu Yingxue, taken aback by the rejection, found the situation rather unusual. "But wait," she pressed, "you just mentioned lacking avenues for processing and sales. Are you truly considering keeping it for your collection?" Tang Songyuan's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I apologize, but I cannot disclose the specific purpose." He then turned to the craftsman and gestured to redraw a line on the rough material. "I would like to cut it this way for the next slice, if that is agreeable." The craftsman blinked in astonishment for a solid 3 seconds, pondering the young man's unyielding disposition. A stunning beauty conversing with him. And yet he maintained such indifference? Certainly, certainly. As the boss said, you may cut it however you please." Qiu Yingxue, slightly vexed, stamped her foot and let out a quiet huff before quickly regaining her composure. Observing her departure, Li Yangxiu could not help but give Tang Songyuan a thumbs up. "Impressive. Unmoved by beauty, my friend." Tang Songyuan shot him a glare. "Enough of that. I genuinely have a purpose for this material. It has nothing to do with beauty. Besides, I have thoroughly scrutinized every aspect of such stunning women, even the number of roundworms they might harbor. While everyone possesses an appreciation for beauty, believing that a mere transaction involving a piece of jade could forge a closer bond is simply implausible. Indeed, you are remarkable and aloof. It was my carnal desires that led me astray, forgetting loyalty in the presence of beauty. Is that acceptable?" Li Yangxiu remarked, curling his lips with a dismissive grunt. Tang Songyuan, arms crossed over his chest, directed his gaze towards the cutting machine, stating, "I did not imply such a thing. My point is that one must be steadfast to forge iron. Beauty is perennial, yet opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared." Li Yangxiu chuckled. "Are you suggesting that you are not sufficiently steadfast? Curse you. At least I am harder than you." As the night deepened, the cutting machine gradually grew idle, with most of the stones having been processed. After a night of toil, the crowd at the stone gambling appreciation event began to disperse, some elated and others disheartened. Song Jinghua prepared to leave, and as he departed, instructed Li Yangxiu, "I am granting you 5 days of leave. After that, return to the company on your own and be cautious." "Understood, uncle, take care." It was not until past 2 in the morning that Tang Songyuan's final piece of jade rough was completely cut. The skilled worker diligently cleaned the edges, leaving behind a radiant, translucent jade that stirred excitement in the heart. Truly exquisite, Li Yangxiu earnestly praised as he gazed at the jade held by Tang Songyuan. The finished ice-type jade weighed around 4 to 5 pounds. Tang Songyuan requested some packaging from the worker and securely wrapped it before beckoning Li Yangxiu to leave the venue together. The organizers had arranged for bodyguards and accommodations. Yet Tang Songyuan preferred to find his own lodging. Being cautious is indeed wise. Upon entering the room, Li Yangxiu tossed his luggage onto the bed near the door and sprawled out. By the way, you can now disclose what you intend to do with this piece. Tang Songyuan set down his modest belongings and pushed open the bathroom door. Saying, "You'll find out tomorrow. I'm off to take a shower. Care to join?" Li Yangxiu teased. "Come on." Tang Songyuan beckoned without hesitation. The night passed in silence. The following morning, the two enjoyed a buffet breakfast at the hotel restaurant. After checking out, Tang Songyuan took a taxi with Li Yangxiu to the Shangda auction house. "Are you planning to auction off this jade rough?" Upon exiting the vehicle and seeing the sign at the auction house, Li Yangxiu inquired with confusion. Last night's gathering was the prime jade trading circle. Those individuals understand the market and are willing to bid. "How did I never realize how verbose you are?" Tang Songyuan retorted, striding inside. "If you're curious about my plans, you will soon find out." Although they arrived early, Yu Qingran was already at work. In the antiquated and elegant reception room of Shangda, Yu Qingran welcomed Tang Songyuan and Li Yangxiu once more. "Mr. Tang, your return suggests you have further inquiries or that there is something else we at Shangda can assist you with." Without wasting words, Tang Songyuan opened his backpack and retrieved the exquisite, deep green ice-type jade he had acquired the previous night. Before he could introduce himself, Yu Qingran's luscious lips had already formed a perfect circle of astonishment. The exquisite ice jade, in its full hue, left her utterly amazed. "Such jade roughs are exceedingly rare in Magic City. How did you manage to acquire this, Mr. Tang?" she inquired. While ice jade itself is not overly scarce, it predominantly circulates within the realms of stone gambling or among jade enthusiasts, later crafted into finished products before entering the market. Unprocessed rough stones are indeed few and far between. Tang Songyuan smiled slightly and replied, "A fortuitous find. Do you think this piece would be suitable as the base for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?" Yu Qingran directed her gaze towards the jade rough Tang had placed on the table, her demeanor shifting back to professionalism. "May I have a closer look?" Upon receiving Tang's nod of consent, she gingerly lifted the piece. After a thorough examination, she remarked, "This material possesses exceptional quality in terms of texture, color, and translucence. It would indeed be perfect for the base of Crouching Tiger. However, a piece of this caliber would fetch at least 4 to 5 million in the jade community. Are you truly willing to make such a significant investment?" The underlying implication was that such fine jade would be a pity not to carve into beads, or rather bracelets. One must not be overly frugal. Yet, the question remained whether the carving timeline could be met. "Rest assured, Mr. Tang, this is Magic City, where consumer power is unrivaled nationwide," she reassured him. "Moreover, our artisans at Shangda are unparalleled in their craftsmanship. Since you have made your decision, we shall need to sign a supplementary agreement." Chapter 22. The Mysterious Sphere. Regarding the timeline, we have about 10 days until our next auction at Shangda, Yu Qingran added with a cheerful smile. "This is ample time for our artisans." The supplementary agreement served to protect the interests of both parties, and Tang Songyuan readily consented without objection. At that moment, Li Yangxiu seized the opportunity to inquire, "What exactly have you sent for auction? What is this Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon jade?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat and offered a brief explanation. "Oh, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing item, which I have named Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It is of little consequence, truly." Li Yangxiu regarded him with a skeptical expression. "I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me." Tang Songyuan instinctively shifted away, nervously responding, "Please don't look at me with such a resentful expression. One might think I've wronged you." Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes. "You've skillfully chosen the path of petty mischief between legality and illegality." The two engaged in witty banter, and 10 minutes later, Yu Qingran returned, cradling the completed supplementary agreement. Tang Songyuan reviewed it meticulously, confirming its accuracy before signing his name. The agreement was prepared in duplicate, and after both parties had signed, Yu Qingran collected her copy and extended her delicate hand, inquiring, "Do you have any instructions regarding the leftover scraps from the jade rough, Mr. Tang?" Tang Songyuan rose to shake her hand, stating, "I have no excessive demands. I merely wish for the artisans to exercise their creativity and utilize materials to their fullest potential. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave for now, and I will return in a fortnight." Yu Qingran gestured invitingly, "Allow me to see you off." As they exited the reception room, Tang Songyuan walked alongside Li Yangxiu, while Yu Qingran led the way. While passing by an office with a slightly ajar door, Tang Songyuan casually glanced inside, only to be captivated by the scene within. Several staff members were busily photographing a peculiar piece of iron. His attention was drawn to this iron object, and driven by curiosity about the purpose of their endeavor. He activated his X-ray vision for a closer inspection. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was a meteorite, originating from the 24 Nebula and weighing 147 kilograms. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real intrigue lay within the meteorite, where he observed a small sphere, likely metallic in composition. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a small ball he had once unearthed while sifting through mud and sand. Identical in size, color, and every nuance, as if cast from the same mold. Moreover, while the X-ray vision typically provided accurate information about most objects, it faltered in the presence of this metallic sphere, offering only the enigmatic term, unknown. Since acquiring the metallic sphere and gaining his X-ray abilities, Tang Songyuan had never encountered such an anomaly. It was possible that the metallic sphere within the meteorite shared a common origin with the one he had found. Perhaps upon acquiring it, his X-ray powers would be further enhanced, and his physical prowess might also experience a significant boost. Mr. Tang, do you have any questions? Li Yangqiu paused, observing him with curiosity. Following his gaze, Li Yangqiu chuckled. It's merely the staff taking promotional photos. There's no need to be so surprised. Tang Songyuan shot him a glance before turning to Yu Qingran. I apologize for my momentary distraction. May I inquire if that meteorite is part of your auction's offerings? You recognized it as a meteorite? Indeed, it is a piece of iron entrusted to us by a client for auction. Are you interested in it, Mr. Tang? I do find it intriguing, Tang Songyuan replied with a light chuckle. However, I have yet to see the actual item. Might I have the opportunity to examine it up close? If it were to be like before, where merely touching the metallic sphere allowed it to seamlessly integrate into his being, such an encounter should pose no significant consequences, although this request might seem somewhat audacious. Considering Tang Songyuan was one of their key clients, Yu Qingran hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well, observing it will not incur any loss. With that, she personally opened the door and ushered Tang Songyuan into the photographic setting. Hello, Mr. Yu. Several photographers greeted Yu Qingran, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He then requested them to pause their work, allowing Tang Songyuan to observe. Of course, Mr. Tang, please proceed. Two staff members stepped back with their cameras, signaling Tang Songyuan to approach for a closer examination. For the sake of the metallic sphere, Tang Songyuan was willing to set aside his pride. Its significance was monumental, and should it indeed be upgraded, what was a mere facade of dignity worth? However, regardless of the angle from which he observed, no further information emerged. Even when he boldly reached out to gently touch it, there was no response. It seemed that only by cutting it open and extracting the metallic sphere could he hope for further developments. Clearly, the current situation was not conducive to such actions, as the item belonged to another party. One magnificent extraterrestrial meteorite. After yielding no results, Tang Songyuan straightened up and, with a resigned smile, remarked, "It appears I'm now more intrigued by the upcoming auction." Initially, he could have opted not to attend in person, but it seemed he could no longer afford to miss out on such a treasure. After all, once it was auctioned, he would surely find a way to acquire it. Upon exiting the Shuangda auction house, Li Yangqiu voiced his confusion. Why can't I remember you ever being interested in extraterrestrial meteorites before? I just examined that meteorite and found nothing particularly special about it. You don't find it special because you only see the surface, failing to perceive the essence beneath. People can change. Tang Songyuan looked up at the sky and said, "In the past, I had no choice. Now, I am intrigued by all the treasures in the world. I plan to build a grand warehouse dedicated to storing such treasures." Chapter 23. The wooden stump hearing that Tang Songyuan intended to buy him a plane ticket. Li Yangqiu was nearly ecstatic, exclaiming, "Really, my adoptive father?" Yet when it came to purchasing delicious food for his good friend, he readily called him adoptive father. There was no direct high-speed rail to Blue City, but flights were available, as the newly constructed airport in Blue City had opened routes to many first- and second-tier cities. At 11 in the morning, the two boarded a plane to Blue City at Hangzhou Airport. Would you say this qualifies as returning in glory? In the business-class cabin, as Li Yangqiu settled in, he cast curious glances while winking at Tang Songyuan. Last night, Tang Songyuan had made over $1.5 million from a piece of jade rough. Such wealth in a small city like Blue City could certainly be considered affluent. This did not even account for the over $1 million he had previously won from the lottery. That's just the beginning. Tang Songyuan rolled his eyes at him. There are plenty of wealthy individuals in Blue City. My assets are merely akin to a hair on an ant's leg. However, Li Yangqiu replied earnestly, being dissatisfied is admirable, but do not be overly modest. The money you earned last night is more than enough to buy a car and a house in Blue City, with plenty left over. Moreover, in the past 6 months of learning from my uncle, I have witnessed many ups and downs in the stone gambling circle. The instances of families shattered and lives ruined are indeed far too numerous. I sincerely hope you do not end up in such a plight. I have traversed the most abject days and witnessed the direst conditions. I once vowed to strive for a better life for my sister, so fret not. For I possess a sense of moderation in this regard. As a friend, Li Yangqiu hopes that Tang Songyuan does not become complacent after tasting success. Disregarding the inherent risks of gambling. The ability to see through stones is Tang Songyuan's greatest secret, a revelation he would never divulge to anyone. Moderation is key, a term I have heard you utter repeatedly in recent days. Li Yangqiu's seriousness lasted no more than 3 seconds before he resumed his playful banter. Look at that beauty over there. Her figure is simply exquisite. It is rare for two single men to gather without discussing women, and Tang Songyuan reluctantly followed his gaze. Indeed, a stunningly voluptuous woman, impeccably dressed and stylishly adorned, caught his eye. Even with sunglasses and a mask concealing her features, Tang Songyuan could still discern her delicate visage. Lu Qinglu, what is she doing on this flight? Just 2 days prior, Lu Qinglu had attempted to purchase the $1 million lottery ticket from Tang Songyuan at a steep price, only to be firmly rebuffed. He had assumed their paths would never cross again, yet here she was, seated not far behind him on the plane. Though acquainted, Tang Songyuan deemed it unnecessary to greet her and simply remarked to Li Yangqiu, "No matter how many beauties you see, she is not yours. Besides, aren't you supposed to have a girlfriend? Having a girlfriend doesn't preclude me from admiring beautiful women." Li Yangqiu raturta defiantly. "Furthermore, I'm not just looking for myself." He leaned in closer, whispering, "I'm merely hoping for you, seeing as you're still single. This is a splendid opportunity. 10 years of shared journeys might not guarantee shared beds. That's something you must strive for." Tang Songyuan scoffed. "Our neighbor, Uncle Zhang, lived to 95 precisely because he never meddled in others' affairs. You are as dense as a block of wood." Li Yangqiu exclaimed in frustration. "You truly are a hopeless case." Yet, he quickly adopted a mischievous expression. "You wouldn't be secretly yearning, would you? Claiming to be disinterested while battling internal conflicts. I can't be bothered with you. Time for sleep." Tang Songyuan resolutely closed his eyes. He had stayed up late the previous night and was now utterly fatigued. Approximately 2 hours later, Tang and Li emerged from Blue City Airport. The plaza outside the airport was bustling with various individuals soliciting passengers, asking where they were headed or if the ladies were leaving. "We'll talk later." Tang Songyuan shut the car door and the taxi driver started the vehicle. At that moment, Tang Songyuan noticed Lu Qinglu, who had exited the airport just behind them, getting into a rather nice private car. He closed his eyes again, choosing not to dwell on it. A gilded cage may be alluring, yet there is no place like home. Though his residence may be old and worn, it remains the abode where he has lived for over 20 years. Even though he has a bit of money now, as Li Yangqiu remarked, he could easily afford to buy a house and a car, yet he currently harbors no intention of purchasing property. He envisions earning even more in the future to upgrade to a larger villa or a spacious duplex. Nevertheless, even if he were to relocate to a more luxurious abode, he would retain this place, as it holds countless childhood memories shared with his sister, Wei Qing. In a daze, Tang Songyuan fell asleep again in his bed. When he awoke, it was already 8 in the evening, roused by Li Yangqiu's phone call. "What place?" "I'll be there shortly." Upon arriving at the location Li Yangqiu specified on his motorcycle, he discovered that his friend was not alone. Beside Li Yangqiu sat a petite, charming young lady. Given the distance between their seats, she must be the girlfriend Li Yangqiu mentioned. Curiosity piqued, Tang Songyuan parked his motorcycle and approached. "This way." Li Yangqiu waved him over from a distance, and, as Tang Songyuan drew near, he hastily introduced him. "This is my good brother, Tang Songyuan. Lao Tang. This is my girlfriend, Huang Jia. We met in college." "Such a scamp. You're going to get yourself into trouble with that mouth of yours." Tang Songyuan greeted Zhuang, "Yep, politely." She, however, extended her hand with great poise. "Hello, Tang Ge. I often hear Yangqiu speak of you." Tang Songyuan was pleasantly surprised by her pure Blue City accent. After some casual conversation, he learned that Huang Jia graduated from the same high school as them, albeit a year younger. "Then you can't call me Tango anymore. You should call me Senior," Tang Songyuan said. Huang Jia covered her mouth and chuckled, preparing to respond with a senior. But Li Yangqiu quickly interjected, "What about calling you Tang Shixiang or even Tang Elder?" Tang Songyuan cleared his throat. "Let us stick with Lao Tang." With the topic flowing, the atmosphere grew increasingly amicable. Unable to resist, Tang Songyuan indulged in a few drinks, albeit beer. Li Yangqiu said, "It's rare to have a few days off. We should make the most of it and have some fun for 4 or 5 days." Tang Songyuan nodded. "Sure. Since I'm currently unemployed, I'll join you. Just for fun? What else did you have in mind? Chapter 24. Bargain hunting at the flea market. They savored a barbecue feast until nearly 11 at night. The three of them consumed 7 bottles of beer, and Tang Songyuan felt he hadn't quite satisfied his hunger. Having spent over 700, fortunately, with Li Yangqiu picking up the tab. The charm of barbecue in Shu lies in its egalitarian nature, where locals are treated no differently. The next morning, Tang Songyuan awoke in the familiar comfort of his own bed. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he entered the bathroom, brushing his teeth while admiring the yoga practice of a young lady downstairs. Indeed, as Li Yangqiu had said, he was a bit of a reserved flirt. However, it must be said that the woman possesses an exquisite physique characterized by a slender silhouette, a pear-shaped posterior, a wasp waist, and elongated legs, with her 5-month pregnancy hardly noticeable on her flat abdomen. After freshening up, she descended to seek a place for breakfast. The morning fare in Blue City predominantly consists of noodles, though buns, steamed bread, soy milk, and fried dough sticks are also prevalent, with noodles being the favored choice. Today, Tang Songyuan intended to explore various markets, paying attention to the genuine prices of jadeite available in the market, with the lucrative potential of gambling stones. He had no reason to forego this opportunity. Having painstakingly acquired the ability to see through objects, it would be a waste not to utilize it for wealth accumulation. Understanding the market prices of finished jadeite would provide him with clarity on the value of different jadeite pieces. Prior to this, Tang Songyuan's understanding of jadeite was largely confined to what he had gleaned from online novels, superficial and often misleading, with some details being mere fabrications by the authors. Yet, Tang Songyuan was somewhat mistaken. After all, Blue City is merely a 4th-tier small city. The jewelry stores on the streets predominantly showcase low-quality jadeite, with a mere handful of higher-quality iced jade products. Some sales personnel struggle to articulate even the basic distinctions of jade types and water content. Even a layman like Tang Songyuan understood that type refers to the structural quality, while water pertains to transparency. "Sir, you've been browsing for quite some time. Have you found any pieces that catch your eye?" asked a saleswoman in a black business suit at the 3rd jewelry store he visited. "Are you considering a gift for your girlfriend, or perhaps family? We can assist you with recommendations." It is often said that salespeople tailor their pitches to their clientele. Yet they undergo rigorous training and market experience, often concealing their disdain for the majority of pieces they offer. Tang Songyuan awkwardly touched his nose, replying, "Oh, I apologize. I'm just browsing. No need to trouble yourself." "Not a problem at all, sir," the saleswoman replied courteously. "We have many styles suitable for gentlemen. You're welcome to try on anything that interests you." "Really, I'm just looking. You carry on with your work." Tang Songyuan politely declined once more, as ostentatious gold chains and flashy watches were not to his taste. After perusing a few stores, he gained a rough understanding of the prices of jadeite jewelry on the market. A jadeite pendant weighing less than 50 grams, paired with a silver necklace, was priced an astonishing 500 yuan. Similarly, a Buddha statue of comparable weight, slightly better in quality and adorned with a gold rim, commanded a staggering price of 2,000 yuan. A bracelet of iced jade with floral patterns could reach exorbitant prices of 4 to 500,000 yuan. While there were some lower-priced items, they were merely inferior jade-like products, which, though visually appealing, raised concerns about their quality. Excited to explore, but disheartened by the reality, Tang Songyuan emerged from the jewelry stores he had visited, his hands empty, and turned right at the exit amidst the saleswoman's resigned gaze. Oh, not far ahead lies the East Gate Street of the Blue City, a place that might offer a delightful stroll in search of hidden treasures. This thoroughfare serves as a flower and bird market. It is also frequented by elderly vendors displaying an array of porcelain, coins, and various trinkets along the roadside. Were it the era of the Tang, Song, or Yuan dynasties, many would deem these items as predominantly counterfeit. However, with his newly acquired ability to discern authenticity through his enhanced perception, perhaps he could uncover a genuine artifact amid the clutter. After all, with idle time on his hands, he sauntered toward East Gate Street. The street spans approximately 6 to 7 meters in width, marked by stone bollards at its entrance. Many pedestrians traverse the thoroughfare, yet the numerous antique stalls lining the street attract little interest. As he activated his enhanced vision, he ambled past these vendors, his demeanor relaxed and his mind open to serendipity. Regrettably, the vast majority of items on display were contemporary reproductions. Even those that appeared aged bore evident signs of artificial wear, rendering them devoid of any true antiquity or value. The information provided by his vision regarding production dates and origins prompted him to shake his head in dismay. But wait. Here lies a genuine piece. It resembled a small garlic mortar. Its unassuming white and blue design belied its significance. His enhanced sight revealed its true nature, a porcelain incense burner. Dated to 1542, the 30th year of the Jiajing era, hailing from Jingdezhen, measuring 66 centimeters in height and 33 centimeters in diameter. Initially, he had harbored little hope, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find such authenticity amidst the market's offerings. Maintaining his composure, he casually passed by the stall before discreetly checking the price of Ming Dynasty incense burners on his phone. The information indicated that these small burners, used by scholars and literati for burning incense, were designed to accommodate a single stick of incense. In some locales, they served as essential items in the study, with prices starting at a minimum of 200,000. Crouching down, he pointed to the items on the stall with a grin, exclaiming, Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, Jiaqing, ah. The 5 emperor's ingots, my good sir. The proprietor, a man in his 40s, a rare sight among street vendors, was absent-mindedly handling a string of darkwood beads. Noticing Tang Songyuan's interest, he quickly responded, Indeed, authentic Qing Dynasty silver ingots, truly a unique find in this market. The stall offered a plethora of items, including 5 ingots, plates, brush washers, and an old abacus with a small incense burner among them. Tang Songyuan picked up one of the ingots, weighing in his hand, and remarked, This feels quite substantial. How much for all 5? All 5? Now that is quite a deal. The vendor thought, his spirits lifting. He casually replied, For all 5, I'll let you have them for 3,600 each. But if you wish to take just one, it'll cost at least 1,000. Tang Songyuan could not help but chuckle internally, yet maintained an impassive expression as he remarked, That seems rather expensive. How much does this one cost? The vendor, seated on a small stool, replied without a moment's hesitation, I haven't weighed it myself, nor do I know its worth. If it were in the past, it would certainly be at least 50 taels. If I sell it to you, I won't be able to acquire another like it. This is the only set I have. A hint of regret crossed Tang Songyuan's face as he lamented. Oh dear, 3,000 is quite a steep price. The vendor, too, appeared troubled, saying, Brother, you must understand that this item is difficult to procure. Do you know how challenging it is to gather these 5 different dynastic ingots? A complete set like this is exceedingly rare to find anywhere else. That is truly absurd. Believe me, if I were to leave the market, you would instantly pull out an identical set from your pocket, Tang Songyuan retorted. The vendor hesitated momentarily before stating, The lowest I can go is 2,500. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow. My good sir, I am genuinely interested in purchasing, but your price is not reasonable. May I propose an offer? The vendor nodded, simply responding, Go ahead. Tang Songyuan continued, Don't be upset if I offer less. The vendor replied, If you offer too little, I am under no obligation to sell. We can always negotiate further. That is the way of business. With a chuckle, Tang Songyuan suggested, 50. I will give you 50 for it. What? The vendor, seemingly insulted, exclaimed angrily, 50? You might as well rob me. Adding a 0 wouldn't even suffice. Just moments ago, he had mentioned 2,500, and now he would not entertain a mere additional 0. Tang Songyuan remained unfazed, retorting with disdain, You aren't sincerely selling this. I spent quite a sum acquiring it myself. It's absurd to encounter someone so unreasonable today. At the very least, you should provide a fair price. I wouldn't trust a word from you. You cunning old man. Tang Songyuan had not once glanced at the small porcelain incense burner, continuing to press, I genuinely like this and wish to purchase it. Think carefully and give me a reasonable offer. The vendor's face reflected his predicament as he replied, At the very least, you should give me 1,800. That's a 700 discount. Surely that shows my sincerity. Tang Songyuan scoffed. 1,800 is considered sincere? I will give you a flat 1,000. Take it or leave it. If not, I shall look elsewhere. Then go ahead and look. The vendor thought gleefully, though he feigned indifference as he responded. Tang Songyuan truly began to depart, showing no signs of hesitation. Wait, you can take it for 1,000. The vendor hurriedly called out to Tang Songyuan, Forget it. Let us consider this the start of my business. I'll lose 980. Tang Songyuan, internally scoffing, halted and inquired, Is it truly 1,000? Indeed, 1,000. The vendor assured, thumping his chest. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow. But how does it seem to me that 1,000 for these ingots feels like a loss? Loss. The vendor, no longer fiddling with his prayer beads, hastily grabbed a bag, filled it with the 5 ingots, and handed it to him, stating, If it weren't for the opening of my business, would I allow you to take such advantage? Ah, I see. Tang Songyuan, somewhat bewildered, accepted the bag and, before the vendor, prepared to make the payment. Scanning the code successfully, he entered 1,000. However, just as he was about to input the final digit of the password, Tang Songyuan paused. Chapter 25. The Sifting of the Sand. At last, the truth was laid bare. The proprietor found himself in a predicament. On one hand, there was the imminent profit of 1,000 yuan, and on the other, a trinket of little renown. This simply would not do, for the item was indeed precious. Irrespective of its monetary value, the stall owner initially declined the offer. Shaking his head in reluctance, he said, "That won't suffice. Perhaps you can increase your offer? By how much? At least 200 more. 50. Deal." After a prolonged negotiation, Tang Songyuan added an additional 50 yuan, finally securing the small porcelain incense burner. Upon completing the transaction, Tang Songyuan did not hastily depart. Instead, he leisurely placed the incense burner into his bag. Only after distancing himself from the stall did he reveal the delicate piece. He examined it thoroughly before discarding 5 large Qing Dynasty silver coins into a nearby trash bin. The item was composed of lead tin alloy, which posed a risk of poisoning with prolonged contact. Continuing his stroll, Tang Songyuan encountered no further valuable antiques. He came across a few authentic artifacts, including 2 pieces of porcelain from the late Qing Dynasty, but their craftsmanship was mediocre and the asking prices exorbitant, forcing him to forego those purchases. Nevertheless, having spent a total of 1,050 yuan on a porcelain incense burner worth at least 200,000, the outing was not in vain. Upon entering the house, Wei Qing spotted Tang Songyuan busy in the kitchen and exclaimed, "Brother, did you bring me a gift from the Magic City? Was it fun?" Tang Songyuan smacked his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, I got so caught up in things that I completely forgot. How about I take you shopping tomorrow?" With a chuckle, he added, "Actually, I was just teasing you. I've already placed it in your room." Wei Qing, brimming with anticipation, dashed into her room and soon emerged with the latest model of a tablet in hand, exclaiming, "Wow, the newest Huawei. This must have cost a fortune. Did you strike it rich?" "Not quite wealthy," Tang Songyuan replied, "but I can afford to improve our quality of life a bit." He exited the kitchen, holding a plate, and urged, "Go wash your hands. It's time for dinner." His mindset mirrored that of many Southern parents. Even if their homes were filled with wealth, they would not easily disclose their financial situation to minors. Besides, with only a little over 2 million in savings, they were not exactly a family of opulence. After dinner, Tang Songyuan inquired about Wei Qing's academic performance and remarked, "The college entrance exams are approaching. I can't offer much assistance in this regard. It all rests on your shoulders." Having taken the exams himself, he remembered that his own scores had only allowed him entry to an average university. Moreover, years of neglect had left him nearly forgetful of the knowledge he once possessed. Wei Qing, engrossed with her new tablet, nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, brother. I won't let you down." Tang Songyuan replied, "It's not just my expectations. Our parents, watching from above, also silently hope for your success. Do you understand?" Wei Qing obediently nodded. "Yes, brother, I will be careful." 3 days later, Monday arrived. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu converged as the latter carried a sports backpack. With a cheerful smile, he asked, "Is everything settled at home?" Tang Songyuan, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted, "Why do you make it sound as though we are embarking on some nefarious endeavor? What do you mean by everything is settled at home? Or have you provided me with a relocation allowance?" Li Yangqiu scratched his nose and replied, "Just checking in on you. Why are you so agitated?" Tang Songyuan raised his hand in a gesture for silence. "Enough of the nonsense. Are you going to leave or not?" After more than 5 hours of travel, Tang Songyuan finally arrived in Ruili under Li Yangqiu's guidance. Li Yangqiu had rented a modest room, small, but equipped with a bed and a private bathroom, allowing the two to squeeze in together. "The space is a bit cramped, but you'll have to make do with me," Li Yangqiu said, slightly embarrassed as he set down his luggage. "It's fine," Tang Songyuan replied nonchalantly. "I am quite normal. You need not worry about me invading your space." Li Yangqiu responded with a playful gesture and continued, "Let us get your things settled. I'll take you out for a meal first. Afterward, you can rest at home while I head to the office. I'll take you out again tonight." Being unfamiliar with the area, Tang Songyuan had no objections to this arrangement. He soon learned about Li Yangqiu's specific role here, which essentially involved assisting Songjinghua in delivering goods and driving. Songjinghua had established a company in the area, employing a dozen individuals and encompassing the entire process from jade processing to sales. Ruili is renowned as the largest gambling stone trading market in the country, with the bustling morning market at Jiegao and the vibrant night market at Delong being the most popular. In the car, Li Yangqiu drove while enthusiastically acting as a tour guide, providing Tang Songyuan with a detailed introduction. It's evening now. Let me take you to explore the Delong night market. Before long, they arrived, and Tang Songyuan could already sense the vibrancy of the market. The entrance was marked by a grand archway inscribed with Delong International Jewelry City. The streets below were lined with stalls displaying an array of stones, both large and small, with a throng of people making it impossible to see the end of the crowd. Indeed, it was a sea of humanity, bustling and teeming with life. Various intriguing advertisements caught his attention. Direct access to Myanmar, high-quality gambling stones, free cutting, 500 yuan each, and nearby, high-quality gambling stones, wealth myth, free cutting, 100 yuan each. Once Li Yanqiu parked the car, he skillfully retrieved 2 flashlights, handing one to Tang Songyuan with a grin. What do you think? Quite lively, I assent it. Looking around, whether at the street stalls or in the shops, the jade raw materials on display surely amounted to several million yuan. Li Yanqiu chuckled. It's truly a case of sifting through the sand. Do you think you can find anything worthwhile for just 100 yuan? To be honest, 99 of what you see in the market is merely subpar material, and it all depends on whether you can discern the truly valuable treasures amidst the rubble. Chapter 26, A Lesson Learned. The gamble of stones is not for gambling. However, the world of gambling stones is one that easily leads bettors to financial ruin. The adage of slice can bring both wealth and despair is not merely whimsical. Yet, with the perceptive vision cultivated during the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties, the raw jade materials before him appeared as transparent as an unclothed beauty, revealing their true nature. Suddenly, he chuckled and declared, "Let the waves sift the sand. Tonight, we shall take a chance and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle." With that, he activated his discerning vision and, alongside Li Yanqiu, began examining each stall in succession. Instantly, the raw materials within a 50-meter radius lay bare before his eyes, without a single corner concealed. Nonetheless, the outcome was as Li Yanqiu had predicted. A staggering 99% of the materials were of dismal quality. In essence, while most of the stones present contained jade, the majority did not meet the standards of gem quality. Compared to the gemstone appraisal events in the bustling metropolis, this was a significant downgrade. Furthermore, none of these stones bore identification numbers, raising questions about whether they were unworthy or simply of lower grade. Yet, there was a silver lining. The sheer abundance of materials ensured ample supply. Many individuals here were the most impoverished jade miners from Myanmar, scouring through discarded mines or tailings in search of potential jade materials to bring to market. Even selling a single piece in a day would yield substantial income for them. This reminded Tang Songyuan of a TikTok video he had seen, depicting crowds of people rushing like wild horses, disregarding danger, to scavenge for tools as trucks dumped raw or from the mines. Here, the minimum price for a piece of raw material was 100 yuan, translating to 3,000 yuan a month, an admirable income for the lower strata of Myanmar society. Moreover, the constant flow of enthusiasts to the market suggested that it was unlikely for any piece of raw material to remain unsold by the end of the night. Although the waves might sift the sand, there was still an ample supply of jade materials present. After browsing for approximately 10 minutes, Tang Songyuan finally identified a promising piece of jade rough. "Let us check that direction," he urged Li Yanqiu, leading him through the throngs of people. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s, and several customers huddled around, scrutinizing the raw materials with small flashlights. Although there were street lights, their illumination was dim, perhaps because the market did not require overly bright lighting. In the obscurity, discerning the quality of the jade became more manageable. Without hesitation, both men crouched down, each selecting a piece of rough material to inspect. A minute later, Li Yanqiu discarded the piece he had chosen, opting for another to study, only to shake his head in disappointment shortly thereafter. The quality is abysmal. Even 200 yuan is still money. He glanced at the sign posted by the vendor, which indicated a price of 200 yuan per piece. With a hint of disdain, he stood up and spoke. However, Tang Songyuan remained unfazed, cradling the stone as he inquired of the vendor, "How much for one?" 200 yuan each, and we offer complimentary cutting. Although the vendor's Mandarin was somewhat imperfect, it was still comprehensible. "I'll take it," Tang Songyuan replied decisively. Li Yanqiu was momentarily taken aback, then impulsively snatched the rough stone from Tang Songyuan's hands, exclaiming, "What are you thinking? You've already bought it." He then pretended to scrutinize it with a flashlight. This particular piece of raw stone weighed just over 2 pounds and was predominantly gray-black, precisely the one Tang Songyuan had previously observed, containing a section of jadeite with a glutinous, icy base. "I can't quite gauge this stone, but it's merely 200 yuan. You make the call." Indeed, It was evident that the vendor was somewhat lacking in expertise. After paying, Tang Songyuan opted not to have the vendor cut the stone for free, intending to seek out Song Jinghua's company to borrow their cutting machine. If Song Jinghua expressed interest, he might even consider purchasing it. However, this was merely a temporary solution. To thrive in the jade stone gambling circle of Relics in the long term, Tang Songyuan believed he should acquire some cutting equipment and hire workers. Alternatively, he could establish a company akin to Song Jinghua's, specializing in sourcing stones and selling jade. After placing the rough stone into his backpack, the two continued to meander about. Deeper within the market, they encountered fixed stalls where the prices for rough materials were notably higher, starting at 500 yuan each and even reaching 1,000 yuan for some. The quality of jadeite at these stalls was somewhat superior, yet Tang Songyuan perceived that even the higher quality stones were not vastly different. During their exploration, Li Yangqiu was drawn to a black stone, and the vendor described it as a kaka black sand, which held the potential to yield exceptional jadeite, even the possibility of Imperial green. He added, "Kaka is a significant source. The black-skinned jadeite there has seen substantial appreciation." Li Yangqiu, holding his flashlight, switched to a yellow light mode to examine it closely. "This has great water content," he remarked, presenting the stone to Tang Songyuan. Under the beam of the powerful flashlight, the illuminated section exhibited a jelly-like texture that evoked an impulse to touch it and feel its elasticity. However, with his enhanced vision active, Tang Songyuan quickly discerned the internal conditions of the stone. He nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, it appears promising, but there seems to be a fissure here. Did the vendor slice it?" Li Yangqiu flipped the stone over and observed a subtle, fine crack along the side of the black stone, not immediately apparent and bearing minimal signs of artificial alteration. The vendor, a middle-aged man with slightly darkened skin, immediately shook his head in denial. "Young man, you mustn't make unfounded claims. A cut would be smooth, and this chipping is clearly from excavation." He gestured, "Look here. You can even see the mist layer. This is undoubtedly a piece of exceptional quality. If it were genuinely remarkable material, would you refrain from making a cut and instead let it go for merely 1,000 yuan?" Li Yangqiu hesitated for a moment, glancing towards Tang Songyuan. His eyes filled with inquiry. "I think it's decent. Why not buy it?" Tang Songyuan turned his head away, feigning indifference as he replied, "It's entirely up to you. 1,000 yuan is nothing compared to 10 million. Consider it a lesson learned." Chapter 27. A Tragic Demise. With delight, Li Yangqiu paid for the stone he found acceptable and immediately requested the proprietor to cut it open. In the interim, Tang Songyuan seized the opportunity to purchase two pieces of rough material. One was an ice-type stone with floral patterns, and the other was a glutinous ice blue stone, both of commendable quality. Additionally, he deliberately acquired two pieces of waste material, adding them to his backpack, which now weighed around 10 jin. He did not mind the burden. Alas, a tragic demise. Before long, the rough material purchased by Li Yangqiu was successfully cut open, revealing a promising quality, nearly reaching the ice type. Unfortunately, the stone was riddled with numerous fissures, rendering it nearly useless for crafting beads. The seller, with a mournful expression, handed the stone back to him, saying, "What a pity. It possesses color and quality. Had it not been for these cracks, it would have been worth at least 500,000. Now it's fit only for the trash bin." Observing Li Yangqiu's face of disappointment and sorrow, he attempted to console him. "This is actually quite normal. In the realm of stone gambling, there are 5 critical factors: quality, base, cotton, cracks, and impurities, with cracks being the most challenging to predict. Even the most seasoned experts can falter on this point." In truth, it was still early, just past 9 o'clock. Once his cutting equipment was in place, and he had established his own team, such concerns would be a thing of the past. On their way back, Li Yangqiu asked in confusion, "Since the stone cutting is complimentary, why didn't you have the owner cut it right there and then? Why go to old Song's place?" Tang Songyuan crafted a rationale, explaining, "Even when cutting stones, I prefer a quieter environment. It was rather noisy over there, and I have a bit of social anxiety." Though somewhat perplexed, Li Yangqiu accepted this explanation. Moments later, the car halted in front of a workshop. The interior was illuminated, accompanied by the clamor of saw blades cutting through stone. The two alighted, and Li Yangqiu led Tang Songyuan directly inside. They soon encountered Song Jinghua, dressed in casual attire. Li Yangqiu promptly greeted President Song. Tang Songyuan echoed the greeting, adding, "I just bought a few stones at the Delong night market and plan to use your company's machines for cutting, President Song. Then let Xiao Qiu take you. There's no need for formality among fellow townsfolk from Blue City. You young ones enjoy yourselves in Relics," Song Jinghua replied. Tang Songyuan expressed his gratitude, and Li Yangqiu skillfully guided him to an available cutting machine. He waved his hand, saying, "Come, give me the stones. I will cut them for you." "Are you sure about this, you little rascal?" Tang Songyuan questioned with some skepticism, yet he began to extract the stones one by one from his backpack. "Sure or not? There is no such word as impossible in a man's dictionary." Li Yangqiu let out a sound of annoyance as he picked up a stone and inquired, "Now, how do you wish to proceed?" Tang Songyuan pretended to be oblivious, offering random instructions, and thus, Li Yangqiu commenced the cutting process. Although his technique was still somewhat unrefined, as long as he remained vigilant about safety, there were no significant concerns. As anticipated, the first piece met a grim fate. Upon slicing it open, the raw material's surface was dark and gray, resembling a pile of cow dung. With an expression of disdain, Li Yangqiu discarded the halved stone onto the table before Tang Songyuan. "I told you it was worthless, yet you refused to listen. How much did you pay for this?" Tang Songyuan rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, 200. 200, just a while ago. That amount could have afforded a night of revelry on Blue City, South Romantic Street, exclaimed Li Yangqiu in disbelief. "Damn, this is ridiculous. 200 is an archaic price. Nowadays, you need at least 600 or 800 just to enter." Tang Songyuan shot back, and stopped rambling. "Are we cutting or not? Why don't you mention how your 1,000 is down the drain?" Li Yangqiu chuckled and resumed cutting. The second piece also ended in failure. Shaking his head, he sighed. "Well, what did I say? Gambling on stones is not as simple as it seems. We are both in the same boat now," he added. "And let's not dwell on that 1,000 wasted on raw material." By the time he began the third piece, Li Yangqiu had become somewhat indifferent. He held little hope for the stones Tang Songyuan had purchased that evening. The cutting machine's blade whirred rapidly, with a thin stream of water cascading down to cool the blade and prevent overheating. Amidst the splattering mud, the first cut of Tang Songyuan's third piece was made. "Holy cow, it actually yielded," exclaimed Li Yangqiu upon witnessing a glimmer of water-like clarity at the cut. As he lifted the lid of the cut stone, a lustrous blue hue emerged before them. "By the heavens, I've struck gold. It appears to be of the icy variety, and this blue hue is currently in high demand in Rueli." Tang Songyuan, noticing the result, remarked with a hint of incredulity in his gaze, "What are you staring at? Keep cutting." However, Li Yangqiu did not rush. Instead, he gestured over the stone. "If this section reveals a solid base, we might carve out a pair of bangles from it. This piece could easily be worth 300,000. "What 300,000? A worker, acquainted with Li Yangqiu, approached curiously, drawn by the commotion. "Master Gao, come take a look. My brother snagged this stone for 100 tonight. It's icy blue material," Li Yangqiu exclaimed, barely containing his excitement, and handed the freshly cut side to him. Master Gao examined the exposed surface, illuminating it with a flashlight. Indeed it's blue. The clarity is quite impressive. If only the texture were a bit older." Li Yangqiu grinned widely, 100 well spent. "If it yields color, that is already remarkable. Master Gao, if you're not busy, could you assist in revealing the entire stone?" Perhaps it was the thrill of the hunt that prompted Master Gao to agree without hesitation, proceeding to slice the material on a nearby machine. Li Yangqiu selected a piece from the remaining 2 blocks and inquired of Tang Songyuan, "How about we cut it from here?" Tang Songyuan retorted with annoyance, "Are you addicted to slicing?" Yet, Li Yangqiu chuckled, "It's actually quite amusing." He then resumed operating the machine to make his cuts. Chapter 28. The generosity of the boss. An hour and a half later, Tang Songyuan successfully extracted all 5 pieces of jade rough he had purchased from the Dalong market. Setting aside the 2 that were deemed unworthy, he revealed 3 viable pieces: 1 icy variety with floral patterns, 1 glutinous icy blue, and another glutinous icy with green blossoms. These 3 gem-quality jades constituted Tang Songyuan's bounty for the evening. At this moment, Li Yangqiu found himself questioning his existence. How is it fair that I squandered 1,000 yuan, only to see this fellow spend 1,500 and obtain 3 quality pieces? A number of workers, having just finished their shifts, gathered around, some responsible for cutting, others for carving. They collectively chuckled, such as fate. "Xiao Qiu, you simply lack the luck," they added. "Not even Boss Song is immune to mishaps." Just then, Song Jinghua arrived, and Master Gao, with a jovial demeanor, recounted how Li Yangqiu's 1,000 yuan had gone to waste while Tang Songyuan, with his 1,500 yuan investment, had yielded 3 fine jades. Song Jinghua eyed the 3 nearly finished pieces on the table, surprised, and remarked, "Xiao Tang, impressive. You managed to cut 3 quality pieces from 5 night market materials. Your luck is extraordinary." Tang Songyuan scratched his head and modestly replied, It's indeed luck. I initially planned to spend a few days here for leisure, never expecting such a fortunate outcome. Song Jinghua chuckled lightly. Luck is part of skill, after all. Look at Xiao Qiu. He accompanied you, yet he lacks your fortune. Li Yangqiu interjected, Boss Song, please spare me. Why rub salt in my wounds? A flicker of regret crossed his face as he lamented. If only I had resisted my greed at that moment. 1,000 yuan would have made for a splendid supper for everyone. It's not too late for you to treat us now. Master Gao laughed heartily, clearing his throat. Song Jinghua approached Li Yangqiu, patting him on the shoulder. You lack experience, my friend. I suspect the piece you purchased may have already been sliced by the original owner. Li Yangqiu experienced a moment of clarity, exclaiming, I thought it impossible for such a dazzling stone to originate from that place. When illuminated, it sparkled brilliantly, but upon cutting, it revealed a network of cracks resembling a spider's web. Song Jinghua chuckled lightly. That is hardly unusual. I've seen instances where unsatisfactory cuts were masked with special materials, crafting an exterior indistinguishable from genuine jade rough. A novice wouldn't be able to discern the difference. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Tang Songyuan, his smile unwavering. Little Tang, how do you plan to handle these stones? This question struck right at the heart of the matter. Tang Songyuan was at a loss for words. With a simple, honest smile, he replied, These stones are quite a windfall, but as you know, I lack the necessary connections in this area. Perhaps you could assist me in finding a way. As you can see, there were more wolves than prey, and there simply wasn't enough to go around. With just 2 pieces to sell, it nearly strained the machines to their limits. How about this? I could take these stones off your hands, and you let Uncle Song earn a little for the processing. He understood that in a place like Relics, those who sold raw materials were plentiful, as were those who processed jade into finished products. Although the 3 pieces Tang Songyuan had were not the finest jadeite, their quality was still quite popular in the mid-range market, with demand far surpassing supply. The source of jadeite was almost entirely a gamble, from the mines to the final processing, intertwined with a significant element of chance, experience, discernment, and financial strength. Even after 2 decades in this industry, he felt there was still much for him to learn. Uncle Song, please name your price. Tang Songyuan glanced at Li Yangqiu and addressed Song Jinghua, previously referring to him as Mr. Song. He now opted for Uncle Song to convey a closer relationship. Song Jinghua chuckled heartily, reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Rest assured, we are all fellow townsmen from Blue City, and I maintain my principles in business. I won't engage in any dubious dealings. For these stones, I will offer you a price consistent with the general market rate. How does that sound? As he spoke, he picked up the first stone from the table. This piece of icy blue jadeite has enough material for a bracelet, and there is still ample left over for several pendants. I'll give you 300,000. What do you think? To be honest, Tang Songyuan did not have a precise grasp of the market price, as his previous experiences in Blue City offered little reference. However, seeing the approving nods from those around him, he felt that the price was reasonable enough, and he smiled and nodded. That works, Uncle Song. Song Jinghua then estimated the remaining 2 pieces, offering 120,000 for the icy green flower jadeite and 460,000 for the icy type with green flowers, bringing the total to a neat 880,000. Oh my! After tallying the prices, Song Jinghua suddenly realized, clapping his hands in delight. Little Tang, you truly deserve to be prosperous. Your luck is impeccable. 880,000, such an auspicious number. Although the financial office had closed for the day, Song Jinghua still used his personal phone to transfer the money to Tang Songyuan. Received it. Thank you, Uncle Song. Tang Songyuan said with a smile as he checked the notification on his phone. Song Jinghua then looked at everyone and said, Didn't you all just mention wanting a midnight snack? Xiao Qiu, find a spot on P Street. I'll treat everyone tonight as a welcome for Little Tang. Yay! Our boss is generous. The group began to jovially discuss whether to have barbecued or pan-fried dishes. Chapter 29. Deception and Intrigue. The following morning, within the modest confines of Li Yangqiu's rented apartment, the sharp sound of the alarm clock shattered the peaceful slumber of 2 close friends. Tang Songyuan, still enveloped in the embrace of sleep, nudged Li Yangqiu's form and murmured, What time is it? I feel as though I haven't had enough rest. At that moment, the allure of sleep was far too enticing to contemplate waking up. Li Yangqiu reached for his phone to check the time, muttering, It's 7 o'clock. Didn't you want to visit the early market in Jiegao? I set the alarm a bit earlier for that. Jiegao, known as the initial gateway for Burmese jade, boasts a highly popular jade early market within the industry. With a resigned sigh, Tang Songyuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and kicked Li Yangqiu's backside, exclaiming, "Move aside. I need to relieve myself." "Together," Li Yangqiu replied as he flipped over, slipped on his shoes, and dashed toward the bathroom. The sound of running water soon filled the air, accompanied by Li Yangqiu's exuberant exclamation. "Ah, this feels so refreshing." He then squinted his eyes, casually adding, "Quite an investment." "Huh?" Tang Songyuan chuckled in agreement, retorting, "Likewise." Once they descended the stairs, Li Yangqiu treated Tang Songyuan to a breakfast of flavorful zao mi xian, a specialty of Relics. The vibrant red, glistening noodles were visually appetizing, adorned with slices of marinated tofu, crushed peanuts, and toasted white sesame seeds. Complemented by the establishment's signature braised beef and beef meatballs, along with some minced beef and a mix of sauces. A small plate of pickled vegetables was offered complimentary. Tang Songyuan gently slurped the noodles, swirling the red oil-laden strands before savoring them. "How does it taste? Does it suit your palate?" Li Yangqiu inquired, a hint of pride evident on his face as he too picked up his chopsticks to enjoy the dish. After breakfast, the two friends resumed their journey in the car. Jiegao is home to 3 major jade trading markets: Yuqing Industrial, Jimao Jewelry Jade City, and Shunjue Jewelry City. As a guide, Li Yangqiu proved to be quite competent. With his hands clasped behind his head, Tang Songyuan leisurely asked, "So where shall we go first?" Li Yangqiu replied, "Naturally, we shall begin at Yuqing Industrial. It is the oldest and traditionally preserved establishment, perfect for someone like you who enjoys the thrill of gambling on raw materials." He then added, "Of course, it's not that I imply the other places are lacking. It's just that my uncle's shop is located there." Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. Once you escort me to the location, you may head off to work." The distance of 3 to 4 kilometers was covered in less than 10 minutes. After disembarking, Li Yangqiu did not rush off to work, but instead took a moment to show Tang Songyuan around. The trading hall of Yuqing was already bustling, with its doors wide open. Upon entering, one could immediately see neatly arranged display counters resembling those of a bustling market. To liken it to a market was not an exaggeration in the slightest. The counters, standing over a meter high, showcased an array of jade Buddha statues, rings, bead strings, bracelets, and other jade products. Unlike typical jewelry stores that require glass display cases, here customers could directly pick and choose as if shopping for groceries. The rough stone trading area is situated behind the Jade City Market, starkly contrasting with the brightly lit finished goods market. Here, the ambience is considerably dimmer, and the display stands are less densely arranged, resembling more of a series of stalls, with each merchant occupying a designated space. A larger area in the back serves as a warehouse and cutting zone. Tang Songyuan observed that some merchants displayed cut jadeite and semi-transparent materials on their stands, with a few even featuring small windows for showcasing their offerings. Without delving further, Li Yangqiu led the way, cautioning, "The only thing to be wary of is the prevalence of con artists here, employing tricks that can be quite deceptive. Just keep an eye on your wallet and resist the temptation of greed. There won't be any forced transactions." Tang Songyuan smiled faintly and replied, "That is certainly true. They can take my life, but to take my money would be far more unbearable." Li Yangqiu chuckled in response, saying, "All right then, feel free to explore on your own. Once I finish my business, I will come find you. Should anything arise, don't hesitate to call me." With that, Tang Songyuan began to wander through the market alone. He primarily focused on the rough stone area, activating his perspective vision to scrutinize each piece of jadeite in the vicinity. "Hey, handsome, interested in buying jade? This is glassy jade." Just a few minutes into his exploration, a man in his 30s approached him. The man had dark skin and spoke with a pronounced Burmese accent. Although Tang Songyuan was not entirely familiar with what a Burmese accent sounded like, he recognized it immediately. Raising an eyebrow, he rejected without hesitation, "No, thank you." Just moments ago, Li Yangqiu had warned him about the multitude of con artists, and already one had approached him. The man, noticing Tang Songyuan's unfamiliar face, was reluctant to let go of what he perceived as a prime customer. Tang Songyuan's expression twitched in exasperation as he glanced at the man and said, "Well, let me see it." The man's face brightened, and he quickly retrieved a finely crafted Buddhist statue from his satchel, presenting it to Tang Songyuan. "This exquisite glassy jadeite Buddha carving. Look at its luminescence and the texture. Only the finest glassy jade can achieve such an effect." Tang Songyuan did not reach out to take it, but instead studied the statue thoughtfully. "It's a fine piece, but what?" the man asked, confused. He continued, "Listen, my friend, glassy jadeite is incredibly hard to come by these days. If you miss out on this piece, you'll surely regret it." Tang Songyuan nodded knowingly, feigning interest, and asked eagerly, "How much?" 800,000. The man gestured with his hand to indicate the amount, but quickly altered his expression to one of sincerity, stating, "However, you're in luck today. I'm in a bit of a rush. If you give me 80,000, this Buddha can be yours at a bargain." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and replied, "That sounds quite tempting, but I only have 200 on me. How about this? Wait here for a moment while I go borrow some money from my brother." The man's expression brightened even further, and he immediately responded, "Can I accompany you?" Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "You fail to understand. My brother is quite astute and rather stubborn. What if he learns of my intention to purchase your item and refuses to lend me money?" With that, he turned and departed, leaving the man in a state of indecision. Chapter 30, Violet Jade. Tang Songyuan melded into the crowd, swiftly disappearing into the bustling marketplace. One needn't possess his remarkable ability to see through all illusions. Even without it, one could easily deduce that a glass-gray jade Buddha statue could not possibly be sold for a mere 80,000. This minor incident did not dampen his enthusiasm for exploring the market further. If that fellow wished to wait, let him linger there. "Excuse me, may I take a look at this piece?" At last, Tang Songyuan had his eye on a rough jade stone and inquired with the stall owner. A middle-aged man with a shaved head, whose rotund visage bore a resemblance to a street tough. "You truly have an eye for quality," the bald man chuckled, his jowls quivering with mirth. He gestured to a color band on the stone, saying, "This piece weighs 28 jin, boasts an excellent skin, and is of the variety, complete with a color band." He spoke solely of the advantages, highlighting the merits of the stone. Through his extraordinary vision, Tang Songyuan discerned that the jade's internal quality had reached an icy grade, and the color band extended significantly into the stone. However, the green flecks appeared wispy rather than solid in hue. Still, it was undoubtedly superior to the few pieces he had acquired at the Dalong night market. In fact, the overall quality of the rough jade in the entire Jade City market surpassed that of the Dalong night market. "Quite impressive," he remarked, feigning interest as he illuminated the stone with his flashlight. "What price can you offer?" After a prolonged silence, Tang Songyuan calmly inquired. The bald man, grinning, made a gesture indicating the number 8 and declared, "Considering our rapport, I'll let it go for 1,080,000. Good fortune to you." Goodness, does he truly dare to ask that? Tang Songyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the stone's interior. His extraordinary vision revealed that the pure jade content of this piece was roughly 3 kilograms. The latter portion of the stone transitioned towards a higher icy quality. Yet, the asking price of 1,080,000 left him incredulous. Did this man truly think he could make such a profit? Contemplating a counteroffer, Tang Songyuan ventured, "I can offer no more than 200,000. "What? 200,000? The bald man erupted in exaggerated laughter, as if he had heard a jest. "Brother, one gets what one pays for. You expect to buy this quality for 200,000? I seriously doubt your experience with stones." Indeed, Tang Songyuan lacked expertise in stones, but he possessed his extraordinary vision, merely seeking to capitalize on a good deal. Recognizing the bald man's unwavering confidence in this piece, he decided to concede. He shook his head and departed from the stall, knowing there were countless stones in the market, and he would not dwell excessively on this fleeting opportunity. Soon after, he summarized a principle he had pondered. In this marketplace, whether it be transparent jade or opaque material, vendors display what they deem to be the finest pieces, showcasing those with the best appearances to attract customers. Conversely, such materials are often priced higher. In contrast, those deemed unworthy are carelessly piled in the back, perhaps reflecting their lack of appeal. With this realization, Tang Songyuan altered his strategy, shifting his focus toward the various warehouses within the market. Before long, he identified a target, a piece of Muna jade rough weighing 123 kilograms, containing 21 kilograms of icy violet jade and 0.7 kilograms of high-quality icy violet jade. In his view, the color of the violet jade was faint, reminiscent of a hazy violet flower, with a smattering of granular snowflake cotton in its center. This was the one. Entering the stall housing the rough stone, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, he conveyed his intentions to the vendor. The stall was run by 2 individuals, a middle-aged man with a square face and a younger man with a round face and slightly protruding eyes. The young vendor smiled and said, "No problem, feel free to browse and select. Once you've made your choice, we can discuss prices." Tang Songyuan wasted no time. Stepping forward to begin his selection, he certainly would not go straight for his target. Instead, he first examined a piece of black-skinned material under the light to assess its water quality. He then illuminated a piece of white sandskin for a while. taking more than half an hour to deliberate before finally choosing a piece of green-black skin alongside another with a yellow sand skin that contained violet jade. Satisfied, he inquired, "How much for these 2 pieces?" He brought the stones out and placed them before the older and younger vendors. The square-faced man did not respond immediately, but crouched down, shining a flashlight on both pieces for inspection. After a moment of silent contemplation, he looked up at Tang Songyuan and said, "For this piece from Hojiang, I'll charge you 20,000 yuan. For the Muna piece, the lowest I can go is 100,000. That totals 120,000. Tang Songyuan felt a sense of relief. A rough stone worth a couple of hundred yuan could easily be cut to yield 2 to 300,000. Little by little, as the saying goes. He thought to himself, "Let us settle on 100,000. He attempted to negotiate, saying, "You seem like a straightforward person. I'm not one to be overly coy as a buyer. Although this is our first transaction, we could engage more in the future, and I would certainly return here for my raw stone purchases." The 2 vendors exchanged glances, and eventually it was the younger man who replied, reducing it by 20,000 is quite harsh. I can only lower it by 10,000 as a gesture of friendship. A reduction of 10,000 still held value. And Tang Songyuan decided not to prolong the bargaining. He realized that if the opportunity slipped away, he would regret it. He promptly took out his phone and made the payment, adding the young man's contact as well. "My surname is Yuan Jia. Please note it." Tang Songyuan added the remark on his phone and introduced himself. Yuan Jia then asked if Tang Songyuan needed assistance in cutting the stone, to which he graciously declined. A stone weighing over 20 pounds did not seem excessively heavy to Tang Songyuan. He casually tucked a small piece of material into his pocket and hoisted a larger piece of wood onto his shoulder as he made his way to where Li Yangqiu had parked. Just as he was about to step out, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, none other than Enai Dahong, whom he had met at the Stone Gambling Appreciation Conference in the bustling metropolis. "Hey, young man, wait a moment," Enai Dahong exclaimed upon spotting Tang Songyuan, though his gaze was primarily fixed on the material resting on Tang's shoulder. His eyes brimmed with curiosity and uncertainty as he pointed at the stone and asked, "May I take a look at that piece?" Chapter 31. Unprecedented Fortune. Tang Songyuan paused for 3 seconds, but ultimately placed the material on the ground. "If Elder Enai wishes to examine it, it would be an honor for this piece. Please go ahead." It was then that Enai Dahong recognized Tang Songyuan, pointing at him with a finger. You are the young man from the last time in the metropolis, accompanying Xiao Qiu. What brings you to Rueli?" After a brief pause, as if recalling a memory, he added, "Ah, I remember now, the last time in the metropolis you managed to score 2 pieces. I even remarked that I had misjudged. It was merely luck." Tang Songyuan chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. "Is there any water? Please bring me some." Enai Dahong did not lift his head, merely gesturing for Tang Songyuan to fetch it. Tang Songyuan smirked helplessly, replying, "Just a moment, I'll go buy a bottle." In just a few minutes, he returned with a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Enai Dahong. "Here you go. The water you requested, just twist the cap." Enai Dahong glanced at it and, without hesitation, said, "Just open it for me," before resuming his examination of the wood material. With a slight grimace, Tang Songyuan twisted off the cap and handed it back to him. To his surprise, Enai Dahong took the bottle and poured half of it over the raw stone. Soaking it thoroughly, Tang Songyuan was a loss for words and did not inquire further. After a few minutes had passed, Enai Dahong finally stood up and turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, "May I know your surname, young brother?" With a light chuckle, Enai Dahong continued, "I merely wish to know who your master is, as your discerning eye for jade is quite exceptional. I would very much like to befriend you." 1 or 2 pieces could indeed be attributed to luck, Enai Dahong admitted. But to claim it as luck time and again in this stone gambling business is something I cannot accept. Having played with stones for so many years, I have encountered my fair share of failures. Do you really think it is just luck? Tang Songyuan laughed lightly and replied, "It truly is luck, elder. For you may not know, but I used to operate an excavator. My foray into stone gambling has only been the past week or so." An excavator, Enai Dahong said, slightly taken aback. He scrutinized Tang Songyuan with newfound seriousness and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I do not deny that luck plays a role in stone gambling, but your fortune seems extraordinarily exceptional. This piece is one that even those with some experience would shy away from, yet those with a wealth of knowledge like myself would find it intriguing. How about selling it to me, young brother Tang?" "Ah," Tang Songyuan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Even you, old master, and I have an affinity for this piece?" Enai Dahong, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Is that even a question? If I didn't fancy it, would I have called you over? Are you selling or not? Just give me a straight answer. Tang Songyuan hesitated, saying, I apologize, Mr. Anai, but I intend to keep this material for myself. He felt a twinge of regret. It wasn't that Tang Songyuan was unwilling to sell. Rather, his aim in purchasing jade rough was profit. Even if Old Master Anai offered him 3 to 5 times the price, he deemed it unwise. He was uncertain of the market value for high-grade lavender jade. It seemed more prudent to cut it open, thus revealing its true worth. After a brief contemplation, Anai Dahong nodded, I see where I went wrong. I was a bit hasty. How about this? Since you're going to cut it anyway, why not do it at my place? I won't charge you for the cutting. My only request is to wield the knife myself. Tang Songyuan instinctively declined, not being particularly familiar with Old Master Anai, having only met once in Shanghai without exchanging a word. Are you afraid I might swindle you? Anai Dahong retorted, visibly agitated. Do you not realize that while I may not possess a fortune in the billions, my family has been in the stone business for generations? My collection of jade is the envy of many merchants in Rueli. How could I deceive a mere novice like you? Tang Songyuan hastily clarified, that's not what I meant, but was interrupted by Anai Dahong. You must be a friend of Xiao Qiu. Let me call him out. Without waiting for a response, he promptly dialed a number. Once connected, he boomed, Songjinghua. Have your cousin come out. I'm right here at the entrance of Yuqing Industries. Yes, immediately. After hanging up, Anai Dahong cast a sidelong glance at Tang Songyuan before returning his focus to the rough stone on the ground. Moments later, Li Yangqiu hurriedly appeared, exchanging glances with Tang Songyuan before teasingly addressing Old Master Anai. What is the rush, Old Master? Why did you have my uncle call for me? Anai Dahong gestured towards a rough stone. Your friend here purchased this piece. I found it intriguing when he left, and though he doesn't wish to sell, I didn't intend to press him. However, since he plans to cut it, I suggested he do so at my place. This fellow still refuses, so I thought you could persuade him. How about this? Since cutting it is inevitable, Old Master and I has extended an invitation. I'll accompany you, what do you think? Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement, lifting the rough stone once more, preparing to head in the direction where Li Yangqiu had parked. Yet Anai Dahong called out, Where are you going? My car is over there. Upon looking, Tang Songyuan noticed that Anai Dahong pointed to a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, a vehicle he had long coveted. Goodness, this old man's spirit remains unyielded by age. The old man cast a glance at Tang Songyuan and let out a soft grunt before briskly striding over to the driver's side, opening the door and taking a seat. He waved to the two, exclaiming, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in. Chapter 32, Another Search. Old Ni's residence was located not far from the outskirts of Rueli City, a 3-story standalone villa exuding a distinct Dai architectural style, enveloped in lush greenery and blooming flowers. Reminiscent of a hidden paradise, Anai Dahong drove straight into the basement, and just as Tang Songyuan was marveling at the automated garage door, Old Anai halted the vehicle and remarked, We've arrived. Get out. The garage was spacious, though it housed only a single robust Ford 950 pickup truck. Anai Dahong led the way, with Tang Songyuan carrying the Muna raw stone and Li Yangqiu, who was peering around, following closely behind. Turning past the underground garage, they encountered a vast room resembling a warehouse. Inside, an array of machines awaited them. Water cutters, wire cutters, and several contraptions Tang Songyuan had never seen before, all neatly arranged against one wall. In the center stood an elongated workbench, adorned with various tools. Tang Songyuan's regard for Anai Dahong rose several notches, clearly. This elder had been a man of action in his youth, possessing remarkable manual dexterity. His claim of being a stone aficionado was no mere boast. Just place it there. Aren't you tired from carrying it? Anai Dahong flipped on the lights and gestured toward the workbench. Tang Songyuan gently set it down, and Anai added their water, coffee, and tea over there. Help yourself if you wish to drink. There is plenty to eat too. Feel free to indulge. With that, he paid no further attention to the two and immersed himself in examining the Muna raw stone. Holding a flashlight in one hand while the other gently caressed the stone surface, his expression focused, his eyes akin to those of a lover gazing at a long-desired partner. Absorbing the myriad reflections of information emanating from the stone, Li Yangqiu, being quite sociable despite it being his first visit, soon rummaged through the supplies in the direction indicated by Old Anai, quickly finding a kettle, filling it with water, and setting it to boil. He then proceeded to tidy up the tea set, casually asking Tang Songyuan whether he preferred tea or coffee. Tang Songyuan shot him a look and replied, Orange juice. Do you have any? His penchant for unconventional choices was evident. Damn. Li Yangqiu shot him a middle finger, and disregarding his request, poured him a cup of tea instead. "Come over here, both of you." About 10 minutes later, old Ni beckoned them closer. As they approached, he turned to Tang Songyuan and inquired, "What led you to purchase this piece?" Tang Songyuan hesitated momentarily, pondering how to respond. Certainly, he could not reveal that he possessed the ability to see through the stone. "Well, this piece has a compact skin," he began, his mind racing as he searched for the limited vocabulary he had in this domain. "Additionally, the surface shows significant sand shedding, and when light shines on it, it appears exceptionally transparent." Ni Daihong snorted derisively. "Compact it may be, but the light is utterly meaningless." As he spoke, he picked up the high-powered flashlight from the table and shone it upon stone. Beneath the yellowish leather exterior, only a hazy and murky white light emerged. "Is this what you call transparency?" Old Ni casually turned off the flashlight and set it aside, then patted the raw stone and remarked, "The light reveals that this material has a thick fog layer. The sand-shedding sensation you perceive on the jade skin is merely the exposed outer layer of this fog." He then turned the stone over, pointing to a specific area. "From this angle, the internal quality of the material appears quite promising. Shall we make a cut to investigate?" The last sentence was directed towards Tang Songyuan. He nodded. "Then let's proceed with the cut." Cradling the material, he placed it into the wire-cutting machine, adjusted the cutting position, tightened the clamps, and finally closed the lid. As the machine whirred to life, Old Ni turned to Liangxiu and said, "We expect to be cutting for about an hour. Since we have some time to spare, would you like to see my collection?" "Absolutely," Liangxiu replied with a grin. Given Old Ni's extensive experience in the field, his collection must be extraordinary, something the average person rarely gets to witness. With a proud huff, Ni Dahong said, "Follow me," and then turned toward a robust-looking door. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an enveloping darkness. Ni Dahong fumbled along the wall until he illuminated a yellow light from a row of switches. Wow! At the moment the light flickered on, the two beheld an array of stones of various sizes, meticulously arranged on steel shelves. The scale of the collection was impressive. There were no fewer than 300 pieces, black, yellow, white, and green, dazzling to the eyes. The larger stones weighed around 200 kilograms, while the smaller ones were about the size of a fist, all uncut rough materials. The orderly arrangement of stones of different colors and sizes led Tang Songyuan to suspect that Old Ni might have a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Activating his perspective vision, the raw materials instantly transformed before his eyes. Most of the stones contained valuable inner material, some even being exquisite high-quality icy jade. However, there were also some with good texture and color, yet riddled with cracks. A few were entirely mixed inside, with neither texture nor color properly developed. Nevertheless, one must admit that the materials in this warehouse, if sold, would surpass all the rough stone merchants in the Jade City, both in quality and quantity, significantly broadening Tang Songyuan's horizons. He envisioned owning such a warehouse in the future, filled with various treasures, collecting exquisite glassy jade, imperial green emeralds, billion-dollar antiques, and rare curiosities, all abundantly filling his repository. "Are all these your collection?" Liangxiu inquired in confusion. "Why are they all uncut rough stones?" With a slight smirk, Ni Dahong replied proudly, "I'm not short on money. These stones are perfectly fine as they are. Why must they all be cut open? Isn't it better to preserve their original beauty?" His reasoning was compelling, yet it carried a distinct air of ostentation. The two individuals were thoroughly engrossed in their exploration, while Ni Dahong surveyed the stones with a gaze of admiration, remaining silent and seemingly lost in thought. After a complete circuit, they emerged to find the outer stones had been nearly finished as well. Turning off the machine and lifting the lid, a narrow slit had been carved into the raw material for Muna. "Let's open it up. Why all this fuss with the decorations?" urged the elderly Ni. Tang Songyuan gently lifted the cover off the rough material, producing a sound akin to metal scraping. Liangxiu's eyes brightened, exclaiming, "Wow, you've really struck gold this time." In Chapter 33, seizing the opportunity, the cut section displayed distinct colors, encircled by a thick layer of yellow skin, while inside, a moist, white mist layer was beginning to reveal itself. However, this incision had evidently not yet reached the true jade core. "It's violet," Ni Deongri marked, illuminating the window with a flashlight, catching a glimpse of the purple light emanating from beneath the mist. With a sigh, he noted in the past, green jade was revered above all, but in recent years, other variegated jades have also fetched impressive prices. When appealing to discerning customers, such vibrant colors can be even more desirable. A touch of color is far preferable to a lack of hue. Liangxiu interjected, "Violet is not merely a mixed color. You must understand, Elder and I, that women's purchasing power surpasses that of men significantly these days. If this is indeed violet, it could even double in price at times. Skeptical of this assertion, and I continued to shine his flashlight upon the material, adding, examining it now, the quality of this material is quite aged, possessing an essence reminiscent of old ice oil, indicating a commendable oiliness. If we proceed, it should yield high-quality ice. Turning to Tang Songyuan, he inquired, "Shall we continue cutting?" "Of course," replied Tang Songyuan. "Do you have any suggestions, Elder and I?" Dahong stroked the mist layer on the opening of the raw material, stating, "My recommendation is to cut vertically along the edge of this mist layer. Do not underestimate it. In some cases, this mist can produce intricate patterns." Li Yangxiu nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the gradient transition from mist layer to jade core can yield unexpectedly beautiful results during the later stages of processing." After spending over an hour, they finally stripped away all the skin from the Muna rough material, leaving only a luminous white core. Through his perspective-enhancing view, Tang Songyuan noted that the violet jade core weighed only 28 kilograms, with an additional centimeter of mist layer, bringing the total weight to 45 kilograms. Dahong, with his discerning eyes, examined the raw material, declaring, "Absolutely perfect. There isn't a single crack within. This side nearly achieves the effect of high ice quality. Although this side only possesses ice quality with a hint of snowflake cotton, it does not detract from the extraction and the finished product as quality." He then turned his gaze to Tang Songyuan, asking, "Would you mind sharing how much you spent on this piece?" Clearing his throat, Tang Songyuan pulled out a piece of raw material from Hojiang and replied, "Along with this smaller piece, it cost me a total of 110,000. "Goodness, were you saying just 111,000? Li Yangxiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Tang Songyuan. "Do you have any idea how much this material is worth now?" Tang Songyuan, still unfamiliar with the value, inquired, "How much is it worth?" Li Yangxiu scoffed and replied, "This fully colored violet material, if fashioned into bangles, could yield around 7 or 8 pieces. Let's conservatively estimate 7. Each bangle sells for between 300,000 to 400,000. The leftover bangle rings and scraps could be crafted into a dozen exquisite pieces, conservatively valued at 500,000. This does not even account for the premium on high ice jade, so this material could easily fetch 2 million. The profit margin is nearly 20-fold." While Yangxiu was focused on the profits, and Dahong was more intrigued by the small piece of material from Hojiang. He examined it briefly before discarding it carelessly onto the workbench, not bothering to give it another glance. "Have you never dabbled in gambling with stones before?" he asked, turning his gaze to Tang Songyuan. Dahong subtly nodded and then fell into deep contemplation. After a while, he remarked, "In all my years of dealing with stones, I have never encountered someone as fortunate as you. Yet you are utterly oblivious to the intricacies of stone gambling. Why not take me as your mentor? I'm getting on in years and can no longer engage as I once did. When you are ready, you may choose any piece from my collection." Seeing Tang Songyuan momentarily stunned, Dahong raised an eyebrow and added, "You should know that among them are substantial pieces of glassy jade." Indeed, Dahong's collection included sizable pieces of glassy jade, and there were more than one. Tang Songyuan had noticed this during his earlier visit with Li Yangxiu. Before he could respond, Li Yangxiu, anxious, nudged him, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Such an opportunity is rare. Many would wish for the chance to be mentored by Elder and I." However, Tang Songyuan's deliberation was not straightforward. True, he possessed the ability of X-ray vision, and with time, his potential would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, becoming Dahong's disciple would undoubtedly streamline his path to success. Furthermore, he could leverage Ni's extensive connections, which would be immensely beneficial. Conversely, what could Dahong possibly gain from him? Would he seek to steal his X-ray vision? This was something himself had yet to fully comprehend. With these thoughts in mind, he joyfully declared, "I would be honored to become your disciple, Elder and I. Are there any other conditions you might have?" Dahong replied, "At my age, I lack for nothing in terms of sustenance or shelter, and I have no enemies. What could I possibly require from you?" Tang Songyuan, without hesitation, knelt down and respectfully bowed 3 times. Li Yangxiu, laughing, eagerly approached, bringing a cup of tea to present to him, saying, "Here, offer your respects." Tang Songyuan shot him a glance, yet still accepted the tea, respectfully presenting it to Dahong, saying, "Master, please enjoy this tea." Old Master and I accepted the cup with a smile, savoring a sip. However, he soon spat it out with a puff, glaring at Li Yangxiu and exclaiming, "Damn it, it's already cold." Tang Songyuan stood up, brushing off his trousers, while Dahong set down his teacup and inquired, Where are you residing now? My place is spacious enough for you, and you are welcome to utilize the machinery here. Chapter 34. The Exquisite Senior Sister. With meals and accommodation provided, along with no tuition fees, the conditions were undoubtedly superior to the shabby rented apartment of Li Yangqiu. Moreover, the abundance of cutting machines was available to him at no cost. Such an opportunity was truly beyond Tang Songyuan's imagination. Yet, he declined, expressing gratitude to his master. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to find a nearby place to rent for convenience. He indeed wished to leverage his prospective ability to profit from gambling on stones, yearning for a better material life. Nevertheless, Tang Songyuan harbored a little secret, preferring the tranquility of living alone. And Dahong did not insist, nodding in acknowledgement. That is fine, but we are hosting a feast for you at home tonight, Songyuan. You must not be absent, understood? He nodded again, adding, I know you're eager to sell jade. I was the same when I was young back then. Poverty made me anxious to fill my pockets with money. Otherwise, I couldn't find peace even for a moment. You may go now, but remember to arrive early tonight. Tang Songyuan was elated, exchanging a glance with Li Yangqiu before bidding farewell to Dahong and taking a bag to wrap the jade material, preparing to leave the basement. Just then, a melodious voice with a Yunnan accent echoed from the garage entrance. Grandpa, I made some flower cakes. Would you like to try one? The three turned their gazes, first noticing a pair of dainty slippers. As the entrance to the underground garage was a slight incline, the newcomer appeared from below. The slippers adorned a pair of delicate feet, leading up to smooth, proportionate calves, bare knees, and a tantalizing short skirt. Tang Songyuan then beheld a slender waist and a generous bosom, culminating in a charmingly youthful face. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, likely the granddaughter of Old Master and I, as her tone suggested. In her right hand, she held a delicate plate with several steaming cakes. However, upon seeing Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu, she seemed startled, raising her hand to cover her mouth and chiding, Oh, Grandpa, you have guests. And you didn't mention it earlier, Dahong sighed, and replied, Come here, they are not outsiders. He then turned to Tang Songyuan, asking, How old are you this year? Upon hearing Tang Songyuan say he was 23, Dahong casually introduced, Then you should call her senior sister. This is my rather unaccomplished granddaughter, Cici. But don't be deceived by her quirky appearance. This girl delights in playing pranks. Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback. Why should he call her senior sister? Could it be that the rumors were indeed true? He exchanged a knowing glance with the astonished Li Yangqiu and promptly exclaimed, Greetings, senior sister. Cici playfully stamped her foot and pouted, Grandpa, how can you speak of me like that? I kindly made you flower cakes, and it truly vexes me. I shall no longer pay you any heed. With that, she turned away, disregarding Tang and Li, placed a plate on the workbench, and strode out. However, through his perceptive gaze, Tang Songyuan distinctly observed that as Cici turned to leave, her eyes were darting about, hinting at some mischievous scheme brewing in her mind. Old Ni cleared his throat and remarked, Do not overthink it. This girl has been spoiled by me since childhood and shows little interest in inheriting my craft. Moreover, I cannot take this skill with me to the grave. He then turned to Tang and Li, stating, Thus, for these years, I have been searching for a suitable candidate. When I found Xiao Qiu, I never anticipated that this fellow would reject my offer. Li Yangqiu gasped, his face betraying an awkwardness as he scratched his head. He had previously been concerned about becoming a son-in-law to the Ni family, not wanting to abandon his girlfriend. Therefore, when old Ni suggested taking Tang Songyuan as a disciple, he had eagerly encouraged him. At that moment, old Ni picked up a piece of flour cake from the workbench, took a bite, and while chewing, said surprisingly, Tang Songyuan is indeed a bit hungry, prompting him to grab a piece without hesitation. The flaky crust of the flour cake, made from wheat flour, butter, and honey, crumbled delightfully with each bite, its flavor exceedingly sweet. Yet, it was the filling that truly astonished him, made from layers of rose petals. The filling exuded a robust floral aroma, sweet and delectable, further enhanced by additional honey, which made Tang Songyuan feel as though the sweetness penetrated his very heart. Having finished his cake, old Ni took a sip from the cup of tea he had left untouched, smacked his lips, and remarked, Not bad, though perhaps a touch too sweet for my taste. Are you two not leaving? I, an old man, require my afternoon nap. Tang Songyuan quickly gathered the bag containing the jade and said, Oh, master, we shall take our leave now. As Li Yangqiu exited, he couldn't resist taking another piece of flour cake with him. Not far from the door lay the main road, and soon they hailed a taxi. Once inside, Tang Songyuan curiously asked Li Yangqiu, You mentioned that my master is seeking a son-in-law. Who did you hear that from? Li Yangqiu grimaced and replied, Our company's workers. Of course, when my cousin inquired, they spoke of it with great fervor. However, had I known an ICC looked like that, and that I was single, I would have prostrated myself to become a disciple long ago, rather than allowing you to take that privilege. Tang Songyuan scoffed, choosing not to respond, and turned his gaze out the window while holding the bag. Yet, Li Yangqiu continued to chatter, but how is it that your role has shifted so rapidly? I mean, are you genuinely willing to become a son-in-law to the Ni family? Tang Songyuan had not contemplated this question before, and upon being asked, he couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. I am an orphan, adopted by the Wei family, who have a younger sister to continue their lineage. What could possibly be wrong with that? Li Yangqiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon expressed his irritation, saying, well, I wish you both a lifetime of happiness. What does this even mean? Ni Dahong has never explicitly stated his intention to welcome a son-in-law through the back door. It is merely a concoction of rumors and your own imagination. Tang Songyuan silently scoffed at this, deliberately provoking. Once a sincere and beautiful love was presented before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Li Yangqiu retorted, get lost. Chapter 35. Another transaction. Upon returning to Song Jinghua's company, Tang Songyuan entered the office alongside Li Yangqiu, carrying a jade piece wrapped in a black plastic bag. Have you eaten? The cafeteria still has food, Song Jinghua casually inquired, noticing their expressions. They greeted him, and Li Yangqiu cheerfully replied, not yet, cousin, let me show you something wonderful. With a gesture towards Tang Songyuan, he placed the jade on the coffee table before Song Jinghua. As the bag was opened, Song Jinghua was momentarily stunned by the sight of the jade inside. His excitement peaked. He quickly took out a flashlight and scrutinized it under the light. Violet? Song Jinghua exclaimed, slightly taken aback as he looked at Tang Songyuan. Did you procure this again, little Tang? Tang Songyuan nodded. Indeed, Master and I has accepted me as his disciple, and this piece was cut under his guidance. Here, he intentionally obscured the sequence of events, wishing to attribute the credit to Ni Dahong. This way, when he continuously produced exquisite jade, he could deflect any suspicions. This was the advantage of being a disciple of Ni Dahong. In the future, he could effortlessly gamble for exceptional jade, even those worth billions, and credit it to his master. What harm is there in producing top-quality jade under the name of a master? Song Jinghua looked at Li Yangqiu with a mix of surprise and regret before chuckling. Initially, I tried to persuade Xiao Qiu to apprentice under him, but this fool refused. Truly foolish. He then continued, however, it is quite fortunate. Master and I's expertise in stone gambling is unparalleled, ranking among the best in Rueli and even across the country. This piece is of exceptional quality, boasting icy to high ice grade, flawless and fully colored, with violet being the trending hue of recent years. He took out a caliper and a bracelet mold for rough measurements, then looked at Tang Songyuan, saying, since we are both fellow townsfolk, I want to keep anything from you. If this material were to be fashioned into finished products, it could fetch around 4 to 5 million. However, I still need to account for processing, design, labor, and lead time costs, so I must earn a little as well. Therefore, I will offer you 2.4 million for this piece. What do you think? After speaking, he watched Tang Songyuan with a hint of nervousness, contemplating that if he disagreed, he might have to grit his teeth and slightly raise the offer. Meanwhile, Li Yangqiu, seizing the moment, remarked, I'll go check the cafeteria for any remaining dishes. You two take your time discussing. Tang Songyuan pondered for a brief moment, then chuckled softly, saying, Uncle Song, you have been quite considerate, but this exceeds my anticipated price. The sum of 2,400,000 was indeed within his expectations. Moreover, he currently lacked additional sales and distribution channels, and Song Jinghua had been rather generous and accommodating throughout their dealings. Once the transaction was finalized, Song Jinghua promptly summoned the finance department and swiftly transferred the funds to Tang Songyuan, with an infusion of 2,400,000 into his account. Tang Songyuan felt a surge of delight. Song Jinghua, in a good mood himself, caressed the newly acquired jade material and remarked, Young Tang, you should go have your meal. We can discuss further after you finish. At that moment, the piece of wood with violet hues had vanished, presumably taken for slicing into bangles. Song Jinghua invited the two to sit down, pouring each a cup of tea, and leisurely continued, Young Tang, I have watched you rise step by step. You have now entered this field, and your fortunes are steadily on the rise. However, striking it rich overnight is not uncommon in the realm of stone gambling. Tang Songyuan quietly lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, offering no response. Li Yangqiu smiled amiably, adopting an attentive demeanor. Song Jinghua then gestured toward the ground and said, I have been in this industry for nearly 20 years now. But do you know how many owners this factory has had? Tang Songyuan shook his head, to which Song Zhenghua lightly chuckled, revealing the answer. 11. I'm a 12th owner of this factory. In this seemingly lucrative industry, the competition and the number of seasoned players who have faltered are innumerable. Therefore, as your elder, I shall impart a few words of wisdom. Although Tang Songyuan possessed extraordinary insight, rendering him nearly immune to deception in the world of stone gambling, he remained humble, saying, No need to worry, Uncle Song. Please go on, I am listening. Song Zhenghua nodded in satisfaction and said, I know you are fortunate, but you must always maintain a reverence for the market. The tides of commerce ebb and flow. One must cultivate a mindset that remains indifferent to gains and losses. Lastly, I wish to convey one more matter, he continued. Tang Songyuan responded, Please go ahead. Song Zhenghua smiled gently and said, The markets you are currently engaging with, be it the night market or you city and others, are merely the introductory circles of the stone gambling industry. Beyond this, there exist circles of experts and masters with greater scale and prestige, which you will gradually encounter after apprenticing under Master and I. Thus, my earlier remarks were simply to express a humble request. I hope that when you come across good opportunities in the future, you will not forget Uncle Song. Tang Songyuan quickly replied, Uncle Song, you flatter me. I will certainly keep your words in mind. The more friends one has, the more paths open up. The more enemies one has, the more walls one encounters. Li Yangqiu chimed in, Indeed, please continue discussing the circles of experts and masters. I'm still quite unfamiliar with them. Song Zhenghua filled their cups once more, took a sip himself, and continued. The so-called expert circle refers to the public auctions in Naypyidaw, Myanmar, and the 4 major public auctions within the country. These auctions are largely devoid of outside participation, consisting primarily of various strategic maneuvers among industry players. For instance, the Naypyidaw auction features semi-transparent jadeite, yet it still boasts profit margins ranging from 10 to even dozens of times the initial value. Furthermore, more than half of the materials are subject to secret bidding, presenting numerous intricacies. Tang Songyuan pondered on the matter, despite possessing the ability to see through the complexities of jadeite rough materials. He acknowledged that in the realm of secret bids, he might not outmaneuver the seasoned veterans of the trade. However, he also realized that in the case of secret voting, he would still have the opportunity to observe the bids of others. With rising enthusiasm, Song Zhenghua elaborated on what he termed the Circle of Masters, encompassing major stone gambling intermediary companies from both China and Myanmar. Despite being intermediaries, even the rough materials at public auctions interconnect with these firms, which aggregate stone gambling resources ranging from tens of millions to billions. Certain specialized intermediary companies even offer sources superior to those found at public auctions, occasionally presenting exceptional materials that fall outside conventional rules. Chapter 36. A Day as a Teacher. Tang Songyuan understood why he rarely encountered high-end materials such as glass-type jadeite or Imperial green. It became evident that such resources had been curtailed at the source. From the culture of stone gambling to the contemporary ecology of the trade, Song Zhenghua shared almost everything without reservation, interspersing his narrative with legendary tales he had experienced or heard. Tang Songyuan and Li Yangqiu listened intently, finding great interest in the insider knowledge about which those outside the circle remained entirely unaware. After more than an hour of conversation, Tang Songyuan took his leave from Song Zhenghua, planning to rent an apartment in Relics, as well as a workshop for stone cutting, intending to purchase some cutting machinery for his future endeavors. Do you need me to accompany you? I'm quite familiar with the area. Li Yangqiu inquired enthusiastically as they stepped outside. That would be agreeable, Li Yangqiu chuckled, adding, My uncle just mentioned that you should receive more assistance in the future. Given our relationship, I want to elaborate. You understand. Tang Songyuan laughed lightly and replied, Of course, one must not forget friends amidst wealth and prosperity. He approached Li Yangqiu, clapping him on the shoulder, saying, Brothers fight side by side, and sons battle together. One day, when I achieve great success, I will certainly call upon you to assist me. Get lost. Li Yangqiu playfully retorted, hailing a taxi and departing. The matter of renting a place was quite straightforward. Tang Songyuan quickly downloaded a rental application on his phone, logged in his personal information and location, browsed briefly, and settled on an apartment located on Shijiao Road, in a community named Times Garden. The apartment boasted 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with an estimated rent of $1,800 per month. Next, he contacted customer service, and they promptly sent someone to show him the property. After inspecting various aspects, including the furniture, air conditioning, television, and refrigerator, all of which were fully equipped, he found it suitable for immediate occupancy. Tang Songyuan had modest expectations regarding these amenities and was quite satisfied overall. The reason for choosing a 3-bedroom apartment lies in the fact that Wei Qing is approaching her college entrance examination and will inevitably come to stay here after the holidays. This arrangement allows for both leisure and convenient care for her. Regarding the rental fee, Tang Songyuan engaged in negotiations with the intermediary and ultimately settled on 18,000 yuan. He paid 20,000, with the remainder allocated for the agency's commission. With the housing issue resolved, the next challenge was transportation. For the time being, he needed to traverse several markets and visit Nai Dahong's residence multiple times. Although taking a taxi was quite convenient, it was still preferable to have his own vehicle. Yet he did not possess a driver's license. After much contemplation, Tang Songyuan decided to purchase a motorcycle. This proved to be a straightforward endeavor. He simply visited a motorcycle shop, and after half an hour, he made a down payment of 3,000 yuan to reserve a Qianzhou motorcycle. The remaining tasks, such as registration, would be managed by the shop owner. As the clock approached 4, Tang Songyuan hailed a taxi and headed directly to Yuqing Market. Nai Dahong had invited him for dinner at his home, marking the formalization of their mentor-disciple relationship, and although it was described as a family gathering, it also served as a banquet for his apprenticeship. It would be rather inappropriate for Tang Songyuan to arrive empty-handed. Thus, he decided to buy a piece of rough jade as a gift for Nai Dahong, knowing well his fondness for such items. At the stall of the Yuan family, he selected a piece weighing over 5 jin. Upon inquiring about the price, Yuan Jie quoted 20,000 yuan. However, Tang Songyuan was no longer the same person he had been earlier that day. After an enlightening discussion with Song Jinghua during lunchtime, he learned that 90% of rough jade merchants would inflate their prices. As a buyer, one could disregard the seller's asking price and negotiate based on perceived value. Unlike the bald-headed merchant from the morning who had demanded 108,000 yuan, Tang Songyuan realized that even a counteroffer of 10,000 yuan would not provoke genuine anger. Any offense would merely be feigned. Song Jinghua had also remarked that most rough jade sellers were skilled actors who relished the performance. Reflecting on his earlier purchase of 2 pieces from the Yuan stall, which had an initial asking price of 120,000 yuan but was ultimately settled at 110,000, Tang Songyuan felt somewhat regretful. He now believed the price should have been even lower. Nonetheless, this experience would serve as a valuable lesson, and he aimed to avoid similar situations in the future. 20,000 was simply outrageous. Tang Songyuan exclaimed, "Does Boss Yuan think I'm an easy target because I'm a newcomer?" The round-faced Yuan Jie chuckled, acknowledging the uniqueness of the piece Tang Songyuan had chosen. It contained some jade, albeit in limited quantity, with a 1 to 2 centimeter wide water vein located on the side, characterized merely by icy texture and a splash of color that lacked concentration. For this gift, Tang Songyuan had not intended to present anything too flawless. An overly low-quality piece would not impress the elderly Nai, while a high-end item might raise suspicions about his intentions. A piece with minor flaws, yet possessing educational merit, will be just right for Nai Dahong to work with. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly and proposed, "How about I suggest a price? If you find acceptable, I shall purchase it. If not, I shall simply move on to another vendor." He declared 2,000. Yuan Jie feigned astonishment, exclaiming, 2,000? How could that be possible? At most, I can merely show it to you. Tang Songyuan replied, "Let me clarify, I barely haggled this morning. Did you genuinely believe I was a fool? This material is worth no more than 2,000, and I shan't pay a penny more." Observing his resolute demeanor, Yuan Jie donned a smile and said, 2,000 is far too low. Just a few days ago, someone offered 5,000, and I didn't sell it then. Brother Tang, could you perhaps increase your offer a bit? This was absurd. Someone offered 5,000, and you quote 200,000? Tang Songyuan scoffed and said, "To be frank, you should have accepted that 5,000. He continued, "How about this? I won't be unreasonable. I'll add 100, making it 2,001. If that's not agreeable, I shall take my leave immediately." With that, he feigned to depart, embodying the spirit of someone who would walk away at a moment's notice. "You enjoy acting, and so do I. Very well, 2,001 it is," Yuan Jie lamented. "I am truly intimidated by you." After finalizing the purchase of the raw stone, Tang Songyuan exited the Yuqing market in high spirits, hailing a taxi to Nai Dahong's residence. Nai Dahong had already changed into a fresh outfit, sitting upright in the living room. "Greetings, master," Tang Songyuan initiated, presenting his gift. Nai Dahong accepted it with a smile, weighing it in his hands. "Did you select this specially from the market?" Tang Songyuan nodded, replying, "Yes, master. I am an orphan, and my adoptive parents have also passed away. I only have a younger sister at home. However, my adoptive parents instilled in me the belief that once a teacher, forever a father. This is but a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you won't take offense. And Dahong smiled and nodded, gesturing to a nearby seat. Please sit. I lack for nothing here, and I shall accept this gift, but it is not permissible next time. Chapter 37. The Enigmatic Senior Sister. And Dahong examined the raw material gifted by Tang Songyuan with meticulous attention, habitually retrieving a flashlight to inspect it from various angles. After a moment, a smile began to illuminate his face. Come here for a moment. Tang Songyuan approached, and Dahong pointed to a specific area, saying, look closely at this spot. What do you discern? It appears somewhat cleaner than the surrounding areas. Tang Songyuan replied, uncertainly. And Dahong chuckled softly, explaining, it is not merely a matter of cleanliness. In instances like this, the seller has brushed the surface with a hard iron brush, a practice known in the industry as brushing the skin. However, after doing so, he likely regretted it, as the shell's appearance did not meet expectations. He then illuminated another spot with the flashlight, stating, observe this area. Only this tiny section reflects the light, while the rest remains murky. What does that indicate? Tang Songyuan's understanding sparked, and he exclaimed, it signifies that only this particular area contains water, while the others remain uncertain. And Dahong's smile widened, affirming precisely. In such cases, some individuals might create a small window in this location, allowing you to glimpse the scant water within, thus enhancing its deceptive allure. However, perhaps he never had the chance to do so, and you've stumbled upon a hidden gem. Tang Songyuan felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing his master was jesting. He had intended to present a fine gift, only to inadvertently create a comical situation. How mortifying, he lamented, and Dahong waved his hand, saying, this piece is quite good. I must keep it safe and return it to you when you are ready. He then proceeded to impart a wealth of knowledge on stone gambling to Tang Songyuan, discussing the role of lighting, the various appearances of raw stones under different colored lights, and the classification of water quality and color distinctions. Most of this was foreign to Tang Songyuan, sparking a desire to take notes. Grandfather, it's time for dinner, a delicate voice called from the adjoining room. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of high heels clicking against the hard floor, Cici gracefully entered, clad in a white floral qipao. She paused and announced, Grandfather, Little Junior. The meal is ready to be served. Cici's appearance was markedly different from the midday. Her hair was elegantly styled into a bun, her face adorned with a subtle makeup, and her brows meticulously shaped. The jade earrings she wore complemented her fair complexion, enhancing her fresh and refined look, embodying a mature elegance that contrasted sharply with her youthful demeanor earlier. And Dahong clapped the armrest of his chair and stood up, declaring, let us commence the feast, Songyuan. Let us proceed together. However, upon arriving at the dining hall, Tang Songyuan noted the absence of a fourth person. A sturdy round dining table was laden with over a dozen exquisitely presented dishes that tantalized the appetite, alongside a bottle of seemingly aged wine. And Dahong took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing to the space on his left. Sung, you may sit here. Today's dishes are all prepared by your senior sister. Upon learning you hail from Shuzhou, she specifically crafted a few Sichuan dishes for you. I hope they suit your palate. You shall sample them shortly. Tang Songyuan glanced at the table, momentarily taken aback by the sight of fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and spicy blood stew. Turning to Cici, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. Just by the presentation of these dishes, it is evident that your culinary skills are exceptional. It's a pity Michelin only awards 3 stars. If it were up to me, I would certainly grant you a resounding 5-star review. Seated to his right, Cici rolled her eyes and muttered flatterer, before casually popping 2 pieces of pigweed into her mouth, producing a satisfying crunch. Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, while Dahong poured a glass of wine, inquiring, Songyuan, do you drink? I usually do not indulge in alcohol, Tang Songyuan replied, but today, I must toast my master. He took the bottle, poured himself a glass, and raised it, saying, I am grateful for your acceptance as your disciple. I shall heed your teachings and dedicate myself to learning. And Dahong waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently, enough with the formalities. Feel free to act as if you were at home. Though encouraged to be at ease, Tang Songyuan still felt a tad reserved. Fortunately, Cici's culinary prowess proved remarkable. Each dish was not only visually appealing, but also delectable beyond reproach. After finishing her meal, Cici quietly began to tidy up the table. Tang Songyuan wished to assist, but was restrained by Dahong. This is not your responsibility. Bring that piece of material and follow me. Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback. At home, he was accustomed to washing dishes, cooking, and taking care of his sister. Suddenly finding himself in a position of detachment was rather disconcerting. That's senior sister. I will accompany the master first, he said. And ICC did not lift her eyelids, responding calmly, go ahead. Following N.I. Dahong into a tea room. The two took their seats, one above the other. As N.I. Dahong boiled water and brewed tea, he remarked, I am a native of Relics. In my youth, I ventured to Myanmar to mine, collecting stones across the mountains like those in Mushi. As I grew older, I gradually developed my own understanding of jade, essentially a self-taught endeavor. Tang Songyuan listened quietly, yet he pondered a pressing question. Logically, given N.I. Dahong's substantial family business, one would expect more than just N.I.C.C. as his granddaughter. Throughout their conversations, the absence of any mention of N.I.C.C.'s parents was striking. However, N.I. Dahong had previously stated that he had no enemies. Furthermore, Li Yangqiu mentioned N.I. Dahong seeking a son-in-law, but this was something he dared not inquire about or express. Nonetheless, N.I.C.C.'s affluent background, coupled with her admirable appearance and multifaceted personality, suggested she would not lack suitors. In fact, one might expect a queue forming from here to France, with suitors practically trampling her doorstep. N.I. Dahong did not attempt to retain him, merely nodding as he said, Tomorrow morning, wait for me at the door. I will take you to a place. Chapter 38, Glass Material. That evening, Tang Songyuan moved out of Li Yangqiu's rented apartment, bringing only a few belongings to his new residence. The following morning, he arrived early at N.I. Dahong's doorstep, only to discover that the grandfather and granddaughter had risen even earlier. In their spacious garden, N.I. Dahong practiced a set of martial arts in a small clearing at the southeast corner, a style Tang Songyuan could not comprehend. He observed N.I. Dahong's palms rising to his chest, then flipping to elevate, stretching his chest, and raising his head to gaze at his hands. Although his movements were slow, they did not resemble the forms of Tai Chi. Meanwhile, N.I.C.C. stood in the northeast corner, dressed in form-fitting yoga attire. Balancing on one leg in a pose akin to the golden rooster stands on one leg, utterly motionless. Songyuan has arrived, N.I. Dahong said, continuing his practice without interruption. Tang Songyuan greeted him. Master, you're up so early? It's been a habit for decades. N.I. Dahong replied, exuding tranquility as he completed his routine and settled his stance. One might wonder if I, at such a young age, should begin nurturing my health. But age has no bearing on it. Tang Songyuan found this notion reasonable. After all, mastering various skills is never a burden. The ancient practice of Qigong, passed down through millennia in Chinese culture, might indeed hold the key to longevity. Consequently, he readily agreed and proceeded to practice under N.I. Dahong's guidance. Typically, novices experience discomfort such as chest tightness, shortness of breath, and difficulty breathing after their initial attempts. N.I. Dahong remarked, however, this is a normal phenomenon. What follows is diligent practice, ideally once in the morning and once in the evening. Later, I shall teach you the 5-animal play and Tai Chi. I observed no adverse reactions during the exercises, only a sensation of warmth in my body, with my palms and soles slightly perspiring. It is evident that the old master N.I. possesses genuine skills. Not only is he adept at discerning jade from stone, but at over 60 years of age. He appears to be in his 50s, which is remarkable in itself. Moreover, he is skilled in the 5-animal play and Tai Chi. Regardless of whether it is for fitness or self-defense, one should strive to learn more. After breakfast at the N.I. residence, N.I. Dahong brought out his Ford pickup and beckoned Tang Songyuan to join him in the vehicle. Can you drive? N.I. Dahong inquired as he started the engine. Tang Songyuan replied, I haven't had the opportunity to learn before, but I am preparing to take the test soon. N.I. Dahong nodded, saying, you should take the test as soon as possible. Driving has become a fundamental skill for the younger generation. How can we discuss a harmonious society if one cannot even drive? As Tang Songyuan gazed out at the scenery receding behind them, he noted that they were neither heading to the market nor towards the city center. Curiously, he asked, Master, where are we going today? N.I. Dahong replied, we are visiting a stone gambling brokerage, a chance to meet an old friend. This place is generally inaccessible to ordinary people, but once your skills are solidified, you may visit frequently. Tang Songyuan recalled hearing about such brokerages from Song Jinghua the previous day, yet he still found himself puzzled. Some stone gambling brokerages impose strict restrictions on outsiders, often requiring power and influence for eligibility. He asked, isn't it said that gambling stones are not for gambling? There are no restrictions on stone gambling in our country. Why then do such brokerages operate so secretly? N.I. Dahong chuckled softly and explained, There are many reasons for this, but ultimately it boils down to one word: profit. Tang Songyuan remained somewhat baffled, prompting Ni Dahong to cast him a sidelong glance and continue. To put it simply, the jade industry contributes over half of Myanmar's revenue, yet the mining areas are under the control of local warlords. Before the 1990s, these warlords were embroiled in conflict, and it was only 30 years ago, after peace negotiations, that the old Myanmar began to regulate the jade produced in these mines. The legal trading process requires the payment of taxes to the Kachin army, after which the old Myanmar classifies the raw stones into 4 grades based on quality. The top 2 grades are managed and marketed by the old Myanmar, which is the origin of the internal public auction in Newfound, to clarify tax obligations and seize opportunities. Premium jade must be cut to reveal its foundational value before it can legally enter trade channels. With this explanation, Tang Songyuan finally grasped the concept. These so-called stone gambling brokerages possess outstanding gambling materials outside the established rules, effectively exploiting their channels to benefit from the old Myanmar's resources. Consequently, they dare not expose themselves easily, as doing so could attract numerous forces, leading to complications. Therefore, they impose restrictions on clientele, maintaining long-term cooperation with those who can adhere to the rules and sustain a tacit understanding. As they conversed, the Ford Raptor came to a halt at the iron gate of a 3-story row building. A man clad in a security uniform approached, casting a glance at the driver, Ni Dahong, who uttered not a word as he directly opened the door to grant passage. Upon entering, they found themselves in a parking lot, where Ni Dahong casually sought out an empty space to park his vehicle before alighting with Tang Songyuan. Master and I. It has been quite a while. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s with slicked back hair, eagerly extended his hand towards Ni Dahong. Last night, we received a batch of exquisite materials, still sealed and waiting for your esteemed appraisal. Ni Dahong raised an eyebrow and gestured towards Tang Songyuan. This is my newly accepted disciple, Tang Songyuan. I brought him along today to broaden his horizons. I trust that is agreeable. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he hurriedly retrieved a business card from his pocket, presenting it to Tang Songyuan with a smile. We naturally welcome Master Ni's esteemed apprentice. Let us keep in touch. Tang Songyuan received the card with both hands, quickly glancing at it. The card bore the name Zhou Honyang, along with a phone number and the name of the establishment, Honyang Jade. Greetings, Mr. Zhou. I look forward to your guidance. Tang Songyuan politely remarked as he accepted the card. Of course, of course. Zhou Honyang replied with a beaming smile, then made a gesture inviting Ni Dahong inside, leading the duo into a relatively spacious yet dimly lit room. The floor was adorned with an array of bulging white snakeskin bags, numbering no fewer than 100, each sealed with lead and marked with English letters and numerical codes. Zhou Honyang rummaged through the bags and personally unsealed one, pouring out 4 or 5 pieces of raw jadeite. After emptying 7 or 8 bags, nearly 20 pieces of raw stone lay piled together. He even brought over a small stool, placing it at Ni Dahong's feet. These are all top-quality materials. Please take your time, Master and I will check on the other clients at the door. Without hesitation, Ni Dahong seated himself, and as Zhou Honyang exited, he beckoned to Tang Songyuan, saying, Songyuan, come take a look. Tang Songyuan leaned in closer, inadvertently activating his perceptive vision. Wow, glass type. As he opened his perceptive vision, the first thing Tang Songyuan noticed was the piece of jadeite in Ni Dahong's hand, undoubtedly a glass type. There was no need to rely on the appraisal results provided by the vision. He could ascertain it himself. The term type refers to the texture and structure of jadeite, while water denotes its transparency. Although these are distinct concepts, they are interdependent. A high-quality type generally exhibits excellent transparency, and vice versa. The jadeite in Ni Dahong's grasp weighed approximately 3 to 4 pounds, its exterior a greenish-white hue that had been sanded down. To the naked eye, the thin outer layer resembled the callous skin of a human, appearing coarse yet exuding a significant gelatinous quality. Under the lighting, the state of the raw material appeared even more stunning, as resplendent as a pristine lake, glistening and translucent. This is undoubtedly a glass type. Newfound certid, Songyuan. Come take a look. The quality of this jadeite is so exceptional that there's no need to gamble. It has undergone extensive sand shedding and has reached the glassy base. Thus, the primary gamble here lies solely in the presence of cotton inclusions. Subsequently, he elaborated on the specifics of cotton as an internal inclusion in jadeite gambling stones to Tang Songyuan. With a sigh of regret, he remarked, You needn't aspire to this stone. The foundational quality is too superior. It would conservatively require at least 20 million to acquire it. If he could secure it for 15 million, that would still yield some profit. Tang Songyuan was taken aback. Is this what the elite circle of jadeite gambling entails? Such a modest piece commanding millions? It seemed imperative for him to accelerate his earnings to possess sufficient strength to seize quality materials in the future. Old and I, devoid of any sentimentality, set aside the glassy rough stone and picked up another, slightly smaller specimen. This piece, tinged with a gray-black hue, revealed an intensely rich green light under the illumination. This type is referred to as color material, originating from the rear Jiangchenko, with its serpentine patterns known as python bands. An eye Daihong pointed to a particular area on the rough stone, stating it is distributed across the surface of the weathered layer of jadeite and typically appears as raised sinuous veins akin to the skin of a python. Tang Songyuan listened intently, akin to a parched sponge absorbing precious moisture. At that moment, Zhou Honyang entered with 4 individuals, 2 of whom Tang Songyuan recognized from the jadeite appraisal conference in the bustling city, Fang Hongyi and Xiong Xue. The other 2 were men in their 50s or 60s, one with graying hair and a slender build, and the other with pronounced cheekbones and glasses perched on his nose. Upon seeing Inai Dahong, the bespectacled elder greeted him warmly. "Ah, Master Inai, it's been a while." Inai Dahong rose to acknowledge him, but then turned to the other elder, saying, "Old He, come over and meet my new apprentice." The elder, surnamed He, cast a surprised glance at Tang Songyuan and chuckled. "Not bad, not bad. You have quite the discerning eye." Through Inai Dahong's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned that the elder's name was He Tai, a renowned master carver with countless apprentices and several jadeite retail establishments in Rueli. "Greetings, Master He. I look forward to your guidance." Tang Songyuan greeted politely, realizing this gentleman was likely the old friend Inai Dahong had mentioned. He Tai smiled and nodded. "No need for formalities. Just call me Uncle Tai, as old Inai has only you as his apprentice. Learn well, and you will achieve great things in the future." As the 3 conversed, Fang Hongyi, Xiong Xue, and the others followed Zhou Hongyang's lead to examine the rough stones. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals entered the room under Zhou Hongyang's guidance, though they remained sparse, never exceeding 20 at most. Indeed, as Inai Dahong had previously indicated, the atmosphere was secretive and understated. A portion of the attendees, having selected their materials, quietly negotiated prices with Zhou Hongyang, promptly sealing their purchases and departing. There are individuals like Fang Hongyi and Xiong Xue, who procure a considerable quantity, selecting pieces meticulously, stacking them in the corners of rooms like small mountains. Inai Dahong naturally set his sights on a particular piece of glass-grade raw material and summoned Zhou Hongyang to discuss the price. With a glint of mirth in his eyes, Zhou remarked, "Master Inai is indeed a master. Your discerning eye is exceptional. Our boss has also reviewed this piece, and the minimum price is 28 million. However, Inai Dahong simply scoffed, stating 15 million. Any more is non-negotiable." While he mentioned 15 million, it was clear to all that he meant 15 million. Zhou Hongyang's expression shifted to one of difficulty. Master Ni's offer was indeed too severe. This was glass-grade material, and the price he quoted barely covered the costs of this trip. Inai Dahong replied calmly, "Spare me the pleasantries. Although this material appears promising, there are still many uncertainties. Moreover, it is not entirely glass-grade. The quality diminishes somewhat on the side and rear, and it can only be categorized as near glass-grade. You know as well as I do that a slight difference in quality can lead to a tenfold price disparity." Zhou Hongyang realized he could not contend with Inai Dahong on a professional level, especially since each point Inai made resonated with the characteristics of the material in question. He gritted his teeth and said, "I truly cannot make this decision on my own. Allow me a moment to call our boss." Inai Dahong nodded slightly, and Zhou Hongyang hurriedly exited the room. Without hesitation, Inai Dahong took out his phone and transferred the funds. Tang Songyuan seized the opportunity to inquire about the price of a small piece from Holjiang, and upon learning it was merely 50,000, he promptly paid for it. This piece possessed both quality and color, with a thin layer of jade skin concealing abundant flesh beneath, its hue reaching the level of Imperial green. Furthermore, Inai Dahong had examined it and articulated its merits clearly. Hitai also purchased 4 or 5 pieces, to which Inai Dahong remarked, "I am nearly done. What about you?" Hitai replied, "What? Do you intend to treat me to a meal?" Inai Dahong retorted grumpily, "What I mean is to take Songyuan to your place for a look and to have this piece cut." Hitai glanced at Tang Songyuan, pondered momentarily, and then chuckled. "You never accept my invitations, yet now you bring it up yourself. I suspect something is amiss." Inai Dahong slightly irritated, exclaimed, "Enough of this nonsense. I wish for you to take him to witness the actual market for finished products, so he understands what quality corresponds to what price." Where did your mind wander off to? Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan grasped Dahong's good intentions. While he possessed the ability to see through jadeite raw stones effortlessly, he remained a novice regarding the market value of specific jadeite types. The primary reason is that numerous factors influence jadeite's value. Texture and color are merely the fundamentals. Yet, even within texture and water content, there are many subtle distinctions, and the variations in color can exceed 100 types. Undoubtedly, Imperial green holds the highest value. But how often does one encounter such a rarity? Hitai then realized this is merely a minor issue. Let's set off now. On the way to Hitai's workshop, Tang Songyuan continued to share a vehicle with Dahong. Chapter 40, A Worth Beyond Measure. Tang Songyuan could not help but gasp in astonishment upon hearing this. Yet he also felt a sense of relief. This indeed exemplified the advantages of being a disciple of Dahong. Such invisible networks of connections are not something everyone can possess. Moreover, this might only be the tip of the iceberg. He also noticed that Hitai's mode of transport was a luxurious Range Rover, and notably, the elderly gentleman was not behind the wheel, but rather seated comfortably in the back. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the vehicle came to a halt in front of Hitai's sculpting workshop. Dahong descended from the car with an air of composure, while Tang Songyuan assisted Hitai in unloading the materials they had purchased and transporting them inside. Within the workshop, numerous workbenches were scattered about, with various machines humming busily. Some were cutting, others polishing, while designers meticulously sketched on jade materials with their pens. "Shall we cut this piece first?" Hitai inquired, eyeing a piece of glass-quality jadeite rough with a glint of envy. He then turned to Tang Songyuan and said, "Take out that piece of material from Ho-Hot." The piece weighed less than a pound, and Tang Songyuan promptly retrieved it from his pocket and handed it to Dahong. Holding the raw stone, Dahong remarked with a smile, "You are quite astute. This material possesses distinct characteristics. Under the light, it exhibits a certain hue. However, as you can see from this angle, there are some cracks present, rendering this piece quite risky for color bedding. Nevertheless, if we were to strike a finger-sized gemstone." He paused, and Hitai interjected, "A high-quality gemstone of that size would fetch at least 600,000. A flicker of delight crossed Tang Songyuan's eyes, and Hitai continued, "However, if the color is slightly less vibrant, the price could drop significantly. A 1-point difference in color can result in a 10-fold price difference." "Enough talk. Let us begin polishing," Dahong declared, before finding a small grinding tool and commencing work on the jade material. After roughly 10 minutes, the edge of the Ho-Hot jade was polished to reveal a window of thickness akin to a fingernail. From a slender crevice, a glimmer of spring-like green light emanated. "Haha, look at this!" Dahong exclaimed with delight, showing it to the two men. The common trait of Ho-Hot jade is that where there is color, it penetrates thoroughly, which greatly differs from water-type materials. Hitai raised an eyebrow in intrigue and remarked, "This is quite remarkable. We've struck the pinnacle of color quality. The hue is exceptionally rich. It could indeed be valued as worth its weight in gold, yet the risk remains considerable." Dahong chuckled softly, stating, "With a price in the hundreds of thousands, what is there to fear from a little risk? We gamble small to win big, a point to cover the surface. If we can fully polish this, producing a saddle ring would suffice. You take Songyuan for a tour. I will continue polishing here." Hitai nodded in agreement, and thus Tang Songyuan began to expand his horizons. Hitai meticulously explained the standards for identifying different types of water and colors, detailing which hues correspond to which price ranges. For instance, the most esteemed green was subdivided into various shades, and the grading was comprehensively elaborated upon, among other insights. Dahong spent over 4 hours alternating between the grinding tool and the grinding machine, finally managing to remove all the jade skin from that piece of backriver material, leaving behind only a luminous green jade blank. However, it is regrettable that despite its vibrant green hue, the intensity of the color varies. Some areas are deeply saturated while others appear faint and pale. Most critically, there lies a subtle, crystalline crack in the center, small yet detrimental to its value and future processing potential. After a simple lunch, Dahong continued to work on the jade material. He carefully cut away the greenest section and commenced the rough grinding process, which consumed over an hour. He then affixed the rough blank onto a wooden stick using 502 glue, ensuring its adherence with a blow dryer. Following this, he smoothed it with sandpaper, ultimately polishing it to reveal a round, smooth, and dazzlingly green gem. Success! Inai Dahong proudly held the polished ring face, presenting it to He Tai and Tang Songyuan for their admiration. He Tai declared, "It is nearly imperial green. Your craftsmanship remains unparalleled, old Inai." Tang Songyuan also expressed his admiration, noting Inai Dahong's exceptional standards in jade appraisal and his remarkable hands-on skills. As Inai Dahong tidied up the remaining scraps, he remarked, "It's merely a ring face. There's no need to show off in front of you, old He. Would you prefer to keep it for yourself? Or shall I have old He assist you with it?" With a smile, Tang Songyuan replied, "Then I shall trouble Uncle Tai." He Tai chuckled, caressing the exquisite ring face, and after some contemplation, stated, "This ring face is worth 1 million. The remaining scraps have decent quality and color, so we could extract a few smaller pieces. Overall, ID estimated at 800,000. What do you think, Songyuan?" Naturally, Tang Songyuan had no reason to disagree, and thus the transaction was completed. In the following days, Tang Songyuan diligently accompanied Inai Dahong in the mornings to learn about stone bedding, while spending his afternoons and evenings with He Tai in the workshop and market, leading a busy and fulfilling life. In his spare time, he also enrolled at a local driving school in Ruili, preparing for the driving test. As the time approached for the auction at Shanda Auction House, Tang Songyuan eagerly anticipated the event, particularly for the piece he hoped would yield a good price. Additionally, there was the mysterious meteorite containing a small ball, which he believed might relate to his clairvoyant abilities, an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Without elaborating, he merely mentioned he had matters to attend to in the Magic City that would delay him for a few days. Inai Dahong did not inquire further, but after a moment's consideration, he agreed with one request, that Inai Cece accompany him. "Your senior sister has been cooped up at home. Let her join you in the Magic City for a change of scenery." Tang Songyuan was taken aback and remained silent when Inai Cece, having just finished her yoga practice and glistening with sweat, approached with a soft, melancholic voice. "What's wrong? Does my junior brother not want his senior sister to accompany him?" The unexpected intimacy of her words caught him off guard. "Of course not," Tang Songyuan quickly replied. "If my senior sister wishes to go, she should. I merely worry it might disrupt her schedule. I have no particular plans, just aimlessly wandering about." And Cece remarked with her head tilted, followed by a playful laugh as she declared, "Then it's settled." Chapter 41. Reckless Abandon. The following morning at 10:30, Tang Songyuan, accompanied by Cece and carrying only a few belongings, boarded a direct flight from Mongsher to the bustling metropolis. Shortly after takeoff, Cece requested a glass of orange juice from the flight attendant, leisurely crossing her legs as she gazed at Tang Songyuan beside her. "Junior brother, do you find learning to play with stones from my grandfather rather dull?" Tang Songyuan replied, "Not at all. My master possesses extraordinary skills and is a venerable figure in the field. It is a tremendous honor to learn under him." And Cece chuckled lightly and inquired, "Do you know why my grandfather chose to take you as his disciple?" She continued, "My master once said that my luck was exceptional. Hence he decided to accept me as a student, curious to see what subtle changes might arise from the combination of luck and skill." "Ha ha, do you actually believe that?" And Cece laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Are you not aware that my grandfather, Inai Dahong, recruits disciples primarily to find a son-in-law for the Inai family?" Tang Songyuan's mouth fell agape, astonished beyond measure. Although he had heard this rumor before when Li Yangqiu mentioned it, he had found it somewhat ludicrous. Yet, hearing it directly from Cece transformed the absurdity into something fantastical. Gazing at Cece's exquisite visage, he swallowed hard, slightly anxious as he said, "I have indeed heard some rumors, but I believe with your exceptional qualities and remarkable culinary skills, it would be expected for suitors to flock to the Inai residence in droves. Given Inai Dahong's collection, the Inai family, while not excessively wealthy, certainly possessed assets exceeding 100 million. Spending 15 million on a piece of jade seemed a trivial affair." Suddenly, Cece's expression turned alluring, her eyes glinting with mirth as she asked, "So, junior brother, do you think your senior sister is beautiful?" Tang Songyuan nodded earnestly, in terms of both appearance and figure. "Senior sister is indeed extraordinarily beautiful." And Cece blinked her beautiful eyes playfully and inquired, "What specifically makes me beautiful?" This left Tang Songyuan at a loss for words. He searched for an answer and finally said, "Senior sister's beauty resembles that of a celestial being descended to earth, akin to flowers that shy away from the moon and fish that sink in shame. A true epitome of beauty." "Ha ha, your words are quite sweet, junior brother." And Cece beamed with delight, but her expression quickly turned serious as she asked, "If that is the case, Why do you think I remain unmarried? Indeed, this was a question Tang Songyuan and Li Yangxiu had pondered. With the Ni family's wealth, Ni Daihong's unique talents, and Nic's stunning allure, one would expect her to have numerous admirers. Nic's expression grew slightly colder, her tone laced with melancholy as she replied, "Because I am unwell." What? Tang Songyuan was taken aback once again. He then activated his perceptive vision, scanning Nic's body with the swiftness of light. He scrutinized her from head to toe, examining her internal organs, yet he found no discernible difference between her and an ordinary person. In fact, one could argue that Nic's physique was even healthier than that of the average individual. So why did she claim to be ill? Observing the astonished and perplexed expression on Tang Songyuan's face, Nic took another sip of orange juice and tilted her head, asking, "What is the matter? Do you not believe me, junior brother?" Tang Songyuan shook his head, replying, "I truly find it hard to believe. From my perspective, elder sister, you appear to be in excellent health. Surely, you're not trying to frighten me, are you?" He then added with utmost seriousness, "I genuinely sought out a mentor to learn the craft. If this matter displeases you, I can request Master and I to expel me from the sect." "Huh, do you think I need to frighten you?" Nic set her cup down and adjusted her posture, leaning slightly towards Tang Songyuan. "When I tell you the truth, you still do not believe me. I assure you, I am indeed unwell. Every full moon, I lose my rationality, transforming into a completely different person. I weep and wail heartbreakingly, and I become unrecognizable, wielding a knife and shouting in a frenzy. Thus, whenever I am about to have an episode, my grandfather secures me to my bed, binding me tightly until dawn." Tang Songyuan had encountered individuals with mental illnesses before and was somewhat familiar with emotional instability, but he had never heard of such a systematic occurrence as Nic described. However, he was not a doctor and could not draw any conclusions, nor could he discern the truth from her claims. "Have you tried any medications?" he inquired tentatively. Nic shook her head with a hint of distress, her brows furrowing slightly as she spoke with a tinge of melancholy. "Nothing works. Even the best sedatives are ineffective during an episode. Yet once the time passes, I'm completely fine and can live normally." She then added earnestly, "But you need not be afraid. The last full moon was 3 days ago, and for nearly a month, I will not have another episode." A flicker of sympathy crossed Tang Songyuan's face as he said, "Elder sister, you need not worry. Medical technology is advancing rapidly. I believe a treatment for your condition will emerge soon. To speak honestly, would you still wish to marry me? Would you still consider becoming a son-in-law of the Ni family?" Nic's eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, her hopeful gaze fixed upon Tang Songyuan. He found himself momentarily stunned, his expression revealing a tumult of conflict, struggle, and hesitation. Nic was indeed beautiful and possessed a whimsical charm. Yet Tang Songyuan could not quite claim any profound feelings for her. The notion of marriage felt too premature, and the veracity of her earlier statements was unclear. A trace of disappointment flickered in Nic's eyes, which soon transformed into a playful disdain. Finally, she burst into laughter, her expression mischievous as she exclaimed, "I was just teasing you. You actually believe me. You are so easy to fool." With a carefree demeanor, she declared, "I'm going to sleep now. You can entertain yourself." With that, she donned a sleep mask, reclined her chair, and soon fell into a state of tranquil slumber. Tang Songyuan found himself utterly bemused, never anticipating that the tumultuous discourse moments ago was merely the mischievous prank of the girl beside him. Glancing at Nic, who lay beside him adorned with a sleep mask and headphones, her state oscillating between genuine slumber and feigned repose, he was struck by a beauty that seemed indifferent to the world around her. He forced a smile, leaned back against the seat, and succumbed to sleep himself. At 3 in the afternoon, the airplane touched down smoothly at Hangzhou Airport. With a sports backpack slung over his shoulder, Tang Songyuan watched as Nic, clutching a petite suitcase, produced a pair of sunglasses seemingly from thin air and donned them. With a slight upward curve of her lips, she turned to him and inquired, "Junior brother, this is my first visit to the Magic City. Is there anything I should be mindful of?" Chapter 42. Senior sister, please don't. Tang Songyuan smirked slightly, replying, "Senior sister, let us keep a low profile. If we do, we should be fine. Is this your survival rule? Hurry and get in the car." Reluctantly, Tang Songyuan climbed into the vehicle and shut the door. Nic then addressed the driver, "Pudong Region Hotel, please." Naturally, the hotel had been booked by Nic, as she intended to visit the renowned infinity pool. Not long after they set off, Nic suddenly asked the taxi driver in a coy tone, "Do you think we make a good couple?" The question rendered the driver momentarily speechless, as he glanced at the pair through the rearview mirror before tentatively responding. I think you two match quite well. And ICC's face brightened instantly, bouncing in her seat as she exclaimed, see, even the driver thinks we're a good match. What is wrong with me being with you? Speak up, brother-in-law. Tang Songyuan nearly choked, while the driver hit the brakes in surprise. Wow, are young people today this bold? Tang Songyuan, flustered and anxious, hurriedly explained to the driver, please don't listen to her nonsense. She is actually my senior sister. With a sorrowful expression, NICC pointed at Tang Songyuan, her trembling finger conveying mock distress. All right, I admit I was joking. Our relationship shouldn't be disclosed to my sister. Tang Songyuan, sapata, averted his gaze, choosing to ignore her. Upon finally arriving at the hotel, they each deposited their luggage in their respective rooms. In a surprising turn of behavior, NICC insisted on going shopping with Tang Songyuan, as if nothing had transpired earlier. Junior brother, now that you have a net worth of several million, you should at least dress a bit more stylishly, if not in brand names. It was as if she were directly insinuating that Tang Songyuan appeared rather unsophisticated. Tang Songyuan remained noncommittal, stating, I actually think this is quite good. The purpose of clothing is to provide modesty and warmth, and I find it satisfactory. Raising an eyebrow, NICC retorted, that one do. As the future son-in-law of the NI family, you cannot present yourself this way. Come on, Tang Songyuan's mind world. This woman truly did not adhere to conventional reasoning, improvising at every turn. Hadn't she just claimed it was all a joke? Why was she bringing it up again? Was this hurdle truly insurmountable? Wandering aimlessly alongside NICC, Tang Songyuan was finally introduced to the essence of terror. Apart from jewelry and accessories, NICC seemed immune to nothing else. The moment she set her eyes on something desirable, she would swipe her card, and the staff would promptly wrap the items and hand them over to Tang Songyuan. He had no objections to carrying her purchases. The crux of the matter was that NICC insisted on trying on each piece, sweetly inquiring, does it look good? What is appealing about it? Naturally, Tang Songyuan would affirm its beauty, but upon perceiving a hint of impatience in his demeanor, NICC would immediately opt for another item, repeating this cycle. It was not limited to women's clothing. NICC also selected two exquisite outfits for Tang Songyuan, a Hermes belt, a pair of handcrafted shoes made of fine lambskin, and a watch, all charged her card. Initially, Tang Songyuan intended to reimburse her, but NICC shot him a sharp glare and commanded, silence. Then, with a beaming smile, she remarked on his burdened state, oh dear, I'm so sorry for making you carry so much. Are you tired? Would you like me to help lighten the load? Yet, the only thought racing through Tang Songyuan's mind was a dismissive, can you even manage this, you little rascal? Clearing his throat, he replied, no problem at all. Senior sister. His physical prowess had been enhanced by a mysterious orb, granting him strength and stamina far greater than that of an ordinary person. Carrying these items was indeed a trivial matter, though the sheer volume did occupy space. With a mischievous smirk, NICC turned and resumed her shopping spree. After an extensive 4-hour shopping excursion, NICC felt a pang of hunger stirring within her, prompting her to abandon her quest for more purchases and seek a place to dine. Catching a glimpse of his woeful expression, she smirked and said, all right then. But dinner is on you, and as you know, my standards are high. If the food is subpar, prepare for my wrath. NICC's culinary skills were unparalleled, at least in Tang Songyuan's limited experience. However, this posed no challenge for him. In an age of abundant information, locating a top-tier restaurant was hardly an insurmountable task. He chose a restaurant near the Chunghuang Miao, presenting the menu to NICC. She glanced briefly before decisively ordering a plate of stir-fried crab, meat soup dumplings. 2 servings of crab meat, xylong bao, a fragrant 8-treasure duck, black pepper scallops, braised lion's head meatballs, and oil-splashed river shrimp. Finally, she handed the menu back to Tang Songyuan, asking, is this enough? After a quick review, he added a clay pot of braised chicken with Shaoxing wine, bringing the total to 8 dishes. As they awaited their meal, NICC curiously inquired, Junior brother, you haven't told me why you've come to the Magic City this time. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Songyuan responded, I'm here to attend an auction. Would you care to join me, senior sister? NICC pouted, replying, I have no interest in such matters. If it were a water shortage or a comic convention, I might be inclined to participate. This woman certainly walked her own path. It remained a mystery whether she intended to merely observe the comic convention or actively partake in it. Having satisfied her hunger and thirst, NICC commented, it's quite decent. The stir-fried crab meat and lion's head meatballs are quite good, but this 8-treasure duck falls short of expectations. I'll reluctantly grant it a pass. After the meal, Tang Songyuan suspected that NICC would concoct some mischief. Observing the time, which was barely past 8 o'clock, he fell into contemplation. Ah, you wouldn't understand, NICC remarked, noting his puzzled expression. Then I'll apply a face mask, steam my face, do some beauty exercises, and take a bath before I know it. It will be 10 o'clock. For me, going to bed at 10 is already quite late. Her reasoning was so compelling that he found himself unable to refute her. With such an understanding of health, was she planning to live to 200? The night passed in silence. The next day, Tang Songyuan rose early. And Ida Hong had mentioned to him that as long as he felt no discomfort, both practices could be pursued simultaneously. The combination of these practices could effectively complement each other, thereby promoting longevity. After a week of practice, although he had yet to experience a tangible sensation of energy, he could distinctly feel an enhancement in his physical condition. His bones felt sturdier and his limbs stronger. Though the progress was modest, the results were indeed evident. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Tang Songyuan arrived at the auction site of Shanda Auction House, sitting calmly in anticipation of the event's commencement. The auction was set to begin at 9:30, and he casually picked up the promotional brochure for the auction resting on his chair. It featured images of each item up for bid along with their auction numbers. There were over 40 lots, including porcelain and renowned paintings. The item he submitted for auction, the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, was positioned at number 18. However, as he flipped to the last page, he discovered a grave issue. The brochure conspicuously omitted the extraterrestrial meteorite. Last time, Yu Qingran had clearly stated it would make an appearance at this auction, so why was it absent from the promotional material? This meteorite, seemingly unremarkable and resembling a lumpy piece of iron, concealed within it mysterious metallic spheres that Tang Songyuan was determined to obtain. He immediately rose, circumventing the auction hall to reach the office area, where he found Yu Qingran preparing for the auction. Mr. Tang, you've arrived so early? The auction is about to commence. Please remain patient, Yu Qingran said. Today she wore a fitted qipao, exuding an aura of grace and propriety. However, Tang Songyuan had no interest in her appearance. With his ability to see through, he had already taken in every detail of her immaculate form. His focus now lay solely on why the confirmed extraterrestrial meteorite was missing from the auction lineup. He made an effort to calm himself and said, "Excuse me, Miss Yu. May I inquire why the meteorite I am quite fond of is not included in your auction sequence?" The meteorite? Yu Qingran pondered for a moment before smiling. "Oh, I remember now. What?" Tang Songyuan pressed, anxiety creeping in. Yu Qingran quickly reassured him. "Mr. Tang, please don't be alarmed. Let me explain." Chapter 43. What the heck? Tang Songyuan's spirits plummeted instantly. Such occurrences were entirely unexpected for him. "Apologies, I momentarily lost my composure." A look of discomfort crossed Yu Qingran's face as she inquired, "Does Mr. Tang place great importance on this information?" Generally speaking, when a client requests confidentiality regarding their information, the auction house has both the necessity and obligation to maintain that confidentiality. If such a request has not been made, there is no requirement to do so. Tang Songyuan nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have a profound admiration for that extraterrestrial meteorite, and I feel it is imperative that it belongs to me." He had attempted to merely touch the meteorite, yet the mysterious metallic sphere hidden within could only be accessed by cutting it open. Now that the meteorite had seemingly vanished, he felt an amalgamation of anxiety and unease, coupled with a sense of foreboding. He certainly did not wish for the secret of the metallic sphere to be known to another. Yu Qingran glanced at her wristwatch and stated, "How about this? The auction is about to commence. After it concludes, I will contact the client on behalf of the company to see if they are willing to meet with you. The decision rests with them." Faced with this situation, Tang Songyuan had no alternative but to acquiesce for the time being. The venue was already filled to capacity, with attendees impeccably dressed, exuding an aura of success. Had it not been for NICC purchasing him a new outfit the previous night, he might have felt somewhat out of place. Reflecting on it, Tang Songyuan found solace in simplicity. As long as these affluent individuals were willing to pay a handsome sum for his prize through Panlong, that was all that mattered. Soon, with a subtle yet enchanting smile, Yu Qingran gracefully approached the podium, wielding a small wooden gavel. As the chief auctioneer of Shangda, she began with a brief opening statement, followed by an introduction to the 40 or so auction items for the day. The first item presented was a landscape painting from the Ming Dynasty, which she elaborated on for over 3 minutes. Her voice, soft and melodious, had an enchanting quality that effortlessly drew listeners into her narrative. At that moment, Tang Songyuan found himself disinterested in the proceedings, his sole focus resting on Lot 18, the Hu Pan Long, and how much it would ultimately fetch. He yearned for the auction to conclude swiftly, so he could approach Yu Qingran and inquire about the client's information regarding the meteorite. He was determined to acquire it at any cost. Moreover, disregarding financial considerations, he currently lacked a suitable place to house the antique landscape painting. Matters of the future could be addressed in due course. As the auction officially commenced, attendees began bidding on the landscape paintings, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. Before long, the antique landscape painting was sold for a staggering $3 million. Following that, various auction items were presented in succession, while Tang Songyuan remained silently seated. Unable to alter the present circumstances, he redirected his focus onto Yu Qingran. Her skin truly was remarkably fair. Unlike the skin of those born with fair complexions, Yu Qingran possesses a kind of delicate whiteness that many young women envy. Her skin is as tender as that of a newborn and as smooth as a peeled, boiled egg, evoking a desire to caress her surface with rough hands, feeling the warmth of her being through the lines in one's palm. Next, we present our 18th treasure of the day. As the thoughts of the Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties linger in the air, it is finally time for the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, to make its entrance. With a gentle smile, revealing her charming dimples, Yu Qingran spoke in her melodious and soft voice. This is an exceptionally unique piece of art. The upper portion is a naturally formed nugget of doghead gold, untouched by any human craftsmanship. Even more rare is its purity, which reaches an astonishing 91%, a rarity in nature itself. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the large screen. Its shape resembles that of a crouching tiger. Such naturally formed doghead gold is indeed scarce, and to find one with such an exquisite form and meaningful symbolism is an even greater challenge. The large screen on the left side of the podium provided a close-up of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, showcasing its appearance from various angles. The doghead gold retains its original charm, and though it lacks the finesse of intricate carving, it is precisely this essence of natural creation that captivates the beholder. Yu Qingran continued, "As the saying goes, gold has a price, while jade is priceless." To accompany this piece, the client specifically sought out a magnificent piece of icy jadeite, engaging the country's top jade carver to work on it personally. Thus, we have the splendid crouching tiger, hidden dragon, a marvel of gold and jade. Soon, voices emerged from the crowd. "This piece is intriguing. Its understated elegance would fit perfectly in my study." Another remarked, "Doghead gold is indeed rare, and examples in good condition are even scarcer." The promotional materials didn't convey much, but seeing it in person ignites an irresistible urge to acquire it. Someone else joked, "Ha, I find the name Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon rather unappealing. If I were to acquire it, I would certainly rename it to something more fitting." The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Yu Qingran achieved the desired effect, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she addressed them, seeing that everyone is quite fond of the 18th lot. "We shall commence the auction. The starting bid for this crouching tiger, hidden dragon, is 10 million yuan, with increments of no less than 100,000 yuan. Please place your bids." 11 million. As soon as the words left her lips, a paddle was raised, declaring an 11 million yuan bid with an air of determination. 12 million. 15 million. Tang, Song, and Yuan, now more focused, sensed the fervent atmosphere of the auction, feeling this was the ambience that should characterize such events. It resembled the excitement of a game, with figures like 100,000 and 1 million echoing in the air. Initially, over a dozen participants were involved in the bidding, but now only 3 or 4 remained. Yet, these individuals undoubtedly represented the strongest contenders in the room. 25 million. Suddenly, a slightly portly gentleman in a suit raised his bid with fervor. Chapter 44, High-End Gambit. Is it truly necessary to offer such an exorbitant price for merely a piece of doghead gold and a block of icy jade? 25 million could acquire a substantial amount of gold. 26 million. The room fell silent for a mere 10 seconds before the man who had previously suggested renaming the piece immediately refreshed his bid. 26 million. Yu Qingran echoed this figure with a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Bid number 188 offers 26 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The exchange of bids elicited excitement, a scenario every auctioneer cherishes. At this juncture, her role was to subtly amplify the momentum, propelling the auction price even higher. The gentleman in the suit, who initially bid 25 million, furrowed his brow in contemplation, weighing both his own capabilities and the potential hand of his rivals. Yu Qingran's gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting on the suited man. "Mr. Wang, Number 16, bid number 188 has offered 26 million. Are you inclined to raise your bid? Her dulcet, sweet voice overwhelmed the delegate, Tang Songyuan, seated below, let alone the gentleman surnamed Wang. The suited man, unable to contain his impatience, quickly countered with 28 million. Please, everyone, consider this piece of Hu Tiger and Dragon. Its symbolism is profound, and I truly adore it. I hope for your support. Yet, there were those unwilling to grant him this favor, as another voice chimed in, 28,500,000. The suited man glared at the person who had outbid him, seething with anger, and retorted, Are you deliberately trying to thwart me, Li? The gentleman, surnamed Li, number 42, shot back with a sneer, Clearly, you are the one attempting to thwart me. Last month, you sent an undercover agent to my company, secretly boiling water and quietly scorching the fortune tree at our entrance, and you even dismantled the fortune cat I had hired at great expense. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. The suited man, incensed by these accusations, rolled up his sleeves and exclaimed, And you have the audacity to mention that? Last year, during our competition for a project, you hired 2 male models to seduce our project manager. Why don't you speak of that? The gentleman Li, with a mocking smile, retorted, Surely, the project manager is your beloved, or else why are you so irate? Goodness, how scandalous. Tang Songyuan, seated at the back, was taken aback, wondering if high-stakes business battles were truly this simplistic and crude. This was akin to a cat fight, with each party pulling hair in a public spectacle. Observing the situation spiraling out of control, Yu Qingren quickly stifled her laughter and interjected, All right, for this piece of Hu Tiger and Dragon, Mr. Li, number 42, has bid 28,500,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 29 million. The suited man escalated the price in a fit of fury. 30 million. The gentleman Li, refusing to back down, raised his paddle. 31 million. 32 million. 35 million. 36 million. The two individuals stood their ground, their tempers flaring to such an extent that even the previously intended bidder for item 188 found himself unable to interject. 40 million. The man in the suit bellowed furiously, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through as he fixed his eyes on the gentleman, surnamed Li. I'm offering 40 million. If you can surpass this amount, I shall relinquish this item, the crouching tiger and coiled dragon, to you today. Yet, the Li gentleman simply smiled with a sense of triumph, shrugging his hands in a gesture of dismissal. In a final act of derision, he smirked at the suited man. Observing that the verbal sparring was about to resume, Yu Qingren quickly interjected, Lot 16 has a bid of 40 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? She then turned her questioning gaze towards item 188, which elicited a resigned shake of the head from its intended bidder, signaling his withdrawal. The price of 40 million had far exceeded expectations, and Yu Qingren refrained from further inquiry. Lot 18, the crouching tiger and coiled dragon, 40 million once, 40 million twice. Yu Qingren's eyes scanned the room once more, the gaze of nearly every attendee fixated upon her and the auction hammer in her hand. Once the small wooden hammer fell, the auction would conclude. Yet, an elderly voice unexpectedly pierced through the atmosphere, declaring, 41 million. Gasps filled the room as all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, a gentleman of advanced age, clad in a traditional Tang suit, with a head full of white hair, resembling an ordinary old man strolling in the park. Mr. Wu, President Wu, murmured the crowd, each addressing him differently. Yet it was evident to all that this elder named Wu was no ordinary figure. Unmoved, the Wu elder paid no heed to the astonished whispers around him, his demeanor calm as he fixed his steady gaze upon Yu Qingren, seemingly awaiting her next words. Yu Qingren endeavored to maintain her composure, clearing her throat before proceeding with the auction protocol. Lot 1, Mr. Wu bids 41 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise their bid? This time, silence reigned. Even those who had previously been eager to secure the item were disheartened by the Wu elder's bid. After 3 calls for bids, Yu Qingren lowered the auction hammer. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Wu on successfully acquiring the crouching tiger and coiled dragon. A sigh of relief escaped Tang Songyuan, seated among the audience. Though the proceedings had been tumultuous, the outcome was an unexpected delight for him. 41 million. He had never anticipated that his first stroke of fortune would be valued at such an astronomical sum. This piece of gold, discovered after he gained his extraordinary ability, represented his initial foray into valuable treasures, complemented by a piece of icy jade that merely served as an accent. As the auction progressed, his interest waned. Compared to the guests who casually splurged tens of millions or even billions, he found himself unable to appreciate the antiques, artworks, or calligraphy on offer. Finally, After enduring the auction until its conclusion and the dispersal of guests, Tang Songyuan seized the moment to find Yu Qingran in her office. He knocked gently on the door and inquired, "Miss Yu, is this a convenient time?" Upon witnessing the impressive auction results, Yu Qingran could not help but smile as she addressed Mr. Tang, expressing her congratulations. "Congratulations, Mr. Tang. The auction of the sleeping tiger, coiled dragon, has fetched an astonishing price of 41 million, securing its place as the second highest transaction of the day, far exceeding our expectations." She then added, "However, I kindly ask for your patience, as we will require at least half an hour to finalize the calculations. The funds will be transferred to your account shortly thereafter." Tang Songyuan, with a slight grimace, replied, "There is no rush. My primary concern at the moment is the information regarding the extraterrestrial meteorite that Miss Yu previously promised me." Yu Qingran paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, saying, "Allow me to make a call to the client." Chapter 45, Full Commitment. Indeed, there was no point in urgency, and Tang Songyuan could only nod in resignation. Yu Qingran retrieved a document from the filing cabinet, briefly perused it, and then began dialing on her mobile phone. A few minutes later, she hung up, casting a regretful glance at Tang Songyuan. "I managed to communicate with the client, and they're open to you reaching out. However, I must share unfortunate news. The meteorite has already been sold." Sold? The worst possible outcome had materialized for Tang Songyuan. He felt a surge of anger, yet he had no one to blame but himself for not acting decisively when he first discovered the meteorite. Had he contacted the client immediately and pursued the purchase at any cost, he would not be facing such complications now. Sold. Tang Songyuan struggled to contain his emotions, lamenting the fact that he would have preferred to withdraw from the auction, even incurring the penalties, rather than facing this outcome. Yu Qingran nodded sympathetically. "Indeed. I am truly sorry, Mr. Tang." The client mentioned that it was needed by a very close friend, who has also taken on the penalty fees. What sort of person would require an unremarkable extraterrestrial meteorite? Tang Songyuan found it difficult to comprehend, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat before all avenues had been explored. Yu Qingran, non-committal but still generous, provided him with the client's phone number. After spending over half an hour at the Shandor auction house, the proceeds from the sleeping tiger, coiled dragon auction finally reached Tang Songyuan, with a final sale price of 41 million, and the auction house's 5% commission of 2,500,000 deducted. Tang Songyuan's total earnings from this auction amounted to 38,950,000, with his various other income streams. Tang Songyuan's total assets had now exceeded 45 million. From humble beginnings to a millionaire in less than a month, he should have felt elated, yet the absence of the meteorite cast a shadow over his success. With the remaining jade carving scraps in hand, Tang Songyuan exited the Shandor auction house and sought a quiet spot to call the client. After attempting to call 3 times without anyone answering, he was on the verge of irritation when NICC's call came through. "Junior brother, have you made any progress over there?" Upon answering, the soft and delicate voice of NICC filled his ear. She chuckled lightly. "There's nothing urgent. Are you sure you don't want to experience the boundless pool at the Regent? Today, your senior sister is wearing a rather alluring swimsuit. Truly enchanting. But honestly, whether you wear that swimsuit or not makes little difference to me. No, I won't be coming. Enjoy yourself, senior sister." He was simply in no mood for such distractions. His only desire was to locate the client and inquire about the whereabouts of the extraterrestrial meteorite that had been sold. Sensing an unusual tone in his voice, NICC laughed softly. "What's wrong, junior brother? Are you feeling down? Or do you have something else on your mind? Feel free to share with your senior sister." Tang Songyuan neither confirmed nor denied, merely stating, "If there's nothing pressing, I shall hang up." "You're indeed acting strangely," and ICC's tone suddenly grew serious. "Where are you? I will come to find you immediately." "It's nothing, I'm just—" Tang Songyuan attempted to deflect, but NICC interrupted. "Location. Now." Her tone resonated like a queen, clad in black stockings and high heels, commanding from her throne. Reluctantly, Tang Songyuan sent her his location via text. After a brief glance at the information, NICC promptly instructed, "There's a Starbucks right across from you. Go inside and wait for me. Order an iced Americano for me in 25 minutes. I'll arrive in half an hour." Upon hanging up, Tang Songyuan complied, all the while continuing to dial the elusive client's number, which remained unanswered. Within half an hour, NICC appeared before him, dressed casually with a small bag slung over her shoulder. Without a word, she pulled out a chair and sat down, sipping the coffee that had just been served while casting an unfriendly gaze at Tang Songyuan. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Tang Songyuan asked, puzzled. NICC pouted slightly. "Come on, tell me, what troubles are you facing?" Tang Songyuan retorted. How did you know I was facing difficulties? Contrast. NICC replied without hesitation. You see, yesterday when I asked you to accompany me shopping, carrying things, and treating me to dinner, you did so willingly. Now, when I merely ask you to speak a bit more, you seem somewhat impatient. Only a fool would fail to notice your change. Aren't you attending an auction today? Is it not going smoothly? There was a hint of concern in her words, yet her tone remained that of a spoiled princess. After pondering her remarks, Tang Songyuan realized her insights were accurate, yet he replied, It's nothing significant. There's no need to trouble senior sister. NICC raised an eyebrow. Do share. Perhaps I can help you come up with a solution. Junior brother, do you not strive to give your all in your endeavors? Tang Songyuan gao de. How can you say that I'm not giving my best? NICC's lips curled slightly upwards as she remarked, Have you ever considered assistance from your senior? What does it mean to give your all? In undertaking any endeavor, one must exhaust all possibilities and not rest until the goal is achieved. Understand? Tang Songyuan paused for a moment and responded, Is it really that serious? It's not a significant matter. He refrained from elaborating on the incident involving the meteorite. Currently, he was unable to reach the other party by phone, nor could he locate them. With a roll of her eyes, NICC retorted, I thought it was something of great consequence. You possess their phone number. Are you truly worried about finding them? Tang Songyuan exclaimed, What method does my senior suggest? With a huff, NICC replied, Most people's mobile numbers are registered under their real names. The individual who sent something for auction clearly falls under this category. You could feign confusion or fabricate a reason to check her display screen. Wouldn't that reveal her address? At the very least, you could ascertain her registered address. Wow, it can be done that way? Chapter 46, A Journey Together. The essence of this approach lies in the necessity of being at a service center, coupled with a modicum of acting skills and a thicker skin. Holding her unfinished iced Americano, NICC stood up and said, If you can't muster the courage to ask, I can certainly assist you. That won't be necessary. It's a straightforward matter, and I can manage it myself, Tang Songyuan replied, rising as well. As NICC walked out, she lightly chuckled, It's no trouble. After all, I'm a bit of a madwoman, with a doctor's note to prove it. Tang Songyuan expressed, The insight provided by my senior has been immensely helpful. I will handle it myself. He didn't even need to sneak a glance at the screen. His enhanced vision could effortlessly discern information within a 50-meter radius. However, he felt it prudent to maintain appearances, to play the part convincingly. Furrowing her brow slightly, NICC remarked, It's not far, just over 100 kilometers from the Magic City. Do you plan to head there now? Tang Songyuan zipli. We should at least have lunch first. What would you like to eat, senior? Finally relieved from uncertainty, Tang Songyuan felt his spirits lift and began to take the initiative. NICC, not one to be overly sentimental, fiddled with her phone and selected a nearby restaurant. During their meal, she also contacted a car rental service, expressing her intention to personally drive Tang Songyuan there. For a fleeting moment, Tang Songyuan felt quite touched. Having grown up as an orphan, he assumed the responsibility of caring for his sister after their parents passed away, experiencing the warmth and chill of life. Though NICC often exhibited a quirky disposition, in that moment, he felt a genuine sense of consideration emanating from her. Does my senior have a driver's license? Tang Songyuan casually inquired. NICC scoffed. What is so remarkable about that? Driving is quite simple. I obtained my license at 18. However, within 3 months, I totaled the first car my grandfather bought for me. I even earned the title of road killer, but I haven't driven since then. And you have the audacity to claim driving is easy. Do you have any idea how perilous it can be? Tang Songyuan curled his lips and said, How about we just hire a car to go there? I'm still quite young. Just kidding. NICC covered her mouth and chuckled. You are so naive. Junior brother, you are easily fooled. After the meal, NICC instructed him to wait at the entrance of the restaurant. Before long, she arrived in a car, stopping gracefully before Tang Songyuan, sunglasses perched on her nose, and waved her hand with flair, Get in. Tang Songyuan glanced around nervously before getting into the car, diligently fastening his seatbelt, his hand gripping the overhead handle tightly. NICC, noticing his demeanor, felt a flicker of annoyance. That's quite enough. This action signifies a serious distrust in me. Tang Songyuan replied, It's not distrust. Isn't it standard procedure to behave like this in a vehicle? NICC huffed, choosing to say nothing more, and smoothly drove off. To be fair, her driving skills were commendable, steady and unhurried. Once they merged onto the highway, Tang Songyuan felt his anxious heart finally settle as he enjoyed the smooth speed. How's it going, junior brother? NICC provocatively glanced at Tang Songyuan. He nodded vigorously. Sister, you're impressive. You exude such authority. At 3 in the afternoon, the pair finally arrived at the registered address of the client they had information on. The location was within a village. Tang Songyuan confirmed the house number and called out at the open door of the 3-story building. "Hello, is anyone home?" He quickly added, "I apologize for the interruption. May I ask if Ning Kongsheng resides here?" Ning Kongsheng was indeed the name of the client. A man, puzzled, responded, "That's me. What do you need?" "You're Ning Kongsheng?" Tang Songyuan paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "I apologize. I learned of your information through Shanda Auction House. I called you several times this morning, but you didn't answer." Ning Kongsheng showed no intention of inviting him in, standing at the door and casually saying, "Oh, my phone might have accidentally been on silent. What do you need?" His Mandarin was mixed with a local accent and spoken rapidly, making it somewhat challenging for Tang Songyuan to understand. Ning Kongsheng frowned. "What are you inquiring about?" Tang Songyuan fabricated a story. "I am an astronomy enthusiast who enjoys collecting meteorites and am very interested in this particular meteorite. I was wondering if Brother Ning could provide me with any clues?" He continued, "A few days ago, a child in the city wanted to buy a house for marriage, so I thought about selling it. However, a distant relative learned of this and insisted that I sell it to him, offering me some sort of handling fee." Tang Songyuan's heart sank, and he asked, "May I be so bold as to inquire how much Brother Ning sold it to him for? Did your relative mention what he intended to do with it?" "About 200,000 or so," Ning Kongsheng replied candidly. "His name is Huang Xingde, a renowned swordsmith in the Yushur area. I heard he even appeared on CCTV." Tang Songyuan patiently probed further for Huang Xingde's address, to which Ning Kongsheng truthfully obliged. NICC observed the furrow of worry etched across his brow and inquired, "What troubles you? Is the situation still unfavorable?" Tang Songyuan took a deep breath and replied, "It's nothing serious. We shall do our utmost. I appreciate your assistance, senior sister. Let us proceed to the next destination." Chapter 47. The Recluse Master. The abode of Huang Xingde was named Huanxi, a title that evokes images of a picturesque landscape. Approximately 10 kilometers away, Tang Songyuan and NICC took nearly half an hour to reach their destination. The winding mountain path led them to a stop, where NICC parked the vehicle. Surrounding them were undulating hills, and a delicate stream meandered down the slope, its crystalline waters revealing countless small fish frolicking at the bottom. "Jinlu?" NICC murmured as she gazed at the simple stone tablet marking the entrance. "This place is indeed quite secluded. Are you certain this is the location?" Tang Songyuan alighted from the car and surveyed the area. "The gentleman we encountered earlier mentioned that the meteorite was purchased by a master swordsmith. It should be here," he asserted, envisioning such a master as a hermit dwelling deep in the mountains, embodying the essence of an otherworldly sage. "Whom are you seeking?" As they pondered, a middle-aged man appeared along the pebble-paved path, presumably drawn by their presence. "May I inquire if you are Master Huang Xingde?" Tang Songyuan asked politely. "Are you here to purchase swords? Please come inside." The man, identified as Huang Xingde, replied, gesturing them to follow. Just as Tang Songyuan intended to clarify that they were not there to buy swords, Huang Xingde had already moved away, leaving him with no choice but to comply. NICC, however, ambled leisurely, appreciating the surroundings as she entered Jinlu. The cobbled path, though uneven, led them to a row of 10 or so simple brick houses, devoid of excessive adornment, yet exuding an ancient charm. At the rear, against the mountainside, stood a tall chimney. Huang Xingde awaited them at the doorway of one room, raising his hand to indicate the interior as Tang Songyuan approached. "These are all handcrafted masterpieces. Choose any sword you fancy, and I shall inform you of the price." He then busied himself sharpening a blade on a large whetstone. Inside the open room, swords of various colors and exquisitely crafted scabbards hung neatly on 3 walls. Without needing to speculate, Tang Songyuan discerned that these blades were yet unsharpened. Regrettably, he had not studied swordsmanship and had no intention of traversing the upside-down mountain. Clearing his throat, Tang Songyuan spoke up, "My apologies, Master Huang, but we are not here to purchase swords." "Not buying swords? Then what is your purpose?" "My establishment is not open to the public, and photography is strictly prohibited." Huang Xingde continued his task, a hint of impatience lacing his tone. Tang Songyuan quickly responded, "I heard that Master Huang recently acquired a meteorite from a friend, and I have a keen interest in it." Huang Xingde's brow furrowed slightly, his hands pausing in their motion. "As for the meteorite, I have plans for it. I intend to forge it into a mystical iron sword using ancient techniques. You have taken the sword to forge. How am I to retrieve the mysterious orb within?" Tang Songyuan's thoughts raced, and a sudden inspiration struck him as he proposed. "Master Huang, The swords you forge are ultimately destined for sale, are they not? Why not consider this? Since your ultimate aim is to sell them for profit, I could simply offer you a higher price to purchase the meteorite directly. However, Huang Dexing's expression turned icy as he interrupted. I am not lacking in funds. Not all my swords are for sale. Those truly worthy of legacy are beyond the reach of the average person. His declaration effectively silenced Tang Songyuan, rendering him speechless. Most challenges in life can be resolved with money. If they cannot, it is invariably due to insufficient funds, a predicament Tang Songyuan found himself in at that moment. At this juncture, an ICC approached, bypassing Tang Songyuan to enter the room where the swords were stored. She examined the surroundings, occasionally pulling a sword out to inspect it. I recently took the time to observe. The world does not lack in meteorite reserves, she remarked nonchalantly, then turned to Tang Songyuan with a puzzled expression. While glass meteorites may be somewhat pricier, iron meteorites and stony iron meteorites are merely around 100,000 per kilogram. Must you fixate on this particular piece? Having accompanied him throughout this journey, she struggled to comprehend why so much effort was expended for a mere meteorite. What utility did it possess? It lacked the unique beauty derived from geological evolution found in jadeite, and certainly did not match its value. She dismissed the numerous confirmed gambling stones at her home, let alone a crude, iron-like celestial rock. Tang Songyuan replied earnestly, I apologize, senior sister. There are reasons I cannot disclose, but it must be this one. And ICC pouted, a hint of exasperation in her demeanor. With a sigh, she said, since he is not short on funds, you are left with two choices. Either relinquish your pursuit or find another meteorite to exchange with him. Naturally, Tang Songyuan would not choose to abandon his quest. He turned once more to Huang Dexing, who had resumed his sword polishing, and proposed, Master Huang, might I suggest this? The meteorite you possess weighs just over a kilogram, which may not suffice for forging a genuine Xiantai sword. If I could procure a larger iron meteorite, would you be willing to exchange it with me? Huang Dexing paused his work, pondering for several moments, before furrowing his brow and responding, the weight is indeed lacking. I had intended to incorporate other materials. Yet, your words have sparked a realization within me. To forge a true Xiantai sword, it must be entirely crafted from meteorite, including the scabbard. Tang Songyuan clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, Master Huang speaks nothing but the truth. Modern innovations and alloy concoctions abound, yet they remain mere mortal iron. Huang Dexing scoffed. Do not ramble on too much. Since you have proposed this idea, I do not intend to take undue advantage of you. As planned, I shall commence the furnace on the 5th day of the 5th month. If you can acquire at least 4 kilograms of iron meteorite before then, I shall agree to the exchange. The 5th of May, Tang Songyuan took out his phone to check the calendar, realizing he had just over a month to accomplish his task. As long as a larger iron meteorite can be found before this time, there is still hope. Tang Songyuan remarked, then we have an agreement. However, Master Huang, I need your assurance that during this period, this meteorite will not be transferred to anyone else. Rest assured, no one dares to meddle with my possessions. Huang Dexing replied with a focused gaze, starting to grind once more. Seeing this, Tang Songyuan reluctantly said, we shall not disturb you any further, Master Huang. I will certainly pay another visit before the 5th day of the 5th month. After departing from Huang Dexing's abode, NICC continued to drive leisurely, inquiring, do you have any methods for acquiring iron meteorites? For some reason, he instinctively sought NICC's opinion. Chapter 48, Deception. NICC pondered for a moment and suggested, I believe you could attempt 2 methods. One is to post a reward online. As long as you are willing to spend money, many will be eager to assist you. Tang Songyuan recalled his ability to see through the ground within a radius of 50 meters, which was tailor-made for treasure hunting. He proposed, perhaps we could employ both methods simultaneously, offering a reward online while also searching personally. The goal is to find an iron meteorite weighing over 4 kilograms before the 5th day of the 5th month. Can you tell me which website allows such postings? An ICC smirked slightly, one hand on the steering wheel while the other playfully tapped her cheek a few times. Kiss me, and I will tell you. Is there such a delightful bargain? Tang Songyuan hesitated for 3 seconds before deciding to lean in, reasoning that he had nothing to lose. Are you really going to kiss me? After being teased once more, Tang Songyuan shot her a fierce glance, employing his ability to see through with a menacing intent, thoroughly examining NICC from head to toe. In fact, she was the most physically fit woman he had ever encountered. Is there anything in this world that frightens you? Tang Songyuan queried. NICC responded, why do you ask this all of a sudden? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, insects, I am particularly afraid of them. especially cockroaches and spiders. Just the sight of them gives me goosebumps. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly, but remained silent, his gaze fixated on the receding landscape. After about 5 minutes, he suddenly tensed and said, "Sister, please stop the car. I need to take a break." Surrounded by lush mountains and devoid of other people, and ICC, trusting him, complied. He extended his clenched right hand towards her, stating, "You've accompanied me throughout the afternoon. Allow me to gift you something." Without waiting for NICC to react, Tang Songyuan opened his palm, less than 5 centimeters from her face. Nestled in his hand was a small insect, about 5 centimeters long, a deep green hue, with a plump head adorned with 2 red antennae. How childish! NICC exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, a mocking expression graced her features as she remarked, "Are you unaware of the peculiarities of Yunnan? 3 insects served on a plate. Such high-protein delicacies, when enveloped in egg batter and fried, are utterly delectable. Shall I prepare a plate for you to sample next time? Alternatively, consuming them raw is also an option. A single bite will unleash a burst of flavors in your mouth, with remnants of undigested insect matter filling their bellies, delivering a crisp chicken-like taste." I've been tricked once again. Tang Songyuan, disgruntled, tossed the insect he had been holding out of the window, muttering, "The books were right. The more enchanting the woman, the more deceptive she tends to be." And ICC smiled gently. "All right then, I shall take your words as a compliment. I promise not to deceive you today. I trust you as far as I can throw you." Tang Songyuan internally scoffed, closing his eyes and ignoring her further. During dinner, NICC revealed the website to Tang Songyuan, urging him to log in, register, and post a bounty notice. Upon returning to his room, Tang Songyuan accessed the site she had provided through his phone. A brief perusal confirmed that it was indeed a genuine bounty platform. There were substantial rewards for locating missing children or providing leads, with sums ranging from 200,000 to 1 million. Some sought assistance in dealing with a neighbor, offering 2,000 yuan for simply giving Mr. Wong a thrashing without any ensuing complications. Others were eager to facilitate a dinner date with Ma Yun, promising 10,000 yuan for the mere arrangement. Even certain official entities had posted bounties, offering monetary rewards for information regarding specific suspects. Regardless of the likelihood of success, Tang Songyuan registered his personal information as prompted and posted a bounty for iron meteorites, additionally spending 1,000 yuan to have his listing featured prominently for a week. After a day of running around, Tang Songyuan felt fatigued and, after a brief wash-up, collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. The following day, NICC dragged Tang Songyuan around the bustling commercial streets of Zijiawi, purchasing him an assortment of clothing and footwear from high-end brands, while treating herself to 2 exquisite handbags. At that moment, Tang Songyuan received a phone call from someone who had seen his online bounty for iron meteorites and happened to be in the city. If he truly needed it, they could meet for a discussion. Checking the time, he noted it was already 10 in the evening. "You can go alone. I need to sleep early." And ICC chuckled softly. "At this hour, you expect me to go out? Not a chance." Tang Songyuan shrugged in resignation. "Very well. I'll call you in the morning." The agreed meeting place was a CAF, a half-hour's journey from the hotel. The other party, a middle-aged man in his 40s named Xia Yongyuan, arrived 10 minutes earlier than Tang Songyuan. After confirming each other's identities, Xia Yongyuan produced a box from beneath the table and opened it before Tang Songyuan's eyes. "Your luck is impeccable, my friend. Just the other day, a friend gifted me this iron meteorite, and tonight I happen to see your bounty notice. This object must hold considerable value." Enclosed within the box is a dark stone, glimmering with a metallic sheen. It bears a striking resemblance to a fragment of iron meteorite, perhaps scorched by friction with the atmosphere. Yet, upon the unveiling of Tang Songyuan's discerning vision, the assessment yielded an unexpected revelation. This was not an iron meteorite at all, but rather a mere imitation crafted from unrefined iron or a worthless lump of metal. It remains a mystery whether Xia Yongyuan was deceived by a friend or deliberately sought to mislead Tang Songyuan with a counterfeit. A look of skepticism crossed Tang Songyuan's face as he inquired, "Mr. Xia, are you suggesting that this lump of iron is an iron meteorite? You, a young man, have you ever seen what an actual iron meteorite looks like?" Chapter 49. The mysterious man Tang Songyuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Xia Yongyuan's misplaced confidence in this clearly artificial object, insisting it was an iron meteorite, was perplexing. In fact, scientists have noted that countless meteors visit Earth each year. However, most disintegrate upon entering the atmosphere due to their high velocity and the resulting frictional heat. Nevertheless, approximately 4 to 500 remnants do land on the surface annually. Yet, without witnessing the meteor's descent, locating one is an arduous task. Tang Songyuan, disinterested in further debate, merely shrugged and replied, all right, you are right. Is that satisfactory? Xia Yongyuan huffed in response. Since you acknowledge my correctness, you should proceed with payment. Payment? Tang Songyuan chuckled lightly, rising to his feet as he stated, my apologies. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to bring any money. Perhaps we can arrange another meeting? If it had indeed been an iron meteorite, Tang Songyuan would have readily parted with his money without hesitation. However, as the object presented by Xia Yongyuan was clearly not a meteorite, he had no intention of being a fool. Xia Yongyuan, incensed, retorted, you posted an online reward, seeking to purchase iron meteorites. I thought it a painful sacrifice to sell it to you. You are utterly lacking in integrity. Whatever he said was immaterial. There was no point in conversing with such a person. It was no wonder that many online voices expressed disdain for those devoid of boundaries. Ignoring Xia Yongyuan's tirade, Tang Songyuan proceeded to exit. Suddenly, a torrential downpour commenced outside, forcing Tang Songyuan to seek refuge at the doorway. He retrieved his phone, intending to amend the reward posting, ensuring potential clients confirmed the authenticity of the meteorite before reaching out to him. He would not entertain the notion of being misled by worthless trinkets. However, upon opening the app, he was greeted with several notifications, messages from individuals commenting on his reward post. To his dismay, they were all scathing criticisms, accusing him of ignorance and dishonesty. Without needing to guess, Tang Songyuan was well aware that Xia Yongyuan was behind this orchestrated backlash. Such is life. One encounters all manner of characters. With a sigh of resignation, he deleted the reward post to evade further entanglement with such individuals, resolving to seek iron meteorites through other means. Taking his seat in the passenger side of the vehicle, Tang Songyuan instructed the driver to head to the Regal Hotel. Yet, just a few hundred meters down the road, they were halted by an individual blocking the vehicle. The driver inquired, hey there, on such a rainy day, could we share a ride? The speaker was a slender man clad in a thin windbreaker, drenched to the bone. Adhering to the principle of kindness and recognizing the challenges faced by individuals across various professions, Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. The taxi came to a halt, and the man hurriedly entered the vehicle, immediately stating, driver, take me to the high-tech industrial zone on Huadong Road. After I drop this gentleman at the Regal Hotel, I'll send you on your way. The man, however, paid no heed and pulled out a wad of cash, approximately a dozen bills, tossing it into the driver's lap. What are you blathering about? Just drive? I'm not short on money. Was this yet another individual devoid of boundaries? If he were so remarkable, why was he unable to hail a taxi and ended up drenched? Tang Songyuan frowned slightly and remarked, one must adhere to a sense of order. I saw you waving first, and the driver asked me if I was willing to share the ride. I only allowed you in because I felt pity seeing you completely soaked. You're not short on cash. So, do I appear to be someone in need of money? Having just been unsettled by a previous encounter, Tang Songyuan's mood soured further at the man's behavior, his tone becoming increasingly harsh. Who do you think you are? And what does this have to do with you? The man shot Tang Songyuan a glare before urging the driver again. Do as I say. I'm in a hurry. I'll give you a bonus once we arrive. Why should my urgency be any less than yours? If you're dissatisfied, you can exit and find another ride. The man narrowed his eyes at Tang Songyuan and replied, young man, I suggest you refrain from meddling. The world doesn't operate on your principles. He then glanced at his watch, tapping the driver's shoulder. Brother, step on it. I'm truly pressed for time. So, you expect me to accompany you for a joyride? The man scoffed, displaying visible impatience. Suddenly, he rummaged through his windbreaker and drew a handgun. Its dark muzzle now aimed at Tang Songyuan. He turned to the driver. Can we head to the high-tech industrial zone now? Goodness, this is a real gun. A Browning 1903. Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision, confirming the weapon's authenticity. He had overlooked the fact that this man was armed. The driver, momentarily stunned, reduced the speed of the vehicle. The man urged again, don't stop, speed up and take me there. Reluctantly, the driver complied, while the man let out a cold laugh, then directed his gaze back at Tang Songyuan. Speak up. Weren't you quite vocal a moment ago? Why the silence now? Initially taken aback, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of anxiety. The model of the handgun was not domestically produced. What was this man's identity? And what was he doing with a concealed firearm? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, while his enhanced vision continually monitored the man's movements, contemplating an escape plan. If all else fails, then perhaps it is best to leap from the vehicle. Yet, the speed at which they were traveling rendered any such attempt perilous. the consequences of which were all too evident. Fortunately, the man appeared to have gained control of the situation and refrained from further words, his gaze frequently darting toward the window in vigilance. After a span of over 10 minutes, the taxi arrived at the location specified by the man. It was now past 11 in the evening, and the street was relatively devoid of traffic. A spacious spot by the roadside accommodated a white van. The man instructed the taxi to halt behind the van, tossing a wad of cash to the driver while commanding, "Hand over your phone." Chapter 50, A Glimmer of Hope. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, complied without protest. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, I understand, big brother." "Oh no, I know nothing." The man ignored him, instead aiming his firearm at Tang Songyuan, demanding, "Now, exit the vehicle and do not attempt any tricks." Tang Songyuan's mind was overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts. Yet the reality of the gun in front of him was undeniable. What choice did he have? He felt utterly despondent, having never before been threatened in such a manner. The sensation was both unsettling and inescapable. Who was this individual, and why was he armed? With a heart full of questions, Tang Songyuan exited the car. The taxi driver cast a sympathetic glance his way, but chose silence as he sped off. The man pointed toward the nearby white van and instructed, "You, open the door of that vehicle." Tang Songyuan peered inside, noting two men in their 30s, one at the wheel and the other in the passenger seat. He confirmed there were no visible weapons among them. Approaching, he opened the rear door, only to hear the two front occupants chuckling at the man on the roadside. "Zheng Gaoliang, why the caution? The boss sent us to pick you up." Zheng Gaoliang's face twitched in a forced smile before he confidently strode toward the van, not forgetting to beckon Tang Songyuan to join him. The driver, displaying a hint of displeasure, remarked to Zheng Gaoliang, "Who is this person? Why bring him along?" Zheng Gaoliang closed the door with one hand, dismissively huffing, "That is none of your concern. Take me to meet Xiang Qian." As the vehicle set in motion, Tang Songyuan, still under the threat of the gun, felt increasingly restless. Had he truly done anything wrong? He had merely hailed a taxi. Yet he found himself entangled in such a predicament. What was this man's purpose? Under such circumstances, any reasonable person would have refused. The occupants of the vehicle fell into silence. The windows tinted to obscure the view outside. Tang Songyuan maintained his perceptive awareness, keenly observing Zheng Gaoliang's movements in search of an opportunity to counterattack. However, Zheng Gaoliang remained exceptionally cautious, his muscles taut and his gaze fixated on the movements of the other passengers. At any moment, violence could erupt. As Tang Songyuan's anxiety intensified, beads of sweat forming on his brow, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. "We have arrived," commanded Zheng Gaoliang, pressing the gun against Tang Songyuan's waist. "Get out." With no alternative, Tang Songyuan complied. This should be a fishing port, adjacent to a fishing boat poised for departure. In the foreground stand 5 men, 3 of whom, apart from the 2 who had just assisted Zheng Gaoliang, turned their gaze towards them. The leader of the group glanced behind Tang Songyuan and said, "Zheng Gaoliang, we need to make a quick escape. What on earth possessed you to bring this stranger along?" Zheng Gaoliang snorted coldly. "Why didn't you inform me sooner about the escape? If it weren't for Yichang's call, I would still be completely in the dark." As for this kid, he cast a sinister look at Tang Songyuan. "When I arrived by taxi, this brat insisted on arguing with me. I had no choice but to draw my gun. Otherwise, I would have truly missed the chance to follow our leader." Xiang Qian chuckled lightly and said, "You handle it. We're about to set sail." "Handle it? Set sail?" A sudden alarm surged through Tang Songyuan. Were they planning to silence him? His nerves tightened, ready to retaliate. "Stop!" Suddenly, a melodious female voice rang out from the direction of the fishing boat. Everyone turned towards the sound to see a strikingly beautiful woman with a capable demeanor descending from the vessel. "Zheng Gaoliang, you cannot harm him." Lu Qinglu. Tang Songyuan was astonished to recognize her. She had previously approached him in an attempt to buy the lottery ticket worth 1 million that he possessed. What was she doing here? Was she in cahoots with these men? "Qinglu, what business do you have here?" Zheng Gaoliang, still aiming his gun at Tang Songyuan, questioned her with a menacing tone. Lu Qinglu stepped forward, unwavering as she met Zheng Gaoliang's gaze. "I said, do not harm him." Zheng Gaoliang's face twisted in disdain. "Why not? Provide me with a reason. He has seen all of us. It is imperative that he be silenced now," Zheng Gaoliang retorted. Lu Qinglu calmly glanced at Tang Songyuan before replying, "Because he is my boyfriend. I intended to take him with me, but you ended up bringing him here." The surrounding men gasped in astonishment, while Zheng Gaoliang wore an expression of both anger and amusement. "Qinglu, you're talking nonsense. Anyone could claim to be your boyfriend. Do you even know his name? You're just spewing nonsense." Lu Qingliu's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied. His name is Tang Songyuan. He is 23 years old, originally from Shuzhou, and resides at 188 Xining Street, East Bay District, Lancheng. Zheng Gaoliang, of course, found this hard to believe and demanded Tang Songyuan produce his identification. Although Tang Songyuan was puzzled as to how Lu Qingliu knew his personal details, he quickly rummaged through his belongings and held up his ID for Zheng Gaoliang to see. Damn! Zheng Gaoliang confirmed the information but still had no intention of letting Tang Songyuan go. At that moment, Xiang Qian interjected, "Enough. There's no time. Stop the chatter and get on the boat." Zheng Gaoliang shot Tang Songyuan a fierce glare, but ultimately holstered his weapon and strode toward the fishing boat. Meanwhile, Lu Qingliu lightly linked her arm with Tang Songyuan's and said, "Let us go." Tang Songyuan whispered a barely audible thank you, to which Lu Qingliu replied softly, "Speak less. If you wish to survive, just follow my lead." However, before boarding the ship, Zheng Gaoliang once again intercepted Tang Songyuan, demanding he surrender his wallet and phone. Tang Songyuan relinquished his wallet, but he cast his phone directly into the sea. A sudden thought struck him. The device contained numerous private messages, although secured with a password. What if Zheng Gaoliang found a way to unlock it? If he did, it would easily disprove the notion that he and Lu Qingliu were in a romantic relationship, thus creating a new crisis for the pair. Better to dispose of it entirely. "Oh dear, my hand slipped," Tang Songyuan lamented with a look of regret. Zheng Gaoliang glared at him, his eyes sharp as knives, seemingly wishing to carve a piece of flesh from him. Chapter 51, A Shot from Behind. "Haha, Songyuan, Xiang Qian." The leader approached with a hearty laugh, extending his hand to shake Tang Songyuan's, while his other hand patted his arm. "Welcome aboard. Henceforth, we are all in this together." Thanks to Lu Qingliu's introduction, Tang Songyuan learned the names of the others. Aside from the leader Xiang Qian and the antagonistic Zheng Gaoliang, the remaining individuals were He Chang, Ma Yi, Zhang Lei, and Chunbo. Upon entering the cabin, the fishing boat slowly departed the harbor. Xiang Qian casually found a seat and remarked, "This mission has gone splendidly, especially thanks to Lu Qing's significant contributions. The boss has everything arranged. We will first take the fishing boat to international waters. Then a helicopter will transport us to Hawaii, and finally, we will fly to Los Angeles to meet the boss. Rest assured, each of you will receive at least $50,000. It will suffice for a while." Following this, they allocated the cabins, and naturally, Tang Songyuan was assigned to share one with Lu Qingliu. The space was small, accommodating little more than a single bed, leaving scant room for anything else. Lu Qingliu closed the cabin door and suggested, "Let us take a short rest. We have plenty of time before reaching international waters." Tang Songyuan was about to question how one could sleep in such a confined space, when Lu Qingliu suddenly pushed him onto the bed. She then joined him, resting her arm beneath his. Their positioning resembled that of a sweet couple, with Tang Songyuan lying on his side, affectionately embracing Lu Qingliu. Her hair brushed against his nose, releasing a subtle fragrance. "Thank you for saving me." Tang Songyuan whispered his gratitude once more. Despite Lu Qingliu's ambiguous identity, she had indeed rescued him at a critical moment. Yet, Lu Qingliu, eyes closed, parted her lips slightly. "Do not speak. This is not the time for conversation. We must act wisely." However, after all the commotion, Tang Songyuan found it difficult to fall asleep, his mind burdened with numerous questions. Yet, respecting Lu Qingliu's request, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lu Qingliu, perhaps due to her specialized training, quickly succumbed to sleep. After an indeterminate period, He Chang knocked on the cabin door, calling the pair to dinner. What was labeled as a meal turned out to be instant noodles accompanied by hot dogs. Tang Songyuan did not mind at all. He sat next to Lu Qingliu and began to eat heartily. Xiang Qian had already finished his meal and was smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke when he suddenly inquired, "Songyuan, are you from Shuzhou?" As Tang Songyuan pondered the new identity conferred by Lu Qingliu, he remarked, "Indeed, from Ning City in Shuzhou." Xiang Qian responded with a cheerful laugh. "Haha, I hail from Lin City in Shuzhou as well. Our hometowns are not far apart. The distance between the ancestral homes of Tang Songyuan, Lan City, and the cities of Ning and Lin is negligible, with only subtle differences in accent." Xiang Qian had spoken in their native dialect, conveying a sense of helplessness. Yet Tang Songyuan understood that such individuals were hardly deserving of pity. Observing the current plight of these people, it was evident they had engaged in unsavory activities. Hours passed, and the fishing boat had reached international waters, yet it would require another day's journey before a helicopter could arrive for their extraction. Lu Qingliu suggested a stroll on the deck, and Tang Songyuan naturally accompanied her. activating his perceptive vision. He scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no other individuals or listening devices present. Finally, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Who exactly are these people? And what is your identity? Hold me." Tang Songyuan complied, wrapping his arms around Lu Qingliu's slender waist. Only then did she continue. "We must maintain a degree of intimacy to avoid arousing suspicion." She glanced toward the deck's entrance and lowered her voice. "They belong to an international intelligence trafficking organization. As for my identity, I cannot disclose it. Even if you surmise it, do not speak it aloud." Although Tang Songyuan had his suspicions, many aspects remained unclear to him. He asked, "Why did you initially seek me out to buy a lottery ticket?" Lu Qingliu raised an eyebrow and replied, "That was merely to gain their trust. For instance, they intended to extract intelligence from a certain individual, but returned empty-handed. Last night, rescuing you was a stroke of luck. More crucially, with Xiang Qian suddenly needing to flee, I am left without support for this operation. I thought you might assist me in this matter. The more hands, the greater the strength. By the way, what trouble did you encounter with that Zheng Gaoliang?" Tang Songyuan, somewhat exasperated, recounted his recent endeavor to acquire a meteorite, detailing the series of unfortunate events he faced while hailing a cab that led to Zheng Gaoliang. Lu Qingliu frowned slightly. "A metal meteorite? What do you intend to do with that?" Tang Songyuan fibbed. "I'm simply fascinated by it. I developed an interest in this area recently." Lu Qingliu continued, "I do have a lead on a metal meteorite. Once this matter is resolved, I can introduce you to someone who possesses one." Tang Songyuan was elated. "That is splendid news. Rest assured, I will assist you in completing your so-called task." However, he then posed another question. "You mentioned they are intelligence traffickers. Yet I sense a lack of harmony among them. Last night, I noticed a conflict between the group leader, Xiang Qian, and Zheng Gaoliang. It appeared that Xiang Qian was preparing to flee without notifying Zheng Gaoliang, which is why I found myself coerced onto the boat due to a trivial disagreement. It seems that scoundrel was genuinely anxious." Lu Qingliu calmly surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "Have you heard of the Nine Dragon Sword?" Chapter 52. The Nine Dragon Sword. What? The Nine Dragon Sword? Although Tang Songyuan was merely an excavator operator, he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the illustrious Nine Dragon Sword. During his adoptive father's lifetime, his fondness for anti-Japanese dramas had left an indelible impression on him. Apart from the information gleaned from television, he had also undertaken specific online research about the sword. Historical records indicate that the Nine Dragon Sword was Emperor Qianlong's favored blade, measuring approximately 5 feet in length. With an exceptionally long hilt, the scabbard was intricately carved with 9 flying golden dragons, symbolizing supreme authority, thus leading future generations to refer to it as the Nine Dragon Sword. It is said that Qianlong held the Nine Dragons sword in high esteem, regarding it as a symbol of his achievements in quelling the rebellions of the Zhenghars and Hezha. He often took it out for admiration and display, eventually designating it as part of his burial ensemble. In modern times, the Nine Dragon Sword was unearthed once more, only to endure the tumultuous fate of the nation, changing hands multiple times, ultimately meeting its end in a plane crash alongside a notorious secret agent whose name cannot be disclosed. Tang Songyuan remarked, "I have heard a bit about it, but I seem to recall reading that it was reduced to scrap metal." Lu Qingliu scoffed. During the war years, this Nine Dragons sword circulated among several notorious traitors, enduring countless plots and betrayals. None of its last 4 owners met a favorable end. Now, the Nine Dragons sword has re-emerged, only to unexpectedly fall into the hands of Xiang Qian and his associates. Tang Songyuan chuckled. "You say they are intelligence traffickers. How do they also engage in the smuggling of cultural relics? These two endeavors are not mutually exclusive. For the sake of profit, these individuals abandon their conscience, willing to betray national interests, let alone the priceless artifacts," he replied. "Moreover, they possess the necessary channels for such dealings." Tang Songyuan realized so. Xiang Qian desires to monopolize the sword, while Zheng Gaoliang wishes to partake in the spoils. Hence, their conflict is irreconcilable. Xiang Qian intended to flee without even informing Zheng Gaoliang. Simultaneously, this means that as long as we confirm the sword is in Xiang Qian's possession, we need not venture to the west. Things are not as simplistic as you envision, Lu Qingliu asserted. Once Xiang Qian obtained the sword, he had already arranged an escape plan, and he will certainly not take the sword with him. Even if we apprehend them domestically, we risk alarming them and potentially losing all traces of the sword forever. Such a national treasure must not be lost again, especially not under my watch. Oh, and by the way, my current alias is Lu Qing, so do not mistake it. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly, and then activated his enhanced vision, scanning the entirety of the fishing vessel. His focus was primarily on the cabin occupied by Xiang Qian and his companions. As anticipated, after a thorough search, there was no sign of the Nine-Dragon sword. At that moment, Tang Songyuan noticed someone approaching. He Chong from the group of 6, who was holding a fishing rod. Was he planning to fish? The two quickly ceased their conversation, their gazes directed towards He Chong, who was leisurely approaching. I hope I'm not interrupting, He Chong casually remarked while organizing his fishing rod. I was feeling rather bored in the cabin, so I asked the captain for a fishing rod. If I managed to catch a couple of fish, we won't have to resort to instant noodles for dinner. Tang Songyuan shifted his attention to the surface of the water, his enhanced vision effortlessly penetrating the sea, within a radius of 50 meters centered around him. No fish could escape his keen sight. As his anticipation began to stir, he inquired of He Chong. I've heard that sea fishing demands considerable skill, and is quite challenging, having prepared his tackle with ease. He Chong expertly baited the hook with a whole shrimp and cast it into the ocean. He chuckled and replied, generally speaking, saltwater fish must contend with powerful currents and tides, which makes them significantly stronger than their freshwater counterparts of the same size. Even a small saltwater fish can provide an exhilarating struggle. Noticing Tang Songyuan's eagerness, Lu Qinglu suggested, why don't I borrow a rod for you as well? Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened. Is that possible? But I've never fished at sea before. He Chong laughed heartily. No worries, just focus on fishing. I have over 10 years of experience and will guide you along the way. Soon, Lu Qinglu procured another fishing rod for Tang Songyuan, and He Chong assisted him in setting up the tackle and bait before Tang Songyuan cast it into the water himself. Lu Qinglu quietly stood beside him, akin to a devoted wife. He Chong continued, since the boat is in motion, it's challenging to gauge the currents, and the types of fish in this area remain uncertain, so it's all a matter of luck. Consider a way to pass the time. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan remained intensely focused, activating his enhanced vision. Upon spotting fish within his line of sight, he adjusted the bait to draw them closer. He alternately reeled in and let out the line, appearing very much like a novice, clumsily fumbling through the process. Initially lacking experience, he struggled with the complex currents, and the bait hardly behaved as he intended. However, as time elapsed, he began to find his rhythm, managing to control the bait and enticing several passing fish. Unfortunately, none took the bait, leading Tang Songyuan to wave his rod on the deck for an extended period without success. In contrast, He Chong appeared composed and relaxed, even though he too had not caught any fish. Brother Songyuan, you seem rather impatient, He Chong remarked with an amused expression. Many beginners are like that. It's quite a feat to catch fish this way. He then shared some insights and techniques about sea fishing. Once I save enough money, I plan to purchase a fishing boat and go out to sea every day. Nothing in this mundane world compares to the joy of fishing. At that moment, Tang Songyuan felt a sudden heaviness in his fishing rod. The line snapped taut, and the rod bent into an arc, emitting a sharp whistling sound. He Chong's eyes widened as he exclaimed, wow, I caught one. Chapter 53, Newbie Benefits. Although Tang Songyuan had never fished before, he had watched his fair share of fishing videos on Douyin. Upon feeling the initial tug on the line, it was crucial to pull with vigor, ensuring the fish had taken the bait firmly. He Chong leaned closer, anxiously observing Tang Songyuan's movements, muttering, yes, yes, just like that, reel it in, keep reeling. With one hand gripping the fishing rod tightly and the other swiftly turning the reel, Tang Songyuan worked diligently, while Lu Qinglu watched with surprise, offering silent encouragement through her gaze. Soon, a somewhat flattened sea fish was pulled from the water, its bright yellow fins shimmering like gold under the sun. It's a yellow croaker, He Chong shouted excitedly. Such a sizable one is rare. This must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. Songyuan, have you truly never fished before? Tang Songyuan continued to reel in the line until the fish was brought aboard the deck. The large yellow croaker thrashed violently, slapping its tail against the deck, bouncing helplessly. Yet in vain. Tang Songyuan bent down to grasp it, unhooking the line before tossing it into the bucket that He Chong had brought. He Chong, feeling as if he had found a kindred spirit, beamed with delight and said, keep it up. Tonight's dinner depends on you. In the next half hour, Tang Songyuan managed to catch 3 more fish. Although He Chong had not caught any, he was still exuberantly flailing his arms in excitement. Songyuan, your luck is astonishing, he exclaimed, his face radiant like a blooming flower. I've been fishing for over a decade and have never encountered a fisherman as fortunate as you. To catch so many in such a challenging area is truly remarkable. If you don't pursue a professional career, it would be a loss for the fishing community. Tang Songyuan chuckled. Brother Chong, you jest. It's merely luck. Next time, it may not go as well. He Chong insisted on continuing to fish for a while longer. perhaps spurred on by Tang Songyuan's success. Despite being a veteran in the fishing world, he had unexpectedly learned a lesson from Tang Songyuan today. Upon entering the cabin, their impressive catch immediately caught the attention of the other members of the six-person group. The public cabin was relatively spacious, and Ma Yi, Chen Bo, and Zhang Lei, who had been playing cards, all rushed over in surprise and delight to take a look. They hadn't anticipated that Songyuan was such an adept fisherman. Lu Qing had indeed made a wise choice. The team leader, Ma Yi, generously praised him. Tang Songyuan humbly smiled and replied, "Brother He Chong is the true expert. I merely had a stroke of good fortune today, at best a newbie benefit." Chen Bo, who lived along the coast and was well-versed in various seafood dishes, eagerly volunteered. "Songyuan, how about I prepare these fish? I guarantee you'll have a feast tonight." Tang Songyuan readily agreed, "Absolutely. I was just pondering how to cook them." The others cheered in approval, while Chen Bo remarked, "So expensive." Tang, Song, and Yuan could not help but sigh in dismay. Had they known beforehand, they would not have opted to fish for the prized yellow croaker. It was utterly wasteful to offer such a valuable fish to those treacherous traders. Oh well, let it be. It could be considered a meal for them. Tang, Song, and Yuan consoled themselves with this thought, chuckling. "I wonder if the captain has a pot large enough for this." Chen Bo, lifting the fish bucket, grinned. "Then I shall go now." Zhang Lei, seizing the opportunity, added, "I will join you. I can lend a hand." With their departure, the card game fell apart, prompting Xiang Qian to invite Tang, Song, and Yuan to join in. However, Tang, Song, and Yuan politely declined, stating, "I truly cannot play this game. Perhaps you could call Zheng Gaoliang out to join you instead?" Xiang Qian grimaced. "That fellow remains cooped up in the cabin. He hardly emerges before we dock." Ma, a member of their group, chimed in, "Indeed, it's just for fun. No stakes involved." Yet, Tang, Song, and Yuan genuinely had no interest in card games and continued to smile in refusal. Xiang Qian, no longer insistent, patted the seat beside him and said, "Everyone has their own interests. If you do not wish to play, come sit with me, fellow townsmen, and let's have a good chat." With no way to refuse, Tang, Song, and Yuan complied and settled down beside him. Ma even stood up, expressing his desire to take a stroll on the deck, leaving the spacious common cabin occupied only by Xiang Qian, Tang, Song, and Yuan, along with Lu Qinglu. Xiang Qian, grinning, spoke in the dialect of Shuzhou. "Brother Songyuan, what did you do for work back home?" Surprisingly, this cabin lacked listening devices, perhaps due to its communal nature. Xiang Qian lamented the challenges of business in these times, expressing some cynical remarks about the prevailing environment, the system, and corruption. Tang, Song, and Yuan offered half-hearted agreement, while Lu Qinglu, sitting beside him, remained expressionless, idly playing with his fingers. Suddenly, Xiang Qian's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance and seriousness. He glanced around, leaned closer to Tang, Song, and Yuan, and whispered, "Brother Song, I have a secret to share with you." Taken aback, Tang, Song, and Yuan chuckled nervously. "What is it?" "Brother Xiang?" With a forced smile, Xiang Qian replied, "I have discovered that there is a traitor among us." Tang, Song, and Yuan's expression froze, a chill running down his spine. Chapter 54, The Infighting Begins. Xiang Qian claimed there was a traitor among them. Instinctively, Tang Song and Yuan feared that he and Lu Qinglu had been exposed. However, a moment later, he reconsidered, recognizing the flaw in Xiang Qian's statement. He referred to a singular traitor. While he and Lu Qinglu were two individuals and could not be labeled as traitors, especially as they were undercover. Struggling to maintain his composure, Tang, Song, and Yuan replied, "Brother Xiang, I have only just joined. I have not done anything yet." After speaking, he inadvertently glanced at Lu Qinglu, who remained impassive, displaying remarkable mental fortitude. Xiang Qian produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere, placing it lightly on the card table, and said, "I certainly did not refer to you. I was speaking of Zheng Gaoliang, the traitor within our team." "What? Zheng Gaoliang?" Tang Songyuan felt a surge of emotion, realizing that he and Zheng Gaoliang were indeed not of the same mind. However, had it not been for Zheng Gaoliang, he would not be accompanying them onto the ship now. "You seem somewhat skeptical?" Xiang Qian maintained his insincere smile, stating nonchalantly, "I possess ample evidence indicating that Zheng Gaoliang is the one who has betrayed us. I now require your assistance in eliminating him." Just as he was preparing to accept this task, Lu Qinglu seized a dagger, declaring, "Allow me. I will go and deal with him this instant." Rising to her feet, she began to rush towards the cabin where Zheng Gaoliang was seated, only to be halted by Xiang Qian's intervention. "Lu Qing, hold your horses. I believe it would be more suitable for Songyuan to handle this matter." His tone brooked no opposition. Lu Qinglu turned her gaze towards Tang Songyuan. I too believe I'm more fit for this task. Brother Qian, when do you intend for me to act? Let us suppose, for argument's sake, that any conscientious citizen would stand resolutely against these traitors. Swift action is warranted. A barely perceptible smile graced Xiang Qian's face as he responded. Let us wait a moment longer. During dinner, find an opportunity to sit beside him, and then await my signal. As the sun neared the horizon, Chunbo, with Zhang Lei's assistance, finally completed the grand seafood feast. For fish, which had only moments ago been lively, were now nestled in a basin. The steamed grouper, accompanied by ginger shreds and drizzled with hot oil, and the dry-fried yellow croaker and yellowtail were enough to make one salivate. The sashimi of red snapper was arranged in the shape of a flower. Regrettably, there was no wasabi, but Chunbo concocted a garlic sauce that provided a unique flavor. Come, everyone help yourselves. Chunbo placed the final basin on the table, laughing heartily. This meal is thanks to Songyuan. Otherwise, we would still be resorting to instant noodles and sausages. Tang Songyuan replied, This is merely sheer luck on my part. If gratitude is due, it is to the heavens. Hichong picked up a piece of fish and, while chewing, remarked, Indeed, the heavens have favored us. I spent the entire afternoon fishing and caught not a single fish, yet wasted quite a few shrimps. It has been quite some time since I experienced such a barren outing. The group each took their chopsticks to enjoy the fish. Fortunately, the 4 fish were substantial enough to easily satisfy 8 people. Midway through their meal, Xiang Qian spoke up, It is a pity we lack wine. If we had a cup to accompany this feast, it would truly be delightful. Hichong chuckled, Boss, when we reach Hawaii, I shall treat you to a drink and even arrange for a lovely lady to accompany you. How splendid would that be? Zhang Lei added, By tomorrow afternoon, the helicopter arranged by the boss will arrive, and we shall be able to party in Hawaii tonight. Indeed, well said. Xiang Qian squinted, then turned his attention to Zheng Gaoyong. Gaoyong, back in our training days, your performance was the best, wasn't it? Zheng Gaoyong was momentarily taken aback, then, with a stoic expression, inquired, Why has this suddenly come up? Xiang Qian chuckled softly twice and continued, Given your capabilities, you had no reason to allow that girl to leave alive after departing from Professor Wang's residence. From the dialogue, it appeared that Xiang Qian was revisiting a certain action taken by Zheng Gaoyong. However, he sensed that the moment for the truth to be revealed was at hand, and he instinctively tightened his grip around the dagger concealed within his sleeve. Zheng Gaoyong furrowed his brow and replied, earnestly, I had already mentioned to you that it was merely a mistake. A fine mistake indeed. Xiang Qian snorted dismissively and queried, Then why did both institutions receive the identical blueprint? It is impossible. You are slandering me. Zheng Gaoyong, exasperated, rose from his seat, glaring furiously. Yet, Xiang Qian remained unfazed, leaning back slightly, and said coolly, Zheng Gaoyong has betrayed the organization and deserves the gravest punishment. Execution is to be carried out immediately. Execute your mother. Zheng Gaoyong roared in fury, appending the table and preparing to lunge at Xiang Qian in a preemptive strike. Unexpectedly, a dagger flashed and plunged into his chest with lightning speed. Tang Songyuan had launched a sudden attack, executing the strike with breathtaking swiftness. He then stepped back, adopting a defensive posture. The gravity of his first kill rendered his complexion pale, his heart racing, and adrenaline surging wildly. The others reacted in various ways, yet all were stunned by the scene before them. They had not anticipated that the assailant would be Tang Songyuan. A torrent of blood erupted from Zheng Gaoyong's chest, his visage turning ashen in an instant, his lips trembling uncontrollably. With great effort, he lifted a hand and pointed at Xiang Qian, uttering, You are ruthless. The expressions of the onlookers varied, especially Hichong, whose face was etched with shock, leaving him at a loss for words. Xiang Qian waved his hand and, in a commanding tone, instructed Hichong and Chunbo, dispose of Zheng Gaoyong's body. Zhang Lei and Ma Yi secure the scene. The 4 complied with stoic expressions, proceeding silently, their thoughts inscrutable. Hichong and Chunbo carried Zheng Gaoyong's lifeless form out of the common cabin to the rear of the ship. Together, they exerted their strength and, with a splash, cast the body into the sea. Got a smoke? Jianbo sight. Hichong, gazing at the turbulent waves under the night sky with a complex mix of emotions, retrieved a cigarette for himself, then tossed the pack to Chunbo. Chunbo picked one up and inquired, Do you have a light? Hichong grimaced but lit a match, allowing Chunbo to ignite his cigarette. As Chunbo raised his hand to shield against the wind, he abruptly directed his blade towards Hichong's carotid artery. Silently, he left a distinct cut on Hichong's neck. Chong clutched the wound, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at Bo. The latter offered no opportunity for a response, delivering a swift kick that sent Chong tumbling overboard. Chapter 55, Plans Altered. After completing all of this, Bo gazed at the sea waves illuminated by the evening glow on the horizon, finishing the cigarette that Chong had given him. With a flick of his fingers, the cigarette but vanished into the depths of the ocean. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Qian, both sharing a silent smile. Tang Songyuan was taken aback. What was happening? Zheng Gaoliang was a traitor, but what could be the reasons behind Chong and Zhang Lei's actions? However, Xiang Qian raised his hand to check the time on his watch, chuckling lightly as he announced, "All right, the helicopter will arrive shortly. Please gather your belongings. We shall reconvene on the deck in 10 minutes." This statement startled Tang Songyuan yet again. Hadn't they been informed that it would arrive by noon the next day? Before he could ponder further, Lu interjected, "We want to need 10 minutes. 5 will suffice." With that, she headed directly towards the cabin where they had rested the previous night, prompting Tang Songyuan to hurriedly follow her. Once inside the room, Lu swiftly began packing her personal items, lowering her voice, yet speaking rapidly to Tang Songyuan. "Plans have changed. I suspect Xiang Qian intends to keep the spoils for himself. He seeks to monopolize the Jiolong sword. It's also possible he has found a new buyer and aims to exchange it for substantial wealth." Tang Songyuan queried, "What does this have to do with eliminating Zheng Gaoliang and the others? He could simply secure the Jiolong sword first and then devise a plan." "No. Perhaps there are deeper implications. Does this mean Zheng Gaoliang is connected to their big boss?" Tang Songyuan blurted out, "What about Chong and Zhang Lei?" Lu shook her head, replying, "I can confirm Zheng Gaoliang is indeed affiliated with the organization as big boss. As for the other two, I'm uncertain. However, from this point forward, our danger level has significantly escalated. Xiang Qian may very well have included us on his kill list." Tang Songyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, "What do you intend to do now?" As he organized his belongings, he remained vigilant, observing Xiang Qian and the others. He noticed Xiang Qian concealing 2 daggers in his calves and a handgun hidden beneath his jacket. Additionally, there were satellite phones and locators among their possessions. Lu remarked, "It appears Xiang Qian will not be heading to Hawaii. His next destination will undoubtedly be somewhere in Southeast Asia. This could be our opportunity to seize the Jiolong sword. With the eyes around us eliminated, he must be preparing to meet with the true bearer of the Jiolong sword." Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall adapt as circumstances unfold." Despite Xiang Qian being armed, Tang Songyuan had anticipated this and felt no fear. Lu examined Zheng Gaoliang's belongings but found nothing of particular significance. A few minutes later, the group of 5 gathered on the deck. Xiang Qian was the last to arrive, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he surveyed the prepared quartet, saying, "Lu, you are a clever individual. Do you have anything to say?" Lu raised an eyebrow, responding, "As for the big boss, Louis, I have neither met him nor received any favors from him. Thus I follow your lead, brother Xiang Qian." Xiang Qian turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "And you, my fellow countryman?" Tang Songyuan shrugged and remarked, "I have no preference. I follow Lu wherever she goes." Xiang Qian chuckled heartily, saying, "Rest assured, the world is vast, and we shall go anywhere." After waiting for about 10 minutes, a faint rumble began to echo from the sky. Gradually, the sound intensified, and soon they could discern a helicopter swiftly approaching their fishing boat. A powerful spotlight illuminated the area, enveloping the 5 of them, while the helicopter's rotor blades whipped up a fierce wind that rustled their clothes. Subsequently, a rope ladder was dropped from a height of several meters, and Xiang Qian was the first to grasp it and ascend. Lu gestured to Tang Songyuan, who immediately understood, and as Xiang Qian prepared to board the helicopter, he hurriedly seized the rope ladder, becoming the second to climb up. With swift and agile movements, he reached the helicopter's door in mere seconds, executing a plank position before flipping inside. Xiang Qian cast a meaningful glance at him and called out, "Not bad. Have you trained?" The roar of the helicopter drowned out their voices, and Tang Songyuan chuckled awkwardly, shouting back, "What training? I spent my childhood climbing trees and raiding bird nests." Xiang Qian raised an eyebrow, but chose not to respond further. The third to board was Lu, who silently settled beside Tang Songyuan. Finally, Ma Yi and Chun Bo boarded in succession, securing the rope ladder and closing the cabin door. The group donned the headphones affixed to the cabin walls, which not only muffled the noise but also facilitated conversation. However, it seemed that none of them had the inclination to speak, quietly absorbing the sensation as the helicopter ascended and accelerated away. Tang Songyuan closed his eyes, yet his body remained taut, vigilant for any unforeseen events. Lu Qinglu nestled against his shoulder, her gaze seemingly lost in thought. But Tang Songyuan could sense her body was alert, never relaxing her guard. After approximately an hour, the faint glow of land lights became visible outside the window. However, the helicopter continued its course, and after another half hour, it landed in a clearing. Xiang Qian maintained his composure, smiling as he announced, "We have arrived. Let us disembark." The group exited the helicopter in sequence, with Xiang Qian being the last to emerge. Tang Songyuan quickly assessed their surroundings, which appeared to be a wooded area with a small road where two vehicles were parked alongside two blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, presumably of European descent. Xiang Qian instructed, "You all wait here for a moment until I give the signal." He approached the two foreigners, shook their hands, and exchanged a few words before beckoning to his companions. The four hastened to join him, and Xiang Qian declared, "Get in the car. We shall head to our next destination for accommodation." Half an hour later, the vehicle brought the five of them to a hotel, where Xiang Qian assigned a room to Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu. Upon entering the room, Lu Qinglu swiftly conducted a thorough search, on guard for any surveillance devices. Concluding there were none, she remarked, "It seems the flight path has long since deviated." Xiang Qian had this planned all along. In the chamber that contained only a single bed, Tang Songyuan inquired, "How shall we sleep tonight?" Chapter 56. How to Escape. "How shall we sleep?" Lu Qinglu replied, "We shall take turns resting. On one hand, we must remain vigilant against Xiang Qian's potential attack. On the other, we must prevent him from seizing the opportunity to flee." They estimated that Xiang Qian's next move would involve acquiring the Jiolong sword, which would undoubtedly lead to another fierce conflict. Tang Songyuan nodded, activating his perceptive vision to monitor Xiang Qian's movements. "You should rest first. I will keep watch," he suggested. Lu Qinglu shook her head and replied, "No, you must rest first. I need to ascertain our location, and, if necessary, I must contact my superior." Observing her insistence, Tang Songyuan made himself comfortable and laid down upon the bed, soon drifting into slumber. Not long after, he turned and sat up, remarking, "Is it possible that Xiang Qian need not personally retrieve the sword? Based on the two Westerners we encountered earlier, he may have already made arrangements for his associates to conduct the transaction on his behalf." Lu Qinglu pondered for a moment before responding. That possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. However, it is rather unlikely. Given Xiang Qian's cautious nature, the Jiolong sword represents his final bargaining chip, and its significance compels him to oversee the transaction himself. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and asked, "What do you suppose the Jiolong sword could fetch in the market?" "Such a treasure cannot be measured merely in monetary terms," Lu Qinglu asserted. "However, our internal estimates suggest that the sword's exquisite design and intricate craftsmanship bestow upon it exceptional collectible value. It may even surpass the worth of the zodiac heads from the Yueminjuan. If introduced to the market, its value would undoubtedly exceed $500 million. $500 million. Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder that Xiang Qian would betray his allies, even to the extent of committing murder. Such a sum could obliterate any sense of conscience. Moreover, as a traitor to his nation, Xiang Qian's moral compass had long since been devoured by dogs. Tang Songyuan reclined once more, soon succumbing to sleep. After an unknown duration, he was gently roused by Lu Qinglu. "What time is it?" he asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "It is approximately 4 o'clock local time," she informed him. Tang Songyuan sat up, donned his shoes, and inquired, "Has Xiang Qian made any movements?" Activating his perceptive vision, he confirmed that Xiang Qian and his companions were all in slumber, their rooms equipped with rudimentary alarms that would trigger upon intrusion. Lu Qinglu shook her head, saying, "No, I've just made contact. We are in Papua New Guinea, and reinforcements will take at least 3 to 4 days to arrive." What a cumbersome name. I have never even heard of such a place. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in such a remote locale, various factions would likely wield minimal influence, rendering it an ideal environment for Xiang Qian to exploit. "You should rest as well. I will ensure everything remains secure here," Tang Songyuan declared. Lu Qinglu nodded in agreement. Lying down fully clothed, and within mere seconds, she too slipped into sleep. When Lu Qinglu awoke, daylight had already broken. She sat up alertly and glanced at Tang Songyuan beside her, immediately inquiring, "Is there any commotion?" Tang Songyuan shook his head and replied, "None. You may rest a little longer. No more sleep. Let us venture outside." Upon exiting, the two discovered that it was merely an ordinary small town, with the innkeeper, a local native, preparing breakfast for them. However, they found no trace of the two Westerners they had seen the previous night. Perhaps it was not yet time for their prearranged exchange. Xiang Qian and the others gradually rose, and after a brief freshening up, they gathered to share breakfast. After the meal, Xiang Qian exhibited no intention of leaving. Instead, he invited the four to engage in a card game. The timing for their departure was not yet ripe. Why not pass the time with a game? Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu naturally declined, and Xiang Qian, deeming it uninteresting, called Chun Bo and Ma Yi into his room. A sense of unease stirred within Tang Songyuan, though its origin eluded him. When he had received news of the Jiulong sword, Xiang Qian had already dispatched it. It was evident that he had formulated a three-pronged plan, subsequently instructing the elimination of Zheng Gaoliang. As Tang Songyuan activated his perceptive vision, he continued to monitor Xiang Qian's movements and seized upon a crucial point. You mentioned yesterday that Zheng Gaoliang is affiliated with the big boss. This implied that if Xiang Qian sought to possess the Jiulong sword, his first step would inevitably involve the removal of Zheng Gaoliang, whether by employing our hands or others. Moreover, he had incited Chun Bo and the others to eliminate He Chong and Zhang Lei. If Chun Bo and his companion were indeed his confidants, then his next move would be to dispose of the two of us. Conversely, if he intended to monopolize the sword, both we and Chun Bo and Zhang Lei would undoubtedly be his targets for elimination. Only by ensuring our demise could he confidently pursue the Jiulong sword. Lu Qinglu interjected. Your analysis is astute. It is quite likely that Xiang Qian's character leans towards monopolization. She approached the window, opening it wide, and advised, you must leave the inn immediately. Conceal yourself, and keep a close watch on Xiang Qian. You must secure the Jiulong sword. Tang Songyuan paused, intrigued by her rationale for such a strategy. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for them to collaborate? Sensing his confusion, Lu Qinglu quickly elucidated. We overlooked one detail. The two Westerners who assisted us last night. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow. Oh, what are the two Westerners? This is the Republic of Papua New Guinea, a member of the Commonwealth. Xiang Qian may very well leverage local official power. A realization struck Tang Songyuan. Why had Xiang Qian proposed a card game? He understood that the most formidable among them, he and Lu Qinglu, would undoubtedly abstain from playing. All that was required of him was to eliminate Chun Bo and Ma Yi, frame the two of them, and with precise timing, achieve his escape. Tang Songyuan had already witnessed Xiang Qian's adeptness in timing aboard the fishing boat. Having grasped this, he ceased to dwell in hesitation and promptly leapt through the window, fleeing the inn. Chapter 57, Ruthless and Unyielding. Within the confines of a modestly furnished hotel room, three individuals, Xiang Qian, Ma Yi, and Chun Bo, leisurely engaged in a game of landlord. In stark contrast to their previous trepidation back home, the trio now found themselves comparatively relaxed, free from the constant dread of exposure to the overwhelming tide of the populace. Chun Bo played a pair of threes and chuckled. Xiang Qian, do you genuinely intend to take Lu Qing and her companion along? Will you share the spoils with them? Xiang Qian chuckled nonchalantly. What is the harm in bringing them? Money is ephemeral. One cannot take it with them in death. Besides, wealth tends to scatter people apart while bringing them together. A little portion for them won't hurt. Lu Qing doesn't strike me as a greedy person. Wouldn't you agree? Ma Yi readily concurred. Whatever you say, Xiang Qian, we will absolutely comply. Xiang Qian continued. That is precisely why I am so determined to take you both with me. At no time shall I forsake you, my brothers. Once we acquire the funds, we shall journey to Australia, where I intend to purchase a farm and indulge in the life of a capitalist. Chun Bo joined in the daydreaming. Then I shall construct a grand villa beside yours, marry a stunning foreign beauty, and bear a dozen mixed-race children. Ma Yi laughed in agreement. I shall do the same. When it comes to dirty work, let Lu Qing and that Songyuan handle it. It's a pity that Lu Qing's lovely visage is not only sharp but also venomous. Xiang Qian laughed heartily. I warned you before not to provoke her. Yet you wouldn't heed my advice. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. His face flushed as if he were struggling to breathe. Chun Bo immediately sprang to his feet, concern etched on his face. Xiang Qian, are you all right? Ma Yi, quickly fetch a glass of water. Ma Yi rose at once, but Xiang Qian waved him off, indicating the tissues on the table, his expression one of anguish. Alas, the traitor, daydreaming of marrying a foreign beauty, met his demise without uttering a last word. Yet, even in his haste, he could not outpace the firearm in Xiang Qian's grip. Bang, 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 bang. Xiang Qian fired several rounds toward Ma Yi until the magazine was emptied. Ma Yi was riddled with bullet holes, torrents of blood gushing forth and pooling on the floor. his face contorted in a mix of unwillingness and despair as he lay sprawled. Xiang Qian changed the magazine, chambered another round, and calmly delivered a final shot to his head before nonchalantly opening the door. As Lu Qinglu had rightly surmised, 4 or 5 armed indigenous officers were already stationed at the hotel entrance, with 2 blonde, blue-eyed Europeans in tow. Xiang Qian pointed toward Lu Qingliu's room, prompting the officers to rush in, kicking open the door with a single powerful thrust. However, the room was utterly vacant. There was no sign of Tang Songyuan or Lu Qinglu. Just moments earlier, Tang Songyuan had climbed out of the window, but, peering through it, expressed his concern. This place is no longer safe. Xiang Qian is ruthless. Staying here will only heighten your danger. We should leave together. There's no chance of that. Tang Songyuan exclaimed in desperation. I am unfamiliar with this place. The language is foreign to me. How am I supposed to manage? Come on, let's go. Lu Qinglu hesitated for a moment, but Tang Songyuan's expression darkened as he urged once more. Hurry, I sense someone is approaching. Through his penetrating gaze, he discerned 2 police cars outside the inn, with several local officers, led by the 2 Westerners they had encountered the previous night, entering through the main entrance. Resolving her inner turmoil, Lu Qinglu executed a graceful flip and swiftly leaped out of the window. The duo bolted, racing towards the dense forest behind the inn. Xiang Qian, with a pallid face, surveyed the empty room and murmured, They were just here. Where have they gone? I can have them assist in the search, Alex replied. But they're the only law enforcement in this town, and I cannot guarantee they will find them. We must locate them. Otherwise, the deal is off. Xiang Qian insisted. Alex scoffed, stating, You have no bargaining power at this moment. I will do my utmost to cooperate, but you must complete the transaction with us immediately. Regret washed over Xiang Qian as he pondered. Had he known, he would have eliminated Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan on the helicopter. Yet, he realized that even with a firearm in hand, considering Lu Qingliu's and Tang Songyuan's skills, it was uncertain if he could take down all 4, including Chun Bo and Ma Yi, even with a surprise attack. Fine, Xiang Qian conceded. You instruct them to commence the search immediately, and I will guide you to the transaction site. Meanwhile, having plunged into the forest, Tang Songyuan discovered the tragic fate of Chun Bo and Ma Yi. I fear Chun Bo and Ma Yi have met with disaster. What should we do now? Lu Qinglu quickly analyzed the situation, asserting, This place is no longer safe. I believe we need to acquire a vehicle. How we do that? Tang Songyuan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Lu Qinglu rummaged through her belongings, producing a roll of vibrant green bills. I initially thought we were heading to Hawaii, so I prepared $10,000. The official language here is English. I should be able to manage. Indeed, money proved its worth. Soon, Lu Qinglu set her sights on a modest car parked by the roadside, owned by a local young man who was engaged in a phone call. She approached briskly, testing the waters. Hey buddy, nice car. Tang Songyuan stood vigilant nearby, keeping an eye on their surroundings. The car owner, taken by the beauty before him, smiled broadly after hanging up. Sure, want to hop in? I can take you for a ride. Without hesitation, Lu Qinglu entered the passenger seat, cutting to the chase. $5,000 for your car. As she waved the crisp bills before him, Tang Songyuan, through his penetrating vision, perceived it to be merely a dilapidated vehicle. Yet $5,000 was nearly equivalent to the young man's 2-year salary. Really? The owner exclaimed, eyes sparkling with joy. Lu Qinglu nodded, absolutely. Get out of the car now, and the money is yours. Chapter 58, A Direct Assault. $5,000 for a dilapidated car. It felt akin to a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, in their realm, the dollar is considered a hard currency. Without a moment's hesitation, the indigenous young man agreed, grabbing the money and sprinting away, as if fearing that Lu Qinglu would have a change of heart. Lu Qinglu shifted to the driver's seat, igniting the engine to gauge its sound. It appeared to be in satisfactory condition. She hastily entered the vehicle. From a distance of about 100 meters, she kept a watchful eye on Xiang Qian's movements. Just in time, she observed him exiting the inn and boarding a vehicle with 2 Westerners. The remaining officers had seemingly vanished, likely scouring the area for the duo. Lu Qinglu calmly gripped the steering wheel, waiting for the car, carrying Xiang Qian, to commence its journey before leisurely following suit. The battered vehicle maneuvered through traffic, and after a kilometer or 2, Tang Songyuan noted Lu Qingliu's adeptness in tracking. She did not aggressively tail the car ahead, but maintained a distance of 5 or 6 car lengths, allowing her to keep the target within her line of sight. Soon, they exited the small town and entered a spacious road. Lu Qinglu once again increased the distance from the car ahead, at times even creating a gap of 200 or 300 meters. After all, Xiang Qian was a cunning fox, Getting too close would undoubtedly raise his suspicions. After half an hour of following, Lu Qinglu assessed the roadside signs and deduced that this road was likely leading to Moresby, home to Papua New Guinea's largest port and international airport. Xiang Qian seemed intent on concluding his dealings swiftly and departing the area post-haste. Finding him again would be an uphill battle. Tang Songyuan pondered and remarked, "You are correct. I believe both parties involved in the transaction are likely anxious, which may present us with an opportunity. Such an organizational interception requires not only secrecy, but also swiftness." Since Zheng Gaoliang went missing, his former employer would soon notice, and Xiang Qian's betrayal could not remain concealed for long, leaving him with little time. Suddenly, Lu Qingliu's expression tightened as she cautioned, "You should not be overly optimistic. The other side may have reinforcements." Tang Songyuan sensed something amiss. The vehicle that Xiang Qian had been in, which was initially traveling alone, now had a black sedan tailing it after passing an intersection. "What should we do now?" Tang Songyuan inquit an Xiao Li. Lu Qingliu's mind raced, contemplating the worst-case scenario. "For now, I have no better plan. We must continue to follow them," she replied. The roadside buildings began to multiply, and the number of branching roads increased, indicating they were entering the suburbs of Moresby. At this moment, the two observed the two cars ahead abruptly turn at an intersection, entering a row of what appeared to be connected warehouses, ultimately halting before a large warehouse's entrance. "They have stopped," Tang Songyuan exclaimed. A glint of determination flashed in Lu Qingliu's eyes as she drove past the intersection, stopping her vehicle in front of a nearby grocery store. In approximately 3 minutes, amidst the bewildered gazes of Tang Songyuan and Yuan, Lu Qinglu procured an assortment of items, including several screwdrivers and various powder compounds, specifically black fertilizer, sugar, and matches. She also selected a crowbar for Tang Songyuan. Subsequently, the two abandoned their vehicle and swiftly maneuvered around the corner. Indeed, they found a row of warehouses, most of which were locked. But one warehouse had 2 armed guards stationed at its entrance. It was likely that the group ahead had disembarked and were currently engaged in a transaction inside the tightly shut warehouse. A direct assault was improbable. Their eastern features would easily raise suspicion. "Wait a moment, I'll retrieve the car." Lu Qinglu promptly altered her strategy and dashed toward the battered vehicle. Tang Songyuan instantly grasped her plan, ramming the car in boldly. This girl was somewhat reckless, yet Tang Songyuan felt a surge of adrenaline, his heartbeat quickening in response. With a swift motion, the old car surged forward, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. "Lower your head," Lu Qinglu barked, executing a sharp turn to collide with one of the guards at the entrance. The guard, sensing danger, raised his weapon to shoot, but it was too late. The car slammed into the left guard's abdomen and then crashed into the door, producing a thunderous sound. Glass shards exploded in all directions as Lu Qinglu, poised for action, flung open the door and leaped out at the moment of impact. 2 screwdrivers were launched forth, and the remaining guard managed to fire only 2 shots before one of the screwdrivers struck him squarely in the forehead. Tang Songyuan also tumbled out of the vehicle, wielding the crowbar to strike the left guard on the head, who had become wedged between the car and the warehouse door. Disoriented from the collision, he succumbed to his fate. Almost simultaneously, the two seized the guard's firearms. Lu Qinglu swiftly inspected one and declared, "Give me 10 seconds. When I say open the door, you pull up quickly." With that, she began to mix the chemicals. Tang Songyuan activated his enhanced vision to scout the interior of the warehouse. However, the warehouse was somewhat expansive, exceeding his 50-meter range. Within that distance, he only spotted 2 gun barrels aimed at the entrance. "Open the door." Lu Qinglu ignited the concocted compound, and a thick plume of smoke billowed forth. Tang Songyuan struggled to lift the slightly deformed roll-up door, while Lu Qinglu quickly tossed a smoke bomb inside. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted within the warehouse as a hail of bullets struck the half-open door, but Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu had already taken cover to the side, obscured by the dense smoke at the entrance. The gunfire ceased, presumably for a magazine change. Exchanging a knowing glance, Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan took a deep breath and simultaneously charged into the warehouse. The smoke bomb continued to burn, yet Tang Songyuan, undeterred by the lack of visibility, swiftly located a suitable cover. The two hastily concealed themselves behind a large wooden crate. The few meters gained in their advance allowed Tang Songyuan to finally bring the entire warehouse into his field of vision. Inside were 6 individuals, 4 with Western features and 2 of Eastern descent, with Xiang Qian among them. Most crucially, on the table lay a beautifully adorned sword, the very object of their arduous quest, the 9-dragon sword. Chapter 59. The National Treasure. The Nine Dragons Sword. The result of the X-ray vision confirmed its authenticity. At last, the treasure that Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu had traversed countless miles to pursue was right before their eyes. A surge of excitement coursed through Tang Songyuan's heart as he glanced at Lu Qinglu and inquired, "Is it possible to prepare another smoke bomb?" It was indeed this smoke bomb that provided Tang Songyuan with a plan. While the adversaries could not see him, he could discern their actions clearly through his enhanced vision, with no hindrance whatsoever. "Yes, but only one more," Lu Qinglu replied, squatting down to prepare the device. Seizing the moment, Tang Songyuan examined the rifle in his hands. The 851 assault rifle, manufactured in Britain with a caliber of 5.56 millimeters, was already loaded, containing 29 rounds in the magazine. With a sudden flare, Lu Qinglu's second makeshift smoke bomb ignited, releasing a dense cloud of smoke that once again obscured the line of sight between the two parties. Through his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan noted that of the 6 individuals opposite him, 5 were armed, wielding 2 rifles and 3 handguns. All had reloaded their weapons, yet they stood at the ready, vigilant against any potential ambush emerging from smoke. Xiang Qian, holding a handgun and pointing towards the entrance, vented his frustration at Alex, saying, "I told you those two would be trouble. Now look, we arrived just in time for them to launch an attack." The Englishman named Alex scoffed, "And so what? Such rudimentary smoke bombs will eventually extinguish, at which point they will have nowhere to hide, mere lambs awaiting slaughter." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of gunfire erupted from the smoke, Tang Songyuan firing from behind a wooden crate, exposing only half his head as he aimed at one of the riflemen, rapidly firing 2 shots. Bang! Bang! However, his aim faltered, the bullets missing and striking the back wall of the warehouse. The sudden gunfire startled the 6 individuals on this side, prompting them to hastily seek cover. Xiang Qian shouted in anger, "They've taken the weapons you were guarding at the entrance. All of them are fools." Bang! 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 Alex returned fire, but the obscuring smoke rendered them unable to locate a target, their shots merely venting into thin air. Tang Songyuan adjusted his aim and fired again. 2 shots once more. It still failed to hit. With no time to ponder, he slightly altered his gun's angle and fired 3 consecutive shots, successfully taking down one of the riflemen. Beside him, Lu Qinglu was unwilling to remain passive. She crawled along the ground with her rifle, making her way to the opposite side of the warehouse, preparing to launch an angled assault alongside Tang Songyuan. With a swift strike, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of exhilaration as he suppressed the acrid scent of the smoke bomb and fired again. Bang, 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 bang. 5 rapid shots rang out, and as he adjusted the angle of his gun amidst the cover of smoke, he felled another rifleman. The man collapsed backward, letting out a despairing scream before his demise. How could this be? Opposite, Xiang Qian was taken aback. Shrouded in smoke, visibility was utterly compromised, yet their adversary had managed to eliminate 2 of their own. Alex fired 2 shots in the direction of the flickering muzzle flash, but through his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan anticipated his movements with precision, swiftly aiming his gun towards Alex's position. A straight line formed as he targeted a shot. With consecutive rapid fire, the 5.56 millimeters bullets pierced through the wooden barricade, killing Alex along with another British man on the spot. Just then, Lu Qinglu emerged from another direction, bursting forth like a deity of war from the smoke. She advanced while firing, her agile strides firm and powerful, with wisps of smoke trailing behind her. Tang Songyuan followed closely, though his ammunition was limited. 1 bullet was sufficient to claim a life. The fire was not overly dense, but fiercely potent, compelling Xiang Qian and another man of Eastern descent, who were hiding behind a wooden crate, to keep their heads down. Within a mere 50 meters, Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu closed the gap in the blink of an eye. Tang Songyuan fired again, unleashing a barrage across the crate, which splintered and blood-sprayed. Without granting Xiang Qian a chance to respond, he emptied his magazine, rendering him a mere sieve. The other Eastern man met a similar fate, receiving no introduction before he too met his end. "Well done," Lu Qinglu praised, commencing to ensure the remaining foes were thoroughly dispatched. Only then did she turn her attention to the password box on the table. "There might be a bomb," Tang Songyuan warned. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned that the box contained no bomb, but a forceful or improper opening could trigger the intricate aluminum thermite wrapped around the Nine Dragon Sword. If ignited, the reclaimed Nine Dragon Sword would be irrevocably reduced to a hunk of scrap metal. Lu Qinglu furrowed her brow, searching the corpses of Xiang Qian's group, and indeed found a remote control with a solitary activation button. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan approached the box with his enhanced vision, magnifying the lock's mechanism as he tentatively turned the first gear of the combination. Success! His expression brightened. With the feedback from his vision, he swiftly manipulated the remaining gears. With a click, the box sprang open. How did you know the password? Lu Qinglu inquired, curiosity piqued. I guessed. Tang Songyuan replied, rubbing his nose. Indeed, there was a bomb. Lu Qinglu leaned closer, arching an eyebrow as she deftly dismantled the trigger mechanism of the thermite and removed it from the Nine-Dragon sword. It truly is the Nine-Dragon sword. The fervor gleamed in Lu Qingliu's eyes. Tang Songyuan gazed at the corpse of Xiang Qian, lying supine, and commanded, hand me a screwdriver. Without inquiring about his intentions, Lu Qinglu tossed one to him. Firmly grasping the handle, Tang Songyuan knelt beside Xiang Qian's lifeless body. He raised his hand and, with a swift motion, plunged the screwdriver into Xiang Qian's forehead. The immense force drove the tool deep, as if piercing through tofu, embedding it into the ground beneath. He murmured softly, in your next life, do not betray your compatriots again, fellow villager. Chapter 60. The Perfect Return of Zhao. The shooting incident in Moresby captured the attention of the authorities. The deaths of 2 British nationals in the outskirts of the capital constituted a significant scandal. Regrettably, this area fell outside the surveillance network, and both parties had chosen such a secluded locale for the transaction. By the time the police arrived, the assailant had long since vanished. After fleeing the scene, Lu Qinglu applied a hasty disguise for both Tang Songyuan and herself, altering their complexions to resemble that of the indigenous people. They then hailed a passing bus and departed from the bounds of Moresby. In the afternoon, Lu Qinglu discovered an indigenous village where they masqueraded as tourists and took up temporary residence. This coastal village resembled a primitive tribe, with its inhabitants residing in thatched huts. Locals crafted dugout canoes from massive trees to fish at sea, yet the absence of even basic roads rendered the area strikingly archaic. The indigenous residents were not particularly welcoming. It was only after Lu Qinglu spent nearly $500 in local currency that they were afforded shelter in a modest thatch-roofed hut. Although small, the hut measured around 7 or 8 square meters. Lu Qinglu utilized a satellite phone she had procured from Xiang Qian to establish contact, and then informed Tang Songyuan. We must remain here for at least 2 days before departing by sea. By sea? Are we taking a helicopter again? Tang Songyuan bonde. But Lu Qinglu opened a locked case and began to examine the Nine-Dragon sword within. Suddenly, she remarked, your skills are quite impressive. After this task is completed, have you considered joining us? Tang Songyuan, intrigued by the sword in her hands, paused momentarily and then chuckled. No, this was merely serendipity. Why would you covet my mere 100 or so pounds? I would rather you expedite our search for the iron meteorite. Lu Qinglu withdrew the sword, scrutinizing the blade for any damage, and continued, I once had an informant, sort of an unofficial member, who possessed an iron meteorite. I saw it with him before. Tang Songyuan exclaimed with excitement. Where is he? How large is the meteorite? Oh, Tang Songyuan frowned. I had presumed he was in the homeland. Los Angeles is so far. Am I to fly to the west to complete the transaction? Lu Qinglu replied, that is not impossible. Alternatively, he could ship it to you. Tang Songyuan, slightly disheartened, pouted. Forget it. Let us discuss this after we depart from here. On the evening of the 3rd day, the two prepared their belongings and made their way to the shore to await their departure. As the appointed hour drew near, Lu Qinglu ignited a bonfire. Approximately 10 minutes later, a speedboat approached them at an impressive velocity. After Lu Qinglu verified the secret signal with the other party and confirmed their identities, he, along with Tang Songyuan, boarded the vessel. The speedboat then carved a graceful arc across the sea, swiftly departing in the direction from which they had come. The operators of the speedboat were 2 young men in plain clothes, their short hair prompting Tang Songyuan to speculate. The speedboat raced ahead, and after more than an hour of swift navigation, it brought Lu Qinglu and Tang Songyuan to the formidable site of a maritime fortress. To their astonishment, it was a colossal warship. Forgive Tang Songyuan for his limited experience. This was indeed his first encounter with such a grand vessel, and he had not anticipated its sheer size. Welcome aboard the 108th ship. I am Captain Gung Pingbo. A military officer adorned with 2 stars and a rank insignia greeted them warmly upon their arrival. Lu Qinglu, one hand clutching a suitcase, extended his other hand for a handshake, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Colonel Gung. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gung Pingbo arranged for them to have separate private quarters, specifically instructing that they should not be disturbed. Following 2 days of voyage, the 108th ship docked at a small island. The two then boarded a plane from the island, landing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At that moment, a man approached Lu Qinglu and announced, "Team Leader Lu, the minister is waiting for you inside." Lu Qinglu nodded, grasping his suitcase, and replied, "Lead the way." They followed him into the airport's office area, where Tang Songyuan met Lu Qinglu's minister. The man, in his 50s with a square face, appeared quite spirited despite his thinning hair. Accompanying him were two distinguished elderly gentlemen, exuding an air of refinement. They were the former director and deputy director of the Palace Museum, also honorary presidents of the Beijing Antique Association, named Chu Shiji and Zhuo Mingyuan. "Minister, I have returned to duty as ordered." Lu Qinglu stood at attention and saluted. He took a few steps forward, placing the suitcase on the desk before opening it, exclaiming, "The Nine-Dragon Sword, in perfect condition." As the box opened, the previously composed elderly men suddenly became animated. Tears shimmered in Chu Shiji's eyes as he rose, unsteadily, hesitating to reach out. Zhuo Mingyuan mirrored his excitement, murmuring, "The Nine-Dragon Sword, after 70 years, it has finally re-emerged." The minister cleared his throat and inquired, "Elder Chu, Elder Zhuo, would you kindly confirm?" Chu Shiji, regaining his composure, gently lifted the Nine-Dragon's sword from the box, cradling it as if it were the most precious treasure, fearful it might dissolve in his grasp. With unwavering certainty, he proclaimed, "There could be no mistake." His hand brushed over the intricately adorned scabbard, the embedded rubies and diamonds, and the vividly sculpted 9 golden dragons. Then he drew the sword. Its cold light flashed, illuminating the room with an ethereal glow. He unexpectedly produced a magnifying glass and leaned in for a closer inspection. Zhuo Mingyuan, filled with a sense of deep satisfaction, nodded and remarked, "To witness the legendary Nine-Dragon Sword in this lifetime is enough for me to depart in peace." "Excellent," Tang Songyuan greeted with a smile. The minister, returning the gesture with a nod, replied, "Please follow me." He then led Tang Songyuan and Lu Qinglu to a nearby office. Watching Lu Qinglu close the door, he continued, "Due to certain special circumstances, Mr. Tang, your contributions in assisting us cannot be made public. Therefore, the rewards we can offer you will be of a material and spiritual nature." Tang Songyuan noted the terms material and spiritual with a hint of skepticism, chuckling as he remarked, "Team Leader Lu promised me additional conditions." Chapter 61. Beware the Fairy. Tang Songyuan exited the room and dialed NICC. "Hello, who is this?" came NICC's sweet voice from the other end. "It's me, senior sister," he replied. This phone was provided by Lu Qinglu, so it was understandable that NICC was unaware. He quickly clarified his identity and asked, "Where are you now? Could you pick me up at the airport?" "You rascal. Disappearing without a word for so many days. Where on earth have you been?" NICC's initial tone was tinged with displeasure, but she soon added apologetically, "If it weren't for the last message you sent, I would have thought you had been kidnapped. I'm currently in Sanya, and I've canceled my room at the Regal Hotel. You could have mentioned it sooner. I only decided this morning after not seeing you for a week." NICC chuckled lightly, saying, "I just arrived yesterday. Why don't you come over and have some fun? Senior sister will take you surfing." The image of NICC in a revealing bikini frolicking in the sun and waves flashed in Tang Songyuan's mind, and he cleared his throat before responding. NICC laughed playfully, saying, "I'll be waiting for you, little junior brother." Not long after hanging up, Lu Qinglu emerged. She handed Tang Songyuan a box. "What is this?" he inquired. Lu Qinglu gestured for him to open it himself. Yet, still puzzled, he asked, "What purpose does this serve?" Lu Qinglu replied, "It can offer you special assistance at certain times." Though her words were somewhat veiled, Tang Songyuan grasped her meaning. Additionally, the 10,000 yuan in cash alleviated his current state of financial embarrassment. Lu Qinglu pressed her lips together and added, "I bought you a plane ticket for 9 o'clock tonight. I will accompany you to Los Angeles. I will ensure that what I promised you will be fulfilled." She referred to providing Tang Songyuan with access to purchase iron meteorites, but the urgency took him by surprise. "Is it really that urgent? However, I have never been to the West and lack a passport." Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow and said, "I will help you sort out the passport issue." She then gestured towards the cash in his hand and asked, "Shall I assist you in exchanging this for dollars?" Tang Songyuan nodded slightly, handing the money to her and saying, "That would be troublesome. However, I have heard that obtaining a passport for the West requires at least 10 days. Lu Qinglu scoffed, replying, "You need not concern yourself with that. I will ensure you pass through customs safely." Her implication was clear. She intended to forge documents, and judging by her tone, this was not her first endeavor in such matters. NICC expressed her disappointment, saying, "Honestly, I was going to invite you to that grand banquet." What a splendid opportunity. Next time you seek my favor, you may find such an opportunity elusive. This enchanting sorceress, Tang Songyuan silently lamented, quickly replied, I apologize, senior sister. Next time, I shall treat you. And ICC retorted with a dismissive snort, you may leave now. What would an unmarried girl like me want in such a place? At 7:50 p.m., Lu Qinglu accompanied Tang Songyuan aboard a Delta Airlines Boeing aircraft. After a layover in Tokyo and nearly 18 hours of travel, they finally arrived in Los Angeles, located in Southern California. As they approached customs, Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of anxiety while holding the passport provided by Lu Qinglu. Nevertheless, they managed to pass through without incident. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Qinglu remarked disdainfully, the CIA often engages in such practices, and their forgeries lack our authenticity. At least the chips we use are genuine. Tang Songyuan remained non-committal, as the local time in Los Angeles was only 4 a.m. due to the time difference. They found a hotel to rest briefly, and by noon, Lu Qinglu awakened Tang Songyuan. After sharing lunch, she took him to an antique shop located in Torrance. Although labeled an antique store, Tang Songyuan was struck by the chaotic atmosphere upon entering. The merchandise was eclectic, ranging from grandfather clocks and pianos to clothing, shoes, and even items deemed trivial back home, such as baskets, shovels, scissors, and buttons. He couldn't help but internally criticize, is this truly considered antiques? Or is it merely the result of the West's brief history of only 246 years? Ah, welcome, my dear friend. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. A middle-aged man greeted them in somewhat halting Mandarin as soon as they entered. He was a slightly portly Caucasian who opened his arms, ready to embrace Lu Qinglu, who declined, opting instead to extend her hand for a handshake, saying, It has been a long time, frankly. After a brief introduction of Tang Songyuan, Lu Qinglu articulated the purpose of their visit, to purchase a piece of iron meteorite from him. Franco Li beamed, That is no mere iron meteorite. It is the heart of Cupid. Please hold on a moment while I retrieve it. He then rummaged through the store's storage area and returned, cradling a lump of iron, exclaiming, Here it is. With a hint of nostalgia, Franco Li continued, This hails from the asteroid belt near Ceres and weighs 415 kilograms. I have named it the Heart of Cupid. Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties had opened a perspective to confirm that this chunk of iron was indeed an iron meteorite, containing approximately 80% iron along with several other metallic elements. This is it. With a sense of certainty, Tang Songyuan inquired, Franco Li, is this meteorite for sale? Certainly, Franco Li replied with a smile, patting the meteorite, though I have a fondness for this Cupid's heart. I eagerly await someone who truly appreciates it to realize its genuine worth. If you were to know the fate of this meteorite, which is to be forged into a sword by Huang Xingde, perhaps you would not be so optimistic. Tang Songyuan silently scoffed and responded, I believe I am indeed that person who appreciates it. Please, name your price. Franco Li chuckled lightly at him and said, Generally, lunar or Martian meteorites can fetch as high as $4,000 to $5,000 per gram. However, this is merely a Vesta iron meteorite, valued at only 1/10 of that of a lunar meteorite. In light of Lu Qinglu's reputation, I will offer you $300 per gram. Tang Songyuan, feeling disheartened, replied, I believe I no longer like it. This price makes me feel like a fool. Chapter 62, The Initial Encounter with Blind Boxes. After an elaborate explanation from Lu Qinglu, Franco Li finally grasped the meaning of fool. His expression turned serious as he said, I apologize, Song, but I have not deceived you. Did you know that scientists estimate that the total weight of asteroids visiting Earth daily can reach approximately 50,000 tons? Yet, only a scant few manage to reach the ground. Most disintegrate and burn up due to atmospheric friction, ultimately being consumed, with only a minuscule number arriving on the Earth's surface as unburned fragments. Moreover, locating one is not an easy task and requires courage, audacity, and a touch of luck. His theory seemed to echo the notion of rarity, implying that a meteorite weighing over 4 kilograms is not commonly found on Earth. Charging you $300 per gram, totaling over $1 million, is not exorbitant. Reflecting on his earlier mistake of missing the first meteorite, Tang Songyuan chose not to dwell on it further. How about this? Franco Li, what do you think of $1 million? Franco Li glanced at Lu Qinglu, who offered him a look that suggested he should proceed as he saw fit. Oh, Songyuan, your bargaining is quite fierce, he said, half in irritation, half in complaint. This is a meteorite with a well-documented origin. Even ordinary stony iron meteorites average $500 per gram. Tang Songyuan forced a smile and finally conceded. All right, Franco Li, Let us proceed as you suggest. Bargaining was an instinctive reaction. Who knows, it might succeed. Franco Lee extended his hand with a joyful smile, wishing him a pleasant transaction. As they shook hands, Tang Songyuan realized a troubling issue. He only had a little over $10,000 in cash on him, although he was not short on funds. His domestic bank card could not facilitate direct overseas transfers. To transfer money to a foreign bank account, one must apply for a remittance through the bank, which requires approval. This means that to complete the transaction, a visit to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China branch in Los Angeles is necessary. Lu Qinglu scoffed and remarked, "Do you really think that as a public servant, I possess over $1 million?" Just then, two burly men with dark skin entered the store, pulling along a suitcase. One of them, a stout man adorned with a large gold chain and sunglasses, shouted as he entered, "Hey, Franco, come out and see what treasures we've unearthed this time." Franco Lee raised his hand, signaling Tang, Song, and Yuan to wait, and approached with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Yuri and Kes, go ahead and open it. I am quite curious about your finds today." As he spoke, Yuri Jean, wearing the gold chain and sunglasses, had already unlatched the suitcase, revealing a collection of eclectic items on the counter. There were ancient-looking books, what appeared to be jewelry bracelets, and several boxes of assorted jewelry, likely valuable. Kes Jean, brimming with excitement, said, "We snagged 3 suitcases today, and look at all this. Franco, you're the expert in this field. Help us appraise these treasures." Tang Songyuan, whose English was not very proficient, cast a pleading glance at Lu Qinglu, who promptly translated the gist for him. It finally dawned on Tang Songyuan that Yuri Jean and Kes Jean were indeed the legendary professional treasure hunters. He was somewhat familiar with the concept of treasure hunters, having seen popular videos on the trending platform Douyin, which boasted 5 main types of male pursuits: knife-making competitions, hoof repairs, African strongman antics, survival in the wild, and blind box auctions of warehouses and containers. If Tang Songyuan was not mistaken, these two men were likely engaged in the blind box auction of suitcases. These suitcases were left behind at the airport, unclaimed. After a certain period, the airport would auction them off to alleviate inventory pressures. Treasure hunters could acquire the rights to these suitcases through bidding, thus obtaining the contents within. The value of these suitcases was unpredictable. Some contained valuable luxury items, leading to substantial profits for the treasure hunters, while others held only mundane clothing, resulting in a complete loss of investment. With this thought in mind, Tang Songyuan activated his discerning vision to appraise the treasures unearthed by the two men. The ancient book was a Bible from 1908, and the jewelry bracelet was a diamond chain. Meanwhile, Franco Lee had already provided his appraisal results, quoting the brothers on each item. This Bible once belonged to a renowned bishop of the last century, valued at $200. This diamond chain is of average quality, appraised at $50, and this ruby ring is valued at $1,200. When all was tallied, the suitcase brought in by the two stout brothers was found to hold treasures worth a total of $2,250. Oh, the two brothers were suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, leaping into the air and playfully bumping their chests together. Yet, feeling that this was insufficient, they struck their fists against one another with a series of resounding thuds. Yuri, brimming with enthusiasm, spun around in circles within the store, emitting exuberant howls of joy. Keskin, grinning broadly at Franco Lee, exclaimed, "Do you know, Franco? We collected all this from 3 suitcases for a mere $250. Oh my goodness, we VE struck it rich." Franco smiled, already counting the cash, and handed it to Yuri, saying, "Congratulations. I hope you experience such good fortune every day." Yuri, grinning widely, accepted the cash, and unable to contain his elation, kissed the bills. Proudly, he declared, "Of course, we are professionals. Goodbye, Franco. We shall return tomorrow." As they departed, Keskin waved at Franco Lee. However, at that moment, Tang Songyuan was consumed by another thought. He too yearned to participate in the treasure hunting activities involving container blind boxes, warehouse blind boxes, and suitcase blind boxes. He inquired, "Franco, may I ask if anyone can partake in such treasure hunting events?" Chapter 63. Registering for the competition. It is said that the late Rockefeller once proclaimed, "Even if I were cast into the desert, as long as a caravan passes by, I could establish a commercial empire." Tang Songyuan shared this sentiment. Although he currently possessed only a little over $10,000, he possessed the extraordinary ability to see through everything. Such blind box challenges seemed tailor-made for him. While others relied on luck and experience, he could discern the treasures at a glance. Certainly, it is possible. Los Angeles International Airport sees nearly 100 million passengers each year, and inevitably, some careless travelers will misplace their suitcases. The airport has no choice in this matter. Coincidentally, in just 3 days, Los Angeles Television would host a suitcase treasure hunting competition at the airport, with the ultimate victor receiving a staggering grand prize of $1 million. What do you think, Songyuan? Are you planning to participate? Tang Songyuan's lips curled upward slightly as he replied. When faced with such an opportunity, of course, I must participate. You see, Franco, I was also a seasoned treasure hunter back home. Selecting jade from countless raw stones can also be considered treasure hunting. Franco raised his eyebrows in surprise and chuckled. I never would have guessed that. So, what do you plan to do with this iron meteorite? Tang Songyuan responded. I will leave the meteorite in your care for now. You need not worry. We Chinese place great importance on our promises. 3 days from now, after I participate in the treasure hunting competition, I will return to finalize the transaction. A mysterious smile appeared on Franco Li's face as he said, Oh, I should mention that I, too, have been invited to the treasure hunting competition. However, I will be serving as a judge. But rest assured, I will be completely fair and impartial. Tang Songyuan exclaimed, That would be absolutely splendid. Upon exiting Franco Li's antique shop, Lu Qinglu wore a visage of perplexity and confusion. She inquired, For the sake of this meteorite, you were willing to embark on an adventure with me. Yet now that the meteorite is within reach, you seem unconcerned? Tang Songyuan replied, After so many days of delay, what do 2 or 3 more days matter? Moreover, I currently possess over $10,000, equivalent to the reward bestowed upon me by your superior. How can I possibly purchase that meteorite? It requires over $1 million, and that's in U.S. dollars. Lu Qinglu furrowed her brow and remarked, So, you intend to earn money through that treasure hunting contest involving suitcases? Pesili, Tang Songyuan Apfim. Did you see those 2 chubby gentlemen? They merely opened 3 suitcases and earned nearly $2,000. If I were in their place, I might even profit more than they did. You're just bragging. Lu Qinglu gently cautioned. I believe this is no different from gambling. You shouldn't only focus on those who have made money. You must also consider those who have lost everything. Relax. Tang Songyuan shrugged off her concerns. This is merely a game of luck, and I have always excelled in matters of fortune. Have you forgotten about the lottery tickets I purchased? Please don't. Tang Songyuan quickly grasped her hand and chuckled. Is it too much to ask for you not to abandon me, here, given my limited English skills? Recalling the camaraderie they had shared in recent days, Lu Qinglu pursed her lips and said, Fine, but you must promise me to know when to stop. You absolutely cannot get carried away. Her intention was to monitor him, ensuring that even if he lost some money, it would not lead to total ruin. Tang Songyuan readily agreed. I promise. I swear that suffices. Lu Qinglu shot him a disapproving glance and asked, Can you now release my hand? Tang Songyuan gently let go, chuckling as he hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Los Angeles International Airport, guided by Lu Qinglu, he located the registration area for the suitcase contest. In truth, this venue also hosted suitcase auctions regularly. Beside the registration point, the usual auction activities were still underway, and Tang Songyuan spotted the figures of the Yuli Jean and Kaiskin brothers. Using a fake passport, Tang Songyuan registered without a hitch, as this document passed through customs without issue. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the registration fee, which amounted to a staggering $300. He asked Lu Qinglu to inquire whether he could still participate in the auction that day. Certainly. Today, there are still 28 suitcases left to auction. Just take this card and proceed over there to join the bidding, she replied, retrieving a card from a drawer and handing it to Tang Songyuan. I hope you have a wonderful experience. Number 188, a most auspicious number. Tang Songyuan accepted the card and, with his limited vocabulary, smiled and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He and Lu Qinglu settled into the auction area, where the sounds of bidding rose and fell like a bustling marketplace. The auction was presided over by a plump, fair-skinned man from Spain, accompanied by a female assistant clad in a white shirt. At the foot of the stage stood a suitcase, evidently the object of contention among the crowd below. $260, $265, $268. The pace of bidding was rapid, and the utterances flowed with remarkable speed. At times, when a participant bid, the host would promptly repeat the amount while pointing at them. Consequently, the atmosphere was exceedingly boisterous, akin to a heated argument, with excitement palpable in the air. Tang Songyuan activated his X-ray vision, scanning the suitcase currently under contest. After a thorough observation lasting over 10 seconds, he decided on his next target. Inside were merely ordinary garments, shoes, and a few cards. The most valuable item might be a tablet from 2016. Wait a moment. Those were no ordinary cards. They were trading cards of basketball stars. Furthermore, they belong to the Golden State Warriors championship winning team from the 2015 finals. One of the cards even bore Curry's autograph. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Songyuan raised his bidding paddle and declared in halting English, $350. Upon announcing his bid, a twinge of regret crept into Tang Songyuan's mind. In truth, he was uncertain of the value of the trading cards and which types might command high price. However, the other treasure seekers around him perceived the suitcase as somewhat ordinary, with his bid of $350 exceeding their expectations. Consequently, after Tang Songyuan's offer, an unusual silence enveloped the crowd. They regarded this East Asian face with a mixture of skepticism, derision, mockery, and jest. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, the plump host, after 3 inquiries for further bids, ultimately declared the suitcase to be Tang Songyuan's. With the matter settled, Tang Songyuan ceased to dwell on his uncertainties and instead feigned excitement. Raising his fist in triumph and exclaiming yay, beside him, Lu Qinglu felt both helpless and perplexed. She remarked, "What is so special about this suitcase? I doubt there are any valuable treasures within these discarded belongings." Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "That is the allure of blind boxes. The exploration of the unknown is the very essence of humanity's journey from savagery to the pinnacle of global dominance." Having secured the first suitcase, Tang Songyuan did not choose to relent. He did not immediately seek a place to unveil its contents, as the host assistant would record his number and final bid, allowing payment to be made at the end of the auction. He activated his X-ray vision once more, conducting an in-depth scan of the remaining 27 suitcases, determined to procure the most valuable one. The auction continued, and once again, the air was filled with a cacophony of bids. $80. $80. I bid $85. All right, Yuri bids $85. Whether it was the treasure seekers participating in the bidding or the auctioneer, their words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving listeners in a whirlwind of excitement. This rapid pace often led to instances of identical bids, yet the host would typically pinpoint the first bidder with precision. Ultimately, the suitcase was successfully acquired by the Yu brothers for a sum of $122. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan, who had earlier astonished everyone, had scanned 7 or 8 suitcases with his X-ray vision. However, the results were somewhat underwhelming. Most of the suitcases contained either used undergarments, obsolete electronic devices, or a handful of coins. Even when a couple of them housed some jewelry, the X-ray examination revealed them to be nothing more than inferior pieces or outright fakes. It seemed to affirm Lu Qingliu's statement that these discarded suitcases were unlikely to contain any valuable treasures. Suddenly, Tang Songyuan's attention was drawn to a watch glimmering with silver light, beyond its exquisite and luxurious appearance. The visual analysis provided an extraordinarily lavish appraisal. Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase Tourbillon 5002, model number 5002, material platinum, brand Patek Philippe, movement diameter 38 mm, case diameter 42.8 mm. Furthermore, the analysis offered a detailed description of the material of the case, the color and shape of the dial, the material of the crystal, and the crown, along with its functions. This was undoubtedly a remarkable find, and Tang Songyuan could hardly believe his eyes. Is it truly the case that the affluent are so extravagant now? Could a suitcase containing such a valuable watch actually be misplaced? Yet, the X-ray vision had never deceived him. This was indeed a watch of considerable worth. He resolved to secure this suitcase at all costs. Tang Songyuan discreetly made up his mind and took out his phone to search for the current value of the Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase Tourbillon. At that moment, Lu Qinglu inquired, "You were so enthusiastic earlier. Why have you suddenly withdrawn?" The treasure seekers around them were eagerly immersing themselves in the vibrant atmosphere, while Lu Qinglu maintained her composure. From Franco Li's antique shop to the auction site for the blind box suitcases, Tang Songyuan's behavior exuded a sense of confusion. His gaze was erratic, and his expressions fluctuated between joy, doubt, and seriousness, as if the calm and composed Tang Songyuan who fought alongside her in Papua New Guinea had transformed into an entirely different person. Tang Songyuan paused and chuckled. "This is my first time participating in such an auction. It feels quite novel." "So you bid $350 right off the bat?" Lu Qinglu pressed him. Tang Songyuan fabricated a response. "I thought I would just throw out a random number, and since my English isn't very good, I never expected to win the bid." His English indeed left much to be desired. After 5 years of operating an excavator, most of the vocabulary and grammar he had learned had long since faded. Currently, he could probably muster only a couple of hundred simple words. Lu Qinglu nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, She shared her observations with Tang Songyuan. The old man in sunglasses with a slick-back hairstyle is quite cunning. He increases his bids very minimally. Several times he appeared determined to win, yet he backed out at crucial moments. And then there's that obvious couple over there. Tang Songyuan observed closely and concluded that Lu Qingliu's insights were largely accurate, remarkably professional. He chuckled appreciatively and inquired, "What about those two stout brothers? What are your thoughts?" Lu Qingliu rolled his eyes and replied, "Though they may appear brash, their thinking is quite meticulous. A careful observation reveals that their bidding is remarkably strategic." As their conversation unfolded, Tang Songyuan refrained from participating in the bidding. The suitcases on stage were whisked away like a passing parade. Some sold while others went unsold. At last, the suitcase Tang Songyuan had been eagerly anticipating made its appearance. Indeed, it contained a genuine Patek Philippe watch. Today marked the 6th suitcase in the countdown, and its vintage appearance hinted at the possibility of concealed treasures within. The starting bid was set at 50. Ladies and gentlemen, seize this opportunity. Following a brief introduction by the host, the auction recommenced. $400, exclaimed the man with the mustache, confidently raising his paddle. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What a bold move. The mustached gentleman's opening bid was a staggering sum that left most attendees daunted. Tang Songyuan noted the divergence of his approach from Lu Qingliu's earlier analysis and was preparing to bid when the bespectacled elder raised his paddle. $450. Chapter 65, Infuriation. Mark, the proprietor of a thrift store in Los Angeles, thrived on the art of buying low and selling high. However, his true passion lay in participating in various auctions at Los Angeles Airport, particularly the suitcase blind boxes, where the thrill elevated his adrenaline while offering the chance to earn a bit of extra money. The slick-haired man known as Billy had previously worked in advertising. After striking gold with his first lucky find, he acquired an antique shop in Los Angeles, hiring staff to manage it while he scoured the airport for treasures. Before each blind box auction at Los Angeles International Airport, treasure hunters enjoyed an hour of observation, during which they could register their interests before competing against others during the bidding. Various electronic products were typically sold individually, while jewelry could be bundled together, resembling a semi-blind box. Whether one would unearth valuable items largely depended on luck. During his pre-auction inspection, Mark had taken note of a leather suitcase. The case featured a mechanical combination lock, and through the leather, he felt a box-like object inside, leading him to deduce that this suitcase was worth a gamble. Naturally, this carried an element of risk. If fortune favored him, it could transform a modest investment into a windfall. $450. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The host enthusiastically called out at the auction. Mark shot a furious glance at Billy, who had been nearby during his inspection of the suitcase, suspecting that the old man might have discerned something. Ha ha ha. Billy, unfazed by Mark's murderous glare, laughed heartily. They were old rivals, having driven each other's bids beyond reasonable limits on numerous occasions. $500. Mark gritted his teeth, begrudgingly placing his bid. Very well, $500. Bidder 134 has offered $500. Does anyone wish to bid higher? The auctioneer, driven by commission, eagerly anticipated higher bids, as their earnings were contingent upon the final sale price. After a brief silence, it was finally Tang Songyuan's turn to speak. He raised his paddle, his English still tinged with a clumsy Sichuan accent. $510. Upon seeing the familiar Eastern visage, the onlookers revealed expressions of derision and mockery. Mark, seething with anger, found it intolerable that Billy was bidding against him. But this oblivious, naive Oriental had no business here. A neon person? Mark inquired tentatively. A Chinese. He was informed. With a sneer, Mark, sporting a duckbill cap and a small mustache, curled the left corner of his mouth in disdain and turned to the auctioneer to raise his bid. $600. Tang Songyuan, with a keen perception, caught Mark's disdainful expression. The mention of neon person was irksome. He was a proud descendant of the Han, not to be compared with the likes of the Japanese. With a haughty snort, he immediately countered $700. He met Mark's gaze defiantly, a challenge evident in his eyes. This suitcase was a prize he sought to secure, regardless of exhausting his entire cash reserve of over $10,000. As Tang Songyuan announced his new bid, a ripple of unrest stirred among the treasure hunters present. What justified this unremarkable suitcase, devoid of any prestigious branding or artisanal craftsmanship, to be valued at $700? Billy relished the moment, taking delight in Mark's predicament. The brothers, Yuli Jean and Kaiskin, furrowed their brows, contemplating whether to intervene and at what moment. Brother, those two we saw at Franco's shop earlier, could they have been tipped off? No, brother, trust me. $700 is no trifling sum. The auctioneer, equally excited, announced, Lot 188 is bid at $700. Mr. Mark, as an old friend, can you offer a higher price? Already agitated, Mark, incited by the auctioneer's personal address, shot up his paddle once more, declaring $750. $800. Tang Songyuan promptly retaliated, a clear tit-for-tat exchange. $850. Mark felt his teeth grinding. If the contents of that box did not exceed the value of $850, he would personally dismantle the suitcase with a chainsaw. $900. Tang Songyuan stood up, raising his paddle and shouting with conviction. His gaze was fixed on Mark, filled with mockery and scorn. The auctioneer attempted to provoke Mark again, but he remained silent. After 3 calls for bids, it was declared that the suitcase belonged to Tang Songyuan. With his goal achieved, Tang Songyuan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He contemplated whether to open his bag right there and take out the Patek Philippe watch, hoping to provoke the mustachioed Mark into an explosive fit of rage. The remainder of the suitcase held no interest for him, so he left his seat with Lu Qinglu to hand over the items to the auction assistant. Just as he was about to exit the auction venue, the two brothers, the stout and dark-skinned duo, hurriedly intercepted him. Hey, brother, we just saw you at Franco's store. Yuri grinned widely, showcasing a row of gleaming white teeth. To be honest, Tang Songyuan harbored no prejudice against skin color. He merely found those who loitered domestically unappealing. Hello, nice to meet you. Tang Songyuan Zetponde Kautotuns. I'm Yuri, and this is my brother, Keshin. Yuri introduced himself, adding, we've been unimpressed with Mark for quite some time. You handled him splendidly today. Tang Songyuan offered a dismissive chuckle, not fully comprehending the exchange, and cast a pleading glance at Lu Qinglu, who graciously stepped in as translator. Yuri praised, a truly remarkable approach. Before swiftly shifting the topic, tomorrow morning, there will be a batch of expired warehouses up for auction on Santa Monica Street. Are you interested? Chapter 66, The Celestial Moon Phase. Tang Songyuan had indeed heard of warehouse auctions. In the Western nations, many individuals prefer to rent warehouses for storage, such as temporary spaces while traveling or for stowing away idle items or old furniture that no longer fits in their homes. Typically, these rentals are short-term. Once the rental period concludes without renewal or formal closure, the contents revert to the warehouse company, which often auctions off the expired units. Before the auction, the warehouse staff typically does not open the units to inspect their contents, for that would negate the purpose of the auction. When the bidding commences, the auctioneer uses a large pair of pliers to cut the padlock, allowing treasure seekers to stand at the doorway for a brief 3 to 5 minutes before bidding begins. Some units are even sold as blind boxes, with a flat price per unit, making it a straightforward transaction. Santa Monica Street? Tang Songyuan mused over the English name, then inquired, are there any restrictions on participating in the auction? Restrictions? Huh, none whatsoever. Keshin laughed heartily. As long as you bring cash, you're good to go. Tang Songyuan nodded enthusiastically, replying, that's wonderful. I will have Franco get in touch with you. Oh my goodness. Franco exclaimed upon seeing the two brothers dragging invisibly worn suitcases. You actually went to participate in the suitcase auction? Tang Songyuan smiled slightly, saying, I initially intended to register for the competition, but the auction was still ongoing. I thought it would be a good opportunity to experience the atmosphere, so I decided to bid on a couple. Do let me know if there's anything valuable in there. Franco replied eagerly, then went to fetch tools from the storage room, preparing to forcibly dismantle the 2 suitcases. Tang Songyuan selected a hammer from the assortment and struck fiercely at the position of the first suitcase's combination, locked 2 or 3 times, rendering the lock utterly inoperative. Upon opening the suitcase, he was met with a wave of stale sweat odor. Inside lay several worn jerseys, along with a pair of sneakers below. Franco furrowed his brow and inquired curiously, how much did you spend on this suitcase? Shaking his head, Franco remarked, from the looks of it, these are merely discarded garments. Hardly worth much at a thrift store, and those sneakers are not exclusive models worn by stars. Ah, there's a tablet. Let me take a look. Tang Songyuan unearthed the tablet nestled among the clothing. Franco took it, examined it thoroughly, and declared this tablet originally retailed for $600, but given its condition, it's only worth about 30 of that, so you might fetch around $100 at best. After emptying the suitcase of its contents, they discovered a few stray coins. And at last, Tang Songyuan uncovered a complete set of championship star cards. Wow, this is quite impressive. Franco exclaimed as he scrutinized the cards Tang Songyuan handed him. However, this set isn't particularly rare. Only this card with Curry's autograph holds a bit more value. For the entire set, I can offer $17,000. What do you think? $350 to acquire it and sell it for $17,000. Huh, you startle me. Tang Songyuan chuckled. The way you speak made me think it wasn't worth much. Franco glanced at Lu Qinglu beside him and replied, You must understand, Chinese is not my native language. I have yet to master your tonal nuances. Tang Songyuan gave him a thumbs up, saying, Compared to my English, yours is already quite commendable. Franco toyed with the well-packaged star cards and added, Songyuan, if you ever need to ascertain the value of such items, you can conveniently check on Amazon or eBay. Tang Songyuan nodded in acknowledgement, and the two happily concluded their transaction. Tang Songyuan then proceeded to open the second suitcase. This one contained mostly clothing as well. But in stark contrast to the previous one, the garments appeared to be of significantly higher quality. Neatly folded, they bore no unpleasant odors. This shirt is quite nice. It seems to be custom-made. Franco pointed to a shirt on top. In the West, professional men have high standards for shirts. For instance, those in finance prefer a snug fit with no conspicuous brand markings. He then felt the fabric of the shirt and continued, This shirt could fetch $150. What? A second-hand shirt worn by someone else can still be valued at $150? That's quite rare in my country, Tang Songyuan exclaimed, astonished. Though Franco's tone suggested it was quite ordinary, the surprises did not end there. Franco provided varying prices for the trousers and jacket inside, totaling a remarkable $1,050. This was merely Franco's buying price, indicating that these second-hand garments could potentially command at least double that in the marketplace. Oh, there is yet another box. Tang Songyuan, feigning surprise, grasped the bottom of the box with a look of delight and exclaimed, Let us see what treasures lie within. With a flourish, the box opened to reveal a watch, exquisitely crafted and shimmering with silver brilliance, lying quietly inside. Goodness! Franco, who had maintained his composure until now, was utterly flabbergasted. His eyes widened like saucers, and his mouth gaped as if he could swallow a whole dragon fruit. His face transitioned from astonishment to shock, and then to elation and excitement. The corners of his mustache quivered uncontrollably, and he instinctively reverted to his native language, exclaiming upon sighting the watch, 5,002. He glanced nervously at Tang Songyuan and asked, May I see that Patek Philippe? Tang Songyuan exchanged a subtle smile with Lu Qinglu, and the former replied, Of course, Franco. Chapter 67, Worth $1 million. Franco treated the watch box as if it were a precious artifact, receiving it with both hands. He delicately lifted the exquisitely crafted timepiece, gently caressing the crown-patterned engraving on its casing, and meticulously wound the mechanism a few times. Bringing the watch close to his ear, he listened intently to the sound of the ticking hands. As if he had heard some enchanting melody, an expression of rapture washed over his face. Each tick of the second hand resonated like a heartbeat within him. Patek Philippe, how incredible it was! This was indeed a genuine Patek Philippe. Franco wore an expression of disbelief, then produced a small magnifying glass from seemingly nowhere and examined the watch once more. Lu Qinglu found Franco's expressions and actions somewhat exaggerated and couldn't help but inquire, What is wrong? Is this watch really that valuable? In her understanding, how could a suitcase that had been abandoned possibly contain such a valuable treasure? Franco replied, It's not merely a matter of value. The Patek Philippe Celestial Moon Phase series is handcrafted and globally limited. Sometimes a certain social standing is required just to purchase one. A few years ago, a platinum version from this series fetched a staggering $2 million at auction. Such an amount. Now, it was Lu Qingliu's turn to be astonished. She had been present for the entire journey of the watch's acquisition, and the suitcase had been hidden and appeared rather unremarkable. In fact, when Tang Songyuan had spent $900 out of spite to buy the suitcase, she had been somewhat dissatisfied. Who would have guessed that within this seemingly ordinary bag lay a watch valued at $1 million? She also struggled to comprehend how a watch could be worth such a sum, although the existence of such value is indeed rational. Not at all excessive. Franco's initial excitement gradually subsided, yet his gaze remained tenderly fixated on the Patek Philippe. He gently stroked the watch's casing with his fingers, remarking, In comparison to the myriad of luxurious items available for women, jewelry, cosmetics, handbags, and so forth, there are not many luxury goods that truly signify a man's status. This exquisite timepiece not only employs precious and rare materials alongside masterful craftsmanship, but also boasts a rich historical significance, an air of nobility, and considerable brand and artistic value, all contributing to its exorbitant price. Subsequently, he turned to Tang Songyuan, his expression earnest, as he inquired, Tang Songyuan, are you willing to make a move on this Patek Philippe celestial moon phase? With a slight smile, curving his lips, Tang Songyuan responded nonchalantly. As long as you propose a reasonable price. Franco Lee raised an eyebrow, maintaining his contemplative demeanor for a while before asserting. This watch is in pristine condition, exhibiting no signs of wear, and given its rarity, I believe it is worth at least $2 million. What is your opinion? Tang Songyuan was rather unacquainted with the intricacies of watch valuation, and even online, the pricing of such a piece remained ambiguous. Yet, based on his limited knowledge of Franco, he deemed him to be relatively fair in business dealings. I trust your integrity, Franco. Let us proceed as you suggest, Tang Songyuan said with a smile. Franco, filled with elation, immediately prepared for the transaction. However, Tang Songyuan lacked a bank account number from the West, which posed no challenge for Franco. After spending a little over 10 minutes, he successfully arranged a Swiss bank account for Tang Songyuan. After providing the account information, he added, "You'll need to change the password later, as they only recognize the password, not the individual." Internally, Tang Songyuan scoffed, harboring a lack of fondness for UBS ever since the incident involving the confiscation of assets from wealthy nationals. Yet, for the sake of the transaction, he accepted the new account. Upon completion of the deal, including the 17,000 from a trading card, Tang Songyuan had amassed over 218,000. After deducting expenses, he netted more than 2 million, equating to over 15 million renminbi at current exchange rates. Earning tens of millions in a single day was something Tang Songyuan had never dared to dream of, yet he had achieved it. Tang Songyuan then mentioned to Franco that the Black and Fat brothers had invited him to attend the warehouse auction the following day. Franco pondered for a moment before remarking, "The area around Santa Monica Boulevard is home to many affluent individuals from Los Angeles, making the warehouse auction quite appealing. How about this? Tomorrow, I will have my staff manage the store for the morning, and I will personally drive you there." Tang Songyuan responded gleefully, "That sounds splendid." Upon returning to the hotel, Lu followed Tang Songyuan into his room. Once the door was closed, she said, "We agreed that this trip was solely for acquiring iron meteorites. Now that you have sufficient funds, why pursue this treasure hunt at the warehouse? Should I possess clairvoyance, I would inform you." Tang Songyuan silently scoffed at her remark, but replied, Lu, "While your argument holds some merit, can you guarantee that you will always profit?" "I can indeed, but I cannot divulge how." Tang Songyuan chuckled, conceding, "All right, I admit I have a weakness for such treasure hunting escapades. Yet, you cannot entirely blame me. One must attribute it to the evils of capitalism." Her statement bore a semblance of truth. Whether it be a suitcase blind box or a warehouse blind box, such a thrilling treasure hunting game is nearly non-existent in our country. The only comparable experience would be rock gambling, which inherently carries an air of mystery, coupled with intricate maneuvers and the temptations of wealth, making it a pursuit not suited for the faint-hearted. As the moment of revelation approached, a voice interrupted. "I heard that the treasure hunt competition is recorded in its entirety. Do you need to make a slight transformation?" Tang Songyuan, seated cross-legged on the bed, pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes, but I hope to appear even more dashing." The following morning, Franco Lee arrived at the hotel in a pickup truck to collect Tang Songyuan and Lu. Today, Lu had performed subtle adjustments to Tang Songyuan's facial features. His nose had been slightly elevated, and he wore light blue contact lenses that added a touch of color to his eyes. Of course, to the untrained eye, the differences would be nearly imperceptible. Once in the vehicle, Franco started the engine and remarked, "I have previously participated in similar warehouse auctions, and I must say, they're quite intriguing." "Is that so?" Tang Songyuan replied, seemingly delighted to find a common topic. "I heard that someone discovered a Picasso masterpiece in a warehouse. Is it true?" Franco affirmed, "Indeed, there have been instances of Picasso's works being found, and not just one, although they are not particularly famous pieces. Moreover, the individuals who found them are reluctant to part with them, opting instead to keep them in their personal collections. It is said that the artistic genius and renowned painter Picasso left behind 37,000 artworks throughout his lifetime. It is quite reasonable for such a vast number of pieces to circulate among various private collectors. However, it is rather unfortunate for them to end up in a warehouse, abandoned. Thankfully, treasure hunters can revive their appreciation. Collecting them diligently can indeed be considered a form of preservation." After half an hour of travel, the trio arrived at the venue for the day's warehouse auction. Already present were over 20 eclectic treasure hunters, including the Rotund brothers, Yu Jin and Kai Sijin. Tang Songyuan also spotted the small-mustached Mark, with whom he had clashed the previous day. To his surprise, Mark was not alone today. He was accompanied by a stunning blonde with captivating blue eyes and an alluring figure. Additionally, there was the slick-haired Billy and the elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Bai. As soon as they disembarked, the rotund brothers greeted Franco warmly, while Kaisijin winked at Tang Songyuan. Clearly, Franco was familiar to more than just the rotund brothers. Being a somewhat established antique dealer in Los Angeles, and having once been a treasure hunter himself, many attendees recognized him. Franco effortlessly engaged in pleasantries with the crowd, and Kaisijin leaned toward Tang Songyuan, whispering, "Hey buddy, your old rival Mark is here today as well." Through Lu Qingliu's translation, Tang Songyuan suspected that Kaisijin was attempting to incite him into confronting Mark, or perhaps merely viewing him as a pawn. He smiled slightly and replied in a calm tone, "Isn't he also a rival of yours?" Kaiskin chuckled lightly and remarked, "Naturally, our objective today is to target Mark. This fellow has recently acquired a new girlfriend, the one standing beside him, and he intends to flaunt his illustrious treasure-hunting achievements before her, eager to showcase how remarkable his skills are and how lucrative his endeavors can be." While the reasoning is sound, Tang Songyuan would never allow himself to be used as mere cannon fodder for the dark-skinned brother. His primary aim remains the pursuit of treasure and profit. Maintaining his composure, he smiled gently and replied, "I understand your intention. You two brothers must coordinate well when the time comes." After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the auction administrator finally arrived at the scene. There were two individuals. One was a bald Caucasian man wearing glasses, carrying a satchel, and holding a folder, with a nameplate reading Jamie affixed to his chest. The other appeared to be an assistant or perhaps a laborer, holding a large pair of pliers. It was evident that he was tasked with cutting off the locks before the auction commenced. The treasure hunters quickly gathered around, registering with the bald man. With the assistance of Lu Qingliu, Tang Songyuan completed his registration, only to discover that Franco was also in line. The slightly pudgy Franco explained, "You need not worry. I am merely here to soak in the atmosphere and will not compete with you." Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "No worries, Franco. I never fear competition, for I believe in the goddess of fortune." Once all registrations were completed, Jamie led the treasure hunters to the first warehouse. This was a row of warehouses with a spacious front yard and parking area, clearly designed to facilitate tenants in driving in and out to store their belongings. As the assistant cut through the lock with the pliers, the rolling shutter of the warehouse was pulled open, revealing its interior to the onlookers. Jamie called out to the treasure hunters, "You all have a total of 3 minutes to observe. When time is up, the auction will commence." Inside the first warehouse, the scene was chaotic, with furniture haphazardly strewn about and partially covered by tattered cloths. Yet, it was precisely these slightly antiquated pieces that caused the eyes of the treasure hunters to gleam with excitement. Mark, upon glimpsing a medieval-style chair, realized this warehouse was extraordinary. If the antique furniture within proved genuine, securing it all could effortlessly yield a profit of $10,000 to $20,000. In the corner stood a wall clock, only partially visible from the entrance, yet its exquisite adornments were evident. Such an antique clock could fetch at least $5,000 in the market. Whispers erupted among the crowd as they deliberated on whether to form alliances or pursue individual gain. Mark even produced a small telescope to meticulously examine the furniture from various angles. Tang Songyuan activated his discerning vision to appraise the items within the warehouse, and soon a smile crept onto his lips as clarity dawned upon him. As the 3 minutes elapsed, Jamie announced, for warehouse number 1, "The starting bid is $100. Bidding begins." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yuli Jean promptly offered $200, and Mark, unwilling to be outdone, raised the bid by another 100. Once again, the chaotic scene reminiscent of a bustling marketplace erupted, with voices rising in fervent competition as the bid soared past $1,000. Mark, visibly displeased with the hefty brother, felt particularly pressured as he had brought his date along. He could not afford to lose face. With a boastful flair, he declared $1,200. "I bid $1,200. Who else?" A brief silence enveloped the room, but a mere $1,200 seemed trivial. Tang Songyuan scoffed, then countered, $1,350. Having diligently practiced his numerical English with Lu Qingliu the previous night, he articulated his bid with newfound clarity. Gritting his teeth, he emphatically shouted to the host, $1,500. "This warehouse must be mine." Unexpectedly, as the first warehouse opened for bidding, the treasure seekers displayed their fervor. Mark, feeling targeted from multiple fronts and unwilling to appear weak before his date, impulsively raised his bid to a staggering $1,500. Tang Songyuan crossed his arms, scanning the first warehouse with a discerning eye. Finding no items of high value, He hesitated to continue bidding, wary of getting trapped. $1,500, going once. After Mark's assertive declaration, a moment of silence ensued before the host, Jamie, initiated the final call. $1,600. This bid came from Billy, known for his slick back hair and long-standing rivalry with Mark. Sensing Mark's determination to secure this warehouse, Billy decided to drive the price higher. Damn it! Mark cursed vehemently before countering. $1,800. Billy hesitated, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, evidently torn, yet eager to outmaneuver Mark. He eventually bid $2,000. To everyone's surprise, Mark refrained from escalating the bid further. With a resigned shrug, he remarked, "All right, if old Billy desires it so much, I shall concede." Earlier, while peering through a small telescope, Mark had discerned signs of corrosion on the old furniture, and the seemingly antique wall clock bore a fracture, revealing damaged internal components. A sense of foreboding washed over Billy as he registered this revelation. Jamie, noting the silence from other bidders, posed a question 3 times before declaring the rights to warehouse number 1 awarded to Billy for the next 24 hours, during which he could manage all items within. "Congratulations, Billy," Yuri exclaimed loudly, and others followed suit with their congratulations. Billy merely huffed, pulling down the roll-up door with a dismissive expression, asserting, "Now it is mine." The crowd responded with jeers, while Jamie collected the $2,000 from Billy and led everyone to the next expired warehouse. As the scissors snipped through the lock, and the assistant yanked up the roll-up door, the treasure seekers gasped in unison at the sight of the stacked items within, exclaiming in awe. The items in warehouse No. 2 remain in a state of disarray. At the entrance, several cardboard boxes are piled haphazardly, while inside, a few storage bins filled with miscellaneous items and several office chairs can be seen. Further in, a few wooden crates stand upright. The contents at the back are nearly obscured, most of them concealed behind the wooden boxes. From the exterior, the boxes and storage bins are tightly wrapped, rendering their contents nearly invisible. Additionally, there are various odds and ends, including bulging black plastic bags. Mark, peering through binoculars, strained to catch a glimpse inside. Through the gaps of the wooden crates, he clearly discerned a large safe within. He also noted that 2 cardboard boxes bore handwritten labels indicating fragile items. Yuli Jean, lowering his head, whispered to his brother, "Kess, I just inquired and discovered that this warehouse belongs to Adel. This fellow was apprehended 2 months ago for selling flour. I believe there must be valuable items within." Kess's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "That's fantastic, brother. Perhaps there are goods here that Adel never managed to dispose of. Even a kilogram could yield a fortune for us." Standing behind the hefty brothers, Tang Songyuan happened to overhear their conversation. He couldn't help but snicker, but refrained from making any comments. The two stood behind Mark, uncertain whether their dialogue was earnest or merely intended for Mark's ears. Having previously surveyed the warehouse through his X-ray vision, he noted that most of the cardboard boxes contained discarded trash and broken toys. The wooden boxes were filled with worn clothing and other debris, while the large black plastic bags held soiled sheets and pillowcases. In fact, in Europe and America, there are detailed waste classification laws, and disposing of trash can be quite costly. Many families in the West, in an effort to save on waste disposal fees, will rent a warehouse specifically for storing garbage, allowing the lease to lapse and leaving the burden on the warehouse company. Thus, over 90 of auctioned warehouses are valueless, often necessitating additional costs for waste removal. According to the agreement, treasure hunters who own a warehouse must completely empty its contents, including trash, and cannot simply take the valuable items while leaving the refuse behind, or they will be blacklisted by the warehouse company. As the observation period concluded, Jamie rallied the crowd once more. "All right, the auction for the second warehouse is now starting, with a minimum bid of 100. The hefty brother, Yuli Jean, was the first to bid. "I offer 200. The second bid surprisingly came from the attractive woman beside Mark, who offered 250. Clearly aware that he was being targeted today, Mark had the enticing lady place a bid on his behalf. However, due to the obscure nature of most items, the treasure hunters could not discern any value, resulting in limited participation in the auction. Yuli Jean appeared reluctant to concede. He raised his hand and shouted, "I bid 350. I offer 500. The alluring woman countered, bolstered by Mark's encouraging gaze, adding another 150. The bidding continued, with neither side yielding, and the price swiftly climbed to the significant sum of 950. The robust figure of the stout brother exuded an air of intimidation as Yuri proclaimed loudly, $1,000. "Beautiful lady, if you possess the prowess, feel free to continue bidding." The sum exceeding $1,000 equated to approximately 7,000 yuan in the domestic market. The sultry maiden appeared to waver, contemplating the absurdity of purchasing a 24-hour ownership of an expired warehouse for such a considerable amount. $1,100. Mark, having inadvertently overheard the stout brother's dialogue, was already privy to the whispers surrounding the warehouse, which belonged to the flour merchant Adel. He surmised that the warehouse harbored more than met the eye, undoubtedly holding lucrative prospects. Once again, the two parties were embroiled in a fierce contest, with Mark personally entering the fray, amplifying both the pace and increment of the bids. Within a minute, the price surged to the threshold of $2,000. $2,500. In an unprecedented move, Yuri raised his bid by $500. Without a moment's hesitation, Mark added another $2,600. At this juncture, the stout brothers revealed triumphant smiles, raising their hands in a gesture of concession. Ultimately, Mark secured warehouse number 2 for the lofty price of $2,600. Shortly thereafter, the third warehouse was unveiled, and Tang Songyuan once again activated his enhanced vision. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he discerned valuable treasures within the confines of the warehouse. Upon the opening of the warehouse, it became evident that its expansive interior was filled with an abundance of items, some stacked perilously close to the ceiling. Though the initial impression suggested a mere collection of clutter, to the seasoned treasure hunter Dong Hang, it was a continuous source of delight. At the entrance, an assortment of tables, chairs, and open boxes lay haphazardly strewn about, while deeper within, a wooden cabinet housed several antiquated household appliances, such as fans and lamps. At the farthest end, a massive bullhorn rested against the wall, alongside a surfboard that exuded a sense of nostalgia. Given the warehouse's generous dimensions, it was conceivable that even more valuable items lay hidden within. Regrettably, according to the rules of treasure hunting, seekers were only permitted to observe from the entrance, relying solely on their sight without peering inside, utilizing tools, or entering the premises. Even touching the items within was strictly prohibited. However, Tang Songyuan's enhanced vision allowed him to perceive much more. Within storage boxes, numerous star player cards awaited, with over 1,000 still in their original, unopened condition. Among cardboard boxes were various sneakers, primarily Nike and Adidas, some adorned with signatures. Notably, 2 pairs bore the autographs of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, suggesting that the warehouse's owner was likely a devoted fan of the Los Angeles Lakers. While Tang Songyuan was not an ardent supporter, he was nonetheless familiar with the illustrious names of the Black Mamba and the Big Shark. Behind the obstructing wooden cabinet, several large plastic bins could be found, each meticulously wrapped with toys, some even remaining unopened, with production dates traceable back to the 1980s. Yet, what truly captivated Tang Songyuan were the several paintings nestled in the left rear corner of the warehouse. A captivating artwork depicting a 3-eyed bovine creature alongside 7 or 8 distorted figures, while another portrays a woman with an aberrantly contorted visage and form. Though the Tang Song and Yuan dynasties lacked an understanding of painting and fine arts, it matters not, for the perspective offered a definitive appraisal. Both pieces are authentic works by Picasso. This Spanish artistic maestro was prolific throughout his lifetime, with a multitude of his creations dispersed throughout the world. However, Picasso's artworks indisputably hold the highest value in the realm of painting, alongside Van Gogh's masterpieces. One piece would be a significant acquisition for the Tang, Song, and Yuan, let alone 2 paintings from different periods of Picasso's oeuvre. Time is up. Jamie interrupted the audience's fervent examination of the warehouse, declaring with clarity, "The starting bid for the third warehouse is $200. Let the bidding commence." As his words faded, the elderly couple promptly escalated the price to $400. The stout brother swiftly followed with a bid of $500. A flurry of bids ensued, with participants firmly believing that this warehouse surely concealed valuable treasures. In no time, the price soared past $1,500, at which point the number of bidders began to dwindle. Remaining in the fray were the stout brother, the elderly couple, Billy, who had already acquired warehouse number 1, and the curious Mark. $1,800. The elderly man seemed determined to secure the win, confidently placing his bid. Billy scoffed, raising a finger. $1,820. $2,000. The elderly man countered effortlessly, unwilling to yield to Billy's provocation. $2,100. Mark made his intentions clear, though he wouldn't mind claiming the warehouse for $2,100 if others refrained from bidding. $2,500. The elderly man appeared ready to invest significantly. This price caused the stout brother, Billy, and Mark to hesitate, ultimately opting to withdraw. A triumphant smile spread across the elderly man's face. As expected, the warehouse was poised to be his. However, Tang Songyuan interjected. 600. Wow, the enigmatic young man from the east, exclaimed the stout brother, exhilarated. The elderly man's smile faltered, and he promptly increased his bid by 100. Tang Songyuan remained composed, countering with a bid of 800. The two Picasso paintings undoubtedly held substantial value. Even if he had to invest 10,000 to secure the warehouse, Tang Songyuan would not mind. 3,000. The elderly man exchanged a glance with his wife, inhaled deeply, and stated his bid with gravity. 100. Tang Songyuan incremented his offer minimally, yet it applied significant pressure on the elderly couple. This handsome Chinese man exuded an air of unflappable confidence. 300. Sweat began to bead on the elderly man's forehead, and this figure evidently weighed heavily upon him. 400. Tang Songyuan called out, maintaining his calm demeanor. Phew. The elderly man exhaled, shaking his head at his wife, ultimately choosing to forfeit. After 3 rounds of bidding, Jamie announced that the warehouse belonged to Tang Songyuan. With a subtle smile. Tang Songyuan glanced at the silent Lu Qinglu beside him before approaching Jamie to settle the payment. He then emulated Mark and the others, publicly shutting the rolling gate. Once the auction of the warehouses concluded, he would return to commence the treasure hunt. The value of 3,005 was undeniably exceptional. Franco, who had yet to participate in the bidding today, leaned over and whispered to Tang Songyuan. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly and replied, "Great minds think alike. I see that they're all interested, and I am no exception." As the door to the 4th warehouse swung open, a foul odor wafted out. Once all the doors were opened, the crowd recoiled in unison, eager to distance themselves from the stench. The warehouse was crammed with various refuse, clearly a dumping ground for others, holding no value in the eyes of treasure seekers. Indeed, not even the starting bid of $50 garnered any attention, prompting Jamie to lead his team to the next warehouse. However, the subsequent 3 warehouses proved no different, all serving as mere disposal points for trash. The 8th warehouse fared slightly better, purchased by the Black brothers for $400. The 9th contained assorted items of indeterminate value, acquired by the elderly couple for $550. As for the 10th, today's final overdue warehouse, Jamie had no intention of opening the door. Standing at the entrance, he addressed the throng of treasure seekers with a smile. According to tradition, we do not open the last warehouse. Perhaps it is filled with mountains of garbage, but could also hold treasures of considerable worth. It all depends on your luck. The starting bid is $100. Let the bidding commence. This time, Tang Songyuan was the first to bid, confidently announcing his offer, $150. The final warehouse was particularly intriguing. Before the door even opened, Tang Songyuan peered inside through his enhanced vision. Outside lay a neatly arranged stack of wooden boxes, within which were various firearms. These weapons were well preserved, still coated with gun oil, and upon rough estimation, there were 8 guns of varying lengths. Additionally, there were corresponding bullets, approximately 500 rounds of different calibers, all sealed with oil paper. Inside, various tools were present, with some still in their original packaging. What astonished Tang Songyuan most were the 5 large barrels, tightly wrapped in deep blue oilcloth. Inside the cloth lay neatly stacked $100 bills, amounting to an estimated $5 million in cash. Could this truly be the warehouse of some flower merchant? Tang Songyuan pondered as the crowd began to place modest bids, incrementing in small amounts of $5 or $10, treating it as if they were opening a mystery box. If they stumbled upon something valuable amidst the refuse, they might just strike it rich. Let us take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. $250, $260, $270. Many treasure hunters left empty-handed today. This final warehouse blind box was evidently their last glimmer of hope. At this moment, the crowd was fervently placing bids, and the price began to soar. Soon, it reached the significant milestone of $500. Yet, $500 was essentially the limit for most treasure seekers. Despite many walking away with nothing, the probability of unearthing a room full of refuse in such warehouse treasure hunts was indeed quite high. Should one stumble upon mere rubbish, not only would they incur a total loss, but they would also have to bear the expense of disposing of the trash. Tang Songyuan remained composed and confidently bid $505 with a sense of assurance. He did not anticipate another voice rising above the din. $550. This bidder seemed to have discerned Tang Songyuan's interest in the warehouse and had deliberately come to inflate the price. However, Tang Songyuan was not in the least perturbed. Instead, he smiled and countered with $600. That very smile made Mark's heart skip a beat. He suspected that a scheme was afoot, and after a moment of hesitation, he begrudgingly withdrew. At least he had succeeded in annoying Tang Songyuan, fulfilling his petty ambition, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. With Mark, the last of the disruptors, defeated, no one else dared to challenge Tang Songyuan, and ultimately, Jamie reluctantly announced that the dominion over this warehouse for the next 24 hours belonged to Tang Songyuan. Next came the moment of unboxing for the crowd. Old Billy, in less than cheerful spirits, opened warehouse number 1. He had not intended to bid on this warehouse, but had been ensnared by Mark's machinations, ultimately finding himself trapped at the last moment. As he unveiled the tattered cloths covering the antique furniture, his heart sank upon revealing their true forms. A wobbly chair, a torn sofa, and the only intact table was hardly a genuine medieval dining table. One could easily deduce that with the history of the Western world spanning merely 200 years, it was improbable to encounter authentic medieval furnishings. These were but replicas of medieval style, constructed from rather ordinary materials. Quite impressive. These pieces must be worth a fortune. Mark, who had bid on warehouse number 2, was in no hurry to unveil his own treasures and took the opportunity to mock Billy. Laughing heartily, Mark continued his taunts. Truly remarkable, old Billy. Oh, look over there, a wall clock. It might be an antique worth thousands. Billy spotted the damaged wall clock and felt an overwhelming urge to punch Mark in the face. Even the fiery woman beside Mark could not tolerate his antics and tugged at him, urging him to check his own warehouse first. At that moment, Billy's gaze brightened as if he had spotted something of value. He shifted aside some of the obstructive, dilapidated furniture and, on the far left side of the warehouse, discovered a battered cardboard box. The bottom of the box was slightly torn, revealing a brownish-black stool leg. Billy quickly tore open the box and retrieved a small, albeit intact, stool. Though diminutive, it appeared quite exquisite. Billy, lifting a stool, chuckled at Mark, exclaiming, "Fool, have you ever seen this?" Mark appeared utterly bewildered, while Billy rummaged through a corner and unearthed a larger cardboard box. "I knew it. This must be a complete set," he exclaimed with excitement. Mark scoffed. "Stop pretending. Old Billy, what kind of worthless junk do you consider treasure?" With a smirk, Billy proceeded to open the second box, revealing a meticulously crafted miniature wooden piano, significantly reduced in size. Together with the small stool, both pieces exuded an exquisite charm, resembling delightful children's toys. "Do you know I run an antique shop?" Billy boasted. "Even the material must be Honduran rosewood. Though this is merely a model, it could easily fetch $10,000. If this piano is a limited edition, the price will soar. I bought it for $2,500. I could at least pocket $7,500. Billy's laughter echoed with joy, contrasting sharply with Mark's grim expression. He harbored no doubts about Billy's honesty, an experienced treasure hunter and an adept antiquities dealer. Moreover, he could find no flaws in Billy's assertions. Even Tang Songyuan had overlooked it. When he previously examined it, he merely saw the model and mistook it for a child's toy, thus missing out on this intriguing antique replica. Had it been a genuine piano, he might have taken a closer look and searched online for its value. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan opted not to delve into the warehouse immediately. He had commissioned Franco to procure a truck, intending to pack away everything from the 2 warehouses and transport it to a safe location for a gradual unpacking. The mere presence of cash was enticing enough, not to mention the 2 authentic Picasso pieces. As the trio waited, the Black and Chubby brothers hurried over to Franco, brimming with excitement. "Hey, dear Franco, could you help us appraise these 2 treasures?" Chapter 71. Modesty is Key. Yuli Jean presented 2 items, a pocket watch and what appeared to be a flat flask. Franco examined them carefully and remarked, "This pocket watch likely dates back to World War II, though it is not in great condition. It might be worth $20. This flask, also of World War II design, is approximately $50. Disappointment washed over the Black and Chubby brothers, as Yuli Jean lamented, "Oh, what a day of misfortune. I had hoped the warehouse would yield something valuable, but the outcome is so disheartening." He then turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "Hey brother, aren't you going to open the warehouse to search for treasures? Do you need our assistance?" Through the translation by Lu Qinglu, Tang Songyuan smiled gently and politely declined. Yuli Jean sighed, "What a pity. Franco, my good friend, could you come over and assist us? We truly cannot seem to find anything of value." Franco cast a glance at Tang Songyuan, who gestured for him to proceed, prompting a resigned sigh from him as he followed the burly brothers. Meanwhile, Mark had opened the warehouse he had captured on camera. He first discarded the broken chairs with missing limbs that cluttered the entrance, then inspected a sturdy table. This table was mostly intact and might fetch around $40 to $50 in the secondhand market. He directed this remark towards the fiery maiden. Yet her expression bore no trace of delight. Instead, she remarked with a hint of melancholy, "Mark, do you not think the heap of junk at home is sufficient?" Mark dismissed her comment, asserting, "Those are not merely rubbish. They represent the transformation of old items into treasures. Eventually, they will realize their worth." At that moment, Mark had already opened several cardboard boxes, unearthing a collection of damaged toys, and even after rummaging to the bottom, he found nothing of value. Frustration welled within him as he continued his search through the warehouse. He meticulously sifted through wooden crates, cardboard boxes, storage bins, and even several large black plastic bags. The contents were either worthless trinkets or outright refuse. Upon opening the oversized black bags, the sight of soiled bed linens nauseated the fiery maiden, leaving her momentarily repulsed. The filth and stench were unbearable. She could scarcely fathom how anyone could allow their bedding to reach such a state. "I have had enough." The once eager helper had completely lost her patience, abandoning her task and striding towards the exit. Mark paid her no mind, his focus now fixated on the safe located at the back. This was his last glimmer of hope, and he was resolutely convinced that within this safe lay some valuable treasure, perhaps even cash waiting to be uncovered. He attempted to shift it, only to discover it was exceedingly heavy, weighing an estimated 60 to 70 kilograms. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He believed he had found a gem. The most valuable item in the warehouse resided within this safe. Regrettably, the maiden had departed, leaving him with no one to share the good news. Summoning his strength, he managed to extract the safe, then retrieved a crowbar and other tools, preparing to force it open. After nearly an hour of effort, alternating between manual and electric tools, the massive safe was finally pried open. With a mix of trepidation and exhilaration, Mark swung the door open, only to be met with emptiness. The weight of the safe was due to the iron casing wrapped around it, which was filled with solid concrete. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Mark delivered a kick to the safe, only to lose his footing and tumble into the pile of debris. To make matters worse, he landed on a protruding nail from the wooden crate he had disassembled. The nail pierced his backside, causing blood to flow freely and pain to erupt, eliciting cries of agony. His screams drew the attention of Billy, who was nearby. Old Billy, upon witnessing Mark's unfortunate plight, could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, God bless, Mark. Were you not quite the braggart? How the tables have turned." On the other side, the truck summoned by Franco had arrived, and several workers disembarked to assist in loading the contents of Tang Songyuan's 2 warehouses. Throughout the entire process, Tang Songyuan kept a vigilant eye, especially on the large barrels, ensuring that the workers did not unwrap the oilcloth covering them. As for the 2 authentic Picasso paintings, he personally collected them, placing them into a large cloth bag for transport. An hour later, Franco escorted the 2 to a house on the outskirts, nestled by mountains and water. This was originally Franco's personal retreat, spacious and discreet. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Franco, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Songyuan, I fail to comprehend why you insisted on a private location for the unboxing." Tang Songyuan, observing the workers carefully unloading the cargo, explained, "Perhaps I simply prefer to maintain a low profile." He handed the bag he had been holding to Franco, stating, "Please take a look at this." Franco, with a look of skepticism, extracted a frame from within, and upon his first glance, his composure faltered. "This is an authentic Picasso. My heavens, this is indeed an original. And there are 2. Tang Songyuan shrugged and replied, "This is precisely why I advocate for discretion." Lu Qinglu, curious, leaned in for a glimpse and remarked, "What a chaotic painting. It features a bull-headed figure with 3 eyes. Franco, placing a hand on his chest to steady his racing heart, could not contain his excitement and fervently whispered, "This is Picasso, the most representative artist of 20th century modern art. Each of his works possesses immense artistic value and cultural significance." Lu Qinglu pursed her lips and replied, "I apologize, but I truly cannot appreciate it." In a short while, the workers finished unloading the cargo. Tang Songyuan settled their wages and the driver's transportation fee, and once they had departed, he began to inventory the items alongside Franco. They started with the contents of warehouse number 3. There were approximately 100 pairs of brand new sneakers. Franco estimated that each pair was worth around $50, meaning the total value of the sneakers alone exceeded $5,000. If signed, their value could easily multiply tenfold, and the pair autographed by both Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal was estimated to be worth at least $8,000, if not more. After all, the Black Mamba's signature had become a rarity. In addition to the sneakers, there were thousands of trading cards of various basketball stars in storage boxes. These cards came in different types and series, some of which were autographed, while others were limited editions. Franco made a rough estimate, valuing the cards at a total of $30,000, a sum Tang Songyuan accepted without dispute. Wow, there's some classic toys here, Franco exclaimed as he opened the next storage box. Tang Songyuan was equally astonished, pondering how such outdated toys could hold value. The enormous storage box contained an array of approximately 40 to 50 toys, and there were 4 such boxes in total. There are model airplanes, tank models, toy trains, and so forth. Although these toys are somewhat antiquated, they are remarkably well preserved, with little damage to speak of. Furthermore, the bottom of the box contains several unopened toys, all in pristine condition. Franco's eyes glistened with excitement as he said, "You may not realize that certain sports cards and original toys in the West can be quite valuable." He picked up an unopened toy box and continued, "This is from the Wizard of Oz series, which is nearly out of print now. It should fetch $200 to $300 without a doubt. And this one is from Titan, this one is Green Lantern, and this one, of course, is Thor in the Mask." Franco elaborated for Tang Songyuan, who felt as though he was witnessing a whole new world. It is not surprising that he is somewhat naive. He had little exposure to such toys during his childhood, having played with very few, and those he did have were mostly homemade. After a rough calculation, he realized that the toys extracted from warehouse number 3 were worth at least $50,000. As for the 2 authentic Picasso artworks, Franco hesitated to provide an estimate, suggesting instead that Tang Songyuan send them to auction, as only an auction could maximize their value. Next came the items from warehouse number 10. Upon opening the wooden crate, Franco couldn't help but be startled. While firearms are generally legal in most areas of the West, the sudden appearance of a gun from the box quickened his heartbeat. Having once been an informant for Lu Qinglu, he was particularly sensitive to firearms. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "How could this possibly be here?" Tang Songyuan pointed to another box of similar style and replied, "How should I know? I only just arrived in the West yesterday." Their commotion drew Lu Qinglu over, who frowned slightly and said, "This warehouse can't possibly belong to some criminal organization, can it?" "Not just possibly. It certainly is," Franco declared, hastily opening the remaining boxes, revealing 8 firearms of varying lengths, all neatly arranged together, accompanied by unopened ammunition. He murmured, "This firepower is enough for a small-scale shootout." Lu Qinglu picked up a rifle, toyed with it briefly, and then aimed it at several large barrels, saying, "Now I'm quite curious about what's inside those barrels. It wouldn't happen to be flour, would it?" Franco's body tensed at the thought of such a large quantity of flour. He could hardly bear to imagine that scenario. The 3 gathered around as Tang Songyuan personally unwrapped the tightly sealed oilcloth. As he lifted a corner and saw a vibrant green color, Franco let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's not flour. However, when Tang Songyuan fully unveiled the contents of the barrel, he was struck with a sense of dread even greater than that of flour. The barrel was packed to the brim with stacks of cash, all neatly arranged. Franco's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared blankly at Tang Songyuan. Surely, the other barrels must also contain cash, right? Tang Songyuan approached the storage unit and opened it, revealing it to be brimming with stacks of cash. "Damn it, close it quickly," Franco exclaimed, his impatience evident. What a hassle at that moment. Lu Qinglu remarked, "This morning I inadvertently overheard the Black Fat brothers mentioning a flour merchant named Adel, whose warehouse is just over there. However, it seems he's been apprehended." Franco's gaze sharpened, muttering to himself, Adel, he then stood firm and said, "Wait here a moment. I shall inquire further." With that, he moved under a tree and began making a phone call. Lu Qinglu raised an eyebrow and settled onto a nearby stool. She observed Tang Songyuan for a while, her calm demeanor making him feel somewhat uneasy. "It seems you know there are valuable items here. How could that be?" Tang Songyuan immediately denied. "It's merely coincidence. We arrived in Los Angeles together 2 days ago, and you've been with me the entire time. If I hadn't come, would someone else not have auctioned it off?" Lu Qinglu found some truth in his words, yet not entirely. "So, your luck is rather excessive. You won the lottery back home and now in the West have stumbled upon a warehouse filled with cash and that famous Picasso painting." Tang Songyuan scratched his head, saying, "That hardly qualifies as a famous painting. I just made a call to subtly inquire. Indeed, a major drug lord has recently been captured. Yet, I cannot be certain that these items belong to him," he continued. Lu Qinglu rose and stated, "Better to believe in its existence than to doubt it. Songyuan, we must leave the West immediately." Tang Songyuan ziplit an sioli. "What about all these items?" With so much cash and supplies, I cannot take it all with me. Lu Qinglu reassured him, you need not worry about that. Franco is an expert in such matters and trustworthy. He can assist you in handling it. Franco nodded, saying, indeed, you need not fret about the cash. Once I finish counting, I will transfer it to your UBS account. However, as per usual practice, there may be a fee of 5 to 10%. Tang Songyuan understood the need for the fee. Given his sensitive identity, carrying such a large sum of cash would hinder his ability to leave. He promptly expressed, that poses no issue. I appreciate your help. Franco smiled, replying, it's all part of the job. I will also tally the value of the remaining items and send everything to you, while Miss Lu will pass along the inventory list. Tang Songyuan nodded. All right, no problem. I also entrust you with the auction of the painting, Franco. Chapter 73, The Exchange of Meteorites. Initially, he had entertained thoughts of participating in the suitcase treasure hunt and was keenly focused on the container treasure hunt. These treasure-seeking activities were profitable, but Tang Songyuan also found them quite enjoyable. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen changes. The warehouse revealed today was far too sensitive, containing not only firearms but also a substantial amount of cash, which could inadvertently provoke further complications. Given that he and Lu Qinglu are currently using fake passports to enter the country illegally, it is indeed prudent for them to exercise greater caution. The three of them hurriedly loaded valuable items onto the pickup truck, while the less valuable belongings were temporarily stored inside the house. They sped off towards Franco's antique shop. On the road, Franco, while driving, remarked, Songyuan, do not hold it against us for being so cautious. In our line of work, it is imperative to be vigilant, if not more so. Tang Songyuan nodded in understanding, responding, I do not blame you. In fact, my primary purpose for this trip to the west is to trade for the iron meteorite with you. Everything else is merely a diversion. As long as I can earn some money and derive a modicum of joy from it, I shall be quite content. Franco chuckled lightly and said, I merely worry that you might leave with regrets, especially since you signed up for the suitcase treasure hunt competition, which is set to commence in 2 days. Tang Songyuan laughed heartily, declaring, what is there to be concerned about? I have already gained plenty from this trip. Conversely, I find myself more anxious about whether your safety might be at risk due to our departure. Ha! Franco laughed heartily, you need not fret. I have my own means of survival. Tang Songyuan fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. Upon returning to the shop, they resumed their tasks, diligently moving everything inside. Franco dismissed the employees and then presented the iron meteorite, known as Cupid's Heart, to Tang Songyuan, concluding their final transaction within the store. Though there was an air of tension and urgency, they managed to navigate the situation without incident. The iron meteorite in Tang Songyuan's possession was not a forbidden item. Thus, he passed through security checks without any unforeseen complications. As the plane took off, Tang Songyuan gazed out the window at Los Angeles International Airport and the bustling Long Beach port, pondering that this trip had not been fully satisfying, vowing to return. Not only would he return, but he would do so in a grand manner, confidently earning his keep. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Qinglu bid him farewell. With the backpack containing the meteorite slung over his shoulder, Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lu Qinglu, somewhat irritated, stated it must be in an urgent situation, possibly involving national security. I will provide you with a contact number. Reach out to me if you need anything. Tang Songyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, all right. After hanging up, he found himself bemused, contemplating whether she was genuinely unwell or perhaps concocting some grand scheme for him. He promptly hailed a taxi, negotiating the route and fare with the driver, and set off towards the Huashi Sword Cottage, where Huang Xingde resided. As he sat in the car, Tang Songyuan reflected on the necessity of obtaining a driver's license soon. It had been nearly a month since he had postponed it, still stuck on the first exam. The sword cottage of Huang Xingde remained unchanged, nestled among the mountains, surrounded by lush trees. Pebbled paths within the cottage were occasionally adorned with fallen leaves, creating a unique ambience. After disembarking, Tang Songyuan relayed a brief instruction to the driver and then, with his backpack in tow, stepped into the sword cottage. Along the cobblestone path, Tang Songyuan once again beheld the house built of blue bricks, yet the figure of Huang Xingde was nowhere to be seen. Master Huang, Tang Songyuan called out loudly. Moments later, Huang Xingde appeared at the doorway, dressed in coarse blue garments. A fleeting look of confusion crossed his face as he exclaimed, It's you. Indeed. It is I, Master Huang. I have brought the 4 kilograms of iron meteorite you requested, Tang Songyuan replied. Have you truly found it? Huang Xingde asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Could it be that within less than 20 days, Tang Songyuan had accomplished the task? Nevertheless, He accepted the hefty piece of iron meteorite from Tang Songyuan's hands. After a meticulous examination, a satisfied smile graced his features as he nodded. It is indeed an iron meteorite. Please wait a moment while I retrieve the meteorite I have. He placed the meteorite on the ground and hurriedly entered the house. Within 2 minutes, Huang Xingde returned, cradling another iron meteorite. Tang Songyuan activated his perspective vision to confirm that it was indeed the celestial meteorite containing the mysterious orb. His face lit up with joy as he said, "Master Huang, I have fulfilled your request. The 4 kilograms of iron meteorite is more than sufficient. Let us complete the transaction." Yet, Huang Xingde hesitated for a moment, saying, "Please hold on." In this critical moment, Huang Xingde's indecision irked Tang Songyuan, who wondered if some unforeseen complication had arisen. Noticing Tang Songyuan's displeasure, Huang Xingde hastily clarified, "Oh, I do not mean to retract my promise. What I meant was that my meteorite weighs just over 1 kilogram, while yours exceeds 4 kilograms. I cannot allow an honest person to suffer a loss." Tang Songyuan understood at once and chuckled. "This is entirely my own choice, Master Huang. There is no need for you to feel any discomfort." Huang Xingde shook his head and then rose to go back inside. When he returned, he held a beautifully sheathed sword in both hands. "Let us do this. This is a high-quality sword I forged last year, which I have been reluctant to sell. Today, I shall gift it to you as compensation for the excess weight of the meteorite." Seeing Tang Songyuan still hesitating, he frowned and said, "What is this? Do you not appreciate the sword crafted by this old man?" Tang Songyuan quickly responded, No. Master Huang, you misunderstand. Your skills are exceptional, and your character is admirable. I am in awe, not dismissive." As he spoke, he extended his hands to accept the sword from Huang Xingde, adding, "I must express my gratitude to you, Master Huang. I shall certainly visit more often when time permits." With the transaction complete, Tang Songyuan bid farewell, carrying both the meteorite and the sword. After enduring so many twists and turns, he had finally acquired the celestial meteorite. However, he did not intend to open it immediately. Who knew what extraordinary phenomena might occur upon its unveiling? 2 hours later, Tang Songyuan arrived at Hongqiao Airport to greet Nicc, who had just flown in. As soon as she spotted him, she rushed over with enthusiasm, enveloping him in a fragrant embrace, catching him completely off guard. "Oh, dear Junior, your heartlessness is truly remarkable. You've left your senior sister to frolic alone for such an extended period. To be honest, have you thought of her at all? What whims is this girl indulging in again?" Tang Songyuan couldn't recall ever being so intimately close to her. He shrank down, freeing himself from Nicc's embrace, and remarked, "Sister, please, there's so many people here." Nicc raised an eyebrow lightly and replied, "What is there to fear? We haven't engaged in any scandalous behavior. Come, let your sister have a look. Oh dear, our little Yuan has grown so thin lately. I'm curious to see what your hometown is like." That infuriatingly sweet voice made Tang Songyuan weak in the knees. All right, let us go now." He conceded, preparing to purchase tickets to Blue City. Nicc followed closely behind, saying, "Ah, Junior, aren't you supposed to go exchange for that iron meteorite? Aren't you going now?" By 8 in the evening, Tang Songyuan and Nicc arrived in Blue City. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and Nicc's suitcase in tow, she affectionately linked her arm with his, exclaiming, "Wow, is this Blue City? It feels quite nice." Tang Songyuan found himself with 3 black lines across his forehead and replied, "Sister, can we speak properly?" Nicc feigned surprise, then straightened her face, adopting a haughty tone. "So you're playing a role, are you?" Tang Songyuan chose to ignore her. Ever since they left Relics, she had been acting quite eccentric. The more attention he paid her, the more spirited she became. However, he harbored no ill intentions. Upon opening the door to his home, he discovered his younger sister, Wei Qing, diligently working on her homework under the light. Hearing the door creak open, she was taken aback at first. But once she recognized Tang Songyuan's face, her expression shifted to one of joy as she shouted, "Brother." She then sprang up and dashed towards him, ready to leap into his embrace. However, upon noticing Nicc trailing behind him, her momentum suddenly halted. Tang Songyuan brought the luggage inside and affectionately ruffled Wei Qing's hair, introducing, "This is my senior sister, Nicc. You can call her sister too." "Sister, this is my younger sister Wei Qing, my only family in this world." Nicc, ever friendly, entered with a gentle smile and took Wei Qing's hand, saying softly, "So, you are Wei Qing, the little sister. I've often heard Xiao Yuan mention you." Since it was their first meeting, Nicc hadn't prepared any gifts. But she continued, This bracelet has been with me for over 10 years. I'll give it to you today." With that, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and gracefully placed it onto Wei Qing's hand. Tang Songyuan's eyes widened. That icy green bracelet was worth at least $1 million. Wei Qing was taken aback by this gesture, hastily taking it off and preparing to return it to Nicc, saying, "Sister, this is too precious." Tang Songyuan added, "She isn't even of age yet and is still in school. Wearing such an expensive bracelet isn't very appropriate. Moreover, it is not necessary to wear it every day. It can simply be put away for future use. You are well aware that we have plenty of such items at home, many even superior to this one." She then glanced around the room and inquired, "Which room will I be sleeping in?" Without further pretense, Tang Songyuan led Nicc into his own room, saying, "The old house is a bit cramped, so tonight, it will be my pleasure for you to rest in my room while I take the couch in the living room. Alternatively, if you prefer, I can find a hotel for you." Nicc surveyed Tang Songyuan's room, modest in size, yet reasonably tidy. A teasing smile crept onto her face as she regarded him, asking, "Have you engaged in any clandestine activities in this room, junior brother?" A light sheen of sweat appeared on Tang Songyuan's forehead as he glanced at Wei Qing and replied, "My sister is here. Please refrain from making inappropriate comments." Nicc raised an eyebrow before taking Wei Qing's hand, saying, "Sister, may I share the bed with you tonight?" Wei Qing, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. Nicc then displayed a triumphant smile, saying, "I heard you were about to take your college entrance examination in a few days. I didn't quite finish my airplane meal earlier. How about I treat you to some barbecue?" She then donned a worried expression, adding, "I wonder if the barbecue in Blue City is any good." Chapter 75, Arrival of Funds. Eating barbecue is not a significant matter. Yet considering Wei Qing's imminent examination in 2 days, Tang Songyuan declined, saying, "It takes several hours to go back and forth, and Qing needs to adjust her schedule. It would not be wise to stay up late. Besides, you're also accustomed to an early bedtime, are you not? Let us wait until after Qing's exams." After a moment's thought, Nicc acquiesced, turning to Wei Qing and saying, "All right then, I must admit I'm a bit tired after flying thousands of kilometers. Shall we go freshen up?" Wei Qing nodded in agreement and led Nicc to the restroom. At that moment, Tang Songyuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Lu Qinglu. He answered promptly, and a flat, emotionless voice came through the receiver. "Hello?" Tang Songyuan replied. "It's me, what is up?" Lu Qinglu continued, "Franco has completed the inventory of your warehouse items, and the payment has been processed. Shall I send you the list now?" Surprised by Franco's swift actions, Tang Songyuan felt a surge of joy and responded, "That would be great, thank you." Shortly after hanging up, Lu Qinglu sent over a detailed list. Tang Songyuan opened it to find Franco had meticulously itemized the quantities and purchase prices in Chinese. 103 pairs of branded sneakers were listed at $50 each, although the market price would be over $100. The buyer must also account for selling costs, store expenses, and delivery pressures, not to mention the need for profit, which Tang Songyuan understood. 6 pairs of signed sneakers were priced at $800 each, while the signed shoes by Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal fetched a high price of $12,000. The sneakers within warehouse number 1 alone amount to approximately $22,000. The various star cards accumulate to $30,000, and the collection of classic toys, figurines, and other assorted items totals over $50,000. This does not even account for the 2 authentic Picasso paintings set for auction. Moving on to warehouse number 10, firearms and ammunition, along with other valuable tools, together are estimated at $30,000. Then there is the substantial amount of cash. Franco meticulously counted the cash within the 5 large barrels, totaling over $7 million. Even after deducting a 5% handling fee, there remains approximately $6 million, nearing $7 million. Tang Songyuan was overwhelmed with joy. This trip to Spain proved to be immensely fruitful, and he resolved to return whenever the opportunity arose. He then checked the balance of his UBS account on his mobile device, and upon seeing the figure, his spirits soared to new heights. 763728881, denominated in dollars. This amount is after deducting over $1 million spent on acquiring the iron meteorite. Otherwise, just from the 3-day journey in Spain, the income would have approached $10 million. He pondered what price the 2 Picasso paintings might fetch. With that thought, he retrieved the meteorite from his backpack, examined it closely, and placed it beneath his bed alongside the sword gifted by Huang Xingda. He also transferred all the funds from his UBS account to his domestic bank card. According to the current exchange rate, over $7 million should convert to over 50 million renminbi. He even called Lu Qinglu to offer her a share. only to be met with a firm refusal. The following morning, breakfast was prepared by an ICC. By the time Tang Songyuan rose, a pot of creamy rice porridge and a perfectly pan-fried egg awaited him. He also noticed a change. After just one night, an ICC and Wei Qing had grown noticeably closer, with Wei Qing helping her while she cooked. Their quiet conversations were often punctuated by Wei Qing's delightful laughter. "What are you two chatting about?" Tang Songyuan inquired with curiosity. The rice porridge was rich and thick, and although it was made from ordinary rice, he could still savor a subtle fragrance. The egg was fried to perfection, and he bit into it to find a runny yolk. "Brother, senior sister and I said that after I finish my college entrance exams, you'll take me to Rueli. Is that true?" Wei Qing asked happily while enjoying her breakfast. Tang Songyuan nodded, saying, "Indeed, I've rented a place there. Once you finish your exams, I'll take you over." "That's wonderful," Wei Qing exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as she waved her arms. "Honestly, I've never left Blue City in my entire life." Tang Songyuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Silly girl. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'm capable now. You can go wherever you desire." Suddenly, an ICC interjected, "What about me? Can I also go wherever I want?" Considering her early rise to prepare breakfast, he quickly replied, "Senior sister can also go wherever she wishes." An ICC's expression turned serious as she earnestly stated, "Then I want to go to the sky." Tang Songyuan was momentarily choked by a mouthful of porridge. Taking some time to regain his composure, rubbing his sore chest, he said, "Well, I wish you success soon." After having breakfast, Wei Qing hurried off to school. Although classes had ceased prior to the college entrance examination, the atmosphere at the school was more conducive to study, and any questions could be directed to the teachers at any time. Tang Songyuan spent 2 hours resolving issues related to the transfer of funds from his UBS account. He then prepared to purchase a cutting machine to slice open a meteorite at home, hoping to extract the small spheres within. However, he encountered another dilemma. An ICC remained an unavoidable obstacle. It would be impractical to say to her, "Could you step out for a moment? I need to level up." "Junior brother, what do you want to eat for lunch?" An ICC's sweet voice called out, breaking his reverie. Noticing the lack of ingredients at home, Tang Songyuan replied, "Wait a moment, I'll go buy some groceries." "Are you going to the market?" An ICC tilted her head and responded, "That's my forte. Just wait for me. I'll change into an outfit." She then emerged wearing a stunning yellow long dress, reminiscent of the popular attire scene on Douyin. The ethereal fabric draped perfectly around her alluring figure, accentuating her attributes, while the high slit occasionally revealed a glimpse of her fair thigh, stirring the imagination. Tang Songyuan felt a shiver run down his spine and inquired, "Is this what you're wearing to the market?" An ICC seemed oblivious to his concern and replied, "Is it illegal to wear this to the market?" Chapter 76, Preparations for the Public Auction. 3 days passed swiftly. Wei Qing successfully completed her college entrance examination. Like many parents, Tang Songyuan waited at the school gate, where an ICC held a beautifully arranged bouquet of baby-esque breath. As students emerged from the examination hall, Tang Songyuan felt a stillness akin to that of a doting father. While he may not have achieved great wealth, he had a bank balance exceeding 90 million. Nearing a modest goal, he could provide a better life for his sister, which alleviated any worries he had about Wei Qing's examination results. Naturally, a spot in a prestigious school would be the icing on the cake. "Brother," Wei Qing spotted them from a distance and rushed over, laughing, "Ha! From today onwards, I am finally liberated." An ICC smiled gently, presenting her with the bouquet, and said, "Indeed, congratulations, sister." Overjoyed, Wei Qing embraced the bouquet and linked arms with both Tang Songyuan and NICC, exclaiming, "Let us go. Let us go. Today I want to eat well, drink well, and have fun." Tang Songyuan chuckled. "It's only 3 years. 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school equals 12. Just then, an I de home was at home, seated in the tea room, lost in thought as he watched the steam rising from the kettle. Tang Songyuan immediately bowed and greeted, "Master." NICC sweetly chimed in, "Grandfather." She rushed over, linking her arm with his, and smiled, "Grandfather, it's been so long since we last met. Did you miss me?" And I de home remarked, "I don't miss you at all. In fact, I find great joy in the absence of your incessant chatter." "You are deceiving yourself." NICC plafeliditortith. "It is evident that you do miss me." With that, she turned and dashed away. Tang Songyuan then unveiled the exquisite sword gifted by Huang Xingde, commenting, "I have observed this blade before. Huang Dexing's craftsmanship is indeed remarkable." And I Daihong received it with calmness, drawing the sword to inspect its quality, and lightly flicked the blade with his finger, producing a sound akin to a low chime. "Indeed, it is a fine sword. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Tang Songyuan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. His recent trip to the Magic City had involved attending the auction for a gold nugget, where he realized a profit of nearly 40 million. He had also explored blind boxes from a luggage shipment and a warehouse, and had it not been for unforeseen circumstances and cautious considerations, he might have even ventured into container blind boxes. However, aside from the gold nugget, the details of his endeavors were not to be disclosed. Actually, my previous visit to the Magic City was to consign a gold nugget. This trip was for its auction, Tang Songyuan explained after a brief contemplation, sharing the story of how he had discovered the nugget and brought it to auction. Once he concluded, and Dahong nodded. A gold nugget is indeed a valuable treasure, and it falls under the category of finders keepers. If you had discovered gold bars, coins, or processed gold, those would need to be surrendered to the state, as per regulations that declare all undisclosed buried items, relics, and mineral resources as state property. I recall a news story from 2015 about a Kazakh herdsman who found a gold nugget weighing approximately 15 pounds by a river or in the desert. Not only did he not have to surrender it, but the local government also offered to purchase it at market value for the county museum, should he choose to sell. If he preferred not to sell, he was free to keep it or dispose of it as he wished. With that, he turned to Tang Songyuan and remarked, "It seems you are exceptionally fortunate, Songyuan, to have stumbled upon such a rare treasure." Tang Songyuan chuckled and scratched his head, replying, "I suppose I'm just a bit lucky." Were you two discussing with such enthusiasm? At that moment, an ICC approached with a box, taking a seat beside Tang Songyuan as she prepared a fresh pot of tea for Dahong. Observing her adept tea-making skills, Dahong smiled and said, "We weren't discussing much. Songyuan, in a few days, there will be an emerald public auction in Yingjiang. I will take you to witness it. The 4 major emerald auctions in the country are held in Ruili, Jiang, Pingzhou, and Yingjiang. Although the scale, quality, and transaction prices may not quite match those in Myanmar, which only holds an auction once a year and may even suspend it at times, domestic auctions occur several times a year, with each event growing in scale and reputation. Notably, the Yingjiang Emerald Auction is even larger than that of Relics, ranking second in the country after Pingzhou." Tang Songyuan's eyes lit up, for he had been pondering how to surpass the modest target of 100 million. An opportunity had indeed presented itself. He nodded with delight, saying, "All right, thank you, master." After enjoying tea at the Ni family residence and absorbing some insights on jade from Dahong, Tang Songyuan prepared to take his leave as evening approached. Nicc intended to invite him for dinner, but Tang Songyuan declined, citing that Wei Qing was still at home. "What is the issue? I can simply fetch Sister Wei Qing," she remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction as she accompanied him to the door. Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, replying, "I appreciate your kind intentions, senior sister, but Wei Qing has just arrived and is still adjusting. It would be best to give her some time." Nicc huff. "Never mind. I shan't concern myself with you. I am not anyone significant in your life, after all." Chapter 77. The New President Tang. Nicc bore an expression of sorrow, her tone akin to that of a wronged young bride, clearly conveying her discontent. However, after spending considerable time with her, Tang Songyuan harbored suspicions that she might be up to some mischief. He suggested, "Perhaps next time, I could treat you to a meal, senior sister?" Nicc tilted her head and huffed again, "Don't even try. Tomorrow, I will seek her out myself." Tang Songyuan's eyes brightened at this prospect, thinking it would create the perfect opportunity for him. He smiled and inquired, "Is that all right? I hope I'm not imposing on you, senior sister." Nicc naturally replied, "Not at all. I'll be bored at home anyway." "Brother, what exactly is your relationship with Sister and I?" Wei Qing asked curiously, holding a roasted duck leg and eating messily. Tang Songyuan responded, "It's merely a typical senior-junior relationship. What do you think it is?" Wei Qing insisted, "But I feel that Sister Ni's feelings towards you are quite special. When we first met, she gifted me that expensive bracelet, and she seems to think of you in many ways, even if she can be a bit eccentric at times. I sense she harbors no ill intentions towards either of us. Just focus on your duck leg." Tang Songyuan retorted, slightly exasperated. Then, noticing the look of disbelief on Wei Qing's face, he realized, "Oh, in another month, you'll be turning 18, no longer a child." At this point, Tang Songyuan felt a sense of comfort. After the passing of his adoptive parents, he took on the responsibility of supporting the family, enduring all its hardships alone. Now, after enduring so much, Wei Qing was also finishing her college entrance examinations and would soon step into adulthood. Habitually, he ruffled her hair, saying, "When your birthday arrives, I'll throw you a special party, inviting everyone you wish to have there, all right?" Wei Qing looked up and beamed at him. "Thank you, brother. You're so wonderful. The next morning, an ICC indeed arrived early, cheerfully taking Wei Qing out. Meanwhile, Tang Songyuan rode his motorcycle around for a while and then spent the morning renting a workshop in the Cultural Industry Park, which was essentially a transfer of ownership. The original owner, Wu Huan, initially engaged in gambling stones, but has since decided to cease this activity. He is now transferring his equipment and workshop to Tang Songyuan. As for the reasons behind the transfer, Tang Songyuan did not inquire further. It was evident that either disappointment or operational difficulties were at play, common scenarios that did not concern him. The workshop spans approximately 180 square meters, comprising 4 or 5 rooms of varying sizes. It possesses all necessary documentation, and the array of tools, including water cutters, wire cutters, and oil saws, is relatively comprehensive, albeit the majority of the original workers have been dismissed. Additionally, some machinery has aged, and if Tang Songyuan intends to run the business long-term, updating the equipment will be essential. However, given that Rayleigh is renowned as the capital of jade, numerous shops specializing in such machinery and tools abound. The transfer fee was set at 500,000, inclusive of rent until the year's end. After some negotiation, Tang Songyuan secured the deal for 450,000. He then expressed a desire to meet the former workers, with the possibility of continued employment if all was satisfactory. Wu Huan made several calls, ultimately bringing in 4 workers. One was a middle-aged man named Ma Tianming, whom Wu Huan referred to as Old Ma, noting his extensive experience of over a decade. The other 3, all around 30, were Ding Leshan, Liu Helen, and Wang Bing. All 4 hailed from a local province, and, despite Tang Songyuan's youth, showed no signs of disrespect, focusing instead on their compensation. Tang Songyuan inquired about their previous wages under Wu Huan. Wu Huan explained that Old Ma earned 4,500 a month, while the other 3 received 3,500, with Wang Bing also living on-site and receiving an additional 300 for his oversight duties. Tang Songyuan proposed, "How about this? I will increase your salaries by 200 across the board, and depending on the workshop's performance by year-end, I will provide a bonus." How does that sound? The 4 workers were immediately delighted, nodding in agreement. In these times, jobs are scarce, and money is not easily earned. Their prompt arrival upon Wu Huan's call indicated their willingness to continue working, with the new owner not only raising their salaries, but also promising a year-end bonus. They had no reason to refuse. Liu Helen raised his hand and mentioned, "I can drive, but only a small car." Tang Songyuan assured him, "That will suffice. In a few days, I will acquire a pickup truck from the second-hand market, and you can take on the role of the driver. I will consider your compensation accordingly." Liu Helen responded enthusiastically, "All right, Mr. Tang." Subsequently, Tang Songyuan accompanied Wu Huan to the business administration office to complete the necessary procedures, marking the establishment of his first enterprise. However, it was clear that he had more significant matters at hand. Unsure if the stone-cutting machines could also cut meteorites, he thought they wouldn't cost much. Carefully securing the doors, he personally operated the cutting machine, initiating the process of slicing the meteorite amid sparks flying. With a clear vision, Tang Songyuan meticulously began to sever the meteorite piece by piece. Occasionally shifting his perspective, he meticulously crafted a circular incision along the initial cut in the meteorite, taking care to avoid any interference with the enigmatic sphere within. After half an hour of laborious effort, he successfully fashioned a circular groove in the modest iron meteorite, leaving it partially intact, with merely a millimeter remaining. Tang Songyuan procured a hammer and a wedge, inserting the iron wedge into the crevice and striking it several times. At last, the dark red-hued meteorite split into 2 halves. The mysterious metallic sphere lay quietly on the ground, smooth and rounded, reminiscent of the fitness balls often seen in the hands of elderly men at the park. With eager anticipation, Tang Songyuan reached out, gently touching the surface of the sphere. As if magnetically drawn to his fingertip, the sphere swiftly merged with him, and in an instant, he was engulfed in darkness, collapsing without warning. Chapter 78. High-end shopping. Unaware of how much time had passed, Tang Songyuan gradually regained consciousness, curled on the ground, still in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? He noticed 2 missed calls on his phone, one from Wei Qing and the other from an ICC. Is this the completion of an upgrade? He pondered, promptly activating his enhanced vision. The holographic perspective enveloped him, revealing that while the fundamental capability remained unchanged, the range of his vision had significantly expanded. Previously, his ability encompassed a radius of 50 meters. Now, it had at least doubled. The depth of visibility underground had similarly increased, allowing him to observe further depths. Other abilities, such as magnification and appraisal, remained consistent. However, it seemed his physical capabilities had also strengthened to some degree, though the extent of this enhancement was indeterminate. Despite the considerable effort invested in achieving this upgrade, he felt a touch disheartened. It seemed somewhat trivial. Nevertheless, any enhancement was better than none, perhaps with further upgrades. These incremental improvements might culminate in a substantial transformation, leading to extraordinary advancements. After deactivating his enhanced vision, Tang Songyuan called Wei Qing. "Hey, what are you up to?" "I called, and you didn't pick up," he remarked. "Oh, I was preoccupied with the discussion. You all go ahead and eat without me," he replied before ending the call. He dusted himself off and gathered the remaining pieces of the meteorite. Who knew when this material might prove useful? Closing the workshop door behind him, Tang Songyuan rode his bike to the Yuqing market. Now that the factory was secured and workers recruited, the next step was to cut stones for profit. Therefore, he needed to prepare a batch of raw stones. Otherwise, he would be unable to commence work the following day. Fortunately, he had no worries regarding sales channels, as both Li Yangqiu's uncle, Song Jinghua, and Ni Dehong's old friend, He Tai, could assist in selling the products. However, as the scale of operations increased, Tang Songyuan recognized the necessity of expanding his distribution channels and even considered recruiting additional sculptors to create finished products. "Ah, Tang brother, it has been a long time since we last met." Yuan Jia, with his round face and cheerful demeanor, greeted Tang Songyuan with enthusiasm upon seeing him. "Where have you been making your fortune lately, brother Tang?" "What fortune?" Tang Songyuan replied, his expression unchanging as he activated his perspective vision to scan the rough stones in Yuan Jia's shop. "Today, I shall select a few stones to test the waters." "Excellent," Yuan Jia responded with a grin. "Feel free to look around. I assure you, I won't disturb you." Tang Songyuan crouched down, imitating the technique of Ni Dehong as he examined the skin of the rough material, occasionally using a flashlight to observe the stone's reaction. Although he already understood the condition of the jade material, he felt it necessary to perform the act. He also aimed to practice the skills he had acquired from Ni Dehong, utilizing his perspective vision simultaneously. After nearly an hour, Tang Songyuan selected 8 pieces of jade. "This will do. Please calculate the total cost for me." The 8 pieces varied in size, with 5 boasting superior quality, the finest among them being of high ice variety, while the remaining 3 were entirely subpar. "Haha, brother Tang is set for a grand endeavor today," Yuan Jia praised, then crouched beside him to take a look as well. He pulled out a notebook, referencing the identification numbers on the jade materials, and quoted prices to Tang Songyuan. 601, 3008, 334, 12,000, totaling 123,008. "I'll waive the small change, so you can settle for 123,000. Tang Songyuan interjected. "These are all long-time customers. I've purchased materials from you more than once or twice. Let's keep it straightforward without any fluff. You see, I came straight to you without visiting other places. If I can't afford this, I doubt we can maintain a long-term partnership." Yuan Jia remained unfazed by this and continued to smile, responding, "Then, brother Tang, what price do you propose?" Tang Songyuan remarked, "This piece, while not commonly seen in the market, lacks the refinement and density I desire. The quality of the water is average. I chose it mainly because the stone's base seems decent and carries a hint of risk. If we're negotiating, I can offer no more than 3,000. He elaborated extensively, evaluating each stone, discussing both their merits and drawbacks. Yuan Jia's expression grew increasingly strained, eventually leading him to chuckle awkwardly and say, "Brother Tang, you truly are remarkable. I had heard whispers of your apprenticeship under Master and I initially thought it mere rumor. It appears to be true." Tang Songyuan frowned slightly, surprised by the gossip circulating in the jade community. However, considering Ni Dehong's esteemed position within the jade gambling circles in Rueli and across the nation, he realized such matters were unavoidable. With a huff, he said, "All right then. You know so much already. Do you dare to openly deceive me?" Yuan Jia chuckled softly, replying, "Let's settle on brother Tang's price. I won't argue further, shall we?" In the end, Tang Songyuan paid a total of 28,000 for the 8 pieces of jade. Upon hearing the notification of payment received, Yuan Jia reflected, "It is indeed more convenient here in the country. When we procure stones in Myanmar, we often carry a whole truckload of cash. Sometimes, merely counting the money takes an eternity. This is a characteristic of jadeite trading in Myanmar. Transactions within the public auction are settled in euros, while those outside are conducted in cash, primarily in the local currency, with minimal use of other currencies. Occasionally, when encountering high-quality jadeite, several bags of cash may be required for purchase. According to the basic grading system, the first 2 tiers of raw jadeite are sold through public auctions. while the latter two tiers are likely sourced from individuals like Yuan Jie. Upon completion of the transaction, Yuan Jie procured 2 sturdy white woven bags and divided the 8 pieces of jade into 2 bags for Tang Songyuan. Together, they carried 1 bag each to the parking area outside the market. Surprised by Tang Songyuan's motorcycle, Yuan Jie asked, "Is there something wrong with the motorcycle?" Tang Songyuan zipped. "What's wrong with it?" Yuan Jie chuckled and said, "I didn't mean it that way. How about I help you deliver it? Business is rather slow this afternoon. I could drive the van for you." Tang Songyuan waved his hand. "Let us skip it today, maybe next time." In truth, there may not be a next time, as Tang Songyuan had an exam for Subject 1 the following morning, after which he planned to acquire a second-hand pickup truck. When he returned next time, he intended to bring along his newly hired worker, Lu Helen. Chapter 79. Your guidance is appreciated. Upon entering, Tang Songyuan was greeted by a lavish spread of dishes on the table, though only a few had been touched, and he had yet to see Wei Qing and Nicc. Activating his perspective vision revealed that the two were in Wei Qing's room, seemingly with Nicc teaching Wei Qing how to apply makeup. Perhaps alerted by the noise, Wei Qing attempted to peek outside, but was pulled back by Nicc, who continued to apply eyeshadow on her eyelids. After clearing his throat, Tang Songyuan chose not to intrude further and settled onto the sofa in the living room, sending a message to Li Yangxiu to arrange a meeting later that evening. While the factory operations posed no issues, he was unfamiliar with the 4 workers and felt no sense of trust. Moreover, he had few friends, with Li Yangxiu being the only one he could rely on. Thus, his intention was to invite Li Yangxiu to oversee the factory's daily management. After about 10 minutes, Wei Qing emerged from the room, looking charming as she approached Tang Songyuan and playfully shook her head, asking, "Cece did my makeup. Do you think it looks good?" Tang Songyuan examined her closely. Nicc had shaped her eyebrows, applied eyeliner, and curled her lashes. He chuckled lightly, saying, "My sister is naturally beautiful. She doesn't need makeup to shine." Wei Qing pouted in response, muttering, "I knew you wouldn't like it. I'll wash it off right now." Wait. Tang Songyuan quickly stopped her, saying, "It actually looks quite nice. I just believe that your youth is your most beautiful adornment, requiring no additional embellishment." This compliment softened Wei Qing's demeanor. However, Nicc, who had just exited the room, did not seem pleased. She lightly huffed, saying, "What's this? Does my junior brother think I'm too old to be vibrant and sunny?" No. Tang Songyuan, feeling a bit tense, quickly remarked, "Senior sister, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, eternally youthful and radiant." However, before he could finish a sentence, Nicc interrupted him. She stepped forward, approaching him closely, nearly touching his face. Just when Tang Songyuan anticipated yet another of her antics, Nicc inquired, "How has your skin become so delicate?" She delicately touched his cheek with her slender fingers, puzzled. "Not only is it smooth, but it's also fair and firm. Have you been secretly using some whitening remedy?" "That's not the case." Tang Songyuan thought it might be the result of the mysterious orb's upgrade. He then shifted to the side and said, "I feel a bit hungry. Is there still food at home?" Wei Qing promptly replied, "The rice in the pot should still be warm. I'll heat up the vegetables for you." She picked up a plate of dishes but paused, gazing earnestly at Tang Songyuan. "Brother, you do look quite handsome today." With that, she giggled and dashed away. After dinner, Tang Songyuan informed the two about his upcoming examination for Subject 1 and the new workshop. A glint of playful amusement flashed in Nicc's eyes as she remarked, "Are you already contemplating establishing your own venture?" Tang Songyuan replied, "After all, I am but a mundane person. There is nothing wrong with running a factory for profit. I cannot achieve the same realm and poise as master." In truth, establishing a factory also served as a cover for his large-scale material cutting. How much could he cut alone in a day? Moreover, he believed he couldn't rely on others' machines for every cut, and even if the factory cut its own materials, he occasionally needed to introduce some ways to avoid arousing suspicion among the workers. "Huh," and Nicc laughed. "My grandfather does not entirely shun the idea of making money. He has simply become more indifferent in recent years. How about this? You mentioned there are only 4 workers in your factory, right? I could manage the finances for you." Tang Songyuan was momentarily taken aback, questioning Nicc's motives. "What? Are you reluctant?" Seeing his hesitation, Nicc straightened her face and stated, "Although I am not a finance major, I have some knowledge in this area." She then stood up, adjusted her clothing, and slightly bowed to Tang Songyuan. "Mr. Tang, I will be your secretary from now on. Please guide me." Having just mentioned finance, now she was talking about being a secretary, perhaps a dual role. He offered a dry smile and said, "It's not that I am unwilling, I merely worry that having you at my small factory might be beneath your talents. With her eyelids lowered, NICC sighed. Isn't being a secretary sufficient? After a moment of reflection, Tang Songyuan concluded that having NICC manage the finances would indeed be quite fitting. Not only could he trust her, but he also needed to leverage the connections of the NI family, particularly those of NI to home. Thus, he said, then let us have you, dear sister, take on the role of finance director at my small factory. NICC's face instantly lit up with joy, her laughter becoming almost exuberant. After a considerable pause, she retracted her smile, extending her hand earnestly towards Tang Song. Very well. I shall rely on you henceforth. Beside them, Wei Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, I wish to join as well. Even a cleaning position would suffice. Step aside for now. NICC mimicked Wei Qing's adorable and playful expression, her surprise evident as she inquired, is there a salary involved? I was under the impression I would have to pay. This marked my first foray into employment. I'm uncertain what an appropriate remuneration would be. So perhaps, Tang Songyuan, you could make a suggestion? The girl had resumed her playful role-playing. Tang Songyuan, with a hint of resignation, acquiesced, and thus the arrangement was settled. Brother, what brings you here so late at night? Li Yanqiu inquired, his demeanor still cheeky and mischievous. Tang Songyuan beckoned him to get into the car and drove him to a late-night eatery. After placing their order and opening 2 bottles of beer, Tang Songyuan finally spoke. I recently acquired a factory and am in need of a manager to oversee daily operations. Would you be willing to assist me? Although Li Yanqiu was officially an apprentice under Songyuan, he primarily performed menial tasks. The prospect of stepping into the role of a factory manager exhilarated him. He slapped Tang Songyuan's arm and declared, Brother, I knew this day would come. I'm calling my cousin to quit right now. However, Tang Songyuan stopped him, saying, Hold on a moment. Have you given this any thought? To which Li Yanqiu retorted, What is there to ponder? We agreed to remember each other in times of wealth and prosperity. Now that you have summoned me, should I hesitate and waver? Am I still a man? Tang Songyuan replied, No, I am asking you to help me manage and work under me, which entails exploiting your potential and extracting your surplus value. Are you truly not going to reconsider? Li Yanqiu took a hearty gulp of beer, slamming his glass down on the table with mirth. Speak plainly, brother. How do you intend to exploit and extract? Chapter 8. Exceptional Gambling Materials. I shall exploit you right now. Tang Songyuan retorted playfully, refilling his beer. With close kin, clarity in financial matters is paramount. I know you well. Though you often speak with flair, your heart is not unkind. However, once you take on a management role here, supervising others, you must wield both kindness and authority, ensuring you can command respect. Li Yanqiu responded, I understand, Tang. Tomorrow, I shall assume my position, igniting a spark of enthusiasm as a new official. Ha. Tang Songyuan, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, You scoundrel. Enough with the Tang. We're still brothers in private. Li Yanqiu chuckled heartily, raising his glass once more. Very well, Tang. After downing another drink, Tang Songyuan sighed. With your departure, how will you explain this to your cousin? Li Yanqiu replied nonchalantly. No worries. When I joined, we were clear on the terms. Merely an ordinary apprentice with some menial tasks. How much I learn depends on my own abilities. And if I don't grasp anything, it's no one's fault but my own. Tang Songyuan nodded. That seems reasonable. He then briefed Li Yanqiu on the workshop's location and handed him a key, instructing him to arrange the stone-cutting operations first thing in the morning. The following day, Tang Songyuan rose early. It was evident that someone had arisen even earlier. As he descended the stairs, he encountered NICC, attired in a professional ensemble, adorned with frameless glasses, her legs elegantly clad in black stockings, and perched in high heels, waiting downstairs, standing beside a luxurious Mercedes. She gracefully opened the car door and greeted, Good morning, Mr. Tang. I am your newly appointed secretary, Cici. Please step inside. This appearance left Tang Songyuan utterly astonished, prompting him to exclaim, Senior sister, your array of styles is truly impressive. I sincerely admire it. And ICC chuckled softly before quickly assuming a serious demeanor, asking, Are you getting in or not? Tang Songyuan entered the vehicle, closing the door behind him. And ICC then cheerfully dashed to the driver's seat, swiftly changing into a pair of sneakers before starting the engine and heading towards the examination site. As they merged onto the main road, an ICC inquired, You left your sister alone at home? She continued, Does junior brother enjoy playing video games? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Songyuan replied, Not really. I seldom play. And ICC chuckled lightly, asking, Then why is the company named Jade Industries? Tang Songyuan paused, sinking into brief silence before reflecting. I suppose it's a tribute to my lost youth. And ICC smiled again, slightly turning her head towards him, saying, "No worries. I will accompany you in the future." He retorted, "The games you likely have in mind resemble cat and mouse." Exhausting roleplay. At 8:30, they successfully passed the first examination. Following this, Tang Songyuan took NICC to the bank to establish the corporate account, depositing $2 million into it, which would serve as the financial hub for Jade Industries. Subsequently, they arrived at Yu Chung Industries. As they strolled through the bustling morning market, NICC remarked, "To be honest, although my grandfather is an expert in this field, it is my first time visiting this place." Tang Songyuan, puzzled, asked, "Why is that? Does senior sister not enjoy gemstone gambling?" "It's neither a matter of liking nor disliking. Perhaps I simply lack any particular inclination towards it. I have never even glanced at the stones in my grandfather's treasure trove, rumored to be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions." At this moment, one would typically inquire what piqued her interest, but Tang Songyuan found himself captivated by a piece of jade rough. It appeared somewhat unappealing at first glance. The raw stone was modest in size, weighing perhaps 1 or 2 kilograms. Its overall hue was a muted grayish blue, with a rough surface dotted evenly with white specks. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the stone exhibited high-quality iced jade characteristics, with vibrant green inclusions in certain areas. However, it was not without flaws. The interior bore an unsightly old crack, branching out into numerous fine fissures resembling lightning. Nevertheless, if cut properly, it could yield several high-quality primary pieces. This would test the patience and skill of the cutter, making it a perfect opportunity to assess the capabilities of the newly hired workers. Tang Songyuan entered the shop, inquiring with the vendor before picking up the stone for further examination. After inspecting the stone under the light, Tang Songyuan had a clearer understanding and inquired, "Boss, how much is this piece?" The shopkeeper glanced at him and replied, "That one is priced at 20,000. Someone offered 12,000, but it didn't sell. If this stone were properly cut, even extracting a single high-quality piece could easily fetch around 200,000. However, Tang Songyuan was well acquainted with the market. It was evident that the boss's asking price left ample room for negotiation. It was customary for rough stone traders to initially quote a high price to elevate the client's expectations. He smiled and remarked, "Let's be frank about this piece. The only gamble lies in the cracks. No matter how fine the quality, excessive fissures can be detrimental." The shopkeeper, clearly aware of the stone's nuances, asked, "So, what are you suggesting?" 3,000, replied Tang Songyuan. "That old crack on the surface is an unavoidable obstacle. Once it is cut, the situation may escalate beyond just 1 or 2 issues. It's possible this stone may be rendered unusable." 3,000 is too low. You must offer a bit more," the shopkeeper said, visibly troubled. Ultimately, Tang Songyuan added 500, acquiring the roughly 2-kilogram unattractive stone. An ICC paid for it, and the shopkeeper wrapped the stone in paper, providing a bag for Tang Songyuan to carry as they continued to stroll through the market. "This feels just like wandering through a vegetable market," an ICC remarked. "I think the vegetable market is somewhat more interesting." Tang Songyuan countered, "There's indeed a distinction. For instance, when you visit a vegetable market, you're the end consumer of those goods. However, with gambling on stones, if you make a cut or polish a surface and find it unsatisfactory, you can still resell it. Or, if the value increases after cutting, you can pass it on to a second-hand dealer for profit." And ICC nodded. "It seems you've learned quite a bit from my grandfather," Tang Songyuan replied. "That is essential." Just then, his gaze sharpened as he spotted an exquisite piece of jadeite rough. It was astonishingly a glass-like specimen. Chapter 81. Without Hesitation. According to the classifications explained to Tang Songyuan by Song Jinghua, both the night market in Dalong and the early market in Jiegao were merely entry-level for jade gambling. In such venues, ice-type jadeite was exceedingly rare, let alone the highest-grade glass type. Yet here it was undeniably present. However, the stone was currently being scrutinized closely by a man in his 30s, making it difficult for Tang Songyuan to draw attention to himself. He could only feign ignorance and walked past with an ICC. "Hey, beautiful, wait a moment, please." Just a few steps away, the man eagerly intercepted them, specifically blocking an ICC's path, with a broad smile and genuine demeanor, saying, "Could I add you on WeChat?" As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and opened his contact card. An ICC beamed but chose to ignore him, turning to Tang Songyuan and asking, "Darling, do you think I should add his WeChat?" Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet the man appeared even more mortified. With a dry chuckle, he mumbled an apology, tucked away his phone, and departed. An ICC clicked her tongue and remarked, "He has a thief's heart but lacks the courage." Wouldn't you agree, brother-in-law? In the span of a short while, they had transitioned through two identities. Fortunately, Tang Songyuan had grown accustomed to her eccentricities and turned his attention to a piece of jadeite rough with a glass-like quality. This uncut stone was a complete gamble. Weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds, its surface a grayish-white hue with a faint yellow tinge. The owner, Lu Likun, sat in a wrought-tan chair, puffing on a cigarette. He offered one to Tang Songyuan, who politely declined. What do you think, brother? This is genuine old Muna, white sand skin, top-quality material that just arrived yesterday. Tang Songyuan glanced up, remaining silent, but adopting a serious expression. His eyes revealed admiration, yet there lingered a hint of uncertainty. He intended to play the part of a naive newcomer, and he knew that this piece of jadeite was an opportunity not to be missed. The material indeed possessed a glass-like quality, with a subtle blue undertone infused with a hint of pink, its jade flesh nearly flawless. Whether it's Muna, I cannot ascertain. I'm not quite sure about this piece. May I inquire about the price? Upon hearing his request, Lu Likun's face lit up with a smile. He stood, patted the stone, and leaned in closer to whisper, if you truly desire it, I can offer you a fair price. 1,200,000. To be candid, 1,200,000 was indeed a reasonable price for such a stone, given its quality and hue. A mere bracelet crafted from it could easily fetch 5 million or even start at 10 million. Tang Songyuan recalled his past encounter with the iron meteorite, which he had hesitated over, leading to a series of complications. 1,200,000 was a steal. Regardless of whether Lu Likun recognized the true value of this piece, he should not need to elaborate excessively. Playing the fool had its time and place, and it was essential to serve a final purpose. Thus, he decisively replied, very well, I shall accept your price. Sister, please arrange the payment. The last remark was directed at an ICC. Lu Likun was taken aback by Tang Songyuan's straightforwardness, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. You are quite forthright, brother. Let us exchange contact information and keep in touch. NICC had no objections. She promptly paid using the company account. Lu Likun swiftly packaged the stone in a black bag. Feeling that they had made a significant acquisition, Tang Songyuan was eager to leave the jade market. We've only browsed for half an hour. Is that sufficient? Nisisi Nguayir, passive. Once outside and in the car, Tang Songyuan felt it necessary to inform Dahong of his activities. He had quietly established a workshop and had even convinced NICC to take on the role of financial director. It seemed inappropriate not to mention it to him. Thus, he said, let us head to your home. I need to visit master. NICC did not ask further questions and drove towards a residence. Today, Dahong is at home, watering flowers with a kettle in hand. NICC drives into the courtyard, parking the car not far from Dahong. How could this be? I was the one who said I would come. Tang Songyuan, somewhat bemused, alights from the vehicle and greets Dahong with a warm, good day, master. Dahong nods in acknowledgement, placing down the kettle and beckoning. Songyuan has arrived. Come inside and sit. Once seated indoors, Tang Songyuan shares the recent news of acquiring a factory and inviting NICC to assist him. There is little to conceal in this matter, and it is likely that NICC has already mentioned it to him. Thus, it is better to express it candidly. After a moment's contemplation, Dahong reveals a subtle smile and remarks, Song, you are still young, and your enthusiasm is commendable. I support that. However, I have witnessed many trials and tribulations in the gambling stone industry, and I have seen my fair share of life's ups and downs. I won't elaborate further. You will come to understand it in time. As for business advice, I have little to offer. The only thing I can say is that while you may not be overly concerned with immediate gains or losses, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Fortunately, with Cece assisting you, there should be no significant issues. That girl is as cunning as a fox. Grandpa, how can you say such things about me? Ni Cece interjects. Displeased, I'm gonna cook. I won't bother with you two. Once Cece departs, Dahong turns his attention to the two bags brought by Tang Songyuan and inquires, let me see the materials you purchased. Tang Songyuan promptly retrieves the two pieces and lays them on the table. Dahong raises an eyebrow, first picking up the piece of white sand skin jade. After a brief inspection, he asks, how much did you pay for this? Dahong, maintaining a calm demeanor, nods. It's wise that you did not haggle. This piece is quite deceptive. High-quality glass-type jade is rare, and most people struggle to assess it accurately. Typically, glass-type jade has a thick, aged skin and a smooth surface. However, observe this piece. Its surface is not entirely even, and upon closer inspection, it seems as if bubbles are about to emerge. Furthermore, the raw stone of glass-type jade possesses an exceptionally fine texture, easily discernible to the touch. While this aspect is somewhat consistent, I cannot definitively conclude that it is an extraordinary glass type. Chapter 82. A Test. Tang Songyuan muses to himself that indeed, as the saying goes, even celestial beings find it challenging to discern a mere inch of jade, highlighting the difficulty inherent in jade gambling. Could it be that Ni Dahong possesses a form of X-ray vision, capable of penetrating the depths of jade stones and easily determining their quality and color? Noticing Tang Songyuan's silence and attentive demeanor, Ni Dahong chuckles softly and adds, typically, glass-type raw stones are predominantly found in old pits, as they endure greater weathering and geological erosion, resulting in a generally superior quality compared to those from new pits. Therefore, when assessing glass-type jade raw stones, we consider two additional indicators. One is its oiliness, also referred to as fluorescence, and the other is its hardness. The glass-type jadeite rough possesses an exceptionally delicate and compact jade quality, boasting a density superior to that of ordinary rough materials, which consequently renders its hardness unparalleled. Tang Songyuan exclaimed, "Master's words ring true. I was drawn to this piece due to its robust texture, which evokes a sense of old-fashioned, icy oil, prompting me to purchase it without hesitation." While there is a degree of exaggeration in this statement, it is particularly fitting for the occasion. Nideong Nadith, setting aside the piece of white sand skin and turning to examine the unsightly stone. As he illuminated it with a flashlight, a frown creased his brow. "Are you intending to gamble on the fissures?" he inquired without lifting his gaze. Tang Songyuan replied, "Yes, master, I believe the quality of this material is sufficient, though I remain uncertain about the fissures. However, at just 3,500, I didn't dwell on it too much." Nideong remarked, "This is not merely a matter of cost. I believe I have previously mentioned to you the 5 significant risks in stone gambling: quality, texture, fissures, impurities, and dirt. Fissures are the most challenging to assess, so do not take such risks in the future." Tang Songyuan did not argue, repeatedly affirming his agreement. Ni Dahong then shared some of his experiences regarding the characteristics of gambling on fissures. Unbeknownst to them, noon arrived, and NICC came to summon the two for lunch. After their meal, Tang Songyuan took his leave, with NICC driving him to the newly opened hex jade industry. Upon entering, they were greeted by the cacophony of cutting machines. Li Yangqiu stood behind Ma Tianming, observing him as he meticulously cut the rough material. Spotting Tang Songyuan enter, Li Yangqiu hurried over with a troubled expression, greeting him, "Mr. Tang." Tang Songyuan asked, "What troubles you so?" He glanced at Li Yangqiu, thinking to himself that this fellow must not have checked the auspicious times before leaving home this morning. Out of 8 pieces, 5 were of good quality, yet he had chosen the 3 with inferior material. What an unfortunate stroke of luck. He said, "No worries. The stone cutting can proceed at a leisurely pace. This is my senior sister, NICC, whom you previously met at the NI family. She is now the financial director of our company. Have you had lunch yet?" Li Yangqiu first greeted NICC before adding, "I was just joking, but Mr. Tang, I'm glad you brought this up. The factory currently lacks a dining service, so I've decided to allocate 20 yuan per meal for each person." He then arranged for lunch and dinner to be delivered from nearby restaurants. Breakfast was deemed unnecessary. As for the locals, there is no breakfast that cannot be solved with a bowl of rice noodles. As they conversed, the cutting machine operated by Ma Tianming suddenly ceased, followed by his excited voice. He rushed over, cradling a piece of rough material in his hands, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Mr. Tang, take a look at this piece." Tang Songyuan took it, lifting the cut cover of the rough, revealing a hue of green tinged with yellow. "This is apple green," he remarked. Although the green of apple green is not entirely pure, the yellow undertones enhance the vibrancy of the green. "Quite good. Continue cutting." Ma Tianming replied joyfully, "Understood, Mr. Tang. How about starting the cut from here?" Surveyed the situation and nodded. "It seems promising." He sighed, however. "I cannot fathom why I've been extracting nothing but waste this entire morning, while you, having just arrived, have already struck green." His words bore a double entendre. With a chuckle, added, "I attribute my fortune to luck, but your constitution seems predisposed to absorb the green from the raw stones." Uninterested in their banter, interjected, "Where's my office?" Casually gestured, saying, "Sister, feel free to take a look or choose for yourself." In the following hour, other workers in the workshop shared their good fortunes in succession. Unveiled a piece of glutinous ice with floating flowers, revealed a vibrant yellow-green material, and cut a fine high-quality ice stone. The atmosphere was jubilant, dispelling the morning's gloom of wasted efforts. After all, it marked the inauguration of a new factory, Had everything turned to waste, the boss would have been disheartened. Encouraged, cheered, let us all do our best. I'll treat everyone to a special dinner tonight. The four were invigorated by his words, then approached, instructing her to prepare several red envelopes, each containing 200, as a token of goodwill from him as the boss. Asked, will everyone receive one? What about me? Replied, certainly, let us prepare 6. With a twinkle in her eye, suggested, how about I receive 520 in mine? Rolled his eyes but nodded, very well. Beamed, then I shall express my gratitude in advance, dear boss. By around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, had meticulously cut away the exterior of his piece, revealing a bare jade ruff. Freshly exposed, the unpolished ruff was not particularly appealing. It bore a coarse texture, especially the apple-green hue, reminiscent of tender shoots sprouting from the grass. Nevertheless, after slicing and polishing, it would surely radiate brilliance. Produced the unattractive stone he had acquired that day and handed it to, saying, let's proceed with this one for now. You decide how best to cut it. This piece was riddled with fissures, serving as a test for, but should he succeed, would contemplate a raise. Chapter 83. Flourishing. Illuminated the rough stone with a lamp, then took a pencil to draw a line upon it, perfectly aligned with an old crack. He then engaged the machinery, beginning to slice along the fissure. As he worked, meticulously compared his progress, wary of making a misstep. After approximately half an hour, he had carved a 10-centimeter gap in the unattractive stone. He then procured a hammer and wedge, inserting the wedge into the crevice. With several strikes, the stone split cleanly in two. Those unfamiliar with the process might not grasp the significance of this action, even had learned about such techniques from a practical standpoint. The optimal method for cutting jade rough with age-old cracks involves the use of a hammer and wedge to maximize the retention of the precious jade's value. It's been split open, Mr. Tang. Ma Tianming, feeling a bit anxious, clutched 2 pieces of rough stone as he entered Mr. Tang Songyuan's office. The divided, unattractive stones appeared equally unappealing inside. The ancient fissures had given rise to 3 or 4 dozen tiny cracks, resembling tree roots deeply embedded within the white jade flesh. "Isn't this quite good? It has reached the icy grade," remarked Tang Songyuan, feigning nonchalance as he illuminated the stones with a light. "These areas exhibit rich green flecks. If we could extract even one or several principal pieces from this material, it will not be a loss. However, it may take a bit of patience." Ma's initial apprehension eased considerably. Even the weathered creases on his face relaxed, and he smiled, assuring, "Rest assured, Mr. Tang, I will handle it." As the day drew near to dusk, the remaining 6 pieces of jade rough were finally stripped of their outer layers. Only the piece with a glass-like base remained, which Tang Songyuan chose not to have them cut. This jade rough was of significant value and exceptional quality, a rare treasure that Tang Songyuan intended to keep as his first collectible. Much like N.I. De Hong's raw stone warehouse, it would be stored without being cut, and it was indeed a prized possession. That evening, he allocated a sum of funds to Li Yangxiu, instructing him to treat 4 workers to a meal. Meanwhile, he had NICC drive him, and with today's acquisitions, they arrived at He Tai's studio. He Tai was engrossed in carving a jade pendant, tool in hand, focused on a design sketch. Upon noticing Tang Songyuan and NICC entering, he did not initially recognize them until Tang Songyuan called out, "Uncle Tai." Only then did he lift his head. "Ah, it's little Tang. Oh my, Cici is quite the rare guest. Please take a seat." When addressing little Tang, He Tai wore a friendly smile, but upon seeing NICC, his expression blossomed like a flower, instantly brightening. He set down his tools and unfinished pendant, bustling about to offer chairs and tea, exclaiming, "It's been quite a while since you last visited me. This is the material we cut today. Could you take a look at it for me, Uncle Tai?" With that, he laid out all the pieces they had cut that day on a He Tai's workbench. "Impressive. You managed to cut this much in a single day," He Tai remarked, his eyes lighting up as he examined a piece. "Your grandfather has taught you well." NICC beamed at the praise directed towards her grandfather and her apprentice, her face glowing with pride, though she remained silent. Tang Songyuan continued, "Currently, our scale is modest, and we lack specific sales channels. I wonder if Uncle Tai could assist us with this. I can certainly help with that." High-quality jade is becoming increasingly scarce, even pieces as exquisite as those your master keeps hidden. If you have good material, feel free to bring it here. Uncle Tai will ensure you are well compensated. He Tai then proceeded to evaluate each piece of rough jade that Tang Songyuan had brought. A high-grade icy jade slab weighing approximately 2 kilograms, as He Tai described, could yield 2 or 3 bangles. with the remaining scraps being sufficient to create numerous pendants and cabochons. Ultimately, it fetched a price of 1,100,000. The leftover materials each possessed unique characteristics. Some exhibited excellent quality, while others displayed vibrant colors. In total, 5 pieces were sold for 2,300,000. Even the unattractive stone yielded slices that, due to the emergence of 2 main high-grade icy pieces, could be fashioned into 2 exquisite landscape or charm pendants, while the smaller fragments could be crafted into playful items such as gourds or crab claws. Hitai offered a generous price of 550,000. He further remarked that there would be more materials in the future, suggesting that Xiao Tang need not deliver them personally, as he would arrange for his staff to collect them periodically. He smiled and added, "How does that sound?" To which Tang Songyuan replied, "That would be splendid. Let us set a weekly schedule. What do you think, Uncle Tai?" Tang Songyuan was also aware of the wisdom in not placing all eggs in one basket. Thus, he would seek additional sales channels and, should he expand his scale, consider recruiting skilled artisans for the production of finished goods, establishing a seamless industry chain from raw stone to finished product. He then provided the workshop's address, and Hitai instructed his associates to transfer funds to the Hike's Jade Industry account, totaling 3,400,000, marking the first day's revenue for Hike's Jade. After discussing some trivial matters, Tang Songyuan took his leave. Hitai personally escorted them to the studio's entrance, reminding NICC to visit often. He also mentioned, "Everyone should enjoy their meal today. Tomorrow, you may start work by 10 at the latest. As for the materials in the factory, feel free to cut them based on your experience. It's perfectly normal for stones to break during cutting." During this time, he also conferred with Li Yangxiu regarding the purchase of a pickup truck. Li Yangxiu possessed a driving license and was an experienced driver, having previously worked for Songyuan, transporting stones and finished products. Tang Songyuan stated, "Let us purchase a new pickup truck registered under the company's name. You can handle the details. My only requirement is that it is sturdy and durable, preferably domestically made." Chapter 84. The public auction initiative Wei Qing was engrossed in a game on her tablet, simultaneously lamenting her grievances. Tang Songyuan chuckled, "Oh dear, feeling wronged, are we? How about I take you out to the night market?" With the factory's materials fully processed, Tang Songyuan needed to prepare the jade rough stones for the next day's work. It was evening, a perfect time to explore the vibrant night market of Delong. Wei Qing, suddenly invigorated, tossed her tablet onto the sofa and exclaimed with a leap, "Yes, let us go right now." Upon their arrival, she was met with a throng of people and streets overflowing with jade, rough material, prompting her to pout slightly. "Brother, is this what you meant by the night market?" Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "Indeed, this is the liveliest and most bustling night market in Rueli. Just look at the crowd. Everyone is here to enjoy the night market." Wei Qing pondered for a moment, then, without further comment, linked arms with NICC, curiously gazing around. The Tang, Song, and Yuan dynasties ushered in a perspective of exploration, seeking within the piles of raw stones lining the streets. The night market of Delong is not merely a place where materials are priced at 100 or 500 per piece. It is frequented by the grassroots jade miners from Myanmar, collectively known as the Yamuxi. The ordinary jade rough stones found at street stalls are primarily sourced by them during open mining days of the quarries. The Yamuxi community in Myanmar is extensive, and during legally designated open days, they may enter various mining sites to excavate jade rough. The use of modern tools is prohibited, allowing only shovels and pickaxes, though some mine owners permit the use of electric hammers. Generally, within 2 hours of the open period, as long as miners can carry out the stones they find, it is legal and permitted. However, foreign participation is forbidden, and the atmosphere is still rife with unseen brutality and violence. The raw stones in the legitimate shops of the night market are, in fact, quite similar to those found at the early market in Jigao. According to classification, the top 2 grades, which are valuable and scarce, enter the public auction, while the lower 2 grades flow into various markets. Within such a marketplace, Tang Songyuan swiftly became adept, soon procuring 8 pieces of jade rough. Although none were particularly extraordinary, their affordability was appealing. The trio then ventured into the shop area, where the dim lighting did little to diminish the throngs of people. At this moment, Wei Qing inquired, "Brother, do you earn money from these stones?" Tang Songyuan chuckled and replied, "To some extent, yes. I apprenticed under your sister Cece's grandfather, who is a master in this industry. I have learned quite a bit from him." Wei Qing gazed at NICC with admiration, but she retorted, "Oh please. My grandfather told me that you are a rare talent, born to excel in the gambling stone trade. Your innate ability is remarkable, many concepts come to you quite easily. Wei Qing felt both delighted and intrigued, saying, "So, there really are industry secrets. Brother, I'll learn too. What nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Songyuan chided her. "Your current mission is to enjoy life. Once you receive your acceptance letter, focus on your studies. Understood?" Wei Qing made a face at him and muttered, "Got it." Just then, Tang Songyuan spotted another piece of stone and bent down to examine it. It was a sky-blue specimen, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked the price, which the vendor set at 8,000. Without haggling, he purchased it immediately. After more than an hour of browsing, Tang Songyuan had acquired over 30 pieces in total. As he prepared to leave, he remarked, "Sister, there is no need for you to come pick me up. I find it more convenient to ride my bike. I also feel bad about troubling you for rides." And ICC, not one to indulge in pretense, simply nodded and waved the red envelope containing 520 yuan that Tang Songyuan had given her, cheerfully saying, "Wishing you a successful endeavor." In the following 2 days, Tang Songyuan spent his mornings and evenings in the Jade City and Delong markets, purchasing jade rough in bulk, amassing nearly 200 pieces of various sizes. On the day of Yinjing Jade auction, Tang Songyuan and his mentor Ni Dahong arrived early at the latter's residence. The duo set off in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, heading westward. By midday, they reached the city of Yinjing. After a casual lunch, Ni Dahong resumed driving for another 10 minutes, finally arriving at the venue of the jade auction. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Tang Songyuan was struck by the grandeur of the scene. The auction hall sprawled over an expansive area, exceeding 10,000 square meters, showcasing an array of jade materials, likely numbering over 10,000 pieces. Upon entering, they were greeted by the bidding area. The first floor surrounding it was dedicated to indoor gambling stones. Most of the raw materials indoors were uncut and of high quality. Adjacent to the bidding area was a small raw material section, where pre-cut pieces were displayed on platforms, guarded by designated personnel. Facing the bidding zone was a spacious outdoor exhibition area for larger raw materials, meticulously arranged, with a water bucket available for merchants to clean the surfaces of the stones. Some larger pieces had already been cut and polished, with clear starting prices indicated. Ni Dahong explained the significance of the price tags. A red tag meant the owner could intercept bids, requiring the final price to meet their expectations. A white tag indicated no interception was allowed, resembling a conventional auction where bidders simply had to exceed the starting price. Whereas a yellow tag represented a unique category within the jade auction, as it had no starting price, akin to beginning at zero. The atmosphere was bustling yet not chaotic, with small groups conversing in hushed tones. Tang Songyuan listened attentively while activating his perspective vision. Indeed, the quality of the auction materials surpassed those found in the market, especially the semi-transparent stones, which revealed their luminous jade interior through his enhanced sight. The quality varied, and for a moment, Tang Songyuan felt slightly overwhelmed by the abundance of options. Chapter 85. The Emergence of Imperial Green. The entire Yinjing auction was set to last 5 days, with the final day designated for bid reveals. Although Tang Songyuan aimed to procure fully uncut materials, he adopted a mindset of learning and followed Ni Dahong around the venue. Most of the outdoor semi-transparent materials were large stones, with smaller pieces weighing several kilograms and larger ones reaching hundreds of kilograms, some even weighing several tons post-cutting. Approaching 2 pieces that had been halved, Ni Dahong suddenly exhibited keen interest. He beckoned Tang Songyuan to crouch beside him, running his hand over one of the cut surfaces. He remarked, "Songyuan, look at this piece. It's fascinating. Once cut, the transformation is remarkable." The cut surface resembled a miniature version of the African continent, approximately half a square meter in size. Tang Songyuan glanced at the label, which indicated a total weight of 85 kilograms for both pieces. The colors were vibrant, ranging from deep green to light green, and the cross-section displayed several cracks running haphazardly across its surface. However, at present, Tang Songyuan understood that these cracks did not affect the ultimate extraction of the material. Whether one were to slice it for a bracelet or retain larger pieces for ornamental purposes, this block was more than sufficient. 16 million, indeed. This material does not come cheap, Tang Songyuan remarked with a sense of awe. Ni Dahong scoffed lightly and replied, "No one is forcing you to buy. I merely wish for you to observe this material, to witness its transition from translucent to high ice, and its transformation from deep green to light green, thereby grasping the origins of jadeite. A fine piece of jadeite must have undergone geological evolution under conditions of high temperature and pressure with the involvement of metallic ions." Ni, an expert in jadeite, possessed profound knowledge, often intertwining geological insights with his discourse. Tang Songyuan diligently absorbed this information, believing it might serve him well in the future. He continued, although these are semi-transparent materials, the changes that occur post-extraction can still be significant. Once you delve deeper, the colors, texture, and even the cracks and base may differ from what is visible on the surface. Some may evolve favorably, while others may not. This requires years of accumulated experience. And, naturally, a touch of luck. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, refraining from speaking, merely smiling faintly. Though he lacked the necessary experience, he possessed a discerning eye. Moreover, under Ni Dahong's tutelage, he could present himself as someone seasoned and fortunate, thus minimizing the risk of revealing his unique ability. Throughout the afternoon, Ni Dahong mostly wandered through the clear material section. Unlike other merchants who diligently noted down numbers and base prices of their favorite stones, Ni primarily observed, occasionally sharing nuggets of knowledge with Tang Songyuan when the mood struck him. Eventually, the two arrived at a crowded display table, which was quite unremarkable, merely a wooden table adorned with plush fabric, upon which lay a dozen or so cut stones, varying in size but uniformly green. None of these stones bore a skin, and they glistened with a rich luster. Some were even cut into perfect squares, resembling bricks. These were the prized stones of this public auction. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed in wonder, any one of these stones could secure a lifetime of comfort. To which another scoffed, you must be dreaming. This is Imperial green, a rare color. Just one piece could fetch a house in the major cities. Another added, your words reveal your inexperience. Imperial green is merely a commercial term. Those in the know do not use it. Just as the conversation threatened to escalate into an argument, an elderly gentleman in a blue-collared shirt spotted Ni Dahong and became visibly excited, extending his hand. Ah, Master Ni, it's been a long time. Ni Dahong shook his hand and introduced, I brought my apprentice Xiao Tang to witness this. Songyuan, this is Mr. Feng DeLong from Jiang. Tang Songyuan promptly greeted, hello, Mr. Feng. Feng DeLong extolled, remarking on the impressive demeanor of his disciple, exuding an aura of vitality. Indeed, old Ni possesses a discerning eye. As he spoke, he beckoned an assistant to retrieve a business card, which he then solemnly handed to Tang Songyuan, who accepted it with due reverence and carefully tucked it away. Ni Dahong raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired, are these materials from your estate? Feng DeLong, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, they are insignificant, riddled with flaws. Old Ni may examine them freely. With that, he seemed to spot an acquaintance and hurried off to greet them. Meanwhile, Ni Dahong picked up a strikingly vibrant green piece of rough material, examining it briefly before addressing Tang Songyuan. Do not heed his words regarding the flaws. Remember, this is the pinnacle of color in jadeite, commonly referred to as Imperial green. Tang Songyuan had already confirmed through his perceptive vision that this indeed was Imperial green jadeite, and the pieces laid before him were entirely of the same caliber. The larger specimens weighed 3 to 4 kilograms, while the smaller ones were either slab-like or slender, weighing around 7 to 8 taels. Ni Dahong continued, observe this piece. Its quality is merely of the glutinous variety, yet even a piece the size of a pigeon egg, fashioned into a ring face, is worth no less than 10 million. What? Tang Songyuan was astonished, his eyes nearly bulging. A single ring face valued at over 10 million meant that the multitude of Imperial green materials here could collectively be worth several hundred million, if not more than a billion. It was no wonder someone had remarked that even a single piece could secure a residence in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. The largest piece could likely procure a traditional courtyard in Yanjing. He glanced at the label, marked in red, with a base price set at 250 million. The red label indicated that the price was negotiable, suggesting that if Feng DeLong was dissatisfied with the offer, a deal could not be struck. The prospect of a 9-figure sum left Tang Songyuan feeling rather daunted. Upon departing the semi-transparent material area, Ni Dahong finally entered the dimly lit chamber designated for opaque materials. The room housed an impressive array of over 2,000 pieces. I shall take a look myself, he indicated, suggesting a division of efforts. Tang Songyuan nodded in delight, activating his perceptive vision to scrutinize each piece of material individually. Chapter 86, The Distant Green Mountains. It must be said, the materials at the public auction far surpassed those found in the market. The quality of rough stones available in the market varied greatly, while those at the public auction were predominantly of high caliber. Even the opaque materials rarely contained waste. The only variations lay in the quality and depth of color. The visual appeal was markedly superior to that of market offerings. However, the risks remained considerable. A minute difference in color could yield price disparities tenfold, even dozens of times. In profit margins, as Tang Songyuan surveyed the stones with his enhanced vision, the rough exteriors peeled away, revealing a spectrum of ice-type, glutinous, lotus-type, vibrant green, sky blue, and violet jadeite, all laid out before him. The only regret that Tang Songyuan felt was the absence of Imperial green jade among the treasures displayed. Just moments ago, he had visited Feng Delong's booth and found himself coveting the few pieces of Imperial green jade on display, constantly pondering when he might encounter a raw stone of that exquisite hue. Alas, such precious items are inherently rare and difficult to come by, which accounts for their substantial value. Around 5 o'clock, Dahong beckoned Tang Songyuan to leave the auction venue. After all, it was only the first day, and the sales channels had yet to be opened. Once in the car, Dahong inquired about whether Tang Songyuan had found any pieces that piqued his interest. Tang Songyuan hesitated, responding, "There are a couple of pieces that catch my eye, but I remain uncertain." In truth, he had set his sights on no less than 10 pieces, yet he could not disclose his extraordinary ability to see through them. Thus he chose to conceal the truth. At that moment, Tang Songyuan noticed that the vehicle had ventured into the outskirts, and the road had become increasingly narrow. Dahong then took a turn and drove onto a winding mountain road. This dirt path stirred up clouds of dust as they sped along. Just as Tang Songyuan was lost in thought, the car came to a halt in front of a temple. "We have arrived. Let us get out." Dahong was the first to alight, leaving Tang Songyuan perplexed, unable to fathom the purpose of their visit to this location. The temple was named Sibei Temple. Its entrance adorned simply. Although it featured intricately carved beams and painted rafters, the paint was faded and chipped, suggesting a lack of vigorous devotion. Dahong walked straight inside, with Tang Songyuan following closely behind. Upon entering, they encountered the grand hall, where an elderly monk sat in the center, silently chanting sutras. At that moment, a novice monk approached to greet them, seemingly familiar with Dahong. He performed a respectful bow and spoke. "It has been a long time, benefactor and I." The novice said little else, but turned to present a stick of burning incense, which Dahong accepted before proceeding into the hall. He closed his eyes and stood in silence for a moment, then bowed 3 times and placed the incense in the burner. Though Tang Songyuan had not brought incense, he followed suit and bowed 3 times. One may choose to disbelieve, but one must not lack respect. Dahong cast a complex glance at Tang Songyuan, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Come with me." He then walked back outside, to which Tang Songyuan responded affirmatively, offering a final bow to the chanting monk, who did not lift his gaze or acknowledge their presence throughout. Unfazed, Tang Songyuan hurried out to catch up with Dahong. They appeared to be at the back mountain of the temple, which was well kept and orderly. However, to Tang Songyuan's astonishment, there stood a grave in the center of a clearing. Dahong stood silently before the tomb. As Tang Songyuan approached from behind, he read the inscription on the tombstone, "In loving memory of Songyuan and Wen Xiaoshuang." Ah, could this be the final resting place of Dahong's son and daughter-in-law, the parents of Cici? Over 20 years ago, Dahong began, "I once did not believe in fate. At that time, someone foretold that Songyuan would not live beyond the age of 24. I nearly expelled that fortune teller from my presence." Dahong's expression was somewhat melancholic as he continued. "It was merely an ordinary car accident. Nothing was lost, yet Songyuan and Xiaoshuang tragically perished due to untimely rescue. My brother Dejiang also suffered the loss of a leg." Upon hearing this, Tang Songyuan, recalling the circumstances he had inadvertently perceived through his clairvoyant vision, inquired, "Master, could it be that your brother?" Dahong replied, "Indeed, he is the very monk reciting scriptures." After Dejiang's recovery, he felt a sense of guilt, prompting him to renounce worldly ties and take on the monastic life. Thus, while Dahong harbored no enemies, his life was undeniably steeped in tragedy. Losing a child in middle age, and having a trustworthy brother who chose the life of a monk, he is left with only a young granddaughter for companionship. It is no wonder that despite possessing remarkable skills in stone gambling, he does not ardently pursue wealth. He does not believe in fate, yet fate has cruelly toyed with him. Tang Songyuan sighed in sympathy, saying, "Master, do not be too sorrowful. You still have sister and of course you have me." Dahong nodded, saying, "I appreciate your concern. This evening, I intend to stay at the temple and fast tomorrow. You should return down the mountain first." As he spoke, he made a gesture as if to reach for his keys, only to recall that Tang Songyuan did not possess a driver's license, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Tang Songyuan, perceiving this, promptly replied, "It's all right, master. I will stay here with you." However, and Dahong waved his hand dismissively, stating there is no need for that. It is still early. You can easily walk down in about 10 minutes. You may wish to visit the public auction tomorrow, and I shall come to find you the day after. Tang Songyuan did not press further. Given his current physical condition, a 10-minute walk was a trivial matter. At that moment, he began to understand the reasons behind Nicc's occasionally eccentric and capricious demeanor. The temple, shrouded by lush forests, was nestled among towering peaks, exuding a serene tranquility. Suddenly, from the small grove beside the dirt road, a disheveled woman emerged, her clothes in tatters and bloodstains marring her appearance. Upon spotting Tang Songyuan standing in the middle of the path, her eyes sparkled with urgency as she cried out, "Help! Big brother, save me! They're trying to kidnap me." Chapter 87. 5 Cowards. In this desolate wilderness, the woman's expression was frantic, her tone desperate, and her sudden appearance startled Tang Songyuan. Just as he prepared to inquire about the situation, she rushed to him, grasping his arm as if clinging to a lifeline. "Help me, big brother. Please. I can pay you. I swear." No sooner had she spoken than 4 or 5 burly men burst forth from the grove. 3 wielded machetes, 1 held a rope, and another brandished a wooden club. The man with the rope, his eyes filled with menace, glared at the woman, saying, "You little wench, while we were eating, you managed to break the rope. Now let's see where you think you can run." He added ominously, "If we catch you this time, we won't be so gentle." The woman, clearly terrified, let out a scream and hid behind Tang Song, pleading, "Don't come any closer." One of the burly men wielding a watermelon knife raised his hand, pointing the blade menacingly at Tang Songyuan, declaring, "You have no business here, boy. If you know what's good for you, step aside quickly, or you'll be tied up along with the rest. Why waste words? This kid has already seen our faces, and he absolutely cannot be left alive," growled another muscular man, brandishing a stick. "In the worst-case scenario, we can take him out together and flee abroad once the deed is done." Tang Songyuan, feeling quite innocent, thought to himself, "What the hell? I haven't done anything from the beginning, not even uttered a word, and I've already been sentenced to death? Wait a moment," he shouted, momentarily stabilizing the situation. He then removed his jacket, handing it along with his phone and wallet to a woman behind him to prevent any damage during the impending scuffle. It was evident that these men meant harm, and it appeared that a peaceful resolution was no longer an option. However, Tang Songyuan was not intimidated by the 4 or 5 of them, even with their weapons in hand. Dressed only in a t-shirt after shedding his jacket, his well-defined arms were now exposed. Wow! The 5 men, noticing his apparent disregard for their threats and his intention to resist, felt their anger surge. They charged at Tang Songyuan, brandishing their weapons. Instead of retreating, he advanced with composure and agility, stepping forward a few paces before delivering a lightning-fast kick that sent one of the watermelon knives flying from his assailant's grip. Turning swiftly, he delivered another kick to one man's face. The impact was akin to being struck by a battering ram, causing the man to fall backward, his head snapping back. Despite lacking any intricate martial arts training, Tang Songyuan's flexibility and control over his physical strength had become increasingly adept. Thanks to the enhancements from the mysterious orb, his strength was tremendously amplified, and his speed and reflexes were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Thus, those 2 kicks were not only swift, but also executed with remarkable precision. After sending one man flying, Tang Songyuan utilized the momentum to regain his footing, seizing another watermelon knife aimed at him, and, with a reverse grip, slashed sideways while simultaneously launching a punch. The knives clashed in midair with a sharp clang, and his fist connected with the abdomen of the last knife-wielding assailant. Ugh! The man felt a tumultuous wave in his stomach, his body instinctively curling inwards, only to be struck by a searing pain that left him momentarily blinded. Yet, Tang Songyuan's onslaught did not relent. His fist struck like lightning, targeting the remaining foes. It was a one-sided affair, as if the 5 men were being relentlessly pursued by Tang Songyuan, who seemed to have evaded even the slightest touch of their attempts to retaliate. One of the burly men, provoked by the relentless beating, glared fiercely and bellowed, "By the desert sands, I will kill you." In response, Tang Songyuan delivered a colossal punch, his fist like iron, which knocked the man unconscious with a single blow. At last, one of the assailants could no longer bear the humiliation of being utterly overpowered and dropped the rope, fleeing towards the woods. Tang Songyuan snorted and swiftly pursued, bending down to grab the rope left behind as he followed. Within mere steps, he caught up to the fleeing man, delivering a kick that sent him crashing to the ground from behind. In merely 10 seconds, the remaining few were left in a state of shock. One among them shouted, "Run in different directions." The other two, however, were not unwilling to flee. They had been struck by Tang Songyuan's powerful blows and were still dazed, unable to muster any strength. He took hold of the rope, binding the four together, and any hint of resistance was met with a swift and forceful reprimand. Once this was accomplished, Tang Songyuan turned to the terrified woman and commanded, "Hand me your phone." The woman, startled, hastily approached and handed him his coat and belongings, saying, "Brother, your phone." As Tang Songyuan took the phone to make a call, she, filled with anxiety and gratitude, nervously added, "Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I—" Her words were abruptly interrupted by a gesture from Tang Songyuan, who spoke into the phone. "Hello. I need to report an incident." Approximately 20 minutes later, the sound of police sirens echoed from below the mountain, accompanied by a cloud of dust, as several police cars raced up. During this time, Tang Songyuan attempted to inquire about the origins of the burly men, but to no avail. He did manage to learn the girl's name, Feng Linwan. A lovely name indeed. 3 police vehicles arrived, one of which was an armored Iveco. Over 10 police officers emerged, some armed with rifles, others wielding batons and shields. A police officer adorned with 2 stripes and 2 stars quickly surveyed the scene before turning to Tang Songyuan and asking, "Did you make the call?" Tang Songyuan nodded and recounted the events as he understood them. The officer appeared astonished. "Have you trained before?" Tang Songyuan modestly replied, "I know a few tricks." The officer checked his identification, instructed others to document the scene, and organized a team to search the woods. After spending half an hour at the police station giving a statement, the officer declared that Tang Songyuan posed no issues and could leave. However, they would summon him if further matters arose, and would possibly apply for a commendation for his bravery. As he exited the interrogation room, he coincidentally encountered Feng Linwan coming out of another office. She had sustained some superficial injuries, but after a quick bandaging, her face was cleaned up and she appeared quite lovely. Xiaowan, how are you? You have no idea how worried your father has been." A figure rushed through the police station's entrance, their voice tinged with urgency and concern. Upon closer inspection, Tang Songyuan realized it was Feng Delong. Chapter 88, A Simple Act of Kindness. Having detected the girl's accent earlier, Tang Songyuan had surmised she was from Yuezhou, but he was taken aback to discover she was indeed Feng Delong's daughter. Earlier that afternoon, at the Yingjiang public auction, he had seen Feng Delong showcase several pieces of Imperial green jade, which had sparked a twinge of envy in him, as he pondered when he might acquire a piece of such exquisite jade himself. Little did he know that by evening, he would save the man's kidnapped daughter. Truly, life is full of unexpected twists. Feng Delong also noticed Tang Songyuan standing beside his daughter, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes, followed by an expression of astonishment as he exclaimed, "It is you. You are Master Ni's disciple, little Tang." "Xiaowan, was it Brother Tang who rescued you?" The latter question was directed at Feng Linwan, who, despite the situation, displayed no signs of panic. Instead, she clung to Feng Delong's arm and replied, "Indeed, father, you have no idea how formidable Brother Tang is." At that moment, he single-handedly subdued those robbers. Had they not fled in different directions, Brother Tang would have captured them all. Feng Delong, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped Tang Songyuan's hand, saying, "I cannot thank you enough. I, Feng Delong, have only one daughter in my old age. I merely wish to take her out for a breath of fresh air, to enjoy some leisure, and who would have thought she would be kidnapped?" Tang Songyuan smiled gently and replied, "It was merely a trivial matter. I happened to be passing by, and regardless of whether she is the daughter of Boss Feng, I would have intervened." Feng Delong smiled warmly and said, "Let us refrain from the formalities, Brother Tang. You are a distinguished disciple of Master and I. Henceforth, you may call me Uncle Feng." Tang Songyuan, without any pretense, immediately addressed him as Uncle Feng. Feng Delong then glanced at Feng Linwan with concern and asked, "Does Xiaowan still hurt? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Feng Linwan shook her head and replied, "It is nothing, father, just some superficial injuries. A female officer bandaged me up. I should be fully recovered by the day after tomorrow." Upon exiting the police station, 2 burly men in black approached, shielding the father and daughter, evidently acting as Feng Delong's bodyguards. Tang Songyuan also noticed that Feng Delong's vehicle was a Range Rover. After settling into the spacious back seat, they drove for about 5 minutes before entering the underground parking lot of a hotel. Ascending via the elevator to the top floor, Feng Delong escorted them into a suite, lavishly adorned with exquisite decor in both the living room and bedroom. Feng Delong invited Tang Songyuan to sit on the sofa and instructed the bodyguards to arrange for a meal. Feng Linwan excused herself to change clothes in the bedroom, while Feng Delong took a seat opposite Tang Songyuan and remarked, "Today was truly perilous. Had it not been for you, Brother Tang, the consequences would have been dire." Tang Songyuan chuckled and said, "In truth, there is a temple above where I accompany my master to pay respects. My master intends to stay at the temple, and it was merely coincidental that I encountered the situation while descending alone." Feng Delong responded with an "oh" and quickly added, "Brother Tang, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no doubts regarding your intentions. Alas, there are some underlying circumstances to this incident. It is, in fact, Xiaowan who has been inadvertently implicated due to my actions." Tang Songyuan expressed surprise and asked, "Oh, Uncle Feng, do you know the origins of those robbers?" Feng Delong sighed and began. "The story dates back 3 years. At that time, I, along with 2 friends, acquired a piece of jade rough from a miner in Myanmar. We agreed to share the profits and losses equally among the 3 of us. However, as you are aware, the circumstances over the past 3 years have been quite challenging for business. The other 2 friends gradually withdrew their shares, and I, under immense pressure, acquired their equity. As you might know, around mid-last year, I made the decision to split the stone, resulting in a 10-fold increase in value." He then inquired, "Why didn't Uncle Feng cut the stone sooner?" Feng Delong smiled sheepishly and replied, "It's not that we didn't want to cut it. There were numerous factors involved. Firstly, there were issues with the channels. Your master must have mentioned that some materials cannot be too publicly displayed." Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully, and Feng Delong continued, "Secondly, the investment in this material was substantial, and we dared not act rashly. If the cut resulted in a rise, that would be fortunate. However, if it failed, the losses would amount to billions. Over time, 3 years have passed. When it comes to jade roughs involving over 100 million, a single cut can lead to either wealth or ruin." Tang Songyuan remarked, "Are you suggesting that the kidnappers of Miss Feng are connected to the other 2 shareholders?" Feng Delong shook his head, saying, "Not those 2 shareholders, but rather the son of one of them. His name is Zhao Jiashi. Last year, his father's business encountered financial difficulties and ultimately went bankrupt. This led to a sudden heart attack, and he passed away. I possess ample evidence, and the outcome was inevitable. Zhao Jiashi lost the lawsuit, and in May of this year, he lost the appeal as well." With a sigh, Feng Delong added, "They were once good friends. Who could have foreseen that we would arrive at this point? It is no wonder many say one should not conduct business with close friends." Tang Songyuan interjected, "Yet, this does not necessarily imply that the kidnapping case is directly related to Zhao Jiashi, does it?" Feng Delong replied, "Because someone called me, suggesting I use those jade pieces to exchange for Xiaowan. Though it wasn't Zhao Jiashi's voice, I'm certain it was him." Tang Songyuan remained silent, reflecting. Then Uncle Feng, "You must strengthen your security. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and they may have further sinister plans. If they're capable of committing kidnapping and extortion, they likely harbor few reservations. This area is close to the border, merely a few hundred kilometers from the notorious northern Myanmar." Feng Delong furrowed his brow in deep thought. Ultimately turning to Tang Songyuan, "Brother Tang, I am honored you call me uncle, and I beseech you to assist me." Tang Songyuan smirked, "You may speak, and I shall consider whether to oblige." Chapter 89. Profit Above All. Feng Delong paused, then awkwardly chuckled. "Do not be anxious, young Brother Tang. It is not a grave matter. I know you will be participating in the public auction in Yingjiang, and I hope you can bring Xiaowan along. Should any danger arise, I trust you will look after her." Tang Songyuan questioned, "But Uncle Feng, don't you have bodyguards? Couldn't you assign 2 of them to look after Miss Feng?" Feng Delong patiently explained, "I only have 3 professional bodyguards, and one of them must assist with the security duties for the event. I am concerned that Zhao Jiashi may take reckless risks and commit further indiscretions. I am now quite aware of your capabilities. We can wait until the public auction concludes in a few days." Tang Songyuan, still somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why must Uncle Feng participate in this auction?" Feng Delong's expression grew somewhat troubled. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Young Brother Tang, I shall not conceal the truth from you. A couple of months ago, I attended the public auctions in Pingzhou and Jiang, where I was offered a staggering bid of 1.5 billion for several jade pieces. However, as you have seen, those pieces together weigh nearly 10 kilograms, and my target is to acquire over 20. The upcoming Yingjiang auction is larger than those in Jiang and Pingzhou, attracting numerous merchants from Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. I hope to achieve my desired outcome during this event." His words were refreshingly candid, yet fundamentally, it all boiled down to profit. In essence, he aimed to sell several pieces of Imperial green jade at a premium price during this auction. Simultaneously, he was unable to ensure the safety of Feng Linwan. If Zhao Jiashi were indeed involved, the hotel would hardly be a secure environment, thus placing the burden onto Tang Songyuan's shoulders. Before Tang Songyuan could decide whether to acquiesce, a bodyguard entered the living room with a meal. Feng Delong portioned out a serving and personally delivered it to Feng Linwan's room. Feeling hungry himself, Tang Songyuan did not hesitate to enjoy the meal. In his previous days operating excavators, he had endured all manner of unpleasant environments without it affecting his appetite, and thus, even with Feng Delong observing, he savored his food. Meanwhile, he weighed the pros and cons of the situation. At that moment, Feng Delong spoke again. After the auction concludes, I shall gift you a piece of jade rough as a token of appreciation for your efforts. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow, setting down his chopsticks, and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Are you implying that I cannot afford a piece of jade rough? Or that I am incapable of purchasing materials at the auction myself? Tang Songyuan was not one to seek trouble, yet neither did he shy away from it. Although he did not possess a fortune, he had the keen insight of a discerning eye. No exquisite jade rough could evade his gaze. It was merely the rarity of such exceptional stones that posed a challenge. No, that is not my intent, Feng Delong quickly clarified. Young brother Tang is a distinguished disciple of Master and I, and his jade gambling skills are undoubtedly exceptional. My intention is to offer you a rather distinctive piece I happen to possess, as I have heard Master and I has a penchant for collecting such items. Once matters are satisfactorily concluded, I would like to personally accompany my daughter to express our gratitude to Master and I. Tang Songyuan, recalling Ni Dahong's somewhat reclusive nature, replied, There is no need for a formal visit of thanks. It would suffice for Miss Feng to accompany me, though it must align with my schedule. His participation in the auction was primarily for the purpose of gambling on jade rough, not to serve as anyone's bodyguard. Feng Delong, please, responded. So, does this mean that young brother Tang has agreed? Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and resumed his meal. Feng Delong remarked that, naturally, the itinerary would revolve around young Master Tang. And Xiao Wan was quite obedient, entrusting her care to him during the day for the past few days. I shall arrange for another room for you at this hotel. That evening, Tang Songyuan settled into the hotel under Feng Delong's arrangements, and the night passed in silence. The following morning, Tang Songyuan and Feng Delong dined together in the hotel. Feng Linwan had donned a long outfit that concealed the marks of her injuries. Her manner of eating was quite demure, taking small, deliberate bites, chewing on the left side for 30 times before switching to the right, swallowing only after thorough mastication. Although she made no sound, the slow pace of her chewing caused Tang Songyuan to feel a slight discomfort in his teeth. As they prepared to head to the public auction, they encountered the officer who had led the team yesterday in the hotel lobby. It was only then that Tang Songyuan learned he was the deputy chief of the Yingjiang Police Department, responsible for administrative duties. He briefed Feng Delong on the status of the investigation, hoping to unearth any clues from him. Unfortunately, the escaped robber remained at large, and the 4 remaining suspects remained tight-lipped, leaving the case at an impasse. Rest assured, Mr. Feng, we will provide police support for the public auction, doing our utmost to ensure everyone's safety, the officer promised as they departed. Though Feng Delong had reservations about the police's assurances, he expressed his gratitude and escorted the officer to the door. Upon arriving at the site of the public auction, Tang Songyuan parted ways with Feng Delong. Feng Delong made his way to the outdoor pavilion showcasing the Imperial green jade, while Tang Songyuan ventured indoors to examine the rough jade stones. Naturally, Feng Linwan accompanied him. Without Feng Delong by her side, she became more vivacious. Noticing Tang Songyuan frequently pausing to inspect the oddly shaped jade stones, she curiously inquired, Brother Songyuan, you are so young yet so adept at this. Feng Linwan bit her lip and added, in my memory, those who played with stones alongside my father were all elderly gentlemen. Haha, Brother Songyuan, I'm not referring to you. Tang Songyuan paid little heed to her jest, merely responding, well, that is indeed the case. The primary reason is that most young people today lack funds, whereas the elderly tend to be more affluent. Feng Linwan nodded in agreement, saying, You're absolutely right. For instance, I have very little money. Tang Songyuan glanced at her, pondering that once her father sold those pieces of Imperial green jade, her family would have wealth enough for several lifetimes. As they strolled and chatted, engrossed in their conversation, a young man suddenly blocked their path. He wore a faint smile and looked at Feng Linwan, saying, Xiao Mei Feng, do you remember me? I used to carry you when you were little. Feng Linwan's expression darkened instantly, and she spoke slowly and deliberately. Zhao Jiashi. Chapter 90, Seeds of Doubt. What? He is Zhao Jiashi. Tang Songyuan was equally taken aback upon hearing Feng Linwan's address. Yesterday, I heard Feng Delong's analysis that Zhao Jiashi might very well be the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Feng Linwan. To my surprise, I encountered him today at the public auction. No, it should be said that Zhao Jiashi deliberately approached Feng Linwan to greet her. Zhao Jiashi appeared to be in his late 20s, of average height, and possessed an unremarkable appearance. He gazed at Feng Linwan, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and said, "What is the matter, little Wan? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? You used to enjoy playing with me as child." Feng Linwan's face contorted with disgust as she retorted, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Jiashi chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Why shouldn't I be here? The auction has no stringent entry requirements. I am here simply to purchase jadeite. Do you harbor some prejudice against me, little Wan?" Feng Linwan scoffed softly. "I wouldn't dare hold any prejudice against you. Who knows when I might end up kidnapped?" "How could that be?" Zhao Jiashi responded. "I had some disagreements with your father, but that's between him and me. It doesn't affect the bond between us siblings." This statement made Feng Linwan feel utterly repulsed. "Who regards you as a sibling? I truly do not wish to see you at all." With that, she turned to Tang Songyuan and asked, "Brother Songyuan, can we leave now?" Tang Songyuan had remained silent throughout the exchange, but his mind was rife with doubt. If, as Feng Delong claimed, Zhao Jiashi was indeed the hidden hand behind Feng Linwan's kidnapping, how could he have the audacity to appear so brazenly? What if the four kidnappers had implicated him? Was he not walking into a trap? Did he possess some sort of assurance, or perhaps a more grand design? These considerations eluded him. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Jiashi and said lightly, "Let us go." With that, he turned and led Feng Linwan away. Zhao Jiashi did not pursue them further, his smile unwavering as he watched their retreating figures. Exiting the indoor area with Feng Linwan, Tang Songyuan located Feng Delong's exhibit of Imperial green jadeite. The area was still bustling with crowds, and Feng Delong was animatedly conversing with a portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing Feng Linwan approach with an unhappy expression, he excused himself from the conversation and came over, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "What is wrong, little Wan? Who has bullied you this early in the day?" Feng Linwan replied softly, "Father, I just saw Zhao Jiashi over there in the indoor area." Feng Delong's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Impossible! How dare he appear here?" He glanced at Tang Songyuan, seemingly seeking confirmation. Tang Songyuan nodded slightly and said, "He mentioned that the auction has no stringent requirements and that he is here to buy jadeite." Feng Delong's countenance darkened, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. He looked at Tang Songyuan with a pleading gaze and asked, "Brother Tang, could you take little one away from here?" Tang Songyuan frowned and replied, "It's not merely a matter of leaving. There are too many people here. I don't believe he would dare to act openly." Feng Delong spoke anxiously. "He has completely lost his sanity and is capable of committing the most atrocious acts. I genuinely fear he may target Xiaowan again. She is entirely innocent." Tang Songyuan reassured him, "As long as Xiaowan remains by my side, there will be no issues. Do you not trust me, Boss Feng?" Feng Delong, oblivious to the shift in Tang Songyuan's address, replied, "I naturally trust you, Brother Tang. I merely worry about unforeseen circumstances." Tang Songyuan responded, "There will be no unforeseen circumstances. And we agreed that my itinerary would take precedence. If you do not trust my words, we may cancel our collaboration." He had no particular desire for Feng Delong's favor. Accepting this task was merely a matter of convenience for him. Should he become dissatisfied, he could withdraw at any moment. Feng Delong hastily conceded, all right, I will heed your advice." He then noticed Song Jinghua, who maintained a cheerful demeanor, resembling the laughing Buddha, as he patted Tang Songyuan's arm, saying, "I knew you were destined for greatness, Xiaodang. You opened a new factory without even notifying me. Do you not regard me as a fellow townsman?" Tang Songyuan felt a twinge of awkwardness over the matter of poaching Liangqiu and replied, "I apologize, Uncle Song, for not giving you a heads up regarding Liangqiu." "Ah." Song Jinghua chuckled casually, stating, "Water flows downhill, and people strive for higher ground. Xiaoqiu's move to your place is a good thing. To be blunt, in the gambling stone business, I am still a novice, merely feeling my way through the dark." Tang Songyuan added, "Uncle Song, you are being modest. What I meant to say is that our factory currently lacks distribution channels. Could you assist us in collecting some semi-finished products?" Although Hitai had previously mentioned that Haikisi Jade Industry would purchase any semi-finished products, Tang Songyuan still wished to broaden his avenues in this regard. "Of course. Why wouldn't I?" Song Jinghua laughed. "In essence, sales come down to storefront costs and delivery timelines. Once you spend more time in this industry, you will naturally become familiar with it." Tang Songyuan responded, "Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Song." He then cast a teasing glance at Feng Linwan, who was closely following Tang Songyuan and inquired, "And who might this be?" Songyuan, still smiling, nodded and greeted her. Apart from Songyuan, Tang Songyuan spotted several familiar faces, such as Chiu Yingxue and Feng Hongyi, whom he had encountered at the Gambling Stone Appraisal Conference in Modu, as well as Jiang Mingxing. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the auction for the covered stones commenced. The auction was divided into 3 areas, with lots opening based on the grading of the stones. Otherwise, with over 2,000 covered stones present, even if each piece took 3 to 5 minutes, only 20 could be auctioned in an hour, leading to an interminable duration. Tang Songyuan also collected a bidding paddle, preparing to participate in the auction for the first group, which included 3 pieces he was particularly optimistic about. Shortly after the bidding commenced, Feng Linwan cautiously tugged at Tang Songyuan's hand and said, "Brother Songyuan, I need to use the restroom." Tang Songyuan glanced at the direction of the restroom, and then at the order of the materials, and said, "Then I shall accompany you." The two proceeded towards the restroom. But just as they reached the entrance, Tang Songyuan's expression suddenly grew serious. He grasped Feng Linwan's wrist, halting her movement. "Wait a moment, do not rush in." Feng Linwan was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Tang Songyuan had a purpose for holding her back. He had just scanned with his enhanced vision and discovered that within one of the stalls in the women's restroom, there was a woman. She was not truly using the stall. Rather, she was seated on a small stool within the enclosed space, equipped with a rope, towel, mask, and other items. Furthermore, his vision had identified the presence of ether on the small towel she carried. Tang Songyuan swiftly surveyed the surrounding area again and, indeed, caught sight of Zhao Jiashi lurking in an inconspicuous corner. After his upgrade, his range of vision had doubled, and Zhao Jiashi fell well within it. They were attempting to abduct Feng Linwan again. Tang Songyuan concluded in his mind, pondering the feasibility of their plan. Most attendees at the venue were preoccupied with evaluating materials, while others were captivated by the auction of the covered items. As long as the operation remained discreet and swift, there was a considerable chance of success in escorting someone out through the back door from the restroom. The restroom offered ample concealment, and since there were not many women attending the auction, Feng Linwan, being a young lady, would inevitably need to visit the restroom. After a moment's reflection, Tang Songyuan remarked, "I, too, need to use the restroom, but don't you find it quite foul?" Feng Linwan sniffed the air and replied, "It's not so bad. I'm not that delicate." However, Tang Songyuan insisted, "No, I cannot endure this. Let us instead go to the small supermarket across the way. I used it there yesterday." He refrained from informing Feng Linwan about the ambush inside, as it posed a risk of exposing his abilities. Similarly, this situation did not warrant involving the authorities. Besides, it was impractical for him to enter the women's restroom alongside Feng Linwan. Ultimately, as long as he prevented her from stepping into peril, the process itself was of little consequence. "Very well," Feng Linwan agreed readily, adding, "I was just thinking about grabbing some snacks over there. Honestly, there is an abundance of snacks here. Have you tried any, Brother Songyuan?" As he led her outside, he smiled slightly, "Not yet. If you are willing to treat me, I would not mind sampling them." Meanwhile, he continued to monitor Zhao Jiashi's movements through his vision. Upon noticing their departure from the restroom, a look of disappointment mixed with a hint of cold regret appeared on Zhao Jiashi's face. This fellow was indeed suspicious. A few minutes later, the two resolved their physiological needs at the small supermarket outside the venue. Feng Linwan treated Tang Songyuan to the local delicacy, red-fleshed papaya, while he reciprocated with a simple ice pop, the kind that costs merely a yuan each. Feng Linwan diligently savored the sweet, icy juice, exclaiming, "My father has never allowed me to indulge in such treats since childhood, claiming they are neither healthy nor hygienic." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly, replying, "Foolish one, unless one prepares everything themselves, how many items in this world are genuinely clean and sanitary?" That is indeed a valid point. Feng Linwan giggled in agreement. One could only wonder what schemes this fellow was concocting in the shadows. The auction continued with fervor, and one of the lots Tang Songyuan had set his sights on was soon presented. It was a piece of black stone, its surface exuding a lustrous sheen, revealing a considerable water head under the light. In truth, it concealed a jadeite of high ice quality, adorned with greenish floral patterns, and preliminary examinations estimated it to possess over 3 kilograms of jade flesh. However, it was evident that many were interested in this material, with a starting price of 120,000 RMB, which soon escalated to 200,000 shortly after the bidding commenced. Tang Songyuan remained unperturbed. In his eyes, acquiring this piece for under 800,000 would be a substantial profit. 210,000, 220,000, 000. Soon, someone exceeded Tang Songyuan's bid. Good treasures naturally attract discerning eyes. Most participants in the auction were industry insiders, each possessing their own psychological price points regarding the stone's quality. Nevertheless, merchants tended to remain relatively rational in their bidding. Ultimately, after several rounds of increases, Tang Songyuan secured the piece for 350,000 RMB. Wow, Brother Songyuan, you're incredible. This feels so exhilarating, exclaimed Feng Linwan, as if experiencing such an event for the first time, clearly captivated by the novelty. Tang Songyuan, upon seeing her, was reminded of his sister Wei Qing and thought that he should take her out more often to broaden her horizons and enrich her experiences. Subsequently, Tang Songyuan made several decisive bids, accumulating all three pieces he had desired for nearly 1 million in total. Little Yuan, you are quite impressive. Your decisiveness is commendable, remarked Song Jinghua as the auction neared its conclusion. Tang Songyuan smiled and replied, Uncle Song, you too have procured 2 pieces. I hope you reap a bountiful harvest. During dinner, Feng Delong informed Tang Songyuan of some news he had uncovered. The 4 robbers he had apprehended confessed today, each claiming their actions were impulsive, with no one instigating them from behind the scenes. How can that be? Tang Songyuan exclaimed in disbelief. Why did they choose to kidnap no one but Lin Wan? Their demeanor clearly indicated a well-organized, premeditated operation. Feng Delong's expression darkened at this revelation. The 4 captured robbers had now become scapegoats, while their unseen orchestrators remained at large, posing a significant threat to him. Indeed, it is infuriating. Feng Delong cursed. I have investigated thoroughly. If these individuals plead guilty, they will face a sentence of no more than 5 to 10 years. With sufficient funds from those behind the scenes, they could easily take the fall. Tang Songyuan furrowed his brow, questioning, did you not say that the Zhao family has gone bankrupt? Where would Zhao Jiashi find the resources to orchestrate such affairs? Feng Delong sighed and remarked, indeed, the Zhao family has gone bankrupt. However, the jadeite pieces I possess are quite valuable. Zhao Jiashi could certainly leverage these as a promise of benefit in exchange for clandestine support. Tang Songyuan nodded silently, then added, I must caution you, Boss Feng. The adversary will undoubtedly not relinquish their intent to act against you. Should there be no breakthroughs on Xiao Wan's side, they may very well turn their focus towards you. Chapter 92. The Supreme Imperial Green. Failing to subdue Feng Linwan, they could easily strike directly at the heart and resolve the matter with Feng Delong once and for all. Feng Delong was taken aback and exclaimed, how could that be? My remaining 2 bodyguards are always by my side. I cannot believe they would find an opportunity to kidnap me. Tang Songyuan, recalling the woman who had been lurking in the restroom that afternoon, scoffed. I merely mention it in passing. We are in the light while the enemy lurks in the shadows. Do not underestimate their power, nor the allure of Imperial green jade. You are aware that they have lost their reason. If they dare to kidnap Xiao Wan, why would they hesitate to abduct you? Feng Delong's expression shifted dramatically, and Feng Linwan looked at him with concern, saying, Father. Feng Delong shook his head. It is not so simple. Moreover, someone has already offered 18 million for those pieces. I truly do not wish to relinquish them at this moment. How about this? You all eat first, and I will make a few calls. Ideally, I would like to enlist the police's assistance. It would be beneficial if they could provide some plainclothes officers. The allure of wealth was irresistible, and Feng Delong was still 400 million away from his goal. Clearly, he had no reason to abandon his determination for that sum. Tang Songyuan took a bite of his meal and nodded. This plan is indeed more feasible. For the safety of you, the host is also their responsibility. Before retiring for the night, he contacted Wei Qing, an ICC, and Li Yangxiu, who remained in Relics, to inquire about the situation there. The following morning, Tang Songyuan noticed that Feng Delong had indeed been accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces. Both were dressed in plain clothes, yet their gazes were sharp. He surmised that these must be the protective officers provided by the Yingjiang police. After breakfast, Tang Songyuan awaited the arrival of Nai Dahong, who came after completing his fasting. Master, Tang Songyuan greeted him warmly as he approached. Upon seeing Feng Linwan following closely behind, Nai Dahong inquired, who is she? Tang Songyuan recounted the events of that day at the temple, explaining how he had rescued Feng Linwan and later learned of her identity as Feng Delong's daughter. Nai Dahong sighed. I have heard some tales regarding last year's Imperial green jade. Wealth indeed stirs the heart. Songyuan, assist when you can, but do not force it if you cannot. Tang Songyuan neither agreed nor disagreed, instead asking, Master, have you eaten? I can fetch you a meal from the hotel. Nai Dahong interjected, I have already dined. There is no need for inconvenience. If there are no pressing matters, let us proceed to the public auction. Tang Songyuan packed the materials he had purchased the previous day into the spacious trunk of his Mercedes and, accompanied by Feng Linwan, boarded Ni Dahong's vehicle. The public auction on the third day remained vibrant and bustling. Emerging from various corners of the nation, jade enthusiasts congregated here, including Cantonese-speaking merchants from Hong Kong and dark-skinned traders from Southeast Asia. The exhibition area for raw jade remained bustling, with numerous unsold pieces still available. Aside from the 300 that had been auctioned off the previous day, Ni Dahong led the way, followed closely by Tang Songyuan, while Feng Linwan trailed behind, dutifully mimicking Tang Songyuan's movements. Which pieces did you find uncertain just the other day? Ni Dahong inquired. The question momentarily caught Tang Songyuan off guard. He had merely made a casual remark, unaware that Ni Dahong had taken note of it. Activating his X-ray vision, he quickly scanned the area and ultimately settled on a piece of rough jade, stating, "Master, I have yet to encounter this type of material." It was a raw stone weighing over 30 kilograms, appearing rather solid and unremarkable, reminiscent of a chunk of concrete at first glance. Huh, Ni Dahong chuckled lightly, saying, "This should be a piece of—" Tang Songyuan feigned a moment of confusion, asking, "Master, what is the significance of this?" Ni Dahong extended his hand, caressing the rough exterior, and explained, "Possesses a particularly intriguing characteristic, its oiliness. It always seems to have a layer akin to a persistent, uncleanable oil. You should feel it for yourself." Tang Songyuan extended his palm to touch it, and Feng Linwan, unable to restrain his curiosity, also reached out to feel it, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is both lustrous and smooth." Ni Dahong nodded in agreement, adding, "In truth, is rather challenging to evaluate. For if it contains even a trace of impurities or a misty layer, the piece loses its perfection. The essence of black must be absolute and profound, and yet, it should not be entirely devoid of color. Truly exquisite will subtly reveal a hint of green light. This is because it is formed from green garnet, containing two greenish components, iron and chromium. If this stone is indeed composed of chromium, it is worth the gamble." Tang Songyuan, correlating the insights provided by his X-ray vision with the stone's composition, felt a surge of joy as he realized it was indeed chromium. Since Ni Dahong had indicated that chromium-infused stones were worth wagering on, this piece had become a necessity for him to acquire. Ni Dahong further elaborated, in recent years, has garnered favorable responses in the market. A premier bracelet can fetch prices between 4 to 5 million. Naturally, it must embody qualities of deep blackness, brightness, and delicacy, and adornments are exceedingly popular in the marketplace. Tang Songyuan mused to himself that this piece indeed showcased qualities of deep blackness, brightness, and delicacy. This was a delightful surprise. Secretly noting the stone's identification number and auction sequence, he continued to examine the rough materials on the ground, following closely behind Ni Dahong, even with Feng Linwan beside them. Ni Dahong generously shared his expertise, imparting knowledge to Tang Songyuan without reservation. He remarked, "The value of water-type jade lies in its own merits. While the color types possess equally significant attributes, there exists a notion referred to as color-surpassing texture, signifying that a piece of material can attain its utmost value solely based on the richness of its hue, even if its texture is not of the highest grade. However, it must embody qualities of intensity, brightness, positivity, harmony, and uniformity." Chapter 93. Unexpected Developments. At 9 in the morning, the auction for the rough materials continued. Tang Songyuan consecutively made bids, spending over 2,600,000, securing 8 pieces of rough material, including a 30-kilogram piece of jadeite. Given that Ni Dahong was present at this public auction, Tang Songyuan had no intention of holding back. Regardless of how precious the jadeite cut from it might be, he could effortlessly attribute it to Ni Dahong. During the bidding for that material, there was considerable competition, including from Xiaoying Xue. The two raised the bid to 1,200,000, but ultimately, Tang Songyuan, with his unwavering confidence, added another 20,000 to clinch the piece. Ni Dahong also made a move, spending 600,000 on a 2-kilogram color material. Ni Dahong had rented a room at the hotel, while Feng Delong had hoped to invite him to dinner, but was politely declined by the elder. Undeterred, Feng Delong accompanied Feng Lin upstairs for the evening meal. During dinner, Tang Songyuan inquired of Ni Dahong, "Master, what do you think the final price of Feng Delong's Imperial green jadeite will be?" Ni Dahong replied, "It's uncertain. Resources of such top-tier quality, like Imperial green, are not easily comprehensible to everyone. While you might value it at 8 or 10 billion, others might see it worth 20 billion. Additionally, There are various negotiations between buyers and sellers. Tang Songyuan nodded thoughtfully, adding thus, such top-tier goods may sometimes be held for a year or two. And Dahong chuckled, indeed, but it's not entirely accurate. In fact, information regarding such premier resources is often interconnected. For instance, if I have a client interested in purchasing, yet I lack such resources, I can easily involve Feng Delong. By securing the client, both Feng Delong and I can profit. There exists a network of resource interchange alongside competition and rivalry, with many intricacies that you will gradually comprehend. On the fourth day of the Yingjiang public auction, the unveiling of certain yellow and white marked materials commenced. Successful bidders were all smiles, while those who did not win felt little disappointment. Naturally, there were also pieces that garnered no interest. Although these semi-transparent materials have been cut, their speculative potential remained. Some materials still held significant uncertainty, rendering confidence elusive. Such materials are likely to reappear at the next auction, colloquially known as old actors. Tang Songyuan made further bids, acquiring several pieces, bringing his total to over 20, amounting to nearly 400 jade collectively. To accommodate the weight capacity of Dahong's vehicle, Tang Songyuan decided to cease bidding. As night descended, more individuals visited Feng Delong at the hotel, with the unveiling of red-marked materials scheduled for the following day. Many interested parties sought out Feng Delong, attempting to glean the base prices. Such matters are, in principle, a violation of established rules. However, the organizers have tacitly permitted such conduct, making it difficult to avoid. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Feng Delong welcomed a group of businessmen from Hong Kong, 5 individuals who entered his hotel suite together. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s who spoke in Cantonese and, taking a seat on the sofa, directly inquired, "Boss Feng, what price can you offer for those pieces of Imperial green jade?" Feng Delong, smiling amiably, replied, "Mr. Li, you have posed this question to me no less than 20 times in recent days. Yet, due to the rules of the public auction, I can only inform you that the highest bid thus far has reached 1.8 billion. Mr. Li was not daunted by the figure of 1.8 billion. Instead, he scoffed and remarked, "Boss Feng, I understand the rules. However, as the saying goes, the moment rules are established, they create opportunities for those who choose to circumvent them. Just tell me, what is your psychological price for those pieces? If we can reach an agreement, we will alter our bid by tomorrow morning." With a shrewd glint in his eye, Feng Delong scanned the faces of the businessmen, chuckling softly as he said, "Mr. Li, to be candid, my psychological price is at least 2 billion. However, I must clarify that at least 3 parties are aware of this minimum price." This was Feng Delong's strategy. He initially presented a deceptively low base price to attract interest. Then, as competition grew and others had already bid 1.8 billion, he deliberately revealed his bottom line, allowing those with real means to engage in the final competition. To secure the goods, one would need to produce at least 2 billion in funds. But what if someone else bids higher than 2 billion? After a while, one of Li's companions rose to use the restroom. Upon his return, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he approached one of Feng Delong's bodyguards, asking, "Brother, can I borrow a light?" The bodyguard, unsuspecting, produced a lighter to oblige him. Yet, instead of lighting his cigarette, he suddenly struck the bodyguard with a punch to the face. Simultaneously, Mr. Li and the others sprang into action. One assisted in subduing the first bodyguard while 2 attacked the remaining bodyguard, and Mr. Li lunged toward Feng Delong. Feng Delong, taken aback, was still processing the situation when Li's knife was already pressed against his throat. In short order, the 2 bodyguards were subdued by Li's accomplices, who then stormed into Feng Linwan's room, binding her as well. The 4 captives were tied together, sitting in a circle on the floor. "Who are you?" Feng Delong gasped, his previously jovial demeanor now replaced with sheer terror. Mr. Li let out a sinister laugh and replied, "Don't you understand? We are kidnappers. Haha. We have long since discovered that during the day, 2 plainclothes officers shadowed you, but at night, you were left with only 2 ordinary bodyguards, unable to acquire your jade. We have no choice but to take you instead." Feng Delong suppressed his inner fear, striving to maintain his composure, and said, "Your capture serves no purpose. As the materials are currently in the hands of the auction house, I have made it clear that if I am not present, no matter how high the bidding goes, it will be treated as a blocked bid. Subsequently, the materials will be sealed away, and no one shall have access to them. Is that not so?" A sinister smile crept across Mr. Li's face as he approached Feng Linwan, lifting her chin and saying, "I have heard that your daughter is merely 19 years old, and you have always protected her well. Thus, she must still be a maiden, correct?" Chapter 94, Premeditation. Feng Linwan turned pale with fear. while Feng Delong was both astonished and enraged. He could hardly fathom how the jovial businessman had suddenly transformed into a kidnapper. He exclaimed, "You best think this through. We are in the city center, and you cannot escape. Even if you kill us, you shall not acquire those few pieces of material." Mr. Li chuckled, his large hand caressing Feng Linwan's cheek, savoring the softness and delicacy of her youthful skin. He remarked, "If we cannot obtain them, so be it. However, since my brothers are here, why not take this opportunity in front of Mr. Feng to experience the warmth of this precious jade?" With that, he reached out, intending to tear away Feng Linwan's clothing. Bound and helpless, she struggled fiercely, crying out, "No, father, save me. Stop." Feng Delong, witnessing the scene, was frantic with worry. His hair stood on end as he shouted, "What do you want? If it is money, I have some on hand. If you release us, I will give you all my cash." "All of it?" Mr. Li paused, inquiring, How much do you have?" Feng Delong gritted his teeth. 30 million. "That is all I have. If you release us, I promise I will not report this to the authorities, and the money is all yours." 30 million is too little. Mr. Li shook his head. "It seems those few pieces of Imperial green jade are far more valuable." Feng Delong replied, "I've already stated that the jade is with the auction house. Even if I wish to give it to you, I have no means to do so. At most, I can block the bid tomorrow and find a way to provide it to you." "Ha! Do you take me for a fool?" Mr. Li sneered. "In the end, you still want me to release you now. But if I let you go, how can I ensure that you won't enjoy a few more days of freedom?" Feng Delong asked, "Then what do you propose? If you find 30 million insufficient, I cannot offer you the Imperial green jade. How about this?" he suggested. "I have a friend in this building. Allow me to call him. Borrowing 1 or 200 million should not be a problem." The person he referred to was Tang Songyuan. Though he was uncertain whether Tang Songyuan possessed such funds, his sole aim was to hope that Tang Songyuan could extricate him from his current predicament. Given Tang Songyuan's prowess, handling these 5 individuals should not pose a significant challenge. Yet Mr. Li was not deceived. He continued to smirk coldly. "Who knows if your call will be to the authorities? You have been in close proximity to them these past few days. How can I be sure you haven't left any signals?" Feng Linwan was paralyzed with fear, while Feng Delong was consumed with both anger and anxiety. "This is unacceptable. That is also out of the question. Are you not merely after money? 30 million is insufficient. I could sell my house, my car, and even my company to meet your demands. But that is utterly ludicrous. Selling a house or a car is not an overnight endeavor." At that moment, one of Mr. Li's associates interjected, "Brother, time is of the essence. If we delay any further, we could run into serious trouble, and it may become impossible for us to escape." Mr. Li's expression shifted, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. With a swift motion, he delivered 3 resounding slaps across Feng Delong's face. This was not merely an act of torment, but rather a profound humiliation. "Brother, we truly have limited time left. The surveillance cannot hold out much longer," another associate urged. Still unsatisfied, Mr. Li struck Feng Delong once more and commanded, "Release him. Let him transfer the funds immediately. 30 million it is. Let us secure the money first." Under the pressure of the knife, Feng Delong complied, transferring the funds to the account provided by Mr. Li. The group then bound the 4 individuals once more. In addition to the ropes that held them together, their hands and feet were tightly secured with durable plastic ties, which were both robust and convenient to carry. As they were about to exit, Mr. Li threatened, "Make sure to intercept those highly coveted Imperial green pieces tomorrow. Otherwise, you will have to face the consequences." After closing the door, Mr. Li and his associates hurried down the stairs, striding confidently out of the hotel. Inside the room, Feng Delong and his daughter, along with the 2 bodyguards, were tightly bound together. Their mouths were sealed with tape, but fortunately, aside from Feng Delong suffering a few slaps, the others remained unharmed. Now, the only hope for safety lay in breaking free from their restraints. One of the bodyguards managed to use great effort to shatter a cup on a nearby coffee table, taking over 20 minutes to use the shards to cut through the ties on his feet. He then laboriously maneuvered his hands into a position to sever the ties, binding them as well. Finally liberated, the bodyguard sighed in relief, hastily tearing off the 3 layers of tape that sealed his mouth, and then proceeded to free the remaining 3 from their bonds. By the time this was accomplished, over an hour had passed. Feng Linwan burst into tears, collapsing in her father's embrace, weeping heart-wrenchingly. The events of merely an hour ago were still vivid in her memory, and the thought of her captors' menacing faces filled her with dread. Feng Delong comforted her, gently patting her back, and solemnly instructed, "Call the police immediately. This group cannot have gone far. They had extorted 30 million from him, nearly all of his liquid assets. The two bodyguards felt a deep sense of shame. Not only had their employers suffered under their watch, but they too had been endangered. Within mere minutes of the call to the police, Deputy Director Lee, accompanied by a dozen officers, arrived at the scene in haste. After briefly gathering information, he promptly issued orders. Notify all units to immediately seal off major intersections and conduct thorough inspections of passing vehicles. Additionally, alert the Border Patrol. They may attempt to flee the country. Director Lee's countenance darkened as he commanded the technical team to expedite their efforts and retrieve all surveillance footage within the city, determined to uncover the origins and movements of this group. Moreover, please track that bank account and immediately freeze the funds within it. In truth, Director Lee held little hope, for this group likely had meticulously plotted their scheme beforehand. Within an hour, in the hands of seasoned professionals, this sum could easily circulate through dozens, if not hundreds, of accounts long gone abroad. Feng DeLong, filled with anxiety, spoke to Director Lee. I apologize for the trouble. It is my duty, Director Lee reassured him. Such an incident occurring in my jurisdiction warrants an apology to Boss Feng. This matter involved a substantial amount of money and significant implications. I have already reported it to higher authorities, and it is imperative that we bring this group to justice. Chapter 95. The Moment of Reckoning. By the time Tang Songyuan learned of this incident, it was already past 11 at night. Feng Linwan, in tears, called to inform him that she and her father had once again been kidnapped and extorted, facing life-threatening danger. When Tang Songyuan arrived, most of the police had already withdrawn, leaving only 2 officers to provide temporary protection for the Feng family. Brother Songyuan. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan enter the room, Feng Linwan could not contain her tears and threw herself into his embrace. Having been kidnapped twice in recent days, she felt an overwhelming sense of security only when she was beside him. Feng DeLong sat dejectedly on the sofa, smoking, and merely nodded in acknowledgement of Tang Songyuan's arrival. After grasping the basic situation, Tang Songyuan offered gentle words of comfort and suggested that Feng Linwan take some rest. I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Xiao Tang, Feng DeLong said, chain-smoking and expressing his gratitude in a detached manner. Tang Songyuan replied, in truth, I cannot be of much assistance. It is best to await the police's investigation and handling of the matter. This was indeed the case. Not only Tang Songyuan, but even the police found the situation rather troublesome. The proximity to the border meant that within an hour, the perpetrators could easily escape. Finding a place to hide would complicate cross-border pursuits, as the various procedures alone would be a headache. Moreover, Tang Songyuan sensed that something was amiss. Was there a connection between this group of kidnappers and the previous one, employing the same abduction tactics? Their target was those few pieces of Imperial green jade. But why act the day before the bidding? Or was their goal merely to extort 30 million? Despite the many puzzling aspects, this matter did not directly concern Tang Songyuan, and he was disinclined to delve deeper. A common man is innocent, yet guilt is attributed to the one who possesses valuable treasures. Feng DeLong coughed a few times and remarked, now I truly understand the meaning of this saying. Tang Songyuan suggested, then Boss Feng, seize this opportunity to sell those pieces of Imperial green jade swiftly. Feng DeLong responded with a hint of frustration, I wish to sell, but their offers are simply too low. Tang Songyuan raised an eyebrow. Did you not mention that someone had already offered 18 billion? Feng DeLong retorted, the bidding has not yet commenced. How could I possibly know the other bids? That was merely my public statement. Damn! Tang Songyuan could not help but curse under his breath. He had completely believed the figure of 1.8 billion, unaware that it was merely a smokescreen released by Feng DeLong. With a sigh, he remarked, let us await the bidding results tomorrow. I hope Mr. Feng proceeds with caution. The following morning, the auction site saw a significant increase in police presence. The authorities had even dispatched an armored vehicle to the entrance, with armed officers standing guard, instilling a profound sense of security in the attending merchants. At 8 o'clock, the bidding for the red-marked jadeite commenced. A host, carrying a thick folder, stepped onto the stage and announced, for item number 92081, the highest bid stands at 668,000 yuan. Is there any objection to this bid? The owner of item number 92081, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exclaimed joyfully, no objection. The host then declared, congratulations on your successful bid. As the clock approached 10, it was finally time for the last bid, that of Feng DeLong's Imperial green jadeite. Feng DeLong and his entourage awaited the outcome with bated breath. The host lifted the final bidding tag and announced, now, we present the champion bid of our Ingjiang auction, item number 66080, Imperial Green Jadeite, with a highest bid of 1.58 billion. Mr. Feng, do you wish to raise an objection? A flicker of disappointment and anguish crossed Feng Delong's face. After a brief internal struggle, he managed to force a smile and replied, "This price is somewhat below my expectations, thus I have decided to object." This amount was merely 80 million more than his previous bid at the Jiang auction, yet it fell short of his 2 billion target by a staggering 600 million. Having endured numerous tribulations for these few pieces of Imperial Green Jadeite, he could not afford to sell them so easily. With the red-marked bids concluded, the Ingjiang auction was nearing its end. Feng Linwan presented Tang Songyuan with the promised piece from Feng Delong and bid him farewell. "Thank you, Brother Songyuan, for your efforts these past few days." Tang Songyuan accepted the modest raw stone without much scrutiny and placed it in his vehicle. "You have my number. Feel free to contact me anytime." Compared to Feng Delong's commercialism and mercantilism, Feng Linwan radiated a sense of purity and sincerity. She nodded earnestly. "All right, farewell, Brother Songyuan." On the return journey, Daihong drove at a leisurely pace, remaining silent throughout, perhaps reminiscing about his son and daughter-in-law buried in Ingjiang, or contemplating his brother Dajiang, who had taken monastic vows. After more than 4 hours, Tang Songyuan dozed off in the passenger seat. Just 20 kilometers from Rueli, his phone rang. Squinting, he saw that it was a call from Feng Linwan. Upon answering, he was met with her tearful voice. "Brother Songyuan, something terrible has happened. The escort vehicle transporting our jadeite suddenly veered off onto a small road and escaped. We have been chasing it for ages, but we are unfamiliar with the area and cannot catch up." "What?" Tang Songyuan jolted upright from his seat. "The armored vehicle has a mind of its own?" "Not quite. What if this particular vehicle was specially prepared for them?" Tang Songyuan contemplated the abduction of Feng Linwan, alongside Zhao Jia's deliberate appearance at the public auction and the subsequent home invasion, weaving these events into a cohesive narrative. Indeed, it is quite ingenious. Daihong slowed the vehicle, gradually steering to the side, and inquired of Tang Songyuan, "What is it? Has something occurred again?" In Chapter 96, The Burden of Possession, he comforted Feng Linwan over the phone. Through her tears, she confessed, "I'm sorry, Brother Songyuan. I know this isn't your fault, but I simply cannot help but cry." Tang Songyuan reassured her, "As long as you are safe, that is what truly matters. This is beyond your control." After ending the call, he recounted the conversation to Daihong, who listened quietly. Once Tang Songyuan finished, he chuckled softly and remarked, "An innocent man suffers for possessing something precious. Feng Delong has truly fallen into someone else's trap this time." Tang Songyuan echoed his sentiments. "There is something amiss. It only dawned on me now. From a moment his daughter Feng Linwan was kidnapped, a scheme targeting Feng Delong was already in motion. Ni deong chake lightly. Share your thoughts." Tang Songyuan replied, "I sensed something was off from the very beginning of the kidnapping. How could 5 robust men fail to monitor a fragile woman? In retrospect, even if I had not intervened, they would have allowed Feng Linwan to escape. The next day, they plotted a second kidnapping, which I thwarted again. Yet their objectives were still met. What do you think their intentions were?" Daihong inquired further. Tang Songyuan grimaced. What other intentions could there be? Every move orchestrated by this unseen figure ultimately aims to apply pressure on Feng Delong and ultimately arrange for the armored vehicle to intercept. Last night's abduction was no different. Daihong chuckled again. Yet there remains a challenge. What if someone at the auction truly bids high, and Feng Delong does not halt the bidding? What if the transaction is completed? Tang Songyuan paused, admitting, "I had not considered that. I honestly do not know." Daihong responded, "Allow me to elaborate. I believe this is where Feng Delong faltered. He revealed his bottom price, which was absurdly high. Look at the final bids. The highest was merely 1.58 billion, nearly 600 million short of his expected price. Such a vast sum cannot be impulsively increased, so it is highly unlikely that anyone would continue to raise their bids." Tang Songyuan nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point, Master. This shadowy figure has a profound understanding of human nature, especially regarding Feng Delong." Daihong sighed. "Very well, let's leave it at that. To put it plainly, this matter does not significantly concern you. If you ever have the opportunity to wager on Imperial Green Jadeite, do exercise caution." Tang Songyuan chuckled softly. "Well, that is contingent upon whether I encounter it first." Upon returning to Rueli, Daihong first delivered Tang Songyuan to his workshop, marking Daihong's inaugural visit to this locale. A few individuals emerged to unload the cargo. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, Tang Songyuan called out loudly towards the interior. He then courteously invited Daihong. saying, "Master, please come inside." Li Yangxiu, accompanied by Ma Tianming and others, approached the entrance, and upon seeing Tang Songyuan and the white woven bags containing jade rough, cheerfully remarked, "President Tang, it seems you've made quite a haul this time." Tang Songyuan jokingly scolded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move it inside. This will be your task for the next month." After inviting Ni Dehong into the office, Tang Songyuan noticed the absence of NICC and the presence of a new cashier and accountant, both recruited by NICC. The cashier, named Zhang Li, was a local from Relics, while the accountant, Hui Welling, introduced herself as hailing from Qianxi. After offering a few words of encouragement, Tang Songyuan brewed a cup of tea for Ni Dehong. He briefly outlined the factory's operations, mentioning, currently, the jade materials are primarily shipped through Uncle Tai. While I aspire to diversify our channels, I have yet to identify suitable avenues. Ni Dehong replied, with Uncle He's support, there's no need for haste. Rueli has numerous finished product manufacturers and a wide array of sales channels. You should observe carefully and seek trustworthy long-term partners. Before departing, he advised Tang Songyuan, be sure to obtain your driver's license soon. I cannot be the one driving every time, as this journey exhausts me. Tang Songyuan responded repeatedly, yes, yes. I will expedite it. A few days prior, he had sent someone to collect a batch, yielding 2,850,000. Tang Songyuan nodded. That is quite decent. Such income in a week is encouraging for a new factory like ours. Additionally, at the recent public auction, he encountered your cousin, Song Jinghua, and discussed that he would periodically come to collect our process materials. You need to manage the schedule accordingly. Li Yangxiu interjected, there is something else I wish to discuss. Tang Songyuan replied affirmatively, go on, I am listening. Li Yangxiu explained, as we are cutting materials daily, while there are some that are discarded, we consistently produce high-quality cuts. However, he or my cousin only collect every few days. Therefore, I believe we should acquire a safe. After all, one must always be cautious. Tang Songyuan contemplated this and nodded. That's a valid point. Although Wang Bing is here at night to oversee the factory, there could be moments of negligence. Zhang Li, he called out. What is it, President Tang? The new cashier promptly replied. Tang Songyuan instructed, authorize a sum for Manager Li to purchase a larger and more secure safe. After spending nearly 2 hours at the factory, witnessing everything operating smoothly, Tang Songyuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Earnings should be garnered steadily and without haste. Upon seeing Tang Songyuan, NICC's eyes sparkled with joy. Tang Songyuan, in good spirits, exchanged a glance with Wei Qing and then playfully teased NICC. During work hours, you have been neglectful, resulting in the suspension of this month's bonus. I shall reconsider its reinstatement only upon witnessing an improvement in your performance. However, NICC's expression changed swiftly, and tears began to well in her eyes. You heartless individual, not only do you indulge in frivolities outside, but I'm also burdened with managing our family affairs and ensuring the well-being of the entire staff. Yet, a mere disagreement leads to the withholding of someone's bonus.